Young Su Ming was the illustrious second son of the Chiron family, known for his exceptional talent and promising future. However, he was publicly stripped of his surname and expelled from the family. Today was supposed to be a joyous occasion where Su Ming would unlock his genetic potential and showcase his extraordinary abilities. Guests gathered at the Chiron family mansion to congratulate the family head, Clarence. To everyone's surprise, the much-anticipated young man was completely absorbed in the mechanical parts he held, oblivious to everything around him. It seemed that only the machinery could capture his interest. Despite a hint of foolishness, people had high hopes for Su Ming's potential, given that his older brother, Su Rue, had set a 10-year record in the Empire when he unlocked his genetic potential 2 years ago, with a gene level of 13 and a brain domain level of 15. This not only signified Su Rue's formidable combat prowess, but also his ability to pilot the most advanced mechs, marking him as a cornerstone of the Empire. Now, as Su Rue's younger brother, Su Ming was expected to amaze the world once again. However, when the genetic serum was injected into Su Ming and Isaac tested him with the instrument, the results left everyone in shock. Su Ming's gene level and brain domain level were a pitiful one. This meant he had virtually no combat ability and couldn't pilot any mechs, rendering him a complete failure. Clarence, furious and demanding an explanation, questioned why Su Ming had never trained. The servants, kneeling and pleading, explained that the young master would only stop crying when playing with mechanical parts, making training impossible. At this moment, Clarence's political adversaries stepped forward, using imperial law to forcefully question whether Marshal Clarence would misuse his power to protect his untalented son. Despite his reluctance, Clarence was powerless to change the situation. He asked Su Ming one last time if he was willing to give up his mechanical pursuits and focus on training. Su Ming stubbornly refused, stating he would rather continue studying mechanics. Clarence, utterly disappointed, announced the removal of Su Ming's Chiron surname and ordered him to be sent to the Mechanical Repair Department to indulge in his interests. As Su Ming was escorted out of the hall, he remained immersed in the joy of successfully disassembling a mechanical part, causing the crowd to erupt in laughter once more. Just as everyone believed this boy was destined for a life of mediocrity, a strange electronic voice suddenly echoed in Su Ming's mind. Ding! You have achieved the milestone of analyzing 1 million mechanical parts. The Mech Warlord system is now activated. Ding! System activation in progress, unsealing consciousness. Ding! Gene modification underway, transforming carbon-based organism into a starlight entity, acquiring the 9-star holy body. Ding! Acquiring the technique, star infinite heavenly skill. Damn! This cursed system finally let me out. The vehicle sped away, whisking Su Ming from the Grand Hall towards the Interstellar Teleportation Station. Sitting inside the car, Su Ming's gaze shifted from a dazed and vacant look to one of sharp clarity, a sly glint flashing in his eyes. It turns out he wasn't a native of this world, but a transmigrant from Earth, China. A bizarre system called Mecha Martial Sovereign had forcibly imprisoned his consciousness, compelling him to practice that stellar infinite celestial technique in a void for 16 long years. Meanwhile, his body was reduced to a lifeless shell, doing nothing but dismantling mechanical parts day after day. Unexpectedly, during this absurd period, his so-called brother, Kellen Su Rue, constantly opposed him. This treacherous individual used every underhanded method to hinder Su Ming's training, even going so far as to conceal the fact that Su Ming wasn't training from their father, Clarence, fearing he would find out. Clenching his fists, Su Ming took a deep breath, his anger blazing. Su Rue, you bastard, just wait and see. When I come back, I'll tear that smug face of yours to pieces, he vowed silently. At that moment, a surge of strange energy from the system flooded Su Ming's entire being, overwhelming him like a tidal wave. Under this powerful force, his body began to transform dramatically, evolving from a carbon-based life form into a new entity, part energy and part flesh. Instantly, he acquired a formidable physique known as the 9 Radiant Stellar Sacred Body. Now, every mechanical part he dismantled would earn him 1 precious Starlight Point, crucial for his cultivation. Driven by this miraculous energy, Su Ming's physical energy level skyrocketed visibly, soaring from a mere 1 point to an astonishing 21 points. His brain energy level surged to 25 points, far surpassing Su Rue, who was lauded as the Empire's greatest genius in a decade. With a screeching halt, the vehicle came to an abrupt stop. The door was violently flung open, and a man in servant's attire swaggered to the front of the car, a sneer of disdain on his face. What a waste of resources, he muttered, raising his hand to slap Su Ming. But just as his hand was about to strike, Su Ming swiftly grabbed his wrist. With a sickening crack, the servant's wrist bone shattered in Su Ming's grip. The servant collapsed, screaming in pain, while Su Ming glared down at him, eyes as sharp as blades. If it weren't illegal to kill on the main planet, you'd be facing more than just a broken wrist today, he said coldly, retrieving a star coin card and a pass from the servant's pocket. Imperial law was strict and impartial. Even the offspring of the powerful were not exempt. Any young person who hadn't shown cultivation talent by the age of 16 was required to serve on a logistical planet at the front lines for 5 years. Now that Su Ming had been disowned by the Kellen family, he decided to leave and carve out his own destiny on a distant star. Striding purposefully towards the teleportation station, his eyes were filled with determination and hope for the future. Su Ming glanced at the staff at the space teleportation station, spoke in a calm voice, and handed over his ID card, preparing to work on the planet Norp for the next 5 years. The staff member took the card and was startled to see that Su Ming was once the second young master of the Karen family but had now renounced the surname. With a curious look, he scrutinized Su Ming but said nothing more, handing him a card to insert into the teleportation device to reach Norp. Su Ming chuckled softly, thanked him, and strode towards the teleportation station. As he passed through the detection area, the energy level scanner suddenly displayed two astonishing numbers, 2125, indicating Su Ming's physical and mental energy levels. The staff's eyes widened in disbelief as he muttered to himself, "Am I seeing this right? A genius like this is a Ancina Millennium find. How could the Karen family let such talent go to a frontier planet for 5 years?" Before he could gather his thoughts, the teleportation channel activated, and Su Ming's figure vanished in an instant. With a swoosh, Su Ming was transported to an industrially vibrant planet Norp. A burly man approached, grinning, and asked if Su Ming was here for work. Su Ming nodded and handed over his work permit. The man glanced at Su Ming's elegant attire and frowned. "Kid, with your rich kid look, you're not just here for some easy credit, are you? This is the front line. You'd better not cause trouble," he said gruffly. Su Ming smiled slightly and calmly replied, "I've practiced mechanical disassembly and assembly at home. I can handle this job." The man sneered, "We'll see whether you're a real deal or just talk. Follow me, disassemble and reassemble a few mechanical parts for me. If you can do it, you'll join the mechanical department. If not, you'll be cleaning, so don't mess around." In the enormous mechanical production room, the workers noticed the man bringing in a newcomer and started jeering. A skinny mechanic named Wank laughed and tossed a few basic mechanical parts to Su Ming for testing. Everyone focused their attention on Su Ming's workstation, eagerly awaiting his performance. The burly man also coldly instructed Su Ming to start the disassembly and assembly. Su Ming hesitated for a moment, but thanks to his system interface, he could see through the internal damage of the mechanical parts as if he had X-ray vision. Various data on tensile strength and damage levels instantly appeared before him, revealing the mechanical structure in full detail. While Su Ming was momentarily stunned, the burly man grew impatient and sneered, "Kid, if you can't do it, stop pretending and go to the mechanical cleaning room. Don't waste our time." Snapped back to reality, Su Ming smiled at the man and calmly said, "Don't rush, just watch closely." Then, he focused entirely on the mechanical disassembly and assembly. Su Ming confidently picked up a somewhat damaged mechanical part from the table. Ignoring the skeptical and astonished gazes from those around him, he began to dismantle the part with his bare hands, as if he were intimately familiar with its internal structure. Is this kid really going to disassemble it without a scanner? What if there's hidden damage? He could end up causing even more harm, one mechanic exclaimed. Another shook his head, sighing, "Disassembling by hand is tricky. It's easy to damage millimeter-level circuits." He must be overestimating his abilities. Mont, a burly man, overheard these comments and glared at Su Ming with increasing hostility. He thought to himself, if this kid ruins the part, he'll definitely face severe consequences. With a soft click, everyone craned their necks to see what Su Ming had done. To their amazement, the mechanical part in his hands was now perfectly split into two separate components, neatly placed on the workbench without a trace of secondary damage. How is this possible? Everyone was dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. Su Ming, unfazed, picked up another part and continued his work. The room was filled with the sound of clicking as he deftly dismantled part after part. The workshop fell silent as the onlookers' expressions shifted from shock to numbness to awe, each person taking a sharp intake of breath. In just a short time, Su Ming had disassembled 9 parts with 0 secondary damage. This kid is incredible. Did he start practicing in the womb? One mechanic wondered aloud. No, he must train at least 10 hours a day with unwavering focus to reach this level. Others chimed in. What they didn't know was that Su Ming had indeed been inseparable from mechanical parts since childhood, spending countless days and nights honing his disassembly skills. With one final click, the 10th part was successfully dismantled. Without pausing for a breath, Su Ming picked up a precision engraving tool and began to carve micron-level circuits onto the components. Is he planning to repair them on the spot? His disassembly skills are so impressive. His repair skills must be just as strong. Look at how steady his hands are. His cognitive abilities must be off the charts. Mont, hearing this, hurriedly checked Su Ming's work ID, eager to uncover more about him. At that moment, a master engraver stood up, squinting his eyes, and spoke sternly. Upon hearing the man's words, everyone in the workshop was taken aback. They had never seen such an unconventional method of repair before. Su Ming's circuit engraving path was completely different from the original. Was he doing it wrong? Should they stop him? Monty frowned and asked. The engraver, however, squinted at Su Ming's work, muttering to himself, strange. His engraving paths seem contradictory, yet they somehow harmonized beautifully. The onlookers exchanged puzzled glances, all eager to see the outcome. Su Ming, oblivious to the attention, continued to hear the system notification in his mind. Ding, disassembly successful. Gained 1 starlight point, which put him in a great mood and made his hands move even faster. In no time, more than a dozen parts were assembled in Su Ming's hands. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, fearing that this young prodigy might fail halfway. What's going on? Only then did Su Ming realize he was surrounded by the crowd, all staring intently at the components in his hands. Su Ming, why is your circuit engraving different from the original? The engraver asked cautiously. Oh, I thought the original circuit was somewhat unreasonable, so I tweaked it a bit. Su Ming replied nonchalantly. Tweaked it a bit? The crowd gasped. This was not something just anyone could do. Without a master-level skill, who would dare to alter the circuit lightly? Let's go to the shooting range and test it out, see how it performs, someone suggested. Su Ming nodded readily, eager to test his creation. With a hiss, a powerful electric charge shot from the test gun, hitting the bullseye and making it shake violently. Soon, the test results were announced. Power at 130 of the original value. Charging time reduced by 20, projectile speed increased by 20, overall performance rated at 130 of the original. Component quality, superior. The crowd gasped again. This wasn't just a repair. It was a complete reinvention. Typically, a repaired weapon's power would be slightly diminished, but this electric rifle's performance had actually surpassed its pre-repair state. This kid is a mechanical genius. Everyone marveled silently, their eyes fixed on Su Ming. Monty's breathing quickened as he realized that his repair shop might have just struck gold with this unassuming young man, who possessed mechanical skills rivaling those of a master. Su Ming, this is your place, Monty said with a big smile, warmly welcoming Su Ming. Respect and value are often earned through skill and contribution, and Monty, who initially wasn't friendly towards Su Ming, now offered him the best employee dormitory. Su Ming looked around, nodding in satisfaction. Though it couldn't compare to the luxury of the Kellen family, it was quite a decent accommodation for a logistics planet like Nopu. Captain Monty, what will my daily tasks be? Su Ming asked straightforwardly. It's simple. You need to dismantle 20 parts a day to complete your task. Each part earns you 1 star coin. Any extra parts you dismantle will also be counted. Repairing a part earns you 2 star coins, and reassembling one earns you 3, Monty explained eagerly, hinting that Su Ming could take on some extra work for a 50-50 split. Su Ming smiled but declined the offer, saying he wanted to get used to the environment first. After Monty left, Su Ming immersed himself in his system. He had 32 starlight points in the system, the first time he had ever earned them. Excitedly, he began to explore their uses. Without hesitation, Su Ming chose to train. The Stellar Infinity Technique, a skill he had mastered over more than a decade of isolated practice within the system, was now at its peak. Streams of starlight descended into the room, which Su Ming absorbed completely. The light from stars and sunlight, all forms of starlight, circulated within him, gradually making his body stronger and more resilient. Calculating silently, he figured it would take 2 weeks to advance to a first-class Gene Warrior. Gene Warriors are ranked from 1 to 10, and unlocking a Gene lock each time grants greater power. Currently, Su Ming was just a mid-level first-rank warrior. In contrast, his older brother Su Rue had unlocked his Gene lock 2 years earlier and was now a 4th-rank Gene Warrior, progressing at an astonishing rate. If this continues, I might not even be able to face Su Rue in the future. I can't lose, Su Ming thought, clenching his teeth. Determined, he consumed 5 starlight points in the system. Instantly, 5 exceptionally pure streams of starlight merged into his 9 radiant stellar body, becoming part of him. Each starlight point equaled an hour of training, so 24 points meant a full day. Overjoyed, Su Ming exchanged all his remaining points. With the system's help, Su Ming successfully broke through overnight, his body becoming even more resilient. The next morning, he arrived at the repair shop full of energy. Good morning, Su Ming. Hey, Su Ming, you're here. The impressive display from the previous day was still fresh in everyone's minds. They greeted him warmly, and Su Ming, not one to put on airs, returned their greetings before heading to his workstation. He skillfully picked up a basket of mechanical parts and began his day's work of dismantling. Click, click, click. Su Ming immersed himself in his work, expertly disassembling the mechanical parts in his hands one by one. What seemed like a tedious task to others was second nature to him. a daily routine honed over more than a decade. Without disassembling parts and engraving circuits, Su Ming felt out of place. His hands moved swiftly, precisely finding each hidden notch, repeating the process over and over. Even the most complex mech assembly excited him. Focus was Su Ming's essential skill. Every step required his full concentration, and it was during these moments that his brain's energy levels would increase. Unlike physical strength, there were no shortcuts to advancing brain capacity. Even Su Rue, with his abundant resources, had to progress steadily. One day, I'll create the most powerful mech in the world. Su Ming's eyes sparkled with determination, sensing that his current efforts would eventually lead to a breakthrough. In no time, he had disassembled 20 mechanical parts into a heap of pieces. The dismantler beside him was left speechless, Su Ming's efficiency outpacing theirs by 4 or 5 times. Su Ming, are you planning to repair and reassemble them? Mani asked with a smile. He knew that if Su Ming decided to showcase his skills, the workshop's reputation would soar, and promotion would be just around the corner. Unexpectedly, Su Ming shook his head. Captain Mani, I've completed my tasks for today. I'm planning to check out the nearby shops after collecting my wages. With that, he took his 40 star coins and headed towards the commercial district. Although 40 star coins weren't much, Su Ming had more than that saved up. The 200,000 star coins he had scavenged from a servant were enough to sustain an average family for 2 or 3 years. Recruiting mechanical apprentices, food and accommodation provided, 50 star coins monthly stipend. Check out the new firearms from Noc Tech. Amidst the bustling shouts, Su Ming made a beeline for a mechanical shop. Let me take a look at that mechanical arm, he said directly. The shop owner, a blue-skinned alien, beamed with joy upon hearing this and eagerly presented a panther-shaped mechanical arm. With his system-enhanced vision, Su Ming easily discerned the internal structure of the arm. Though a mass-produced item, certain craftsmanship stood out, making it hard for him to put down. What's the energy range of this arm? Can it be modified? Su Ming inquired. The owner, surprised, gave a thumbs up in admiration. You're an expert. Yes, this arm supports modifications, with an energy range of about 20 to 80. How much? Su Ming asked. Fixed price, 13,000 star coins, the owner quoted. Su Ming hesitated. While it was enough to sustain an average family for several months, it wasn't unreasonable for a mechanical weapon. Deal. And how about throwing in a brainwave amplifier component? Su Ming proposed. You're a gene warrior? The owner was taken aback. Brainwave amplifier components could enhance a weapon's power using the warrior's brain energy levels. With Su Ming's brain energy at 25 points, the arm's power could potentially double. Although I won't make much profit, I'll take this chance to build a good relationship. Deal. 13,000 star coins it is. The owner agreed after a moment of thought, offering the brainwave amplifier component to cement this budding camaraderie. After purchasing the mechanical arm, Su Ming lost the desire to continue shopping. He carried the enormous piece of equipment straight back to the mechanical workshop and headed to his workbench. As night fell, most of the mechanics had already left, with only a few still engrossed in their work. A nearby young man glanced at the mechanical arm in Su Ming's hand. His eyes immediately filled with curiosity. He put down his work and focused all his attention on Su Ming. Ignoring the attention, Su Ming took out the brain domain amplification component given by his boss and swiftly disassembled it into a pile of individual parts. These components, designed specifically for brain developers, were far more complex than ordinary parts. Yet, to Su Ming, even machinery 10 times more complicated posed no challenge. For 3 whole hours, Su Ming first erased the original circuits of each part, then meticulously engraved new nanoscale precision circuits. The young man watched in awe, mesmerized by Su Ming's seamless and skillful operation, which seemed like a spectacular display of craftsmanship. It was not until late at night that Su Ming began to feel a bit tired. As he packed up the mechanical arm and parts, ready to leave, he noticed the young man still standing there, gazing at him with admiration. Your disassembly and engraving skills are incredible. I couldn't help but watch until now, the young man explained softly, seemingly uncomfortable with social interactions. Just a small effort, Su Ming replied with a smile. By the way, what's your name? Warren. The young man's eyes sparkled with hope as he mustered the courage to ask, Su Ming, could you teach me mechanical skills? I can help you with the disassembly work, be your assistant. After a moment's thought, Su Ming nodded in agreement. Sure, you can watch me engrave and assemble, and ask questions if you don't understand. Overjoyed, Warren bowed repeatedly in gratitude. Su Ming, both amused and touched, gave him a few pieces of advice before leaving. Little did he know, this simple request would lead to the rise of a mechanical god, Warren, in the universe years later. But that is another story. Warren's addition did not trouble Su Ming at all. He was very considerate, only asking questions during Su Ming's breaks and willingly taking on basic disassembly tasks. With this capable assistant, Su Ming was able to dedicate more time and energy to modifying the mechanical arm and acquiring Starlight points. Days passed by in a fulfilling and structured manner. During the day, Su Ming repaired battle-damaged machinery, and at night, he focused on upgrading the mechanical arm and earning Starlight points for the system. Meanwhile, on Claire's star of the Mongolian Empire, a young man who bore a slight resemblance to Su Ming curled his lips into a cold smile. Father is finally gone. It's time to clean up the family trash, he muttered. The planet Claire, known for its prosperity and luxury, is one of the 5 main planets of the Mongolian Empire, holding significant status. Although its technological and military capabilities are less than half of the other main planets, its entertainment and leisure have reached the pinnacle. For this reason, the Empire's top aristocratic families and powerful clans are willing to settle here. Despite its weak military, the planet is a gathering place for heroes, where the founders of families, geniuses, and political figures of the Empire can be seen everywhere. The Colin family is one of the largest families on Claire, and its head, Colin Clarence, is one of the Empire's 99 apocalypses, an invincible cosmic-level powerhouse. Considering the vast Empire's territory, having only 99 apocalypses highlights the significance of this rank. At this moment, Colin's eldest son, Suri, is smiling at a man in casual clothes in front of him. Once the job is done, the star coins will be transferred to your account. I've prepared genetic modification, plastic surgery, and a new identity for you. As long as you go into hiding, no one will trace it back to you, he assured. The man, unfazed, responded coldly, "Don't worry, young Master Suri. With my skills, Su Ming is as good as dead." Despite being a third-year lower-class genetic warrior, his muscle energy level was over 400 points. Even if he stood still for Su Ming to attack, Su Ming wouldn't be able to scratch him. With such a huge disparity in energy levels, there was no room for any mishap. "Go now," Suri said in high spirits, dismissing the man. The man headed straight to the space station, telling the staff his destination, Planet Nopu. Meanwhile, Su Ming was busy modifying his mechanical arm. After a week of effort, the arm looked more solid and dangerous. Most importantly, it could amplify through brain energy levels. Brain energy level augmentation is no joke. If an ordinary person used this mechanical arm, its power would be 5 points. But if a developer with a 5-point brain energy level used it, the power could double to 10 points. Brain energy levels can almost entirely convert into actual combat power. Of course, due to material and load limits, not all brain energy levels can be fully converted. For example, a mechanical arm with a 100-point limit would undoubtedly break if used by someone with a 10,000-point brain energy level. The mechanical arm reached 130 points, and the punch's power was estimated to be 350 points. Su Ming admired his modified masterpiece, while Warren's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Su Ming, go test its power," Warren urged eagerly. "Not here, follow me." Su Ming smiled mysteriously, leading Warren to a desolate area. Warren was full of doubts, but watched as Su Ming attached the mechanical arm to his right hand. With a thunderous boom, Warren was knocked to the ground by the shockwave. When he got up, he saw a deep pit in front of him, with the stones at the center shattered into pieces. You're a genetic warrior?" Warren was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. He never imagined that Su Ming, the person beside him, was the genetic warrior he had always dreamed of meeting. And when Su Ming muttered to himself, Warren was even more shocked, unable to speak. "You're also a brain developer?" It turned out that the terrifying 350-point power also included the amplification brought by Su Ming's brain energy level. The robotic arm originally had an energy level of 130 points, but it produced an output of 350 points. This could only mean one thing: the person in front of him, Su Ming, was an advanced brain domain developer with a level exceeding 120 points. Only such a person could make a robotic arm with 130 points of energy level exhibit such terrifying power. Warren was speechless with shock. At this moment, Su Ming seemed incredibly mysterious to him. His mechanical expertise was unparalleled, and he was also a level 2 brain domain developer. It was simply unbelievable. Even training from birth couldn't achieve such perfection in both areas. "Is it that strange?" Su Ming asked, puzzled. "Strange? It's beyond strange." Warren nodded firmly. "Since you're a gene warrior, why waste 5 years? You could have gone straight to the front lines." Su Ming was silent for a moment before shaking his head. "I'm not wasting my time here." Warren sensed that Su Ming had his reasons, so he changed the subject with a wry smile. "I envy you. I also wanted to be a gene warrior, but my family couldn't afford the medicine. A gene lock is just a lock. It doesn't matter when you unlock it. Just keep training, and the accumulated power will burst forth when you finally unlock it," Su Ming said with determination. This viewpoint was completely contrary to mainstream beliefs. "Then I'll start training again from today, and save up to buy the medicine myself." Warren's eyes sparkled with newfound energy. Back in his dormitory, Su Ming looked at the robotic arm with satisfaction. With it, he felt a bit more secure, even on this planet teeming with hidden talents. He then focused inward, feeling the surge of power within him. Yes, in just 1 week, Su Ming had advanced to the ranks of level 2 Gene Warriors. With the aid of the Starlight, his training speed was astonishing. His physical and brain domain energy levels had reached 131 and 124 points, respectively. Just as Su Ming was about to start his evening training, he suddenly opened his eyes, a hint of alertness flashing through them. Someone was approaching, and they meant harm. Years of training had honed Su Ming's keen instincts, putting him on high alert. Suddenly, he heard the faint sound of a trigger being pulled. If it weren't for the stillness of the night, even Su Ming might not have noticed it. In an instant, a chilling, killing intent gripped his heart. Without hesitation, Su Ming equipped the robotic arm and dodged. The next moment, his bed exploded into a fiery blaze. Had he been a split second slower, he would have been obliterated. With his heart still pounding, Su Ming leapt out the window, landed steadily, and sprinted towards the mechanical workshop. At that moment, a mysterious man in plain clothes emerged from the shadows, watching Su Ming's fleeing figure. Isn't this kid supposed to be an idiot? Did the young master get fooled? The man muttered to himself. Good thing I'm here to clean up. Tonight, I'll finish this job. With that, he vanished into the night, knowing that Su Ming's fate was now in his hands. Su Ming sprinted forward with all his might, trying to shake off the pursuers behind him. He had no intention of seeking help from the mechanics in the workshop. After all, most of them were only skilled in machinery and had never trained in combat. If they had any real abilities, they wouldn't have been sent here to work. In the pitch-black darkness, although he couldn't see anything, Su Ming knew that a sharp killing intent was locked onto him, never wavering for a moment. This must be an assassin sent by that treacherous Su Rue. Su Ming was well aware that over the past decade, his only enemy was his own brother, Su Rue. Bang! Swish! Another faint gunshot rang out, accompanied by the sound of a bullet tearing through the air. Su Ming twisted his body, stepping gracefully to easily dodge the shot. A hand cannon with a range of 300 meters, loaded with 6 rounds. From just a few gunshots, Su Ming had already deduced the type of weapon and the remaining ammunition 4 bullets left. The assassin was astonished. As a ghost-like pursuer, he never expected his prey to be so perceptive. He fired again, each shot a precise prediction, but to his shock, Su Ming dodged the supposedly unavoidable bullets once more. This second young master is indeed extraordinary. The assassin squinted, replaying the recent events in his mind. An ordinary person could never possess such terrifying reflexes and evasion skills. In truth, Su Ming's series of movements were all the result of unconscious muscle memory. For 16 years, his consciousness had been trapped in a system space, relentlessly training to dodge in a hail of bullets daily. At the most extreme, he had once evaded 10,000 attacks from all directions within 5 minutes. This achievement was rare across the entire empire. Therefore, no matter how skilled the assassin's marksmanship was, it was nearly impossible to harm him. Su Ming kept changing his steps, evading the locked-on killing intent, while his mechanical arm on his right was poised to strike. He was waiting for the perfect moment to kill. Finally, the assassin realized that unless he used heavy weaponry, long-range sniping would be futile against his target. He holstered his gun and, in a flash, closed the distance between him and Su Ming. Close combat it is. With a body strength of 400 points, he was confident he could crush this kid with barely 100 points. The assassin was brimming with confidence, unaware that this was exactly what Su Ming had hoped for. Sensing the assassin was within 20 meters, Su Ming suddenly stopped, turned, and raised his mechanical arm. Arcs of electricity coursed through it, gathering into a terrifying force. The assassin's pupils contracted, sensing the deadly threat from the mechanical arm. But it was too late to stop. Inertia was unstoppable, and braking would only make him an easy target. Helplessly, he mustered all his strength and punched towards the mechanical arm. A level 3 genetic warrior clashed head-on with a level 2 genetic warrior in the desolate wilderness. No one expected the punch to be so earth-shattering. It seemed as though the sky was torn apart and the ground trembled. It was like 2 small meteors colliding with explosive, apocalyptic energy. In that instant, life and death would be decided. Boom! With a deafening crash, 2 figures were sent flying. Su Ming landed heavily on the ground, feeling a searing pain course through his body, clearly gravely injured. But the assassin opposite him was in even worse shape. One arm hung limply, obviously broken. The assassin stared at Su Ming's mechanical arm in shock, his eyes filled with confusion. He had never expected Su Ming to enhance his brainwave power and become a brainwave developer. It was unbelievable that a level 2 warrior could fight a level 3 warrior heated to such an extent. But in this era, such things were not unheard of. While individual combat strength was crucial, the fusion of technology and brainwave power could also shine brilliantly. With a mechanical arm powered to 130 levels, even a mere level 2 genetic warrior could stand against a level 3 warrior. Physical strength was no longer the only key. Machinery, materials, technology, and brainwave power were increasingly critical in combat. This realization shook the assassin to his core. At that moment, Su Ming frowned and coughed up a mouthful of blood. The assassin suddenly understood. I thought I had lost to you. Turns out you only saved your arm with the mechanical arm. But the recoil has damaged your internal organs, and you're losing strength. Overjoyed, he advanced on Su Ming with a cold smile. What was a broken arm? As long as he killed this man, modern medicine could regenerate a limb without issue. Su Ming stared gravely at his approaching foe. Indeed, he appeared fine, but his organs were shattered. Even his modified 130-level mechanical arm, if not for its special material, would have likely broken from that strike. You've reached a dead end. Even if you manage to swing your mechanical arm, you can't defeat me. Just accept your fate. Confident, the assassin rushed at Su Ming, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. But just then, a brilliant starlight burst from within Su Ming. Under its glow, his wounds miraculously healed. Beep, body vitality at 45, full recovery will consume 30 starlight points. Confirm? Confirm. A silent dialogue occurred in Su Ming's mind. As the starlight faded, he was restored to his peak condition. His mechanical arm powered up again, electricity surging through it. Su Ming raised his arm with a cold smile, and in the assassin's terrified eyes, unleashed a devastating punch. Boom. The punch shattered the one-armed assassin into pieces, his eyes wide open in a gruesome death. Su Ming detached the mechanical arm, breathing heavily. Although the final strike had a strong recoil, the mechanical arm had absorbed most of it, preventing further internal damage. He dragged the mechanical arm to the assassin's corpse and searched it, finding nothing. Just as he was puzzled, he noticed the broken watch on the assassin's wrist. Suddenly, it dawned on him. This was a space watch, a great invention of the new cosmic era. A small device with an internal space of over 10 cubic meters, essential for assassins and thieves. Su Ming sighed inwardly. Unfortunately, the watch seemed damaged by the strike and was now unresponsive. However, as long as the space core remained intact, the contents would still be there. Once the watch was repaired, he could access its contents. Glancing at the assassin's corpse, Su Ming decided to dig a hole and bury it. Whether it would be discovered or cause trouble later, he didn't care. After all, Nopu planet was close to the front lines, a chaotic society with little law and order. Apart from the commercial and industrial areas, who cares if a few people die in the middle of nowhere every day? Unless there's a public crime, trouble rarely comes knocking. If it weren't for the fear of leaving evidence for Su Rue to use against him, Su Ming wouldn't even bother with the corpse in front of him. With a quick and simple burial, he left, holding the broken watch. The next day, under Monty's arrangement, Su Ming moved to a new dorm. You were attacked last night, but came out unscathed. You're really lucky, Monty said with a smile as he led Su Ming to his new room. Looking around, Su Ming nodded in approval. The conditions were almost the same as before. Monty was quite reliable. What exactly happened yesterday? Is anyone investigating? Su Ming asked, feigning surprise. Fortunately, the dorm area didn't have surveillance cameras to protect privacy. Otherwise, his identity as a Gene warrior might have been exposed. Who knows? Monty shook his head with a bitter smile. Although the logistics planet isn't as dangerous as the front line, it's still chaotic and accidents are common. He then lowered his voice. Su Ming, have you thought about what I mentioned before? What are you talking about? Su Ming was momentarily stunned. Those parts you fixed. The soldiers noticed. Now everyone knows I have a top-notch mechanic under me, and they're all asking if I take private jobs, Monty said with a grin. It's not impossible, but you have to agree to 3 conditions, Su Ming said after a moment's thought. Name them, Monty said eagerly. First, get me a private dorm with an independent workspace. I can't do private work in public areas. It wouldn't be good for you if someone found out. No problem. I can arrange that easily with my authority. Second, try to keep my identity hidden. I don't want too many people knowing about my skills. Consider it done. Third, we split the profits 50-50. Monty gritted his teeth. Deal. I'll inform you directly about any private jobs. Then it's settled, Su Ming said with satisfaction. That evening, Monty kept his promise and got Su Ming a private dorm. From then on, except during work hours, he could tinker with his machines in his own little space. Eagerly, Su Ming took out the space watch he had acquired from the assassin and carefully began to repair it. Soon, he separated the space core from the watch and placed it into an inconspicuous pendant. He activated his brain's energy level, instantly opening the pendant. Inside, there was a mix of items, various bank cards, a new identity card, a single-line contact phone, and some miscellaneous mechanical weapons. Su Ming found a star currency card among the pile of cards, his eyes lighting up. He couldn't use the other bank cards, as only the cardholder could withdraw money, but the star currency card was anonymous, anyone could use it. He then took out the single-line phone from the pendant. Upon turning it on, an anonymous message displayed on the screen. How did it go? Su Ming's mind raced. He was well-versed in crime dramas. The single-line phone, new identity card, mysterious message, and professional assassin all pointed to a direct line between the employer and the assassin. He quickly replied, "The target is dead. Do not contact me again." After sending the message, he destroyed the phone, meticulously checking for any tracking devices before discarding the remains in the waste bin. After completing all this, Su Ming let out a long sigh of relief. No matter what, Su Rue should think he was dead. Even if there were doubts and an attempt to uncover the truth, it would take a long time. When the time comes, I will have the power to protect myself, Su Ming vowed silently. He was determined to establish himself firmly in this world and never be at the mercy of others again. Those petty schemers who work in the shadows will one day be personally obliterated by him. The arrival of the assassin seemed like just a minor blip in Su Ming's routine work and life. He remained calm and continued his usual activities, repairing machinery in the workshop during the day, researching weapons, or reading at home in the evening, and occasionally taking on private jobs introduced by Monty. These side gigs were far more interesting than the standard parts he usually worked on, featuring a variety of unique weapons that truly broadened Su Ming's horizons. Days passed by, and before he knew it, 2 weeks had gone. Su Ming's life returned to normal, and his skills continued to improve. From a lower second level when he was attacked, he had now advanced to an upper second level, just a step away from reaching the next tier. His physical and mental energy levels had soared to 260 and 225, respectively, doubling his previous stats. Su Ming was ecstatic about his rapid progress. However, he didn't realize that despite his low profile, his exceptional modification skills were making him increasingly famous within the community. Monty's highly skilled mechanic had become a legendary figure on the planet Nopu, and this fame would soon bring unexpected changes to Su Ming's life. Meanwhile, in a nearby star system, a heavily damaged spaceship was fleeing in desperation. The ship's senior crew members were gathered, looking grave. "We underestimated the Hylon people. This was our mistake," a middle-aged man sighed. They were a group of mercenaries hired to seize a certain energy crystal, but had grossly underestimated their opponents and were now in tatters. "Have we shaken off the pursuers?" someone asked. "The detection system is damaged, so it's hard to tell. But based on the past 2 days, we should have," the middle-aged man replied, shaking his head. "Our priority now is to find a place to repair. Both the ship and our weapons are severely damaged. If this continues, we risk disintegration at any moment," another person said with a frown. Everyone nodded in agreement. The current predicament was a critical emergency for the mercenary group. "Harriet, search for nearby maintenance planets," the middle-aged man commanded. Moments later, Harriet reported back with a frown. "Captain, there are 2 maintenance planets nearby. Nopu is a 1st level, and Zhonghai is a 3rd level. But Zhonghai is 2 light years away, and our spatial jump system is broken. Then let's try our luck on Nopu first. Maybe we can find a mechanic who can repair planetary-level components and fix the jump system before heading to Zhonghai," the captain decided. The crew exchanged glances and nodded reluctantly. They had no other choice. With a command, the spaceship changed course and headed straight for the planet Nopu. Unbeknownst to them, a warship had started pursuing them the moment they left. Detected enemy turning. Should we follow? Chase them. In a flash, the warship accelerated, determined not to let them escape. Meanwhile, the mercenary ship landed in the industrial zone of Nopu. The captain disembarked and immediately sought out the planet's administrator. "Sir, do you have any mechanics capable of repairing a planetary-level spatial jump system? Rest assured, we will pay the appropriate fees," he asked politely. "Planetary level? I'm afraid that on our 1st-level maintenance planet, it's hard to find someone suitable. Perhaps you could order the parts elsewhere and have us replace them," the administrator suggested reluctantly. It turns out that mechanical components, much like genetic warriors, have a strict hierarchy. Previously, Su Ming had mostly repaired the lowest tier, the surface level, suitable for planetary surface combat. However, planetary-level components are far beyond the capabilities of an average mechanic. Hearing this, the captain shook his head in disappointment. "We're pressed for time and can't afford to wait. How about Thisco and find Monty? I heard he recently got a top-notch mechanic on his team. Maybe they can help us out." The person in charge had a sudden inspiration and offered an unexpected suggestion. Little did they know, this casual remark would set off a thrilling adventure. Knock, knock, knock. Monty rapped on Su Ming's dormitory door. Captain Monty, what's up?" Su Ming asked curiously. "We've got a job, buddy." Monty grinned. Over time, the two had collaborated frequently, forging a strong bond. "A job?" Su Ming's interest was piqued. Monty never visited in person. He usually just left the weapons needing modifications at the door. This unusual behavior hinted at something significant. "Planetary level. You up for it?" Monty asked mysteriously. "Planetary level?" Su Ming was taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. Sure. What needs fixing? I knew you could handle it. Follow me. It's the spatial jump system of a spaceship, Monty said, beaming. 10 minutes later, they stood before the spaceship. The crew eyed them curiously, especially Su Ming. Seeing his youthful appearance, he looked only 16 or 17. Doubt flickered in their eyes. Can he really do it? Harriet muttered softly. He's too young. Even if he started from the womb, there's no way he could handle planetary-level components at his age. Someone else chimed in, shaking their head. Even the captain furrowed his brow. Mr. Monty, is this the mechanic you mentioned? Monty nodded proudly. The captain hesitated. This component is crucial. If the young master makes a mistake, if you're worried, why not let me try my hand at a planetary-level weapon first? Su Ming said calmly. To be honest, he wasn't too concerned about the payment. His interest was piqued by the high-level component. The crew exchanged glances. The captain smiled. No need to get upset, young master. It's our first time working together, so it's natural to be cautious. We happen to have a damaged planetary-level sniper rifle. How about you fix that first? Of course, the price will be more than fair. With that, he retrieved a sniper rifle from the spaceship's storage and placed it on the workbench. Su Ming's eyes lit up at the sight. Tianqing Sniper, a planetary-level weapon with a range over 100 kilometers and an energy rating of 2,000 points. He examined it intently, ignoring the crew's skepticism. Without any hesitation, Su Ming began dismantling the rifle, not needing a scanner. His X-ray vision allowed him to see the inner structure clearly, and he ignored the risk of damaging the parts with even the slightest mistake. At first, the crew was displeased, then they were stunned. Who would have thought this young man could disassemble a planetary-level sniper rifle purely by feel? Everyone held their breath, afraid to disrupt him. Even the captain's eyes widened. He had seen a lot, but never such extraordinary skill. Su Ming's hands moved like a pianist's, elegant and precise, mesmerizing everyone. Once disassembled, he started to remove the existing circuits and energy systems from the parts. Don't, someone exclaimed. Doing this would double the workload and jeopardize the rifle's planetary-level status. However, the captain stopped him. He had seen master mechanics clear away the original imprints during repairs, then engrave their own unique systems. Such weapons often surpass their original state, reaching new heights. Could this young man be planning to leave his mark on the rifle? A peculiar light flickered in the captain's eyes. He never expected a young mechanic to remind him of the legendary figures known throughout the galaxy. At this moment, Su Ming was completely absorbed in his carving. So much so that he didn't even realize he had become the center of everyone's attention. The captain's heart began to swell with excitement. He knew that if this young man truly possessed such skills, the sniper rifle's value would far exceed just an enhancement in power. In the future, Su Ming might become a renowned mechanical master, and this gun would be a precious, early work of his, with its value potentially skyrocketing tenfold. Mercenaries are always driven by profit, and the captain was already calculating the enormous potential gains. Sure enough, Su Ming meticulously dissolved all the markings, circuits, and energy systems, then activated the engraving tool to inscribe unique patterns on each component. This was akin to assembling a planetary-level sniper rifle from scratch, an almost impossible feat for a mere 16-year-old. Even in the Empire's history, such cases were rare. Everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on Su Ming. An hour passed, and Su Ming remained fully focused, showing no signs of fatigue. The crew's skepticism had long turned into genuine admiration, as even the most knowledgeable among them couldn't decipher the intricacies of his engravings. My God, he's engraving at the nanometer level, someone murmured in awe. To work at the nanometer scale is exponentially harder than the micrometer scale. A mechanic capable of operating at this level would be top tier on a third-tier repair planet, let alone on a first-tier planet like this. Finally, the last component was completed. The crowd let out a collective sigh of relief. But then, Su Ming frowned, causing everyone's heart to skip a beat, fearing he might announce a failure. Do we have any nebula-level brainwave amplifiers? The engravings I've made can withstand nebula-level loads. Su Ming asked. What? The captain was stunned. Nebula level was a whole tier above planetary level. Typically, the components of the latter could only match amplifiers of the same level. Anything higher would risk self-destruction. But now, Su Ming intended to install a nebula-level amplifier into a planetary-level sniper rifle. This meant it could operate at a higher brainwave energy level, unleashing nebula-level power with a planetary-level body. The captain became so excited that his breathing quickened. Without hesitation, he rummaged through the storage room and retrieved a brand-new nebula-level amplifier, fearing any delay might hinder Su Ming's grand undertaking. Su Ming took the part and swiftly modified it. Then, he began reassembling the sniper rifle piece by piece. In his hands, it gradually took shape, emanating terrifying energy waves. Meanwhile, above the planet Nopu, a spatial rift suddenly opened, and a warship burst through like lightning. Target detected landing on this planet. Scan defense levels. A deep voice commanded on the bridge. Defense level is 1, surface level system, low risk, an electronic voice quickly reported. Excellent. The thief who stole our energy crystal is hiding here. Since the defense is merely surface level, proceed with the invasion, execute the thief on the spot, and reclaim the crystal. With the order given, armored soldiers leaped out of the hatches, using gravity to descend towards the ground, invading Nopu and eliminating 30 of the population to retrieve the energy crystal. The cold electronic voice echoed in every soldier's ear. While the enemy launched their surprise attack, Su Ming remained engrossed in assembling the sniper rifle, completely unaware of the impending storm on the planet. The mercenaries remained oblivious, their minds entirely preoccupied with Su Ming's astonishing creation. As the final component was put in place, a brand new sniper rifle radiating immense power was unveiled before them. Upon completing the weapon assembly, the host received a reward of 30 Starlight points. The system's notification resounded in Su Ming's mind, revealing that this commission had unexpectedly advanced his cultivation. Meanwhile, an impending storm of chaos and bloodshed was about to engulf this tranquil planet. Unaware of the imminent danger, Su Ming and the mercenaries were still immersed in the joy of the new weapon's birth, steadfast and unmoved. Seeing the system prompt, Su Ming wiped the sweat off his forehead and smiled with relief. The sniper rifle in his hand was finally complete. Beyond the assembly reward, each modified part had earned him additional Starlight points. Altogether, assembling this planetary-grade weapon had brought him over 80 Starlight points. This was far more lucrative than any ground-level weapon. The cabin was filled with gasps of astonishment. A performance boost of over double? Even master mechanics would struggle to achieve such results. Could this young man's skills surpass even those of a master? They didn't know that Su Ming had the system's support, allowing him to understand the intricacies of the markings and optimize the design precisely, resulting in such a significant performance improvement. The captain was utterly stunned. 5,000 energy units. This was approaching the threshold of a Nebula-class weapon. Of course, the actual burst power would vary depending on the user's brainwave energy level. But regardless, this gun was practically a semi-Nebula-class weapon. Just as he was about to say something, a sudden explosion echoed from outside the spaceship. Boom! A powerful energy wave swept through the entire ship, nearly flipping it over. Even though they managed to stabilize, the crew was thrown around by the impact, ending up in a tangled heap. Warning! The spaceship is under attack. Energy shields activated. Remaining energy, 64. The electronic warning sounded, and a pale blue shield enveloped the ship. Damn it! It's the Hylon Star people. Harriet shouted in panic as he recognized the enemy. What? Didn't we already shake them off? The captain's pupils constricted as he looked out the window, seeing over 200 armored aliens surrounding the spaceship. Their ferocious faces resembled a horde of centaurs, exuding a menacing and murderous aura. Although their numbers weren't overwhelming, the captain knew full well that Norp's ground-level defenses wouldn't stand a chance against these beings. This was a crushing defeat in both technology and physical prowess. The weakest among them were level 3 genetic warriors, with the strongest exceeding level 4. Leading them was a level 5 warrior. Facing such enemies, they couldn't even think of fighting back. Norp's meager firepower wouldn't pose any threat to them. A level 5 genetic warrior's energy level exceeded 3,500 points, and without heavy weapons of the same level, they couldn't be harmed at all. Damn, we must have been tracked. Now that they've caught up, what do we do? The shield will only last 10 more minutes. Once it's depleted, the ship will be defenseless. The mercenaries anxiously looked at the captain, their eyes filled with fear. The captain's expression was grim. He was the strongest warrior in the team, but he was only a high level 4. They were outnumbered and outmatched. If a battle broke out, it would be like throwing eggs at a rock. As for calling for help, that was a joke. Facing an invasion of this magnitude, Norp could barely protect itself, let alone come to their rescue. How many functioning guns do we have left? 58. Then use the shield as cover and try to take down as many of them as we can. Once the shield's energy runs out, we'll face them head-on. The captain ordered through gritted teeth. They were at the point of no return. Only by fighting to the death did they have a chance of survival. As the mercenaries scrambled to ready their weapons and fired at the Hylon Star people from behind the shield, Su Ming and Mont exchanged a brief, bitter smile. Unexpectedly, they were caught in the midst of war. This wasn't uncommon on a logistics planet, but they never thought it would happen to them. Now, the two of them found themselves in the same boat as the mercenaries. Don't expect the Hylon Star people to differentiate between innocent civilians. I'm sorry, Mr. Monty and Master Su Ming. It's my fault that you're involved, said Captain Highman, turning around with a heavy heart. I, Highman, swear that if it comes to it, I will fight to the death to ensure your safe retreat. He then extended his hand towards Su Ming. Master, please give me this new rifle. It might be our key to turning the tide. Unexpectedly, Su Ming did not comply. Instead, he firmly held the sniper rifle and calmly said, "Let me handle it. I don't have the habit of entrusting my life to others." Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Haiman was taken aback for a moment, then couldn't help but laugh and cry, "Su Ming, young master, this is no time for jokes. Hand me the gun, or it'll be too late. Leave the fighting to us professionals." His voice gradually took on a more serious tone. To him, no matter how advanced the machinery, it was still an amateur on a real battlefield, where a single mistake could cost a life. However, Su Ming gripped the sniper rifle tightly and responded firmly, "I'm a genetic warrior too. And this gun? I assembled it myself. Only I can bring out its full potential. Now, open the hatch and let me out." Haiman was stunned. There was a compelling force in Su Ming's words that made him comply almost unconsciously. He opened the hatch, and the young figure leaped out agilely. Snapping back to reality, Haiman didn't have time to think. He quickly followed, ordering a soldier, "Give me a gun and get back to the ship." Bang! Haiman fired, and the immense brain energy of a level 4 elite genetic warrior instantly unleashed the weapon's maximum power, easily turning a level 3 enemy soldier into dust and blasting a large crater in the ground. Such destructive firepower even required the gun itself to cool down, or continuous firing would render it useless. Just then, a deep humming sound came from the side. Alarmed, Haiman looked towards Su Ming. The shot had come from the sniper rifle in the boy's hands, and the energy level it released was a staggering 2,800 points. "Su Ming, are you really a genetic warrior? With this output, you must be close to level 3, right?" Haiman was utterly shocked. How had this young lad achieved such prowess at his age? Bang! Another shot took down another level 3 soldier. Su Ming's marksmanship was so fluid that it gave the enemy no chance to breathe. Even more terrifying, his weapon seemed to require no cooldown. 3 consecutive shots caught the attention of the Hylon Star's commander. "Watch out, there's a sniper ace on that ship. Scatter and find cover." As a level 5 warrior, he was a seasoned veteran and immediately ordered a tactical change upon sensing danger. The Hylon Star soldiers, with horse-like lower limbs, moved swiftly. Upon hearing the command, they dispersed quickly, changing positions and seeking blind spots for cover. Bang! Another muffled shot, and a soldier who was changing direction was instantly obliterated. The commander's pupils contracted. He saw this shot clearly. The opponent could lock onto a target and fire within 0.1 seconds. What terrifying accuracy, what formidable marksmanship, what unshakable confidence. Though the energy level wasn't top tier, the shooter's technique was unparalleled, hitting every shot without fail. Bang! Another shot took out another soldier. "Hide behind obstacles, don't let him see you," the commander ordered sternly. But in the next moment, a soldier hiding behind cover, completely out of sight, was shot down along with his cover. How was this possible? The commander was utterly shocked. Could the opponent hit targets without aiming, without even seeing them? How did he spot someone hidden in the shadows? Little did he know, Su Ming's years of mechanical disassembly and assembly training had given him an extraordinary insight into the movement trajectories of parts. The moment the enemy entered his blind spot, he could calculate their movement path and strike accurately without fail. Not to mention, at this moment, nothing could escape his sight. The system's X-ray vision rendered obstacles meaningless, allowing him to take down targets even behind rocks. This skill was honed during 16 years of confinement in a cramped space, where he was forced to undergo rigorous marksmanship training. It was this unimaginable hardship that forged his extraordinary abilities. And now, in this battle against overwhelming odds, his prowess was on full display. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The battlefield echoed with a series of muffled gunshots, each one precisely taking a life from the Hylon Star forces. No matter how they tried to evade, they couldn't escape the clutches of death. "Damn, who's the sharpshooter? Do we have such a skilled sniper in our mercenary group?" Harrowite's eyes sparkled with excitement. The steady gunfire made his blood boil and gave him an inexplicable sense of security. "Harrowite, it's Su Ming the Little Master," a nearby teammate said. "What? Isn't he a mechanic?" Harrowite was taken aback. Being a mechanic and a gene warrior aren't mutually exclusive, Haiman slowly explained. In fact, some top-tier gene warriors often pilot mechs that they have modified themselves. Only a personally crafted machine can achieve true synergy with its pilot. Could it be that Su Ming the Little Master has the potential to become a mech warrior? The crowd murmured in disbelief, eyes wide with astonishment. "It's too early to say that now," Haiman shook his head. But at this moment, Su Ming's performance might indeed turn the tide of battle. Despite his words, he knew well that the real threat was the enemy's level 5 commander. No matter how skilled Su Ming's marksmanship was, it would be challenging to inflict significant damage against the commander's powerful energy level. "How much longer can the energy shield hold?" Su Ming suddenly asked. 27 remaining, Harrowite quickly replied. The enemy commander's attacks were so fierce that most of the shield's energy had already been depleted. Hearing this, Su Ming's heart tightened. Although he had already taken down over 30 level 3 soldiers, an astonishing feat for a level 2 senior warrior, the real threat lay with the level 4 and 5 elites. Their 100-strong force could probably kill another 50 enemies at best. To completely turn the tide, they had to take down the higher-level warriors. At that moment, Su Ming's eyes snapped open, emitting a sharp gleam. His brain's energy level surged instantly, and within less than a second, he pulled the trigger again. Buzz. This shot was even more resolute and decisive than any before, striking directly into the enemy ranks with an astonishing force. The Hylon Star Commander's expression changed dramatically, immediately sensing that the shot was aimed at one of their level 4 warriors. He quickly looked over, seeing the level 4 warrior desperately trying to dodge, but unable to escape the fatal lock. Bang! The bullet struck heavily, forcing the warrior to stagger back under the immense impact. Ah! The warrior let out a heart-wrenching scream, his energy level exploding as his veins bulged, barely managing to withstand the deadly shot. Well done! The commander breathed a sigh of relief, about to praise him, when another muffled gunshot rang out. The interval between the two shots was extremely short, with the second following right after the first. Even more terrifying, it hit precisely the same spot as the first shot, without the slightest deviation. Although the first shot had been endured, the cell tissue in that area was already dead. Facing the second shot, it could no longer hold. In an instant, the level 4 Gene Warrior was blasted into pieces, turning into a cloud of blood mist. Whether friend or foe, everyone was stunned by this scene. They looked at Su Ming with disbelief, a chill rising in their hearts. Could such marksmanship even be achieved by a human? It was only through unimaginable hard practice that he had forged such extraordinary abilities. At this moment, this unassuming mechanic was using his unparalleled shooting skills to gradually turn the tide of battle. No way, this sniper is absolutely terrifying. The commander from Hylon Star felt a chill run down his spine. This level of shooting skill is beyond human capability. He didn't care about the death of a 3rd-level sergeant, but a 4th-level sergeant was a valuable asset to Hylon Star, and losing one was a significant blow. The energy shield is running out of power. Break it now. I want to end that damn sniper myself. The commander's eyes were bloodshot, his gaze piercing as if he could shatter the spaceship's protective shield with a look and tear that formidable sniper to pieces. With the Hylon Star Force's relentless assault, the energy shield's reserve plummeted 20, 15, 10. Meanwhile, 4 more 4th-level warriors fell to Su Ming's shots. Su Ming gripped his sniper rifle, an unwavering calm washing over him as he made a silent resolution. Squatting motionless inside the ship, he maintained his shooting stance, his eyes sharp as lightning, locked onto a 5th-level genetic warrior. 5. The shield energy dropped to 5, but this time, Su Ming didn't pull the trigger. Instead, he focused all his attention on locking onto the enemy commander. The opponent seemed to sense this, a disdainful smirk tugging at his lips. Just a few 4th-level warriors, thinking they could challenge a 5th-level powerhouse? How naive. A keen observer would notice the commander subtly swaying, seemingly casually, but each tiny movement was a calculated dodge to evade Su Ming's lock. He was ready to dodge from any direction, making it nearly impossible for the sniper to get a clear shot. Su Ming remained utterly still, sweat beginning to bead on his forehead. The energy gap between them was immense. Even pushing his brain to its limits, accurately locking onto the target was a tremendous challenge. He had no choice but to exert every ounce of his effort, trying to aim precisely at his opponent. Just then, a series of piercing alarms blared from the energy shield. 3, 2, 1 like the footsteps of death, suffocatingly close. The surrounding mercenaries wore grim expressions, gripping their weapons tightly. Only Su Ming remained unmoved, like a stone statue focused, steady, and undistracted. Years of relentless training culminated in this moment. Unbeknownst to him, his brain's energy levels were skyrocketing at an astonishing rate during the standoff with the 5th-level warrior. Beep, energy shield depleted. With the final alarm, the energy shield shattered with a resounding crash. In that split second, a subtle change flickered in the opponent's mind, precisely what Su Ming had been waiting for. Consuming 100 star points, star energy conversion successful. A surge of star energy flooded into the sniper rifle, making it radiate a dazzling light that illuminated the entire battlefield, leaving everyone in awe. A low, resonant gunshot echoed, as if it exploded in the depths of everyone's soul. Just hearing it sent chills down their spines, causing their hearts to tremble. The Hylon Star Commander felt an unprecedented wave of terror engulf Hyman, unyielding killing intent that locked onto him with deadly precision. No matter how he dodged, escape was impossible. How could this be? His pupils contracted violently as genuine fear rose within him. In the next moment, a brilliant starlight burst forth, like a galaxy pouring down, completely engulfing him. Boom! A thunderous explosion shook the ground for kilometers around. As the dust settled, the level 5 genetic warrior had been reduced to ashes, completely annihilated. Su Ming, sensing the disappearance of his opponent's presence, finally let out a breath of relief. But immediately, an intense pain surged through every corner of his body. The starlight he had just exchanged from the system far exceeded what his physical form could withstand. The immense energy was on the verge of tearing him apart. His consciousness began to blur, and he felt the world spinning around him. With his last ounce of strength, Su Ming called out in his mind system, "Use the remaining starlight points to repair my major organs." Beep, 12 starlight points remaining. Beep, repairing internal organ damage. Hearing the system's response, Su Ming finally felt at ease. The next second, everything went black, and he collapsed in front of the spaceship. "Hurry, Mr. Mont, take Su Ming to the hospital first. We'll cover you." "Yes, he's severely injured. His body is torn apart by the energy. Be careful while moving him. Stop wasting time. The enemy commander is dead. Get Su Ming out of here now." The mercenaries were shocked to see Su Ming fall. Without hesitation, they lifted his body and desperately dashed towards the edge of the battlefield. In that critical moment, it was this seemingly ordinary mechanic who had turned the tide of the battle with his own life. At that moment, no one cared if the enemy was in hot pursuit. The only thing that mattered was getting their savior to the hospital safely. Light gradually pierced through the darkness before Su Ming's eyes, and his consciousness slowly returned. He looked around and then at his own body. His injuries had mostly healed. In the age of advanced medical technology, repairing physical trauma was a matter of a day. Moreover, Su Ming had used his last bit of starlight to protect his damaged internal organs. Although the injuries were healed, his body felt extremely weak. His head felt swollen and painful, as if it had a durian inside, heavy and throbbing. Su Ming smiled wryly. He had taken quite a risk. For that fatal strike, he had exchanged 100 points of starlight, flooding his body with energy before unleashing it. The power was immense, but it nearly tore him apart. Any more starlight, and he had no doubt he would have been blown to pieces. He made a mental note to consider his body's limits when using starlight attacks in the future. However, the effect was surprisingly good. He had managed to kill a level 5 genetic warrior with a single shot. "You're awake?" A voice sounded nearby. "Mr. Monty?" Su Ming turned his head. "Kid, you're quite the formidable genetic warrior, taking down a level 5 fighter. Who would have thought Nopu was hiding such a powerhouse?" Monty stood up, half complaining, half marveling. "I did kill him, but I almost lost my life in the process," Su Ming said with a bitter smile. "I'll call the doctor to check on you. But you have some luck, kid. You were on the brink of death when you were brought in. Fortunately, your internal organs weren't too badly damaged, or you wouldn't have made it," Monty said as he walked out. Hearing this, Su Ming laughed to himself. It wasn't that his organs were fine. That shot had nearly shattered them. If it weren't for the system's initial repairs, he wouldn't have survived. Moments later, Monty returned with the doctor and Hyman. Su Ming immediately inquired about the situation with the Hylon Star people. Hyman laughed. "What do you think? You took out their leader, and the rest were just a disorganized mess. They were so terrified of your marksmanship, they thought you were unstoppable. We easily wiped them out." After a moment of hesitation, Hyman tentatively asked, "Master Su Ming, would you be interested in joining our mercenary group?" Su Ming was taken aback, but then shook his head. "Sorry, Mr. Hyman. I don't have such plans for now." With his current skills, escaping the Empire's laws and leaving Nopu wouldn't be difficult, but he wasn't ready to leave yet. There were plenty of opportunities here to repair machinery. Besides, even if he could take down a level 5 warrior, it was largely due to luck. In a direct confrontation, he wouldn't stand a chance and would be killed instantly. It was unwise to embark on a dangerous path without solid abilities. Hyman sighed regretfully at Su Ming's response. He knew Su Ming's value far exceeded anyone in the mercenary group. Beyond his exceptional sniping skills, his extraordinary mechanical modification abilities could significantly boost any team's overall strength and equipment maintenance. A talent like him, capable of both combat and repairs, was highly sought after across the galaxy. "Well, with your skills, Master Su Ming, you can certainly find a better employer." "It was foolish of me to hope," Hyman said with a self-deprecating smile, handing over a card. "This is for the modification fees. I added a little extra as a token of our team's gratitude. Feel free to reach out if you need anything in the future." Su Ming nodded as he accepted the contact information, watching Hyman and his team bid farewell. It turned out he had been unconscious for 3 days. During that time, Hyman had already acquired new jump components from elsewhere and installed them on the spaceship. Back in his dormitory, Su Ming eagerly checked the system panel. Host, Su Ming. Physical energy level, 410. Brain energy level, 570. Gene lock level, grade 3, lower tier. Physical activity, 92. Body training level, Grade 1, lower tier. Starlight points needed to advance to Grade 1 body training, 100. Current Starlight points, 0. Seeing that he was already a Grade 3 Gene Warrior, Su Ming wasn't surprised at all. When he confronted a Grade 5 strongman, he felt his brain energy level rapidly increasing, and his physical energy level also made some breakthroughs under the stimulation of the aura. It was truly a blessing in disguise. However, the significant increase in his brain energy level was somewhat unexpected. Now, it had far surpassed his physical energy level, leaving it in the dust. The ironic part was that his Starlight points balance had returned to 0. Having witnessed the power of Starlight points, Su Ming's desire for them grew stronger by the day. Looks like I need to find a way to gather more Starlight points, he muttered to himself. Just after Su Ming was discharged from the hospital and refocused his energy on mechanical disassembly, a significant upheaval occurred in the distant Band Star system. This system is located on the edge of the Busa Free Federation, one of the 5 major supercluster powers in the human world, standing on equal footing with the Mongol Empire. A supercluster is a vast organization composed of multiple galaxy-like systems, encompassing almost 10,000 star systems. In this immense territory, the Band Star system was merely a small, insignificant outpost. However, at this time, the Lhasa party in the Band Star system united with over 10 surrounding star systems to challenge the Busa Free Federation. They questioned the Federation's free will and threatened to secede and form their own alliance if democratic reforms were not made. Such coups are not uncommon among human forces in the universe. The larger the entity, the wider its jurisdiction, and the easier it is for the demands of peripheral systems to be ignored. Moreover, the Busa Free Federation is distinct from the other 4 major powers, adhering to free will and governed jointly by multiple parties with numerous autonomous regions under its domain. The core parties of the Federation were accustomed to such provocations and responded with typical appeasement measures, promising some political benefits. However, the Lhasa party remained unresponsive, even detaining the officials sent to negotiate in the Band Star system. This infuriated the core parties of the Federation. How dare Emir Lhasa, with strength not even 1/10th of the Federation's, make such outrageous demands? As negotiations broke down and tensions escalated, the atmosphere within the Free Federation became highly volatile. Although this seemed unrelated to Su Ming, the Nopu planet where he resided was less than 5 light-years away from the Band Star system. This distance, while seemingly vast, was effectively negligible. Even the most basic planetary-level space jump systems could traverse it within an hour. This meant that if chaos erupted in the Band Star system, it was highly likely that some would flee to the Mongol Empire. Whether through the spread of conflict or an influx of refugees, diplomatic tensions would arise. Hence, the Empire had to be on high alert to prevent any complications. However, none of this had yet affected the residents of Nopu planet, and Su Ming remained unaware. At this moment, he was seriously watching Warren, softly saying, "No one's around. You can inject the gene serum now." Warren nervously clutched the rare serum. At nearly 17 years old, he was well past the optimal age for injection, and his anxiety was palpable. Encouraged by Su Ming, he took a deep breath and pushed the liquid into his arm. With a soft sigh, Warren sat down cross-legged with his eyes closed. Instantly, a faint green glow emanated from his body as the previously calm energy began to surge and roil, as if breaking free from constraints. This was a sign of unlocking his genetic potential. Su Ming watched Warren intently, ready to handle any unexpected events. Gene serums were inherently risky, and even more so when purchased from a place like Nopu, where safety was hardly guaranteed. Fortunately, Warren quickly overcame the initial pain of the unlocking process, and his breathing steadied. Soon, a powerful energy burst forth from him. Although not as strong as Su Ming's, it was a significant improvement. Noticing this change, Su Ming's face lit up with joy. Success. And according to his assessment, Warren's physical and mental energy levels both broke through the 30-point mark. To put that into perspective, most people usually have around 10 points when they unlock their potential, and even Su Ming only had 25 points initially. However, it's not surprising that Warren's levels are slightly higher, given that he had an extra year of training compared to the average person. More importantly, this confirmed one of Su Ming's minor theories, the idea that pre-unlocking training also counts towards actual energy levels. Little did he know, this seemingly insignificant discovery would later become a groundbreaking revelation that would revolutionize human genetic evolution. Warren opened his eyes, his face lighting up with joy. "Su Ming, I've become a gene warrior. Oh my god, does this mean I can pilot a mecha in the future?" He spoke excitedly, waving his arms with newfound energy. Su Ming chuckled beside him. "Hold your horses. The weakest mechas are at least star level. Right now, you're barely ground level. Take it slow." Warren grinned. "No worries, we've got plenty of time. Gene warriors live much longer than ordinary people. Plus, I'm a mechanic. Becoming a mecha warrior is just a matter of time." Hearing this, Su Ming nodded slowly. A mechanic and a gene warrior, this combination almost guarantees mecha piloting in the future. The most powerful mecha warriors always drive their own custom-built rides. It's not only for compatibility, but also to prevent others from finding vulnerabilities and setting traps. Except for standard mechas, almost all top-tier mecha warriors are master mechanics. As Warren's excitement began to wane, Su Ming pondered for a moment before speaking. Warren, I'm planning to leave Nopu planet. What? Why? Warren was shocked. Nopu's resources are too basic, mostly ground-level components. They don't offer me much improvement anymore. I want to explore higher-level planets, Su Ming confessed. In truth, he had been considering this since the Hylon Star incident. It wasn't just about external threats. It was the sniper rifle. During its assembly, Su Ming experienced firsthand the immense boost from high-level components. Not to mention, assembling planetary-level weapons yields significant Starlight points, 5 times more than ground-level ones. As his abilities advanced, his hunger for Starlight points grew. Previously, assembling ground-level weapons barely kept him afloat. Now, it no longer satisfied his needs. Warren was silent for a long time. Finally, he looked up with determination and said, Su Ming, I'll go with you. Now that I'm a gene warrior, I don't have to serve under compulsion. Let me explore the universe with you. Su Ming was taken aback by Warren's decision. It was unexpected, but seeing the resolve in Warren's eyes, he knew it wasn't a spuro-themid choice. After some thought, Su Ming nodded in agreement. After all, he would need a capable assistant to share the mechanical work in the future. More importantly, he already considered Warren a close friend and wouldn't refuse him. It's settled then. Let's pack up and hit the road in 3 days. Su Ming said with a smile. That night, back in his dorm, Su Ming packed all his collected mechanical components into his spatial pendant and sat cross-legged on his bed. It had been over a week since the Hylon Star battle, and during this time, he had focused even more on dismantling and assembling, all to accumulate Starlight points. 400 points. After relentless tinkering, he had amassed a substantial sum. These points would last him a long time. But today, his eyes fell on another option on the system panel: body refinement. Previously, his level was too low, and he had been solely focused on cultivation, having no time to bother with this feature. Now, with his cultivation facing a temporary bottleneck, he began to pay attention to this function. Host body refinement level, level 1. Starlight points needed to upgrade to level 2, 100. In the current interstellar society, the concept of body refinement was unheard of. No one had ever mentioned any expert having this habit. It is widely believed that as one's energy level increases, the body's resistance and cellular strength naturally improve without the need for special training. This is indeed the case, as numerous instruments have shown that energy levels are directly proportional to physical fitness. For instance, surface-level weapons are ineffective against warriors above the 4th level unless they are infused with brain energy. So, why bother with physical training? Despite his doubts, Su Ming unhesitatingly spent 100 Starlight points. Beep, the host has exchanged for the body training option, consuming 100 Starlight points. Body training in progress. In an instant, a dense surge of starlight erupted from deep within his body, rushing towards his limbs and bones. Su Ming immediately became tense. He knew that 100 Starlight points were no joke. This was an amount of energy capable of instantly killing a level 5 warrior. Previously, merely releasing it had nearly caused him to explode. Now, with all of it being infused into his body, would he meet the same fate? Thinking of this, Su Ming held his breath, fearing that the slightest mistake would cause this torrent to tear him apart. However, to his surprise, the starlight flowed gently like a stream, slowly permeating his muscles and bones, much to his astonishment. Within moments, Su Ming felt an overwhelming sense of comfort, as if he had boundless strength. Then, beams of starlight burst from his body, making him appear as radiant as a deity descending to the mortal world. But at that moment, Su Ming felt a sudden surge of a devouring sensation in his cells, gradually absorbing the starlight bit by bit. His 9 radiant celestial body, with half of his body composed of starlight, naturally had cells infused with starlight matter. Now, these cells were eagerly absorbing the external starlight, like parched land soaking up rain. Soon, an intense thirst emanated from his cells, and without any deliberate effort, they began to absorb large amounts of starlight on their own. Su Ming followed this primal urge and slowly activated his celestial infinity technique. Guided by this technique, the absorption efficiency skyrocketed, and vast amounts of starlight poured into his body. Before long, Su Ming felt his entire body swell painfully, as if every cell was bloated. The discomfort made him frown. But as his cultivation deepened, the cells satiated with starlight began to transform. They became tougher, more active, and capable of holding more energy. It was as if the starlight provided the nourishment needed for evolution. This process lasted for over 10 minutes. Then, Su Ming noticed a layer of black grime oozing from his skin. As these impurities were expelled, an unprecedented sense of refreshment washed over him, akin to a person who hadn't bathed in 16 years suddenly undergoing a thorough cleansing. This comfort stemmed from a rejuvenation deep within his being. Unable to wait, Su Ming rushed into the bathroom and cleaned himself from head to toe. The dirty water, mixed with bodily waste, drained away. After washing, he closed his eyes and sensed the remarkable changes brought by the body refinement. His entire body felt more solid, with enhanced recovery, endurance, resistance, and adaptability. What delighted him even more was that with just one session of body refinement, his physical energy level had surged by over 100 points. Indeed, as one's energy level increases, physical attributes naturally improve. But that process is passive and slow. In contrast, refining the body with Starlight is proactive and efficient. The same energy level increase results in physical enhancements that are more than double those from ordinary advancement. This means that among opponents of the same level, Su Ming would have a crushing advantage. Beep. Host's body refinement level increased to level 2. Next level requires 500 Starlight points. The system's prompt sounded, making Su Ming sigh. 500 points were beyond his current Starlight reserves. Reluctantly, he decided to pause and focus on earning more Starlight. 3 days later, Mengta reluctantly bid farewell to Su Ming and Warren. Ah, even Warren managed to unlock the door quietly. I knew you two wouldn't stay here long. Go on, contact me anytime if you need anything. The two smiled and said their goodbyes, heading to the official office of Planet Norp to process their departure. Only by proving themselves as genetic warriors could they be exempted from labor service and gain freedom. Beep. Subject, Su Ming. Beep. Physical energy level, 510. Brain energy level, 570. Beep. Su Ming is a level 3 lower tier genetic warrior, qualified. Beep. Subject, Warren. Beep. Physical energy level, 35. Brain energy level, 37. Beep. Warren is a level 1 mid-tier genetic warrior, qualified. The detector quickly produced the results. The staff member's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Su Ming. 16 years old and already a level 3 lower tier? How is that possible? He was too shocked to speak. You should know that Su Ming's records indicate he just turned 16 2 months ago. In other words, this kid reached level 3 warrior in just 2 months. Such a rapid advancement is something even the most outstanding geniuses in the Empire can hardly achieve. Sir, according to the Empire's laws, my energy level information is confidential, Su Ming reminded. He wouldn't have bothered with the assessment if it weren't for leaving the star. This incredible training speed is not something ordinary people can compare to. He doesn't want to attract too much attention before he gains more power. Rest assured, Mr. Su Ming, we will never disclose your privacy. The staff member repeatedly assured him, then tentatively asked, however, would you be interested in joining the temporary army? This isn't a group of mercenaries, but a regular army formed under the Empire's name. The Bander star system is on the brink of turmoil, which has the Empire quite uneasy. We urgently need gene warriors who understand machinery. Would you consider it? Temporary army? Su Ming was taken aback and instinctively wanted to refuse. But seeing this, the staff member immediately smiled and explained, the temporary army isn't what you think. The benefits and treatment are excellent, and you can enjoy the same merit system as the regular army. Once your service period is over, you can leave whenever you want. Hearing this, Su Ming didn't reject it outright but curiously asked, what is the merit system? It's just like calculating achievements. You and the regular army are treated the same. In the future, you can exchange your merits for many benefits. The staff member paused before enthusiastically continuing. I see you two are mechanical geniuses. You must want to build your own mechs, right? With the merit system, as long as you earn enough merits, you can exchange them for mech blueprints and professional knowledge. The greater your achievements, the more advanced the mechs you can get. Upon hearing this, Su Ming and Warren exchanged glances, their eyes filled with excitement. Mechs. For gene warriors proficient in mechanics, the temptation was immense. Even top-notch mechanics couldn't create mechs out of thin air without the relevant knowledge. The intricate markings and designs were extremely complex. Any slight error could lead to total failure. This was the culmination of tens of thousands of years of human interstellar development, built upon the collective wisdom of countless predecessors. No lone genius could complete such an enormous system without drawing on previous knowledge. Therefore, professional knowledge and design blueprints were essential steps to becoming a mech warrior. Hearing that joining the temporary army provided this opportunity, the two were naturally thrilled and eager to try. After pondering for a moment, Su Ming asked, is it hard to earn merit points in the army? Seeing their interest, the staff member's eyes lit up and he became even more persuasive. There are many ways to earn merit points. Killing enemies, assembling machinery, repairing equipment, all can earn you points. As mechanics, once you enlist, you'll have more opportunities to earn merits than others. Why not give it some serious thought? After hearing this, Su Ming looked at Warren. Seeing him nodding repeatedly, he then said to the staff member, "All right, well join. But can we be assigned together?" "No problem." The staff member was overjoyed and readily agreed. "In 2 hours, a 1,000-man unit will pass through Norp. I'll register your details then." So, the two found a place to sit and waited for the army to arrive. Su Ming couldn't help but reflect that if he were still the second young master of the Karen family, he'd have access to all the mech knowledge he needed. As one of the Empire's top noble families, their repository of blueprints alone might number in the tens of thousands. The family's deep heritage could even rival galactic-level powers. They had the channels to get him the most cutting-edge professional materials. But now that he had been disowned, all these honors belonged to Su Rue. Thinking of this, Su Ming shook his head, feeling no regret. Those things never truly belonged to him. If the Karen family ever regretted it, it would be their own loss, not his. 2 hours later, a giant spaceship landed precisely in front of the building. Su Ming took a closer look and was immediately astonished. A Stellar-class ship. It was a level above the mercenary vehicles they had seen before. No wonder it was an officially organized legion. Just the hardware alone far surpassed ordinary mercenaries. Then, an officer with a mustache descended the gangway. The rank insignia on his chest clearly read Lieutenant Walker. Despite being a temporary unit, high-level decision-makers must be regular officers. The Empire would never allow non-commissioned personnel to command the army. "Are these the two mechanics enlisting?" he asked bluntly. The staff member nodded affirmatively and handed over the files of Su Ming and Warren with a courteous smile. 16 years old, third-class Gene Warrior? Voctor was taken aback, eyeing Su Ming up and down with surprise. But he quickly shook his head, realizing this was a private matter for the sergeants, and he had no right to inquire. Temporary units are not like the regular army. It's impossible to know every new recruit inside out. Both of your mechanical skills are at the planetary level? His eyes lit up with joy as he exclaimed, "Finding 2 planetary-level mechanics on Nopu is an incredible stroke of luck. Even though our main ship has reached stellar level, most of our weapons and equipment are still at the planetary level. With these 2 experts on board, the unit's support capabilities will be significantly enhanced." Su Ming and Warren exchanged a smile. Under Su Ming's meticulous guidance, Warren's mechanical skills had improved by leaps and bounds. He could now independently repair planetary-level components. Although not yet fully proficient, the title of planetary-level mechanic was well-deserved. As for Su Ming, he quietly observed the stellar-level battleship before him. Indeed, with his current skills, this level of ship posed no challenge to him. In fact, his expertise might be even higher. It was only because there were no stellar-level tasks or parts on Nopu for practice that he modestly marked himself as planetary-level. Even so, this was enough to make Voctor ecstatic. Mechanics, especially those who are also Gene Warriors, have always been highly sought after in the military. Having 2 of them arrive at once was a cause for great excitement. "All right, mechanics, don't just stand there aboard the ship. The 32nd Temporary Corps of the Imperial Space Force welcomes you." Su Ming and Warren were invited aboard temporary military ship number 32 by Lieutenant Walker. "Great, we need mechanics, and you 2 showed up just in time. Follow me," Zhongli said with a hearty smile as she led the 2 planetary-level mechanics into the ship. The ship trembled slightly as the buildings of planet Nop shrank rapidly outside the window, clearly indicating they had taken off and were speeding away from the planet. "This is the mission hall. Take a look." Zhongli's voice echoed again. In the center of the hall, a massive LCD screen displayed a torrent of mission details. Repair 20 planetary-level weapons, complete within 10 days, no limit on personnel, 400 military points per item. Thousands of tasks scrolled by, overwhelming in number. Soldiers bustled around the hall, seemingly torn about which missions to take. Su Ming and Warren were left in awe. The management here is relatively relaxed. Earning 200 military points a month is considered passing, Zhongli explained with a smile. These are the combined tasks for the entire star system. Whoever finishes first gets the points. The ship has small fighters available for you to borrow, making it easier to complete missions independently. Got it. Su Ming and Warren suddenly understood. No wonder a temporary unit of 1,000 could handle so many tasks. It was a race for the entire star system's military forces. "Zhongli, I heard we have 2 new mechanics. Are these the guys?" A man's voice interjected. The newcomer, dressed in a military uniform, looked at Su Ming and Warren with excitement. "Locke?" Zhongli seemed a bit surprised. "Are you the new mechanics? That's fantastic. Our temporary military unit number 32 finally has more mechanics." Locke enthusiastically pulled out a mechanical combat knife, looking expectantly at Su Ming. "Can you help me fix this planetary-level superheated blade?" Su Ming was caught off guard by the enthusiasm. "Don't worry about it. We only had 1 planetary-level mechanic before, and everyone had to queue up for repairs. It could take days to get your turn," Zhongli explained with a helpless smile. "Now that you 2 are here, ITLL ease the burden on that mechanic." Sorry, I'm just in a hurry. Without the blade fixed, I can't take on missions, Locke added, nodding and smiling wryly. Are mechanics really in such high demand? Su Ming asked, surprised. It's not that there are few mechanics, but that there are few planetary-level mechanics. Zhongli clarified. You can find plenty of surface-level mechanics, but they rarely get to work on planetary-level machinery. Their whole career might be limited to surface-level repairs. Exactly, Locke chimed in. Planetary-level mechanics usually come from affluent backgrounds, with ample opportunities to practice disassembling machinery from a young age. Hearing this, Su Ming and Warren felt a strange sensation. Although they came from privileged backgrounds, they never realized how rare planetary-level mechanics were until now. The new mechanics need to wait until the military points system is activated before you can use your points to request repairs. Asking them to work for free now would be taking advantage. Zhongli interjected to deflect Locke's request. Locke looked disappointed. I was too impatient. Sorry for bothering you, he said, turning to leave with the combat knife. It's fine. Fixing your blade won't take much time. They'll do it now, Su Ming offered. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, both Zhongli and Locke were taken aback. They never expected that this newly arrived mechanic would dare to take on the task of repairing a planetary weapon. Even Locke, the weapon's owner, was skeptical about Su Ming's bold claims. But you'll have to take me to the workbench, Su Ming said with a smile. I'm not very familiar with this place yet. Locke snapped out of his daze at these words. No problem. The workbench is this way. Follow me, he said, leading Su Ming and Warren through the spaceship's corridors. In the mechanical repair room, Su Ming scanned the surroundings and immediately understood the situation. The room was filled with surface-level mechanical components waiting to be repaired. I see, Locke explained. Planetary-level mechanics have their own independent studios. This is just a public repair room for surface-level use. After hearing Locke's explanation, Su Ming had a moment of realization. Without another word, he headed straight to the workbench and picked up Locke's combat knife. A basic thermal combat knife from Warrior Corp, energy level around 2000, he assessed at a glance. The blade was bent, and the handle's reinforcement system was damaged, making it impossible to wield at a high energy level. Locke nodded repeatedly from the side, but Su Ming, already deep in concentration, had no intention of letting him speak. Su Ming's hands moved swiftly, dismantling the combat knife with a dexterity that seemed almost magical. Just then, a group of soldiers carrying damaged weapons wandered into the spaceship. They were hoping to find a mechanic to help them out, but were surprised to see an unfamiliar face in the repair room. Accompanied by Locke and Zhongli instantly, their eyes lit up. This new guy must be the legendary planetary-level mechanic. The soldiers quickly gathered around, watching Su Ming's repair process with bated breath. Su Ming muttered to himself, his slender fingers deftly manipulating the knife's components. With the reinforcement system damaged, even a high energy level is useless. This material can only withstand up to 200 energy collisions. Any higher, and it will break. He pinpointed the problem with precision. Locke's energy level is 800 or 900, a third-level superior genetic warrior. Wielding such a broken combat knife, how could it hold up? No wonder it couldn't be repaired, and he didn't dare to go on missions. Decisively, Su Ming began dismantling the entire combat knife, reducing it to hundreds of components neatly arranged on the workbench. This weapon was far more intricate and complex than surface-level ones, but to Su Ming, it was no big deal. The whole process took less than 10 minutes, with zero damage to the components. Everyone exchanged astonished glances, utterly amazed. Even the battle-hardened Zhongli was secretly impressed, thinking that this new mechanic's skills far surpassed the previous one. Unaware of the attention, Su Ming remained focused on his work. He picked up an engraving tool and carved unique markings on each component. Locke wanted to say something, but ultimately swallowed his words. About half an hour later, over 100 components had been transformed. However, Su Ming examined them for a long time, seemingly dissatisfied. Locke, he asked, looking up, do you have a stellar-level blade? I do, but... Locke hesitated. Pairing a stellar-level blade with planetary-level components seemed like a waste. In my hands, nothing is wasted, Su Ming said firmly. Just go buy it. Locke, though puzzled, realized this was a free upgrade and decided not to argue further. He immediately spent a hefty sum to purchase a brand new stellar-grade blade from the military's teleportation device. That fast? Su Ming was a bit surprised. It turned out that the Imperial Army's teleportation devices were incredibly efficient, a stark contrast to the mercenaries who had to rely on themselves. This thing isn't cheap. It must cost thousands of star coins, yet everyone has one. No wonder the official team is so well funded. Bring the blade over, and I'll install it for you right away. Su Ming eagerly took the crystal-clear stellar blade from Locke, ready to get to work. Everyone present held their breath, afraid to miss a single moment of this genius mechanic in action. Su Ming exuded confidence as he meticulously reassembled the parts in his hands. The repair room was utterly silent. Everyone held their breath, not wanting to miss a single moment of this spectacle. His hands moved swiftly, almost like he was playing a puzzle game. He picked up pieces and seamlessly fit them together with the other components. Can this really work? One soldier wondered aloud, swallowing nervously, afraid that Su Ming might fail at any moment. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the mechanical components came together perfectly amidst the tension. The onlookers exchanged incredulous glances. Su Ming's skill was far beyond that of an ordinary planetary-level mechanic. In just 15 minutes, the mechanical warblade was reborn. It now radiated powerful energy. Its blade gleaming brilliantly, it was unmistakably made of stellar-grade material. Su Ming had flawlessly fused planetary-level parts with a stellar-grade blade, leaving everyone in awe. Eager to test the weapon, Locke grabbed the warblade and swung it against the testing apparatus, which instantly registered an energy level of 1,400. Considering Locke's own energy level was only 900, this meant he had managed to output an additional 500 points of damage, nearly reaching the level of a Tier 4 genetic warrior. Locke was overjoyed, and the surrounding soldiers were green with envy. Let's check the exact numbers, Su Ming said nonchalantly. He was confident in his work, but preferred to leave the finer details to the system for accuracy. Just as Su Ming stood up to leave, he found himself surrounded by 50 soldiers, their eyes practically devouring him. Master Su Ming, could you fix my planetary-level ray gun? Master? He's a Grandmaster. Grandmaster Su Ming, could you repair my anti-energy armor? Who said anything about freeloading? I'll trade military merits for your help with my stellar energy mechanical arm. Overwhelmed, Su Ming was at a loss for words, nearly unable to keep up. He was immensely relieved when Zhongli stepped in to rescue him. Step aside. Master Su Ming hasn't even received his military ID yet, so you can't offer him any merits. Why not wait until the paperwork is done? With that, she quickly led Su Ming and Warren away from the crowd and towards the dormitory. Only then did Su Ming breathe a sigh of relief, thinking he would rather face the Hylon Star people again than endure that chaotic scene once more. Inside the dormitory, two spacious workbenches immediately caught his eye, clearly designed for planetary-level mechanics. Zhongli instructed the two to wait there while she went to fetch their identification cards. From then on, all tasks and the military merit system would be at their fingertips. In no time, Zhongli returned to Su Ming and Warren with two pendant-like wristbands. These are your identification tags. They have multiple functions, so feel free to explore, she said with a smile. I'll be off now. My contact information is stored in the tags, so call me if you need anything. With a click, the door closed behind her. Su Ming and Warren exchanged glances, and Warren immediately grabbed his tag to examine it excitedly. I heard there are mechs available in the military merit system. I need to check it out, he said, eyes gleaming. Su Ming, hearing this, quickly started looking through his own tag. The wristband displayed four main functions: tasks, military merit system, contacts, and SOS. He was most interested in the military merit system and eagerly clicked on it. Instantly, a list of exchange options appeared: potions, mechanical parts, living supplies, combat techniques, blueprints, and even the ability to post tasks in the task system using military merits. Additionally, there were spatial transfer and storage functions, ensuring the privacy and quick delivery of exchanged items, just as Locke had demonstrated earlier. Su Ming's spirits lifted, and he couldn't wait to open the blueprint section. Various mechanical knowledge instantly filled the screen. Planetary-level dismantling techniques, stellar-level pattern analysis, magnetic circuit assembly methods. It was a treasure trove of mechanical knowledge. Even advanced studies from cluster-level and galaxy-level mechanics were included. Although Su Ming was adept at assembling stellar-level weapons and found planetary-level tasks a breeze, these diverse techniques were still immensely beneficial to him. Most of his mechanical knowledge came from the Corrin family's influence and his own insights. If he could integrate mainstream theories, his skills would undoubtedly reach new heights. However, acquiring knowledge was never free. These masterworks often required tens of thousands of military merit points. In comparison, the rewards in the task hall seemed paltry. Completing a task smoothly only earned a few hundred to a few thousand points. At this rate, when would he ever save enough to buy a set of knowledge? Su Ming couldn't help but feel frustrated. Had he known, he would have collected some military merits while modifying Locke's battle blade. But alas, what's done is done, and it would be ungracious to bring it up now. Just then, Warren exclaimed, "Oh my God, the mech knowledge and blueprints are ridiculously expensive." Surprised, Su Ming quickly scrolled to the mech knowledge section. The most basic wasp-type flying Mech X1 model, including knowledge and blueprints, required 80,000 military merit points, with a minimum pilot brain energy level of 3,000 points. The humanoid A-level advanced model was even more outrageous, starting at 150,000 military merit points, with a brain energy threshold of 4,000 points. Su Ming gasped. These were just entry-level models, yet the prices were so steep. After all, mech knowledge was a core secret of every nation, and even on the market, it was priceless. To obtain it, one had to go through official channels. Taking a deep breath, he continued scrolling down, curious about how many military merits the highest level mechs would require. The Honor S-Class nuclear mech, including knowledge and blueprints, cost 20 million military merit points, with a minimum pilot brain energy level of 400,000 points. Su Ming's eyes widened. This was the model his father Korn piloted, wasn't it? No, his father's was even more advanced, the Honor SS-Class Ultimate model. Thinking of this, Su Ming felt a wave of helplessness. The road to catching up with the Korn family was still long. Right now, there's not even a shadow of a mech in sight, let alone the ultimate model. He shook his head and decided it was best to start with the most basic version. However, little did Su Ming know that in the near future, his name would resonate throughout the entire ship because of the combat knife he casually modified for Locke. At this moment, Locke stood alongside several soldiers, gripping a brand new mechanical combat knife, ready to undertake a mission. The objective was the planet Muta, which had been invaded by extraterrestrial life forms and had sent a distress call to the Empire. The mission was classified as difficulty level 4, lower tier. A formidable soldier spoke up, "Everyone, move out immediately." The group nodded in agreement and boarded a small spacecraft. In an instant, the craft detached from the main ship and sped towards the unassuming planet. Whoosh! Several figures leaped from the speeding spaceship, activating their space combat suits in flight mode, and descended straight to the planet Mutax. The sight before them was horrifying. Hundreds of round-bodied, tentacled creatures were rampaging, swallowing innocent humans whole. "It's the hairball monsters," someone exclaimed. Indeed, these were one of the infamous cosmic drifters. They usually lurk in the void, and once they find a thriving planet, they swarm in to feast, bringing immense disaster to the local inhabitants. Their combat strength is somewhere between that of ordinary humans and gene warriors. "Don't worry, these monsters are well within our capabilities," the captain said calmly. "Let's move in and finish this quickly." With that, he drew his ray gun and fired at the hairball monsters. As a level 4 gene warrior with specialized cerebral abilities, his marksmanship was swift and precise, taking down several monsters in an instant. The captain's attack immediately drew the attention of the hairball monsters. Hundreds of them swarmed towards the team, creating a spectacular scene. However, the squad members remained unfazed. Each one calmly drew mechanical combat blades from their storage spaces and charged Hedon. Locke was no exception. Gripping the thermal combat blade modified by Su Ming, he dashed towards a mid-level hairball monster. His internal energy surged, channeling into the blade. The weapon glowed red-hot, emitting searing heat and slicing through the air in a perfect arc. The hairball monster was cleaved in two, disintegrating into ashes from the heat. The sheer power of the strike left even the nearby teammates in awe. "Locke, did you just break through?" someone asked curiously. But Locke himself was stunned. In the past, it had always taken him a prolonged struggle to defeat opponents of the same level. Yet, just now, the hairball monster fell as easily as if it were made of tofu, offering no resistance. A chill ran through Locke's mind. Could this blade have reached stellar-level power? Even more astonishing was that its usage threshold was only at the level of a third-tier gene warrior. Typically, every weapon has an energy level limit too high or too low, and it can't be wielded effectively. It's like a child trying to lift a greatsword or an adult using a small stick. Neither would be very effective. Yet now, Locke could effortlessly kill an enemy stronger than himself with a weapon comparable to stellar-level power, but only requiring planetary-level ability to wield. It was like a child wielding a handgun, still capable of taking down a full-grown man. Considering this, Su Ming's expertise might surpass even that of ordinary stellar-level mechanics. Only the legendary master mechanics could achieve such a feat. With a powerful thermal saber in hand, Locke quickly became the star of the mission. The saber was incredibly sharp and unstoppable, cutting down any furball monster in his path with ease. Locke was secretly pleased. As a mid-tier level 3 genetic warrior, he could now unleash power comparable to that of a level 4 warrior. This was all thanks to Su Ming's ingenious craftsmanship. Locke fought fiercely, coordinating seamlessly with his teammates, and in no time, they had wiped out a large number of furball monsters. His heroic performance naturally drew attention. Everyone was familiar with each other's abilities, and they were stunned by Locke's sudden improvement. Is this guy cheating? 1 slash per monster? That's insane. Did he break through a new level? No, there's no change in his energy level. Wait, did he change weapons? Could it be the saber that's boosting his power? Amidst the chatter, a sudden scream pierced the air. A high-tier level 3 warrior was impaled by a thick tentacle, his body dragged into the sky. The group was horrified as they followed the tentacle's path and saw a gigantic furball monster towering over 20 meters high. This creature must have mutated, absorbing some kind of energy to grow so large. Little Klee, quickly measure its energy level. The young Klee hurriedly pulled out a scanner, and swept it over the monster 5,200 energy points. Oh my god, that's already at a low tier level 5. Despair spread among them. Even their strongest captain was only a low tier level 4, and despite their weapons, they had no way to combat a level 5 monster. It was a dire situation. Even if we escaped back to the spaceship, our combat power in space would be even lower, making it impossible to fend off a chase. If only we had stellar-grade equipment, someone murmured. Stellar-grade weapons require a minimum of 4,000 energy points to wield. Even if we had one, it would be useless to us. The captain shook his head in frustration. Just then, a voice rang out from the crowd. I have a stellar-grade weapon, and it only requires 800 energy points to use. Everyone turned to see it was Locke. He stepped forward and handed his saber to the captain. Captain, trust me this time. You'll understand its power once you use it. The captain took the saber, eyeing Locke skeptically. Are you sure this is stellar grade? I stake my life on it. Absolutely no lie. After a moment of intense eye contact, the captain gritted his teeth, seemingly making up his mind. All right, I'll trust you this once. He channeled all his energy into the saber. Instantly, an astonishing scene unfolded. The saber erupted with a tremendous heat wave, its dazzling light nearly tearing the night sky apart. The overwhelming energy surpassed everyone's expectations. What a saber! The captain was ecstatic. He leaped into the air, raising the saber high, and slashed down towards the 20-meter-tall giant furball monster. Boom! A massive roar erupted as the thermal energy blade in the captain's hand unleashed a power far surpassing that of Locke. In an instant, the entire sky turned crimson. Even the vehicles and buildings on the street began to melt under the intense heat. The captain, wielding the long blade, slashed fiercely, carving a gigantic red crescent across the sky. Under this terrifying strike, the once formidable furball monster was split open, revealing a deep wound down to the bone, and the air was filled with the strong scent of grilled meat. Cover me, I'll take care of this beast, the captain shouted, charging forward. The team immediately launched an all-out attack to divert the monster's attention. Although their power levels were no match for the creature, their concentrated fire on its tentacles managed to restrain it somewhat. At the cost of losing 2 more members, the captain finally seized the opportunity and cleaved the furball monster in half. The brutal battle ended in victory. The captain cut a piece of meat from the monster's corpse, intending to take it back for analysis. He felt there must be some hidden reason behind the monster's sudden appearance and rapid growth. Back on the spaceship, the captain reluctantly returned the battle blade to Locke and couldn't help but ask, "Would you sell this blade?" "I'll pay a high price." Locke quickly clutched the blade to his chest, looking defensive. "Captain, you can't just take another man's weapon. It's like a wife fight's not something you give away." "What a pity. This blade is top-tier stellar-grade equipment," the captain sighed, his eyes filled with envy. "Of course, this is the work of Master Su Ming," Locke said proudly. "Master Su Ming? Who's that?" the captain asked curiously. "Introduce me. I want him to forge a divine weapon for me too." "Captain, have you been cooped up in the spaceship too long? Master Su Ming is our new mechanic. He modified my blade," Locke explained with a smile. "What? Isn't he just a planetary-grade mechanic? How could he create such a masterpiece?" someone asked in astonishment. "I was there watching the whole time. Su Ming, young as he is, has incredible skill. It took him less than 40 minutes to complete the modification," a team member boasted. 40 minutes? That old Harry took hours just to fix a regular weapon and always acted high and mighty, causing us no end of trouble. Yeah, but since he was our only planetary-grade mechanic, a bit of arrogance was expected. The captain didn't respond, but he glanced thoughtfully at his own damaged firearm, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Several hours later, the team piloted the spaceship back to the main ship. As soon as they disembarked, the captain hurried towards the dormitory area. "Captain, where are you off to? Aren't we celebrating our mission?" someone called from behind. "You guys go ahead. I've got some business to take care of," the captain replied with a smile, waving them off. The team members exchanged knowing smiles. "Let's go." The captain's clearly smitten with Master Su Ming's skills. He's definitely heading straight for him right now. The crowd guessed right. The captain was incredibly envious of Locke's mechanical warblade. Only he knew the terrifying true value of that weapon, far surpassing ordinary star-level equipment. As soon as he returned to the main ship, he couldn't hold back his curiosity. He found out where Su Ming lived and headed straight there. However, to his surprise, a long line had already formed outside Su Ming's dormitory. Soldiers were jostling each other, all eager to have Su Ming upgrade their weapons. "Master Su Ming, could you please upgrade this gun for me after you're done with this one? I'll pay 300 military points," one soldier pleaded. "Master Su Ming, I've been waiting for so long. Please, help me out. I'll give you 400 military points," another chimed in. Seeing this, the captain was taken aback. He squeezed to the door and peered inside. There, a young man was intently working at his desk, his slender fingers dancing over mechanical components, his eyes never leaving the workbench, completely undisturbed by the commotion outside. The captain marveled at the boy's highly active brainwave levels, almost as if he were engaging in brain training. This was a unique cultivation method for mechanics, and no one else could even dream of practicing it. Just then, a burst of exclamations erupted from the crowd. The captain focused his gaze and saw that the gun in the boy's hands was now equipped with several star-level components, its energy level skyrocketing to a terrifying height. So that's it, the captain thought. This kid is using a combination of planetary and star-level components to achieve star-level combat power while still being usable by planetary-level soldiers. Impressed? The captain squeezed through the crowd and said with a smile, "Master Su Ming, could you help me repair and upgrade my weapon? I'm willing to pay 500 military points." To his surprise, Su Ming looked up at him, shook his head and said, "Get in line." The captain was stunned, and the soldiers behind him couldn't hold back their laughter. Blushing, he sheepishly moved to the end of the line. It turns out that even the captain couldn't cut in line in front of Su Ming. Su Ming stretched, looking helplessly at the long line outside the door. He had only moved in recently, but soldiers had already surrounded his dormitory, eager for his services. In the past 8 hours, he had upgraded 12 pieces of equipment, earning 1,200 star points and 3,000 military points. Yet, the line only seemed to grow longer. At this rate, he thought, it would only take a few weeks to save up the 150,000 military points needed to buy a decent mech. Su Ming calculated, realizing that leaving Nopu Star was indeed a brilliant move. He turned and called out to Warren, "Little Warren, this is my apprentice mechanic, and he's quite skilled. If you can't wait, you can ask him for help." Suddenly, Warren became the center of attention, his face turning red with nervousness as he awkwardly smiled. Since Su Ming recommended him, there shouldn't be any issues. "Master Warren, could you fix this blade for me? How about 200 military points?" someone asked. Warren was overjoyed and nodded repeatedly, taking the warblade and rushing to the workbench. He never dreamed of earning so many military points. Having someone seek his help was a blessing. Su Ming watched Warren busy at work, a slight smile forming on his lips. This boy was his prized pupil, though he lacked confidence. Little did he know that in the interstellar era, mechanics were in high demand. As he took on more jobs, he would soon realize just how valuable planetary-level mechanics were in the military. Warren would soon experience the high demand for planetary-level mechanics among the soldiers. After waiting in line for several hours, the leader of the lock squad finally had his weapon modified by Su Ming. Eagerly, he uploaded the mission video to the public network of the 32nd Temporary Army. This network functioned like a large forum where all soldiers could browse and comment. Although the management was loose, it effectively monitored the soldiers' performance, preventing them from slacking off during missions. Locke's friends saw the video and immediately started teasing him. "Hey, you've earned some military merit, aren't you going to treat us?" But when they clicked on the video, they were all stunned. A level 5 fluff monster? This is too unusual. We need to report this. Otherwise, incorrect information could put us in danger during missions. Some were deeply interested in the fluff monster, while others were captivated by Locke's saber. Stellar class power in a planetary class weapon? Who crafted this masterpiece? Someone exclaimed. The squad leader quickly explained in the comments that the incredible weapon was crafted by Su Ming. The forum exploded with chatter. Su Ming? The new mechanic? Isn't he planetary class? How did he make stellar class gear? Nonsense, experts are always low-key. He's been stellar class for ages, but just hasn't bothered to get certified. Oh my gosh, we've got a stellar class mechanic on our ship? Better get in line for modifications. The news spread like wildfire, and soon everyone on the ship knew. The line outside Su Ming's quarters grew even longer, with many bringing stellar class equipment for him to modify. Su Ming actually managed to repair them, solidifying his stellar class reputation. His income soared, earning him 20,000 military merits daily. At this rate, he would have the 150,000 needed to exchange for the mech knowledge and blueprints he dreamed of in less than a week. However, the video uploaded by the Locke squad had far-reaching consequences. Lieutenant Walker, the highest-ranking officer on the ship, also saw the video but focused on the level 5 fluff monster. High-level abnormal creatures have been appearing frequently in this star region. This isn't the first case, Walker muttered, frowning. Considering the recent coup and ambiguous stance of the Loser Party in the Bandstar system, he suspected there was more to these strange occurrences. The lieutenant paid a visit to the Locke squad leader and said sternly, "I saw in the video that you cut off a piece of that level 5 fluff monster. Can you give it to me? And don't tell anyone about this." Though puzzled, the squad leader didn't dare to ask questions. He retrieved the preserved meat from his storage space and handed it over respectfully. The lieutenant took the meat, gave the leader a serious look, and said, "Remember, this must remain a secret." The leader could only nod vigorously. If even the lieutenant was being so secretive, it was clear this matter ran deep, and it was best not to get involved. Time flies, and it's already been a week since Su Ming's net worth skyrocketed. In just 7 days, he has amassed 160,000 military merits and 2,800 Starlight points. Today, Su Ming excitedly logged into the military merit system to redeem the humanoid E-class advanced mecha he had always dreamed of. He even pushed aside all his work to focus on studying mecha knowledge in his dorm room. Sergeant Su Ming, please confirm if you wish to spend 150,000 military merits to redeem the humanoid E-class advanced mecha knowledge and blueprints. Once redeemed, military merits cannot be refunded. The system prompt sounded. Without hesitation, Su Ming clicked confirm. Beep, redemption successful. Knowledge and blueprints have been transmitted to your storage space. Please check. Warren looked on enviously as Su Ming retrieved the hefty tome from his storage space. The Empire has strict confidentiality regulations regarding core knowledge, and even with his closest friend, Su Ming couldn't share it. Otherwise, they both would end up in prison. Su Ming eagerly flipped open the pages. Mechas are the ultimate dream of every mechanic. Only those who can assemble a mecha are truly considered to have made it, earning society's respect. It's important to know that mechas are genuine strategic weapons, each with immeasurable military value. Take this humanoid E-class advanced mecha, for instance. Every part is made with stellar-grade components, and the key systems are crafted from cluster-grade masterpieces. It's like having countless top-tier mechanical weapons covering the entire body. A single stellar-grade weapon is enough to turn the tide of battle, let alone the destructive power of an entire mecha equipped with cluster-grade gear. If assembled successfully, Su Ming could dominate the Bander system, and even Lieutenant Walker, a level 6 warrior, would have to give way to him. However, assembling a mecha is incredibly complex, embodying the wisdom of countless predecessors. One person alone, even with 1,000 years, might not grasp its essence. In comparison, assembling ordinary weapons is child's play. What's more troubling for Su Ming is that with his current brain domain level, he can't control this mecha. He would need to reach at least the level of a level 5 warrior. But Su Ming is good at modifications. By simplifying some structures and lowering the usage threshold, he could enhance himself through the assembly process, making it easier to control. Without delay, Su Ming spent all his military merits to exchange for numerous mechanical parts. But these parts combined are less than 1/10 of the total needed. A real mecha requires an enormous amount of components, each costly, even in terms of military merits. For now, Su Ming could only assemble a portion and gradually supplement it as he earned more military merits. Soon, the portal delivered the shiny mechanical parts. Su Ming eagerly dove into the work, dismantling, reassembling, and engraving. Meanwhile, he reopened his order-taking mode. There was no choice. Assembling a mecha is a money pit, needing tens of thousands of military merits. To sustain this beast, he had to earn by modifying weapons while acquiring new parts. To Su Ming's relief, as he delved deeper into mecha research, his mechanical skills visibly improved at a rapid pace. Initially, it took him 40 minutes to modify a piece of equipment, but now it only takes 20 minutes. This level of efficiency would make other mechanics envious. The countless hours spent with his mech have significantly boosted his mental capacity, propelling it to new heights without him even realizing it. Even Su Ming himself didn't notice how rapidly his mental capacity surged during his research and assembly of the mech. Time flew by, and Su Ming had been studying the mech blueprints he redeemed for over a week. Meanwhile, a significant event occurred in the Bandstar system. The Lhasa party of the Free Federation had a fallout with the core party and declared independence, taking 10 star systems with them to form a new stellar nation, the Lhasa Galactic Union. This news instantly heightened tensions throughout the entire star region. In the parliamentary hall of the Busa Free Federation, several high-ranking officials gathered to discuss their response. Ladies and gentlemen, what are your thoughts on the Lhasa Union? One legislator asked directly. Is this even worth discussing? Another scoffed. The Lhasa Union doesn't have a single apocalyptic-level warrior. Calling themselves a galactic power is laughable, practically suicidal. Exactly. The so-called Lhasa Union doesn't exist in the universe. It's just a group of treasonous violent criminals. They're using force to coerce citizens into leaving the Federation. This is blatant rebellion. We must deploy troops to crush them and free the people from the Lhasa party's clutches. The room echoed with agreement before all eyes turned to one imposing legislator. Brooke, you will lead the army to suppress the rebellion. Brooke, one of the Free Federation's apocalyptic-level warriors, exuded a power as intense as a star. Confident in facing such a trivial opponent, he declared, a faction without an apocalyptic-level expert? They're a joke. I can crush them with one hand. Excellent. Then this task is yours. Now, let's move on to the issue of the Yaoguang Mineral Star region and the upcoming ruling party elections. Another official said, shifting focus to the newly discovered resource-rich area. Everyone perked up, knowing that every new mineral-rich star region promised fierce competition. Human technology had explored almost every reachable frontier, and finding new resource areas required immense risk and breaking limits. Once discovered, these regions became hotly contested, offering strategic advantages in construction, military, and other fields. Compared to this, the Lhasa Union's rebellion seemed insignificant. Seeing the shift in priorities, Brooke sneered and stood up. "You all can continue your discussion. I'm off to deal with the rebels." With that, he strode out of the hall. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Warships soared into the sky, carrying soldiers brimming with lethal intent, speeding towards the Lhasa Union. Leading the fleet was a formidable mech, surrounded by a terrifying energy that distorted space. Its pilot was none other than Brooke, the god of slaughter. Meanwhile, the 32nd Temporary Patrol ship near the banned star system encountered an unexpected crisis. A massive space creature resembling a sea turtle silently encircled the ship, eyeing it like prey, ready to strike at any moment. On this day, Su Ming followed his usual routine, repairing equipment for the soldiers during the day and focusing on assembling the mecha at dusk. The mecha before him was nearly complete, with most of the core components in place, only needing some external parts. For Su Ming, fully assembling a mecha signified a qualitative leap in his knowledge and skills. Throughout this process, he felt his mechanical prowess had significantly improved. He had an inkling that once the mecha was finished, his cognitive abilities would experience an explosive surge. However, just then, the spaceship suddenly shook violently, and alarms blared. The announcement followed. "We are under attack by a cosmic creature with an energy level ranging from 15,000 to 20,000, identified as a level 6 entity. The protective shield is activated, with 70 energy remaining. Danger alert. The ship can only withstand 4 more attacks. Please issue appropriate commands immediately." Everyone was shocked and rushed into the hallway. Lieutenant Walker, his expression grim, emerged from the lounge. They saw a massive turtle-like monster hovering in the void, glaring menacingly with its blood-red eyes. In the next instant, it opened its cavernous mouth and bit fiercely at the spaceship. With a loud crash and intense vibrations, the shield's energy plummeted to 50. A cosmic dragon turtle. Su Ming gasped. These creatures were known for their terrifying bite force, but without the aid of genetic serums and systematic training, it was difficult for them to break through genetic limits and grow into high-energy beings. Under normal circumstances, their energy levels would only reach 3 to 5. The appearance of a level 6 dragon turtle was truly astonishing. Walker also realized something was amiss. The recent emergence of high-energy beasts in the star sector was no natural phenomenon. Damn it! Why hasn't the research lab finished analyzing the blood and flesh of the last furball creature? Their efficiency is appalling. He gritted his teeth, upgrading the incident to emergency status, then donned his space combat suit and flew out of the cabin. As the spaceship's only level 6 genetic warrior, Walker understood the weight of his responsibility. Fortunately, the dragon turtles lived in the void and lacked their own civilization and technology. With human support, he was confident in facing a beast of the same level. From his storage space, he retrieved a stellar cannon with an energy level exceeding 8,000 points. Combined with his own combat power of over 10,000 points, he unleashed a terrifying output of 20,000 points. This was the strength of a cognitive developer, amplifying the weapon's power with mental control. The dragon turtle, enraged, lunged at Walker. But before it could move, a devastating beam of light shot from the cannon, engulfing its form entirely. The shockwave alone forced the spaceship to activate its energy shield. When the dust settled, the crew was stunned to see a massive hole blown into the dragon turtle's head, its eyes obliterated. Walker wasn't about to let it go. As the turtle writhed in agony, he gathered all his energy and channeled it into the cannon. The second shot thundered out, illuminating the starry sky and echoing across the cosmos. The seemingly indestructible body of the dragon turtle was soon torn apart, reduced to countless pieces of flesh, some devoured by other beasts, others drawn by gravity to collide with planets. Walker picked a piece of meat from the wreckage and stored it in a preservation device before returning to the ship. Amid the crew's cheers, he had no time for celebration. He returned to the lounge with a grave expression, gazing out at the deep and mysterious void of space. For some reason, he felt an ominous undercurrent surging, terrifying in its intensity, slowly creeping closer. Walker's intuition was spot on. Upon returning to the spaceship, he received a message from the Imperial Laboratory. "Walker, there's something wrong with the flesh of the furball creature you sent." Walker's heart skipped a beat. "What's wrong? Get to the point," he urged, frowning. "The flesh contains a large amount of foreign substances, not part of the furball creature itself. We also detected traces of a special genetic serum," the staff member said gravely. In short, the furball creature's mutation was artificially induced. Given the recent surge in high-energy cosmic biological incidents, The source of the mutation is likely in the Bander system. The Bander system? Walker gasped. The recent activity there had indeed been significant. First, the Lhasa party defected from the Free Federation and then formed a coalition with neighboring star systems to create a galaxy-level force. While the power of a single star system was negligible compared to giants like the Empire or the Free Federation, it was more than enough to deal with individual threats. Even an apocalypse-level warrior would struggle if they ventured in alone. Moreover, the Lhasa Alliance had amassed the strength of 10 star systems. Although they lacked an apocalypse-level cornerstone, they undoubtedly had formidable hidden cards. Could these newly emerged anomalous creatures be their trump card? Walker voiced his most pressing question. What should our temporary unit do now? Should we retreat? He knew the severity of the situation far exceeded what a mere temporary unit could handle. The strength of the 32nd Army was only sufficient to quell star-level disturbances, not galaxy-level storms. A single misstep could swallow the entire unit whole. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the transmission before a voice slowly spoke. The Empire's directive is for you to stay put and maintain your current patrol schedule. A more elite force will arrive in 3 days to take over, and then you can return. 3 days. Walker's eyes widened. Brooke from the Free Federation is set to deploy today. Conflict could break out any moment, and you want us to stay in this hellhole for 3 more days? What if the war spills over here? Calm down, Lieutenant Walker. The staff member quickly reassured him. Although you're near the Bander system, you're still within Imperial territory. Neither Brooke nor the Lhasa Alliance would dare act recklessly here. It would be tantamount to declaring war on the Empire. The firm tone made Walker pause and reconsider. Despite the surrounding chaos, the conflict was unlikely to encroach on Imperial land. At most, there might be an increase in border infiltrations. Even so, the energy levels of the nearby cosmic creatures had already become abnormal. What if we encounter something far beyond my capabilities? Walker still had reservations. The current situation hasn't exceeded level 6. Rest assured, the official said. Since the word from above was clear, Walker had no choice but to comply. He sighed and agreed. Throughout the entire exchange, his subordinates, including Su Ming and Warren, remained unaware. However, staring at the dragon turtle's carcass, Su Ming fell into deep thought. By all accounts, a cosmic dragon turtle shouldn't reach level 6, yet the evidence was right before him. An ominous feeling crept over him. He glanced at the 3-turtle mech in front of him. Fortunately, the ceiling of the mechanics' dormitory was high enough, and the workbench large enough, to accommodate this colossal machine. Seeing the overall framework already taking shape, Su Ming's eyes sharpened. He immediately locked the door and switched off the order-taking mode to avoid any interruptions. Grabbing the remaining parts, he buried himself in work. His intuition told him that the unusual behavior of the dragon turtle, Voctor's seriousness, and the turmoil in the band system were all connected. The war between the Free Federation and the Lhasa Alliance seemed imminent, and the entire star region would soon be thrown into chaos. I need to hurry. This mech might just be the key to my survival, Su Ming resolved, his hands working even more swiftly. Su Ming's sense of urgency was infectious, and Warren felt it too. Seeing Su Ming close the order window, Warren did the same without hesitation and immediately entered a state of training. Although the war was still just news, the proximity made Warren uneasy. He glanced at Su Ming, who was focused on assembling a mech, his undistracted demeanor truly enviable. The ability to get into the zone instantly was something many mechanics dreamed of. Warren sighed as he looked at the meager 10,000 points in his military merit system. The gap between his earnings and Su Ming's was vast. Su Ming had long accumulated enough points to exchange for mech knowledge, while Warren hadn't even reached a tenth of that. Gritting his teeth, Warren resolved to temporarily abandon mechs and exchange his points for mechanical knowledge instead. Most of his advanced knowledge had come from Su Ming's teachings, but he couldn't rely on him forever. He needed to find a different path to go further. With this thought, Warren exchanged a large amount of planetary and stellar-level mechanical knowledge and buried himself in study. Thus, the two of them entered a state of seclusion, leaving the soldiers who needed their equipment repaired out in the cold. The second afternoon after the dragon turtle incident arrived. Suddenly, a strong energy fluctuation erupted from Su Ming's dormitory. Passing soldiers turned their heads and asked with concern, Su Ming, are you all right? Warren poked his head out of the door and explained with a grin, it's fine. Su Ming's been in seclusion for the past 2 days and just had an energy outburst. Don't worry. The soldiers nodded in understanding. No wonder he's a genius mechanic. Working and training at the same time. No wonder he hasn't taken any orders recently. After seeing the crowd off, Warren closed the door and set the dormitory to private mode, finally letting out a sigh of relief. He turned to look at Su Ming's side of the room, which was in complete disarray, as if ravaged by a powerful force. The culprit was the mech standing in the center, emanating astonishing energy waves that swept everything aside. This is unbelievable, Warren muttered. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I'd think I was facing a living being. Su Ming, you've created life. Hmm? Su Ming? He called out, only to find Su Ming sitting cross-legged in front of the mech with his eyes closed. Even more astonishing, Su Ming's breathing was synchronized with the mech's energy pulses. It was as if they had established some kind of connection, their energy fluctuations mirroring each other. As this happened, Su Ming's aura thickened, and his energy level surged dramatically. What's going on? Warren was dumbfounded. How could cold, lifeless machinery resonate with a human? It was like the bond between beast tamers and their beasts in the beast god civilization. But how could a mech compare to a living beast? Just then, he realized that Su Ming and the mech's energy were about to reach their peak. Damn it! Activate defense mode. Block energy detection. Warren urgently commanded the system. No sooner had he spoken than a tremendous burst of energy erupted from both Su Ming and the mech, filling the entire room. Warren struggled to keep his balance, preventing himself from being blown away. He looked at Su Ming with difficulty, seeing that Su Ming's aura was gradually calming down after reaching its peak, and the mech's overwhelming energy was also subsiding. Finally, Su Ming slowly opened his eyes. His gaze, as dazzling as the stars, instantly lit up the entire room. Su Ming? Warren asked cautiously as he saw him open his eyes. Su Ming's eyes gradually lost their sharpness as he stood up and nodded with a smile. Yes, it's successfully assembled. Oh my gosh, this is the first time I've seen a real mech outside of TV, Warren exclaimed, staring at it with excitement. Although it was much simpler compared to the vehicles of those big shots, its powerful aura still made one's blood boil. By the way, Su Ming, did you feel anything strange when the mech was completed? Warren asked curiously. Are you referring to the sense of breath and life? Su Ming replied with a knowing smile. I can't say for sure, but at the edge of science lies mysticism, doesn't it? Every mech, once assembled, possesses a certain degree of spirituality. Especially under the guidance of a mechanic, it can even give back to you, significantly enhancing your vitality and spirit. Warren nodded in agreement. He indeed felt a transformative aura around Su Ming, as if he had broken through to a new level with the birth of the mech. So, does that mean we can keep getting stronger by assembling mechs? His eyes lit up. Are you trying to find a loophole? Su Ming laughed and scolded him. Each model only gives spiritual feedback the first time it's assembled. After that, it doesn't work anymore. That's why a mechanic's first creation is often his masterpiece on that model. Even if his skills improve later, it's hard to replicate the original brilliance. Warren was left in a daze, unable to process everything for a while. Su Ming shook his head with a smile, looking around the messy room and said with a headache, let's call the cleaning robot to tidy up. He then activated his brain region, manipulating the mech to initiate its storage function, compressing it into a small ring. I'll call you Xiao E. He named it silently, then immersed himself in his system panel to check his stats. After nearly 2 weeks of intense training, combined with the mech's feedback, his strength had seen a remarkable leap. Host, Su Ming. Muscle energy level, 3,700. Brain region energy level, 5,000. Gene lock, level 4 upper. Muscle activity, 100. Body training level, level 2 lower. Starlight points needed to advance to level 1, 500. Current Starlight points, 4,300 inch. I've grown so much, Su Ming muttered to himself. Originally, he was only at level 3 upper with an energy level of around 500 points. Now, his muscle energy level was close to 3,700, and his brain region had surged to 5,000, equivalent to a level 5 gene warrior. Just because his muscles couldn't keep up, the panel showed him at level 4 upper. He immediately spent 2,500 Starlight points to upgrade his body training to level 4. As the system prompt sounded, Su Ming felt his blood and energy surge, his muscle energy level jumping from 3,700 to 4,600 points, just a step away from level 5. What surprised him even more was that the improvement brought by body training seemed independent of gene evaluation. In other words, even if he were just at level 1, with a high enough body training level, he could still have thousands of energy points and dominate the level 1 warrior circle without advancing. Of course, Su Ming had no such malicious intent. However, this discovery was far from useless. It indicated that his abilities far surpassed those of warriors at the same level. Even his physical strength was significantly higher. Just as Su Ming was reveling in the joy of assembling the mecha, an earth-shattering piece of news broke from the Lhasa Alliance. They had managed to fend off the Free Federation army led by Brook, and from the current situation, they even had the upper hand. Everyone was astounded. After all, not to mention the apocalyptic level Brook, even an ordinary federal soldier's equipment was far superior to Lhasa's. Who could have imagined that this elite force would hit a wall in front of Lhasa? Due to the confidential nature of the matter, both sides remained tight-lipped. Only a few major factions could catch a glimpse of Lhasa's true trump card. At that moment, Lieutenant Volkert suddenly received an urgent communication from the Empire. This is Temporary Military Unit 32, awaiting orders. He stood at attention and saluted. The voice on the other end was hurried and serious. Lieutenant, the cause of the abnormal cosmic creatures has been identified. It's the experimental subjects that leaked while Lhasa was developing the supergene serum. Now that Lhasa is under attack by Brook, they've been forced to release these monsters. Some are resisting the federal forces, while others are scattering everywhere. Volkert was shocked. So what's the current situation? A large number of high-level beasts are escaping, Lieutenant. Before the situation gets completely out of control, please withdraw your troops immediately, the staff member said in a grave tone. Retreat immediately. Lieutenant Walker hung up the phone, his face unusually grim. He made a quick decision, ordering the ship to turn around and return to the safe zone at full speed. However, the outbreak of the supergene research incident had far exceeded the expectations of both the Free Federation and the Empire. The experiment, still unstable, had been activated prematurely, and even the Lozer Alliance couldn't estimate its impact. Suddenly, a large amount of genetic serum leaked from the lab, spreading like a virus among cosmic creatures and causing mutations. The number of affected beings far surpassed expectations. This was not supergene technology. It was a virus that could trigger biological mutations. Although Lieutenant Walker had ordered a retreat, it was too late. About 20 minutes after takeoff, he could clearly see that they were surrounded by a large number of mutated creatures. They came in various shapes, but all exhibited extraordinary aggression and hierarchy. Even more bizarre was that these monsters did not attack each other, but instead targeted spaceships and other objects in the cosmos. Temporary Fleet 27 has been completely wiped out. Lieutenant, are you all right? The Imperial operator asked urgently. Fleet 27, deep in Lozer's borders, had been the first to be hit by the supervirus outbreak, collapsing before they had a chance to react. Now, this terrifying wave was swallowing the Temporary Fleet's warships one by one. We might not hold out much longer, Walker said, looking out the window. The sky was filled with beasts of energy levels around 4 and 5, occasionally mixed with a few level 6 monsters. Even as a level 6 warrior, he couldn't handle tens of thousands of enemies. For some reason, they hadn't launched a full-scale attack yet, as if they were waiting for something. The entire ship's crew was on high alert, nerves stretched to the breaking point. If these monsters charged all at once, Fleet 32 would be torn apart in an instant. At that moment, everyone's pupils suddenly contracted. A path opened up among the monsters, revealing a colossal creature exuding a terrifying aura. It was covered in spikes and resembled a lizard, the rare iron lizard of the cosmos. Alarms blared inside the ship. High-energy creature detected. Energy level, 41,000 points. Warning, this creature's energy level exceeds the estimated overall combat power of Temporary Fleet 32. Warning, the figure of 41,000 points indicated a level 7 lower tier cosmic creature. Despair flashed in everyone's eyes. Even with mechanical weapons, Walker might hold his own against a high level 6 creature, but against a level 7, combined with the surrounding lower level monsters, they had no chance. They were trapped. What do we do? Are we going to die here? A pale-faced officer murmured. Just then, the iron lizard unleashed a terrifying energy blast at the ship. Crack. The energy shield shattered, and the entire warship was flipped over by the impact. We can't sit here and wait to die. We have to go out and fight. Walker gritted his teeth. Leading by example, he donned his battle armor and charged out, firing a massive cannon at the monster. However, the iron lizard glanced at him disdainfully and shattered the cannon shell with the spike on its head. It then fired another beam, sending Walker flying and fracturing his armor's shield. The next attack would likely be fatal for the lieutenant. Seeing this, everyone inside the cabin held their breath, hearts pounding in their throats. Cold sweat poured down. A soldier shouted, "Brothers, get out there and support. If we don't act now, we're done for." Before he finished speaking, a figure suddenly dashed towards the hatch. Huh, Little Master Su Ming? The soldier was taken aback, but quickly recovered and moved to stop him. Don't be rash. You may be a genetic warrior, but you're still a novice mechanic. Specializations matter, and your level can't be that high. Charging out like this, though brave, is unwise. Master Su Ming, come back, it's dangerous out. Before he could finish the word, the soldier's eyes widened in shock, rendering him speechless. Everyone else turned to look outside the hatch, where a gleaming silver mech was slowly emerging from the spaceship. All eyes were fixed on the figure at the hatchway as the radiant silver mech made its appearance outside the ship. Lieutenant Walker felt the energy of his combat suit's shield deplete, and a wave of excruciating pain surged through his body, burning like fire and becoming unbearable. Although the shield had blocked the attack, the sheer force of the impact left him staggering. Despite this, Walker had no time to dwell on his physical agony. He stared in despair at the steel lizard, knowing the next wave of attacks was already speeding toward him. His mind went blank as he watched the rays expand before his eyes, bracing himself for death. But in the next instant, a silver light enveloped him, and before he could react, he felt himself being whisked away to safety, avoiding the deadly rays. The terrifying power emanating from beside him made Walker break out in a cold sweat. He had narrowly escaped. Turning to see his rescuer, he was astonished to find a gleaming silver mech. Feeling a wave of relief, he murmured, "The Empire finally came to help?" However, to his surprise, a familiar voice came through the communication system. "Mr. Walker, pull yourself together. It's not the Empire. It's me, Su Ming. The crisis isn't over, so stay alert." Walker's eyes widened as he looked at the silver mech. "Su Ming? How is this possible? How do you have a mech? Are you a mech warrior?" He was incredulous. Even those of high rank struggled to pilot a mech, yet ordinary Su Ming was managing it. No time to explain. Su Ming's urgent voice echoed as the silver mech vanished, darting toward the steel lizard. The steel lizard, enraged by the rescue, lunged at the seemingly insignificant mech. Its terrifying rays converged once more, blasting toward the silver mech. However, the mech evaded the attacks with uncanny agility, as if it could predict them. Inside the mech, Su Ming's expression was tense as he expertly maneuvered, his mind perfectly synchronized with the machine. He deftly responded to the onslaught of rays. Around him, cosmic creatures gaped in astonishment, unleashing their fearsome rays. These rays, the creature's primary weapon, had evolved from their long-term exposure to radiation, allowing them to emit deadly beams from their mouths. Radiation is deadly for ordinary life forms, but for cosmic beings, it's essential. Inside the spaceship, everyone watched as countless rays shot towards the silver mecha from all directions. With such a dense barrage, it seemed there was no escape for Su Ming, the young master. The onlookers were sweating, their eyes filled with despair. However, the silver mecha dodged the dense rays with astonishing speed, performing dozens of high-difficulty maneuvers. Everyone exchanged glances, their faces showing shock. Even the top soldiers of the Empire couldn't pull off such moves, could they? It required intense focus to find the flaws in each attack and dodge them instantly. They doubted that even an apocalypse-level expert could outperform Su Ming. In their eyes, Su Ming's movements were like a work of art, flawless and mesmerizing. Though it might seem inappropriate given the situation, they couldn't help but find his performance aesthetically pleasing, almost to the point of giving them goosebumps. At this moment, all eyes were on Su Ming, but his gaze remained exceptionally calm. He had pushed his mental focus to the limit. The scene before him reminded him of the countless training scenarios he had gone through in the system over the past 16 years. Initially clumsy, Su Ming was often hit, but with the system's guidance, he learned to evade attacks. Now, Su Ming was exhilarated. He was confident that under equal conditions, even an apocalypse-level expert wouldn't be his match. As countless attacks came at him again, every nerve in Su Ming's body was taut. Redeem 100 Starlight points. Su Ming's calm voice echoed inside the mecha. In the surrounding vacuum, he could communicate freely with the system. Starlight points redeemed successfully. The system's voice resonated in Su Ming's mind. No matter what happened, the system never wavered. Suddenly, Su Ming felt a surge of powerful starlight energy flow into his body. With a steely gaze, he maneuvered the mech with precision, deftly avoiding one attack after another. Then, amidst the fiery sparks of the assault, he fixed his cold, unyielding eyes on the steel lizard ahead. The shifting energies made the steel lizard uneasy, causing its body to writhe as it tried to break free from the mech's lock. However, the mech's stability was astonishing. Even under countless attacks, it remained steadfastly locked onto the steel lizard. In the mech's arm, the Star Destroyer sniper rifle was preparing a fearsome attack. Legend has it that one shot from the Star Destroyer could obliterate a planet. While this might be an exaggeration, at this moment, the steel lizard felt an extremely unsettling aura. Su Ming sat inside the mech, fully concentrated on evading attacks while keeping a tight lock on the steel lizard. Despite the explosive power surging within him, Su Ming maintained strict control, not letting a single ounce of energy leak out. Su Ming was no longer the ordinary person he once was on the planet Nopu. Through training and enhancement, he effortlessly wielded the power he had exchanged for 100 Starlight points. At this moment, a glint of insight flashed in Su Ming's eyes as he spotted a weakness in the steel lizard. Immediately, the barrel of the Star Destroyer released a beam filled with starlight. This strike was aimed directly at the steel lizard, which, realizing it couldn't evade, braced for the inevitable hit. The silent attack struck the steel lizard instantly, sending it flying and shattering its scales. The soldiers on the spacecraft cheered at the sight. However, Su Ming's heart was not as elated. Although he had hit the steel lizard, it hadn't inflicted significant damage, and the power gap between them remained. Despite the mech greatly enhancing his capabilities, even with the added 100 Starlight points, Su Ming's energy level was around 37,000. Although this was formidable, in comparison, the Steel Lizard's 41,000 energy level still held the upper hand. The 4,000 point difference was enough to grant the Steel Lizard partial immunity to some damage. Yet, the starlight in Su Ming's eyes did not fade. While energy levels were important, they were not the sole determinants of victory. In battle, performance, mindset, judgment, and technique were equally crucial. The gap between 37,000 and 41,000 was significant, but not insurmountable. Su Ming's gaze remained fixed on the spot he had just attacked. Although the wound was minor, it was self-inflicted. Su Ming believed that if he could hurt it, there was a chance to completely defeat this Steel Lizard. The silver mecha streaked through space like a dazzling beam of light. Without hesitation, Su Ming requested to exchange 100 starlight points from the system. Instantly, a surge of starlight energy poured into the mecha. His eyes sharpened, locking onto the Steel Lizard. After countless precise attacks, he accurately targeted the weak spot from his previous strike. Starlight gleamed once more in the barrel, and the fearsome shot hit the Steel Lizard's weak point dead on. Su Ming's marksmanship was astonishing, and those aboard the ship were in awe of his precision with the second shot. The first shot had already knocked off the lizard's scales, exposing its soft inner tissue. The second shot struck the flesh directly, causing severe damage to the Steel Lizard. The crew on the ship were thrilled. They saw the dawn of victory. Su Ming's performance far exceeded their expectations, with almost zero mistakes, his movements as fluid as painting. If Su Ming could defeat the Steel Lizard before them, everyone could safely leave the ship to support him. Otherwise, leaving the ship prematurely would only burden Su Ming if the lizard remained undefeated. As the crew marveled, the silver mecha continued to fire relentlessly at the Steel Lizard. 1 shot, 2 shots, 3 shots, maintaining a steady barrage. Soon, fear flickered in the Steel Lizard's eyes. The mecha's shooting accuracy was terrifyingly precise. No matter how the enemy dodged, the mecha locked onto its target. Even if hiding behind a cosmic creature, the mecha would still accurately find the enemy's location and shoot through the creature in front, striking the enemy's weak point. The continuous attacks inflicted massive damage on the lizard's wound. Calmly, Su Ming asked the system, "How many starlight points do I have left?" He observed the lizard's wound, which now covered a fifth of its body, a definite critical hit. The system's voice echoed in Su Ming's mind. "You have 1,200 starlight points remaining." Su Ming's expression shifted slightly. He had over 3,000 points initially, and now only 1,200 remained. Each attack consumed 100 points, meaning he had launched around 20 attacks on the same weak spot. The Steel Lizard was now starting to retreat, attempting to flee. This was the moment. When Su Ming saw the Steel Lizard gradually retreating, a surge of excitement and courage filled his heart. He took a deep breath and, without hesitation, put away his sniper rifle, replacing it with an enormous mechanical battle axe. This axe gleamed under the sunlight, symbolizing Su Ming's bravery and determination. Clad in heavy armor, he looked imposing and resolute, ready to face the upcoming challenge. The Steel Lizard let out a low growl, seemingly sensing the powerful aura emanating from Su Ming. Undeterred, Su Ming strode forward with solid, forceful steps, as if declaring his resolve and courage. His gaze was firm and sharp, revealing a thirst for battle and unwavering confidence. As the battle axe struck the Steel Lizard with tremendous force, a powerful energy gathered in the air. Su Ming felt the impact of the axe colliding with his enemy, as if each swing released his inner rage and strength. His entire being was infused with the passion of combat, with each attack brimming with determination and perseverance. In this life-and-death struggle, Su Ming demonstrated fearless courage and unyielding will. His heart burned with a desire for victory, and every move reflected his readiness to face and conquer the challenge. Finally, when the Steel Lizard fell, a sense of triumph and satisfaction surged through Su Ming. This battle was not only a conquest over his enemy, but also a testament to his own bravery and perseverance. When Su Ming took out the battle axe, his face showed signs of seriousness. This battle axe was a top-tier stellar-grade weapon, soon to be upgraded to cluster-grade. In the past, Su Ming couldn't handle this battle axe at all. However, after some modifications, the usage threshold was significantly lowered. With the assistance of his mech, Su Ming could barely wield the battle axe. Yet, to fully unleash its power, Su Ming needed to exchange 400 starlight points. Determined, he directly exchanged 400 points from the system. Considering his current physical condition, his limit was around 350 starlight points. Any more would harm his body. Although 400 points exceeded his capacity and might cause damage, it wouldn't immediately break him down. As long as his body didn't collapse, Su Ming could use the starlight points to heal himself. To ensure a stable victory over the Iron Lizard, Su Ming was willing to risk bodily harm to exchange enough energy for an unrivaled strike. As a massive amount of energy was exchanged, the battle axe emitted a dazzling light. Red halos flowed across the axe's surface, displaying a vibrant array of colors, as if blood were coursing through it. This was the origin of the battle axe's name. Enhanced by the starlight energy, the axe shimmered with a silver-white glow amidst the red halos, making it look even more magnificent. However, to the iron lizard locked onto by the battle axe, the radiant glow was anything but beautiful. It felt an overwhelming sense of danger approaching. Startled, it prepared to flee. But at that moment, it saw the silver mech charging straight at it. Seeing this, the iron lizard couldn't help but feel elated. Finally, the mech was engaging in close combat. Although the iron lizard didn't know that Su Ming chose melee because he lacked the starlight points for a ranged attack, it didn't dampen its excitement. The iron lizard excelled in close-quarters combat. Its claws and fangs were more threatening than its energy beams. Renowned for its melee prowess, it was both powerful and heavily armored. Previously, it had always wanted to get close to the mech, but each time found it blending seamlessly into the cosmic environment, making it impossible to approach. But now, the mech had forsaken its ranged advantage to engage in close combat, practically delivering itself on a silver platter. Without hesitation, the iron lizard opened its jaws wide and lunged at the silver mech. At that moment, the silver mech piloted by Su Ming displayed astonishing speed. The battle axe in his hands was infused with a massive amount of starlight energy, becoming even more dazzling. Su Ming felt an unusually scorching and heavy sensation in the mech's hands, which was not an illusion. Through the communication of his brain's energy levels, the mech's unique perception was transmitted to Su Ming's mind. Their senses intertwined at that instant. The energy level of the battle axe exceeded Su Ming's control, causing the heavy sensation. A weapon beyond control could easily lose its effectiveness, which was detrimental to the battle. However, Su Ming gritted his teeth and forcibly used the starlight energy to restrain the battle axe's energy level, compensating for his own shortcomings. Finally, he raised the battle axe, and a burst of red and silver light emanated intense killing intent, sweeping towards the steel lizard like a crimson wave. Su Ming's body was torn and bloodied by the starlight energy, but he resisted tenaciously. Silver light flickered in his eyes as he activated the nuclear-powered acceleration device on the back of the mech, generating terrifying thrust and increasing his speed several times over. The mech's superiority over conventional equipment lay in its all-around performance. The powerful thrust was overwhelming, and without a strong physical energy level, it would be hard to endure. The mech suddenly accelerated, disrupting the steel lizard's defenses, making it difficult to respond. Su Ming's speed increased, allowing him to skillfully evade the steel lizard's lock and seize the opportunity to strike with his battle axe. The piercing sound broke the silence of the cosmos as Su Ming unleashed all his starlight energy, crushing the enemy. Pain surged through him, but he endured it, focusing solely on the battle. The system's X-ray vision suddenly revealed everything in Su Ming's eyes. The patterns etched through flesh and bone were like the meticulous disassembly of a machine, showcasing a unique skill. Su Ming adeptly identified the textures of flesh within the steel lizard's body, effortlessly slicing through its hide. At that moment, a frantically beating heart appeared in the system's view. Without hesitation, Su Ming tightened his grip on the axe and fiercely struck at the heart of the steel lizard. Although the iron lizard was severely injured, it continued to struggle for survival. However, when the giant axe struck its heart, its fate was sealed. The axe cleaved the iron lizard's heart in an instant, splitting it into fragments. Blood gushed out like a fountain, staining the once silver mech a deep red. Su Ming, witnessing the scene, did not revel in victory. Instead, he swiftly used 50 starlight points to repair his own damaged body and quickly maneuvered his mech to retreat. As expected, even with its heart shattered, the iron lizard's tenacious life force allowed it to survive for another 3 minutes, violently thrashing and tearing nearby creatures to pieces before finally collapsing in silence. The soldiers aboard the spaceship erupted into cheers upon seeing this. The spectacle was astonishing and remarkable. Such a battle, if recorded and shared, would undoubtedly cause a sensation, becoming a classic example of the weak triumphing over the strong. The soldiers eagerly donned their space combat suits and rushed out of the spaceship. Through the mech communication system, their excited voices echoed, "Master Su Ming, we're here to support you." Hearing their voices, Su Ming's eyes flickered as he glanced towards the spaceship. He saw a large number of soldiers armed with mechanical weapons charging towards the swarm of cosmic creatures, with laser missiles raining down upon the enemy. The sheer number of cosmic creatures meant the soldiers didn't even need to aim carefully. Each attack hit its mark. Su Ming, wielding his battle axe, became a red blur, slicing through the enemy ranks with ease. Wherever he went, cosmic creatures fell under his mech, and countless droplets of blood floated in the starry expanse. Faced with the deathly presence of the mech, fear flashed in the eyes of the cosmic creatures. The mech was too powerful, swift as lightning, and devastatingly lethal. Against such an opponent, anyone would feel dread. Crucially, the enemy leader, the Iron Lizard, had just been slain. With their leader gone, the cosmic creatures lost their coordination and began to scatter. The news spread quickly, and seeing their comrades flee, the fear among the cosmic creatures intensified. In no time, they all turned tail and vanished into the cosmos. In the void, the air was thick with corpses and blood, and the soldiers of the 32nd Temporary Army were isolated and helpless. Su Ming could finally breathe a sigh of relief as his tense nerves began to unwind. He stored his mech in the storage space, feeling an overwhelming wave of exhaustion. His muscles and brain ached with fatigue, as if they had been pushed to their limits. Su Ming felt a bit bitter. The intense exertion had taken a heavy toll on his body. He hadn't noticed his fatigue earlier due to the constant tension. Now that he was relaxing, the exhaustion hit him hard. If he had to hold out for another 10 minutes, he might have collapsed. The cosmic creatures likely didn't realize that their persistence almost drove Su Ming to the brink. After all, their intelligence was far inferior to that of sentient beings. After the battle, Su Ming paid little attention to his sore muscles. In fact, this feeling was a good sign. He believed that once his body and mind recovered, he would experience a breakthrough. The group returned to the spaceship, and the soldiers gathered around Su Ming, enthusiastically expressing their admiration. Su Ming gave a wry smile, squeezed through the crowd, and quietly retreated to his room, collapsing into sleep. Despite reaching a high level of mastery, sleep remained essential. Unlike in fantasy novels, the stronger one becomes, the more vital adequate sleep is. Sleep aids in recovery, and the higher the level of mastery, the greater the need for it. The group paused, watching Su Ming walk alone to his room. They exchanged understanding smiles. This battle, unexpectedly resolved by a mechanic on the spaceship, left everyone feeling relieved to have survived. However, despite the good mood, there was no desire to celebrate. They were still in danger, potentially facing attacks from cosmic creatures infected in the star domain. Once infected by a virus, these creatures would become stronger, with increased aggression and transmissibility. Not daring to delay, they piloted the spaceship towards a nearby star domain. Shortly after, they faced a cosmic creature uprising, and the Lozer Alliance's research on supergene serums was exposed. If done in secret, it might not have been a big deal, as all factions were conducting research. But the exposure triggered a cosmic creature riot, and the serum side effects of heightened aggression and transmissibility caused public panic. No matter how advanced technology becomes, viruses remain a source of fear for the public. The fear of viruses is deeply ingrained, and the Lozer Alliance quickly became the target of widespread condemnation. On the Empire's side, there was also a strong outcry of condemnation, and they even planned to send troops to punish the Lhasa Alliance. However, those with keen insight could see that the Empire's intervention at this time was clearly motivated by jealousy over the Lhasa Alliance's ongoing development of a supergenetic serum. The Empire's actions were shrouded in hypocrisy and greed. They sought to thwart the Lhasa Alliance's progress to maintain their own dominance. This ruthless behavior highlighted the corrupting and cruel nature of power. Planet Connaught, the Empire's third military planet, was the scene as a commanding general strode confidently into the room. Inside the conference room, everyone was deeply engrossed in discussing the latest intelligence. The Imperial Research Institute had successfully stolen data on the supergenetic serum from the Lhasa Alliance, sparking a heated debate. This serum was discovered to assist in the growth of genetic warriors, although it did have some impact on intelligence. However, if the Empire could harness its power, it would become a secret weapon for the future. Recent intelligence revealed that the Lhasa Alliance had successfully repelled Brooke's attack using cosmic creatures enhanced by the super serum, which came as a surprise. The room buzzed with discussions, with everyone expressing interest in the potential of the supergenetic serum. General Hill, a legendary figure among the Empire's 36 pillars, scanned the room with piercing eyes and said in a deep voice, "The Empire's High Command has already made a decision. We will head to the band sector to seize the supergenetic technology. Allowing the Free Federation to obtain this technology would create unnecessary trouble." Hill's voice was authoritative and resolute, proposing a direct confrontation with the Lhasa Alliance's apocalyptic forces to ensure the Empire's safety. A female officer stood up cautiously and voiced her concern. "General Hill, we must maintain secrecy. However, there have been numerous temporary military sightings of super events near the band sector, and their discretion may not be reliable." The room fell into a thoughtful silence as everyone realized the gravity of the situation. The entire universe feared the Lhasa Alliance's supergenetic technology, and if the Empire were to control it, they would need to act carefully to avoid public backlash. While the regular military had strict confidentiality agreements, there was still a need to cautiously handle potential information leaks. After the temporary army disbanded, the soldiers scattered in all directions, their whereabouts unknown and impossible to trace. General Hill's eyes gleamed with determination, and a cold smile played at the corner of his mouth. He said nonchalantly, "Everyone here has been through life and death trials. This is nothing. We'll send one unit to seize the supergene technology, and another to erase any traces. The crowd was unsurprised by the general's orders, fully aware that this was the fate of the temporary army. Just like civilian militias, even if the entire army were to be wiped out, the Empire wouldn't care. Those who joined the temporary army usually had no background or influence. Otherwise, they would have been integrated into the regular forces long ago. Their lives and deaths were of no consequence to the Empire, so no one worried about it. A military officer stood up. He was responsible for the lower-ranked Mech warriors. Upon hearing the orders, he unhesitatingly led 57th level Mech warriors out of the room. Shortly after, a warship took off, carrying the Mech warriors into space. Inside the temporary army's spaceship number 32, soldiers gathered in front of Su Ming's quarters. This time, they weren't there for Mech repairs but to find Warren. Lately, Su Ming had been overwhelmed with repair orders, which he delegated to Warren. Unexpectedly, Warren's repair skills had improved significantly. By exchanging military merits for mechanical repair knowledge, his techniques had advanced greatly. Though different from Su Ming's methods, the results were highly satisfactory. Su Ming was pleased by this, recognizing Warren's potential to become an excellent mechanic. Su Ming took out a brand new component and began to expertly disassemble it. He was completely absorbed, immersed in the repair work. In the last battle, although the Mechs hadn't been directly attacked, prolonged exposure to energy beams had taken its toll. The Mechs now had some internal damage that, while not immediately affecting their use, would shorten their lifespan if not promptly repaired. During that intense battle, Su Ming's mental capabilities reached their limit, achieving a significant breakthrough. At this moment, a burst of brilliance illuminated Su Ming's mind, as if a star that originally shone with a brightness of 5,000 points suddenly surged to 7,000 points. This unexpected enhancement made him feel an unprecedented power, as if he had attained a mid-level grade 5 intelligence. Combined with his Mech and Starlight points, he could potentially unleash a formidable grade 7 upper-level strength. However, at the same time, Su Ming's physical condition became a limitation. His body energy level was only at 5,200 points, barely surpassing the lower grade 5 genetic warrior threshold. Su Ming smiled wryly, realizing that unlike others who struggled to boost their intelligence, he was tormented by the need to improve his physical attributes. The next day, Lieutenant Walker directly reported the incident to the Imperial workstation. The staff there pondered for a moment before addressing Walker. "Lieutenant, please remain where you are. We have your location. The Empire has dispatched a rescue team, and Mechs will soon arrive at temporary military coordinate 32. Hearing this, Lieutenant Walker was overjoyed and felt a sense of relief. The Empire sending Mech warriors for the rescue clearly showed how seriously they were taking the situation. He couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. After hanging up, he ordered the ship to stay put and wait for the rescue, overlooking one crucial detail. If the Imperial rescue team was coming, he should have moved towards the Empire's border to meet them, not stayed in place. The Empire's instruction to remain in place suggested they didn't want the temporary military Unit 32 returning to the core territories. As time passed, following an intense battle, the cosmic creatures seemed to fear the ship and no longer approached. After receiving the Imperial rescue signal, Lieutenant Walker felt relieved and calmly left the ship floating in space, preparing to rest the troops. Several hours later, Su Ming stood up and smiled as he patted the Mech in front of him. After hours of hard work, the Mech's damage was finally repaired, earning him nearly 500 star points to compensate for the losses from the previous battle. At that moment, cheers erupted from the ship. The Imperial reinforcements had arrived. Everyone smiled in joy as the Imperial Mech warriors flew towards them. They counted 10 Mechs in total. The Empire clearly took this matter very seriously, dispatching Mech warriors for the rescue. A burly man watched the approaching Mechs with a look of delight. These Mech warriors, cultivated by the Empire at great expense, required not only genetic soldiers to unlock brain capabilities, but also significant funds to build the Mechs. Su Ming, who had assembled Mechs before, knew the staggering cost of creating one, almost as much as purchasing one directly. These 10 Mech warriors were practically flying treasures. The Mech warriors exuded a powerful aura, no less intimidating than the steel lizards they had encountered before. This force was more than capable of handling the rescue mission. Lieutenant Walker was thrilled to see the Mech warriors. They had finally arrived, and the Empire had sent Mechs, indicating the high importance placed on this rescue mission. Lieutenant Walker didn't hesitate for a moment. He resolutely donned his space combat suit, stepped out of the ship, and prepared to welcome the arrival of the Mecha warriors. "Su Ming, the Empire has sent Mecha warriors to rescue us," Warren exclaimed, feeling a wave of relief wash over him as he saw the multitude of Mecha warriors approaching. Anyone who saw these Mecha warriors would feel an overwhelming sense of security. Intrigued by Warren's words, Su Ming looked out the ship's window. Sure enough, 10 pristine Mechas were exuding a powerful aura as they swiftly approached the temporary military ship 32. Su Ming smiled, feeling much calmer, and prepared to focus on the mechanical equipment in front of him. However, just as he reached out for the equipment, his hand froze midair. He raised his head and scrutinized the mecha warriors once more. The more he looked, the more concerned his expression became. Something's not right, Su Ming muttered to himself. Not right? Why do you say that? Warren asked, curious. These rescuers don't have a rescue team. Su Ming explained. For a nation as powerful as the Empire, there are strict protocols for military rescues. It's not just about sending strong warriors to solve the problem. A proper rescue mission should include medical teams, mechanics, backup ships, and energy supplies to handle any potential issues the stranded team might face. Even if Lieutenant Walker ensured there were no casualties, shouldn't mechanics and spare parts have come along? After all, this ship was attacked by the Iron Lizards, and there could be hidden risks inside. Mechanics are needed to inspect these, and relying solely on the ship's crew is insufficient. The Empire, as the pinnacle of human civilization, shouldn't make such a basic mistake. The fact that there are only 10 mecha warriors without any rescue team is highly unusual. Maybe the other rescue teams went elsewhere. The Empire wouldn't harm us without reason. With these 10 mecha warriors, we'll be able to return to the Empire safely, Warren remarked, seemingly unperturbed. Citizens living in the Empire generally didn't believe it would harm its own people. I hope you're right. Better safe than sorry, Su Ming whispered to himself. He was not born in the Empire but was a traveler from Earth, and he was skeptical of the Empire's promises to its citizens. After saying this, Su Ming stood up and stored the newly repaired mecha in his storage space. He carefully configured the mecha, ready to wear it at any moment. Then, he found the front desk staff and borrowed a small ship, which he also placed in his storage space. After completing all these preparations, Su Ming felt slightly more at ease. Suddenly, a terrified scream echoed through the spaceship, causing Su Ming's heart to race. He quickly glanced out the window, his eyes widening in shock. Floating before him was a disfigured corpse, eerily suspended in the void. The air was still thick with smoke from a recent explosion, yet to dissipate. As Su Ming scrutinized the tattered uniform of the body, he could vaguely identify it as Lieutenant Walker's. A deep sense of sorrow and rage surged within him. Lieutenant Walker had been a brave and resolute soldier, and seeing him reduced to such a fate was heartbreaking. Seeing Lieutenant Walker's lifeless body floating in the void, Su Ming felt a chill run down his spine. Walker had been murdered, and the killers were evidently the so-called rescue team. These 10 mech warriors, just as Su Ming had suspected, were not here for a rescue mission but to silence witnesses. Almost instantly, Su Ming realized that the Empire was still after the supergene technology. Under the pressure of public opinion from the cosmic citizens, the Empire had to eliminate those who knew too much to ensure the information wouldn't leak. For a massive empire, an advanced technology was undoubtedly worth far more than the lives of its citizens. Before Su Ming could react, he sensed several powerful energy signatures locking onto the spaceship. Damn! Su Ming's heart raced. Without a moment to think, he grabbed Warren beside him, and his mech instantly enveloped his body. With a swift move, he shattered the spaceship's window and leaped out. Just as Su Ming broke through the window, multiple terrifying energy attacks erupted, engulfing the spaceship. The ship's shields held for only a moment before being obliterated by the overwhelming force. The attacks didn't stop there. They continued to tear the entire spaceship apart. A blinding flash of light burst forth, and the vessel disintegrated in a massive explosion in the void. The soldiers inside had no time to react and were consumed by the devastating assault. Fewer than 20 were likely to have survived. The 10 opposing mech warriors were each as formidable as a steel lizard. Such a terrifying lineup destroyed the heavily fortified spaceship almost instantaneously. Seeing a few survivors, the mech warriors exchanged signals and locked onto the remaining survivors, preparing to launch a second wave of attacks to finish them off. But at that moment, one of the mech pilots suddenly felt an intense sense of danger targeting him. Alarmed, the pilot prepared to make a quick maneuver, but a silent, deadly attack struck his mech. Boom! The pilot felt a terrifying force blast his mech away, instantly depleting 40 of its energy shield. The Empire's mech warrior was shocked and looked towards the source of the attack. He saw a silver-white mech floating silently in the void, aiming a long-barreled sniper rifle directly at him. The pilot didn't have time to warn his comrades before the sniper rifle glowed red again. Boom! Another shot hit the mech warrior, shattering his energy shield completely and twisting his mech with the remaining force. The mech warrior's heart pounded in his chest. Fortunately, the blow only caused the mech to twist slightly. Although the energy shield was breached, the mech's sturdy material withstood the fatal impact. This made the Imperial mech warrior realize that the pilot of the silver mech might not be an expert. Otherwise, the consequences of such an attack would have been dire. Nevertheless, he knew that the next strike from the silver mech could be lethal. Enemy mech warrior, he hastily warned. Immediately, he felt the enemy mech lock onto him again. A powerful survival instinct surged within him as the Imperial Mech warrior maneuvered his mech, trying to evade the lock. However, no matter how he dodged, the enemy remained tightly locked onto him, as if they could predict his every move. Cold sweat broke out on the Imperial Mech warrior's forehead. The enemy's shooting skills were terrifying, surpassing even the best snipers in his unit. He couldn't just wait for death. Gritting his teeth, the Imperial Mech warrior unleashed a massive burst of energy. Raising his electromagnetic pulse gun, he attempted to force the enemy to reveal a weakness through his attack, hoping to break free from the lock. To his surprise, the silver mech did not dodge but prepared to launch an attack instead. This allowed the Imperial Mech warrior to lock onto his target immediately. Boom! The electromagnetic pulse gun discharged a powerful attack. However, at that moment, the Imperial Mech warrior's expression changed dramatically. He realized that the silver mech had successfully broken free from the lock the instant he launched his attack. How was that possible? His pupils contracted as he recalled hearing about a special maneuver among top-tier mech warriors. This technique involved making slight adjustments just before the enemy locked on and attacked, successfully breaking free from the lock. Mastering this technique could almost guarantee the attack would fail, as the attacker couldn't retract an already launched assault. Now, the Imperial Mech warrior had a chance to switch from defense to offense and easily defeat his opponent. This technique is extremely challenging and requires the mech operator to have excellent timing and positioning skills, as well as a certain level of attack judgment. Only by considering all these factors comprehensively can one master this technique. Even the top mech warriors won't attempt such maneuvers lightly during non-critical moments because it is simply too risky. Failing to break free from a lock-on at a crucial moment would undoubtedly result in severe consequences. Those who can effortlessly utilize this technique are invariably individuals with immense self-confidence. As expected, the Imperial Mecha warrior's attack was effortlessly dodged by Su Ming. Without hesitation, Su Ming seized the opening created by his opponent's offensive. A determined silver glint flashed in his eyes as his mind rapidly formulated a plan. His sniper rifle was charged with a terrifying power, and the moment was fleeting. Su Ming couldn't afford to delay. He launched his attack without a second thought. Any further hesitation, and the other Imperial Mecha warriors would arrive to provide backup, making it nearly impossible to defeat this one. A silent flame engulfed the opposing Mecha warrior in an instant. Unprepared, he was obliterated by Su Ming's shot. In that moment, the Imperial Mecha warrior made not a sound as he was shattered into pieces. Only then did the other Imperial Mecha warriors realize what had happened. Though the confrontation had lasted just a few exchanges, Su Ming had already destroyed one mecha. Shocked by this sight, the remaining warriors abandoned their pursuit of the temporary sergeant, number 32, and redirected their assault towards Su Ming. Several menacing auras immediately locked onto him. Su Ming gritted his teeth and released a spaceship from his storage space, shouting to Warren, "Get on the ship, we're retreating." Without waiting for Warren's response, Su Ming shot into the sky, drawing enemy fire. Warren was momentarily stunned by the scene but quickly reacted. He wasted no time boarding the spaceship and promptly activated the flight controls. This spaceship was one Su Ming had rented from the front lines upon sensing the impending crisis. Now, it was their only hope for escape. Su Ming piloted his mecha high into the air, distancing himself from the spaceship while attracting the enemy's attention. His goal was simple: to become the focal point of their firepower. Instantly, the enemy unleashed a barrage of attacks, their energy levels homing in on Su Ming. The Imperial Mecha warriors accelerated rapidly, launching their assault. Su Ming concentrated intensely, sensing every aura targeting him. At this moment, his sole desire was to flee. Faced with 9 adversaries, each as formidable as a steel lizard, Su Ming harbored no thoughts of resistance. His only aim was to buy time for Warren to activate the spaceship's space jump function. These Imperial Mecha warriors were standard models without space warp capabilities, whereas the spaceship possessed this feature. Once activated, it could traverse light years in an instant. No matter how fast the enemies were, they couldn't catch the spaceship. Relentless attacks continued to barrage him, the auras firmly locked onto Su Ming. Su Ming's gaze turned cold and terrifying. His mind raced as he frantically maneuvered the mech, deftly evading enemy attacks. "This guy is a real expert. His movement skills are astonishing," remarked an Imperial Mech warrior with a cold tone, his eyes filled with murderous intent and anger. Despite being at a significant disadvantage, the opponent had managed to launch a successful sneak attack right under their noses, immediately taking down one of their teammates. For an Imperial Mech warrior, this was an intolerable disgrace. Thus, the 9 Imperial Mech warriors unanimously decided that Su Ming had to be eliminated. However, they quickly realized that the one controlling the silver mech was extraordinarily skilled, moving like a nimble fish, making it impossible to lock onto his position. Normally, they might have admired such exceptional maneuvering, but at this moment, this mech operator was their enemy. Facing such a highly skilled opponent left them feeling extremely frustrated. The opponent's agile evasions made close combat impossible, causing everyone to grow increasingly anxious. They decided to employ strategic tactics to force the opponent into a corner. Immediately, several mech warriors spread out, encircling Su Ming. 9 mech warriors closed in from all directions, gradually tightening the encirclement. Su Ming frowned slightly. The enemy had both numbers and strength on their side, and even if he wanted to break through, it would be a tough battle. The opponents would give him no chance to escape, and the encirclement was growing tighter, severely limiting Su Ming's maneuvering space. In this situation, even Su Ming found it difficult to evade all attacks and might be pushed to the brink. Just then, Su Ming caught sight of Warren's spaceship in the corner of his eye, glowing faintly as it prepared for a space jump. A spark of hope ignited in Su Ming's heart. He opened his communication device, and Warren's anxious voice immediately came through. Su Ming quickly responded, "Start the jump. I'll break through at the last moment. Just leave an exit for me." Warren hesitated, knowing that once the space jump started, it couldn't be cancelled. If Su Ming failed to break through and board the ship, the consequences would be dire. However, Su Ming firmly said, "Trust me, Warren." Hearing this, a determined glint appeared in Warren's eyes. Warren didn't hesitate and decisively activated the spaceship's warp drive. The vessel shuddered slightly, as if about to tear through the fabric of space and leave the galaxy behind. Meanwhile, Su Ming found himself gradually surrounded by a group of mech warriors, trapped in a dire situation. They advanced one by one, closing in on him with each step, leaving Su Ming feeling cornered and with nowhere to escape. The surrounding mech warriors were closing in, locking onto Su Ming with multiple brainwave signals. Su Ming had little room left to maneuver, making it exceedingly difficult to evade their pursuit. Yet, his eyes showed no trace of panic. In his communication device, Warren's anxious countdown echoed. 30 seconds left. 20 seconds left. Su Ming remained calm, deftly dodging the attacks around him, his gaze revealing a terrifying resolve. 10 seconds left. Hurry. Warren's voice was almost in tears. Hearing this, Su Ming's eyes blazed with intense light. Redeem 400 Starlight points. His voice was calm but filled with determination. In an instant, a vast power surged through Su Ming's body, his capillaries threatening to burst, blood seeping out, but he remained unaffected. Quickly analyzing the situation, he stopped dodging and faced an attacking mech warrior Hedon, charging forward bravely. Electromagnetic light shield. Su Ming shouted coldly. Starlight energy burst forth, and a massive electromagnetic light shield instantly appeared, glowing brightly on the left arm of his mech. With the aid of the starlight, the shield unleashed a powerful counterattack. Bang! The opponent's attack was blocked, but the shield's durability dropped to about 60. 2 more hits left. Su Ming silently calculated, instantly activating the nuclear-powered thrusters on his back. Instead of being repelled, his mech used the thrusters' terrifying speed to launch a fierce assault on the enemy. Damn! The enemy is breaking through. Quick support! Other Imperial mech warriors realized Su Ming's intent and rushed towards him and the mech he was about to attack. However, they were always a step too slow, and in that moment, Su Ming's mech exploded with extreme speed, swiftly arriving in front of the enemy. A bloody battle axe appeared in Su Ming's mech's hand. His eyes gleamed with silver light as he channeled all the starlight energy into his arm and the axe. Celestial Infinity Technique. Combat Chapter Heaven Splitter. For the first time, Su Ming unleashed the Heaven Splitter, a combat skill from the Celestial Infinity Technique. Legend has it that Pangu split the heavens and the earth with one axe, creating the world. The Heaven Splitter is named after this myth. This skill, which must be released with a battle axe, has immense penetrating and armor-breaking capabilities, making it perfect for the current situation. Su Ming eyed the flickering shield on the enemy mech, resolved to make his move. Without hesitation, he raised his massive axe, his eyes locked onto the opponent's shield. Su Ming, a skilled mechanic, had an intimate understanding of energy patterns. He knew that energy flow always had brief gaps and weaknesses. This weakness would be his key to breaking through. Su Ming's gaze was as sharp as a blade. He then focused on an inconspicuous corner. Pioneer. A powerful surge of energy erupted, and Su Ming seemed to transform into a giant, wielding his enormous axe with a sky-splitting force, directly targeting the most vulnerable part of the mech warrior's shield. Pioneer Physical Penetration 70, Energy Power 30, Armor Break 50. In an instant, the battle axe emitted a brilliant crimson glow, like a torrent of blood engulfing the mech. When the other mechs regained their sight, they were stunned to find the attacked mech had been cleaved in two, its pilot reduced to fragments, a gruesome sight. Su Ming's mech, without pausing, used the gap created by the strike to break through the encirclement, charging ahead fearlessly. 4, 3. Su Ming remained terrifyingly calm in the cockpit, softly counting down to the spaceship's spatial teleportation. 2. As he uttered the number, he leaped into the open hatch of the ship. 1. The hatch closed instantly, and a mysterious spatial ripple enveloped the ship. 0. The ripple wrapped around the vessel, and just as the other mechs were rushing towards it, the ship vanished, leaving behind a tranquil void. The spaceship had successfully performed a spatial jump. The remaining Imperial mech warriors exchanged glances, their eyes filled with complex emotions. Anger, frustration, defeat, helplessness, all these feelings intertwined. Why was there such an exceptional mech warrior in the temporary army? Where did his mech come from? Where did he learn his outstanding piloting skills? A deep sense of dread washed over them. This mech warrior not only assassinated an Imperial soldier at the start, but also killed another in the encirclement, and then left gracefully. If the assassination was due to carelessness, the subsequent breakout and swift kill left everyone powerless, allowing him to roam freely. The perfectly timed spatial jump with the spaceship caught everyone off guard, and in the blink of an eye, he was gone. The mission was accomplished, as most of the 32nd Temporary Army had been eliminated, leaving only a few who posed no significant threat. In their hearts, the mission seemed to have ended in failure. Only one enemy remained, significantly less powerful than any of their own mecha warriors, yet he managed to take down 2 of their comrades. This left a profound impression on everyone regarding the Silver Mecha Warrior. During the battle, he exhibited extraordinary calmness and decisiveness. Each of his moves revealed exceptional intelligence and courage. Even when facing formidable opponents, he never backed down, steadfastly holding onto his beliefs. The determination and resolve in his eyes conveyed a sense of fearlessness and resilience. To others, this Silver Mecha Warrior might appear to be just an ordinary soldier, but on the battlefield, he demonstrated remarkable strength and willpower. His figure, like a bolt of lightning, cut through the battleground, leaving a lasting mark that people will remember. In the silent void of the universe, a ripple in space suddenly appeared, followed by the abrupt emergence of a spaceship. Inside the ship, Su Ming slowly removed his exosuit, finally able to relax. He turned and was surprised to find that, besides Warren, 32 temporary soldiers had also survived. In addition to Su Ming and Warren, there were 7 other survivors on the ship. These soldiers had miraculously survived the explosion and were rescued by Warren. To Su Ming's astonishment, one of them was his acquaintance, Locke, the very person who had once helped him modify his battle axe. Unfortunately, Locke's teammates, including their captain, had perished in the fiery assault. At this moment, everyone exchanged glances, their faces etched with bitter smiles. They gradually realized they had been abandoned by the Empire, and if the Empire discovered their whereabouts, they would face not rescue, but another attack. One soldier chuckled bitterly. What bad luck! Who would have thought we'd end up in this situation? Locke shook his head and said, in interstellar society, this is pretty common. We need to figure out our next move. With that, everyone turned their gaze to Su Ming. On board, Su Ming was considered the hero who had rescued them and the strongest among them. Naturally, they looked to him as their leader. Su Ming pondered for a moment, then shook his head. I'm not familiar with interstellar society. Do any of you have good ideas? He added, in any case, we need to either hide our identities or seek refuge in lower-level civilizations. We can't expose ourselves to higher-level civilizations, or we'll be discovered and hunted down. Hearing Su Ming's suggestion, everyone nodded in agreement. They were now effectively off the grid, and even more precariously so, as exposure would mean relentless pursuit by the Empire. Under the Empire's hunt, even an apocalypse-level warrior would struggle to survive. Locke furrowed his brow in thought before raising his head to address the group. I know a place where we can lay low and remain undetected. The others turned to him with curious expressions. Locke smiled and continued, I visited this place when I was younger. It's dangerous, but we have a chance. One of the soldiers interjected, you mean the Dark Zone, right? Locke nodded. Su Ming and Warren exchanged a bewildered look. Both being from the Empire, they knew little about interstellar society. Compared to the seasoned temporary soldiers, they felt somewhat helpless. Locke explained to Su Ming and Warren that the Black Zone is a gray area of human society that exists outside the interstellar community. It's a place for those who can't find a foothold in mainstream society. In the Black Zone, one's identity becomes irrelevant, but danger is ever present. Upon hearing this, Su Ming and Warren had a sudden realization. Su Ming decided to venture into the Black Zone. Despite the perils, it was better than being hunted by the Empire. They input the coordinates of the Black Zone and prepared to pilot their spaceship there. Su Ming remembered the identity card he had acquired earlier and used it to trade for a large amount of mechanical parts before destroying the card to avoid being tracked by the Empire. The others marveled at Su Ming's bravery in using the identity card while being pursued. They followed suit, exchanging their military merits for equipment and then destroying their identity cards. These pieces of equipment would be crucial for survival in the Black Zone. Suddenly, a soldier reported the detection of an unidentified spaceship. Everyone rushed to the cockpit to check and discovered fluctuations from a ship hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, indicating it could arrive within a few hours. This discovery made them extremely uneasy. Everyone exchanged glances and eventually turned their eyes to Su Ming, as if waiting for him to make a decision. Su Ming hesitated slightly, and after some deep thought, he decided to have the driver turn around to avoid any trouble. Just then, the driver suddenly spoke up. They seem to have noticed our presence and are heading in our direction. A spaceship rapidly approached Su Ming's vessel, causing everyone to frown slightly, their faces growing serious. In the vastness of space, when one ship deliberately closes in on another, it usually spells trouble. Instinctively, everyone reached for their nearby weapons, adjusting their stances, their minds filled with vigilance. Soon, the approaching spaceship halted in front of Su Ming's, and the two ships remained stationary, facing each other in the void. Suddenly, the opposing ship launched a fearless attack, its cannons locking onto their target and firing powerful energy beams. Su Ming's ship shook violently, and the energy shields plummeted rapidly. Faced with the merciless assault, anger flared within Su Ming and his crew. They couldn't help but question, what on earth are these people up to? A sergeant stood up, his brows furrowed, and spoke coldly. Typically, space pirates would send in gene warriors to board the ship before initiating an attack to avoid damaging the vessel. But these attackers fired directly, clearly not space pirates. The crew felt a surge of anger at such an unprovoked and direct attack. Su Ming was the first to don his mech suit and charge out of the ship, with the others following closely behind. From the earlier attack, it was evident that the opposing ship wasn't particularly strong and seemed to lack skilled fighters. Even so, the audacity to attack was nothing short of a death wish. Clad in his mech suit, Su Ming accelerated towards the enemy ship, activating his nuclear-powered thrusters to reach maximum speed. In an instant, the silver mech was right in front of the enemy vessel. The opposing ship immediately concentrated its fire on Su Ming, with numerous mechanical guns wildly shooting at him. Su Ming skillfully evaded the shots, a peculiar expression flickering in his eyes. To his amusement, the enemy's firepower was not actually targeting him but was aimlessly shooting, much like a child frantically firing at an armed soldier and missing every shot. Puzzled, Su Ming abandoned the idea of outright destroying the enemy ship and instead approached the hatch. As Su Ming approached, the spaceship seemed to panic. Its cannons could no longer target him as he was almost pressed against the hull. Su Ming had skillfully maneuvered into the ship's blind spot, putting it in an awkward position. Then, the spaceship did something that left Su Ming both amused and exasperated. It started to flee. Normally, an armed spaceship encountering an enemy at close range would have several ways to handle the situation. It could release a powerful electric current to repel the attacker or deploy gene warriors from within to engage the enemy. However, this spaceship chose a rather comical method of escape. Witnessing this, Su Ming was almost certain that the pilot was a novice one who lacked even basic survival knowledge of space. His curiosity piqued, Su Ming retrieved a blood-stained battle axe from his mech storage compartment. Without hesitation, he raised the axe and struck the spaceship. Boom! The powerful recoil didn't faze Su Ming at all, as if he felt no resistance. With that single blow, he shattered the spaceship's energy shield. Su Ming continued to swing his massive axe, this time not going all out, but merely slicing through the ship's outer shell. Thud! A muffled sound echoed as he carved a large hole in the spaceship's hull. The cabin pressure and oxygen immediately began to escape. Unfazed, Su Ming tore open the ship's exterior and swiftly slipped inside. Alarms blared within the spaceship as the pressure and oxygen levels plummeted to life-threatening levels for a human. For an ordinary person, this would be fatal, but for a gene warrior like Su Ming, it posed no threat. However, Su Ming furrowed his brow, wondering if the people inside the spaceship were all ordinary humans. In a vacuum, their bodies could burst due to the sudden drop in pressure. Su Ming made a decisive move, quickly entering the ship's cabin. What he saw next shocked him. The spaceship was indeed filled with ordinary people. Some men in lab coats, who appeared to be researchers, were torn apart by the vacuum, their organs and blood splattering everywhere, filling the ship with a gruesome stench. Su Ming let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, only a few had been ripped apart. Most of the crew had donned space combat suits and were unharmed by the vacuum. As Su Ming, clad in his mech suit, stormed in, the crew members in their space suits looked at him with terror, their eyes filled with anxiety. Su Ming frowned. Judging by their reactions, these crew members didn't seem strong at all, likely only first or second level gene warriors, barely different from ordinary humans. Su Ming was perplexed. Why would a nearly unarmed ship suddenly attack his vessel? Determined to resolve the conflict calmly, he spoke firmly through the communicator. If you want to stay alive, come with me quietly. With that, he turned and led the crew back to his ship. During the return journey, Su Ming recalled an interesting fact. Both spacesuits and space stations maintain constant pressure to protect the human body from the vacuum of space. If an ordinary person were exposed to the vacuum, the lack of pressure would cause their blood to boil and their body to explode. This thought sent a shiver down his spine, realizing that the vacuum alone could be a deadly weapon without any need for physical confrontation. Su Ming piloted the spaceship through the void, having already stored the captured ship in their spatial device. To evade the Empire's mech warriors, they had to swiftly escape this fringe star zone. Su Ming was keenly aware that even on the Empire's outskirts, they could still be under surveillance. Inside the spaceship, Su Ming and his soldiers stared in astonishment at the group of frail-looking men before them, the attackers they had just captured. Was it a mistake? Su Ming couldn't help but ask. These men wore research uniforms and appeared sluggish, seemingly only first or second-tier genetic warriors, with some merely ordinary people who hadn't even activated their genetic locks. The leader nodded dejectedly and explained. We received a signal from an Empire ship and mistakenly thought you were coming to capture us. Su Ming felt a headache coming on. After capturing these people, he finally understood the reason for their attack. They had mistaken Su Ming's group for the Empire's forces, sent to hunt them down. It was a colossal misunderstanding. The Empire had dispatched 2 units, one to attack Su Ming's group and another, more powerful one, to assault the Lozer Alliance's laboratory and steal supergene research data. The Lozer Alliance crumbled instantly under the dual assault, with its leaders fleeing for their lives, leading to the Alliance's disintegration and eventual takeover by the Free Federation. These men before him were researchers who had escaped from the Alliance's lab. Lacking combat experience, they were clueless about survival in space, which led to their absurd actions and the mistaken attack on Su Ming's ship. Su Ming was both amused and exasperated. These researchers had an incredibly low sense of survival. Even if they thought Su Ming's group was the enemy, they shouldn't have recklessly attacked, especially against a well-equipped military force. Now the dilemma was how to handle these researchers. Their ship had been destroyed, and without a repair planet, they had no way to leave. Su Ming's eyes gleamed with a hint of excitement as he asked the group of researchers, "Are you the team responsible for studying supergene technology? What specific field are you working in?" The researchers exchanged shy smiles before one of them answered, a bit embarrassed, "We are the core research team, and supergene technology is indeed our creation." Hearing this, Su Ming and the other soldiers gasped in astonishment, their eyes reflecting mutual shock. No wonder these researchers seemed so anxious. After all, the 2 major cosmic nations were scouring the globe to capture them. Who wouldn't be terrified? They were incredibly fortunate not to have been caught by the armies of these 2 nations, but instead stumbled upon the researchers during a space jump. Su Ming wondered aloud how these researchers managed to escape. Their escape must have been far more challenging than his own escape from the mech warriors. In those territories, elite soldiers from both cosmic nations patrolled, all of them exceptionally skilled. Escaping under their watchful eyes was no easy feat. One of the researchers gave a bitter smile and said, "We left a long time ago, but we've been drifting through space, constantly in fear of being tracked, never daring to stay in one place." He then looked curiously at Su Ming and asked, "Where are you heading? You're clearly not Imperial soldiers, so why are you piloting an Imperial ship?" The group exchanged glances before Su Ming shook his head and replied, "It's complicated. We too are being hunted by the Empire. We're heading to the Dark Zone to evade their pursuit." Upon hearing Su Ming's response, one of the researchers suddenly showed a glimmer of hope and cautiously asked, "Could you take us with you? If the 2 major empires catch us, we'll lose our freedom. Please, take us to the Dark Zone. In return, I can offer you supergene technology." Su Ming was taken aback. He hadn't expected the researchers to want to join them on their journey to the Dark Zone. From their words, it seemed they were willing to follow Su Ming wherever he went to avoid danger. Su Ming admitted to himself that he was intrigued. These researchers were invaluable assets. Their knowledge was priceless, coveted by both cosmic nations. Their expertise was undoubtedly top-notch. After a moment of contemplation, Su Ming looked up and said, "I can take you with us, but as you mentioned, if we need your technical support, you must conduct research unconditionally. In return, I will grant you freedoms that you could never enjoy in the 2 major empires." The researchers exchanged looks before their leader, Wang Ku, stepped forward with a smile and said, "No problem. Just provide us with the necessary research conditions. My name is Wang Ku. It's a pleasure to work with you." The Black Domain is located in a remote corner of the Interstellar Society, distant and shrouded in mystery. Su Ming and his companions are traveling on a temporary small spacecraft designed for short-term missions. Unlike regular spacecraft, which can leap several light years, or even dozens in a single jump, their vessel can only cover less than 2 light years per jump. During their arduous journey, they must contend with the limitation of only being able to make 3 spatial jumps per day, with each jump requiring a 7-hour cooldown period to avoid damaging the ship. Su Ming began to regret destroying Wang Ku and his team's ship, as with it, they could have reached the Black Domain in a matter of days. Now, With the speed of their temporary small craft, it would likely take them 3 weeks to reach their destination. Despite this, Su Ming and Warren quickly adapted to life on the ship. Su Ming became engrossed in mechanical assembly and repair, finding it not only mentally stimulating but also beneficial for maintaining calm and stability in combat. While this didn't directly enhance his power, it greatly improved his combat state, which is crucial at equal levels of ability. Su Ming had managed to defeat stronger opponents by staying composed and stable, effectively boosting his combat effectiveness. Today, Warren shyly expressed his desire to try assembling mechs. Having broken free from the Empire's constraints, Warren had been learning the mech assembly knowledge that Su Ming imparted, gradually developing an interest in it. Su Ming was pleased with Warren's progress. After training with the 32nd Temporary Army, Warren had become quite proficient in mechanics. Su Ming believed that under his guidance, Warren's mechanical skills would significantly improve. When the time came to assemble stellar-level mechanical components, Warren would undoubtedly become an outstanding stellar-level mechanic, handling stellar-level equipment with ease. Su Ming excitedly attached the mechanical components to the backpack-mounted mechanical arm, showcasing his passion for mechanical equipment and his professional skills. This Spider 2 model backpack-mounted mechanical arm is his proud creation, designed independently of the main arm and featuring the sophisticated design of top-tier equipment. The small storage unit on the back houses the mechanical arms, and once activated, the 4 independent arms move with the agility of spider legs. These mechanical arms not only assist Su Ming with movement, but can also thrust sharp spears, and even feature kinetic acceleration and laser gun functions. Su Ming skillfully utilizes this mechanical arm, making himself more agile and versatile in battle, excelling in both offense and defense. Su Ming felt grateful as the original design of the mechanical arm aimed to tackle various complex terrains. Compared to bulky mechs, this backpack-mounted mechanical arm demonstrates unparalleled advantages in confined spaces. As the journey to the Black Domain was about to begin, Su Ming was filled with anticipation for the unknown challenges, though he also felt a hint of nervousness. However, through his modifications, he enhanced the arm's capabilities, showcasing his deep understanding and creativity in mechanical knowledge. This ingenious mechanic not only excelled in learning but also applied his knowledge practically, creating new possibilities. After 3 weeks of hard work, Su Ming successfully assembled the mechanical arm, feeling the powerful energy it emitted. A satisfied smile spread across his face. During this time, he made significant progress in the field of mechanics and added formidable weaponry to the spaceship's combat capabilities. His physical and mental energy levels had significantly improved, with his gene activation level reaching mid-level 5. Coupled with the energy level of the mechanical arm itself, Su Ming could unleash tremendous power in battle, demonstrating remarkable strength and potential. In ground combat, while the fighting capability of a mechanical arm cannot compare to the 50,000 energy level of a mech, it is still incredibly powerful. Su Ming looked at the mechanical arm in his hand with satisfaction, ready to try it on. Just then, a soldier in the cockpit suddenly shouted, "The Black Domain is here, brothers." At that moment, Su Ming remembered that many people were confused about how energy levels were calculated, so he explained. The energy level calculation for ranged equipment, such as firearms, sniper rifles, and cannons, is the sum of the user's brain energy level and the equipment's inherent energy level. In contrast, for melee equipment like battle axes and mechanical arms, the formula includes the user's physical energy level, brain energy level, and the equipment's energy level. For example, if the mechanical arm itself has an energy level of 10,000, combined with Su Ming's physical energy level of 6,200 and brain energy level of 7,800, the total energy level would reach 24,000. This should be easy to understand. Individuals without brain energy levels cannot effectively use ranged equipment because they cannot generate enough energy. On the other hand, those with developed brain energy levels have an advantage in combat, as they can utilize additional energy. Additionally, brain energy level developers are more formidable when using melee weapons. The preference for ranged firearms is obvious. The distance advantage of long-range shooting can never be overlooked. The Black Zone, a mysterious existence, remains hidden from the textbooks of the 5 galactic nations and is often overlooked in interstellar society. However, for those who frequently traverse the cosmos, the Black Zone is no legend. They occasionally encounter it. Even so, those who have ventured into the Black Zone would solemnly warn others not to act rashly, for it is fraught with danger. At this moment, a spaceship has just completed a space jump back into the cosmic expanse, inadvertently entering the Black Zone. The Black Zone is not a single planet but a vast star region, so the arrival of this spaceship went largely unnoticed. In this immense region, countless ships come and go daily, making this small craft unremarkable. Inside the spaceship, Su Ming and Warren curiously looked around. To their surprise, the Black Zone was not the dark, shrouded star region they had imagined. On the contrary, its environment was even better than some habitable planets. The surrounding planets emitted a faint blue glow, indicating abundant water resources, and most were habitable. Warren asked, "Which planet should we go to?" Uncertain, Su Ming and Warren decided to dock at a marginal planet. Generally, central planets have strong armed forces, while edge planets are relatively weaker with simpler power dynamics. Choosing a marginal planet and getting familiar with the environment before making further plans seemed wiser. Su Ming glanced at a planet with almost equal parts ocean and land and suggested heading there. Everyone nodded in agreement, without objection. In the unfamiliar black zone, they hoped to get lucky by choosing a planet based on instinct. The spaceship started and sped towards the chosen planet. However, just as the ship was about to arrive, another spaceship passed by in the distance. A man in a gray robe aboard the passing ship saw them. Astonished, he murmured, "An Imperial ship?" He chuckled softly to himself, thinking that it seemed like more refugees from the Empire had arrived. The young man immediately recognized that the newcomer was a novice, completely unaware of the dangers lurking in the black zone. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to the pilot beside him and said, "Ram, follow that ship and head to the Abe planet." Hearing this, the pilot named Ram smiled slightly and replied nonchalantly, "Finally, something to do. Otherwise, how would we get through this month?" With that, Ram let out a strange cry and steered the ship towards the planet where Su Ming's vessel was headed. Unaware of their pursuer, Su Ming and his companions continued their journey. The pursuer's ship was far more advanced, making it impossible for Su Ming's ship to detect its movements even from behind. At this point, Su Ming wore a puzzled expression. The black zone was truly peculiar. On the surface, everything seemed normal, but as their ship was about to land, they received no instructions, as if something was missing. Even though the black zone was known for its chaos, as a planet, it should have a ground control center. With no other option, Su Ming decided to land the ship on the planet. The ship slowly descended to the surface. However, all the crew members were stunned and frowned. As soon as the ship landed, a group of men and women in tattered clothing but armed with weapons started firing at the ship. There was even a child, about 10 years old, wielding a light machine gun and firing at the vessel. These weapons were very primitive, likely relics from an ancient space civilization. It was surprising to see them here. In ancient civilizations, light machine guns were considered powerful weapons. But with the advancement of technology, now in the third technological era, such first-generation weapons were long outdated with just about 300 energy points, posing no threat to Su Ming and his crew. However, what puzzled Su Ming was why these seemingly indigenous people would attack them with such rudimentary weapons. Looking around, Su Ming shook his head slightly. These people appeared weak, ordinary folks who couldn't even unlock their genetic potential. "You all stay here. I'll go down and take a look," Su Ming said softly, opening the hatch and stepping out of the ship. The energy shield around the ship glowed brightly, fending off the external attacks. Su Ming wasn't concerned. Based on their attacks, it would take at least half an hour to breach the energy shield. The natives, seeing someone disembark, intensified their assault. Su Ming frowned and gestured to show he meant no harm. However, these enemies seemed to treat Su Ming as if he were invisible, continuing to fire at him. This stirred a slight anger within Su Ming. These natives were truly ignorant of his power. Without hesitation, Su Ming swiftly moved out of the protective range of his energy shield. The Gatling gun bullets rained down on him instantly. To the natives' horror, the bullets did not penetrate Su Ming's body as they usually would. Instead, they struck him as if hitting indestructible steel, leaving only dents on his skin before bouncing off. Su Ming's physical level had reached 6,200 points, and combined with his body-strengthening techniques, he could easily withstand an hour of Gatling gunfire with no harm. Nevertheless, Su Ming wasn't there to show off his invincibility. In a flash, he dashed towards the natives who were attacking him with their primitive firearms. Su Ming charged into the crowd of natives, bullets raining down on him with sharp, clinking impacts. Without hesitation, he activated his backpack-mounted mechanical arms. For slender arms extended from his back, supporting his body. A glint of curiosity flickered in Su Ming's eyes. This was his first time using the backpack-mounted mechanical arms, a complex operation that challenged his brain's control capabilities. Yet, for a mechanic like Su Ming, multitasking was not a problem. He moved swiftly, the mechanical arms granting him the agility of a giant spider, weaving through the enemies. The path was strewn with rocky obstacles, but the arms deftly avoided them all. In an instant, Su Ming reached the enemies, his mechanical arms swiftly dismantling their guns. Just as he prepared to attack, the arms paused midair. Su Ming sighed. If his enemies were all adult men, he might have struck without hesitation. But now, faced with elders and children, he hesitated. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, a strange energy emanated from the enemies. Su Ming's expression changed dramatically, and he quickly retreated. Simultaneously, his mechanical arms crossed in front of him, forming a protective barrier and releasing an energy shield. Suddenly, the enemies exploded with terrifying energy. Red energy tore them apart before they detonated completely. Suicide bombers. These enemies had bombs implanted in them, set to explode on a signal. They were doomed from the start. The explosion impacted Su Ming as well, blasting him away and nearly depleting the shield of his mechanical arms. Intense pain surged through his body, and he struggled to stand, feeling the excruciating agony from the impact. Regret flashed in his eyes. Coming from a civilized world, he had an intrinsic compassion for the elderly and children, making it hard for him to harm them without hesitation. This was why he had hesitated earlier. However, in the moment of Su Ming's hesitation, he fell victim to the enemy's trap, who had planted bombs. The natives' comical use of first-world technology to attack was precisely the brilliance of their hidden strategy. Su Ming took a deep breath, realizing he had been naive. In the lawless zone of the Black Domain, facing armed individuals, everyone, whether elderly or children, must be considered potential threats. Yet, Su Ming wasn't swayed by his emotions at this critical moment. He promptly exchanged 100 Starlight points, instantly restoring his body. After checking the condition of his mechanical arms, he felt somewhat relieved only one arm was damaged, while the other three were still operational. This at least ensured his combat abilities wouldn't be significantly diminished. Without hesitation, Su Ming went from being blasted away to getting back on his feet and checking his mechanical arms, all in a matter of seconds. He then swiftly dodged the incoming missiles. Sure enough, just where he had been a moment ago, several missiles created a massive crater upon impact. With sharp eyes, Su Ming locked onto the enemy's location. Suddenly, several figures appeared around him, launching an attack. These figures radiated powerful auras and wielded high-energy mechanical equipment. Each was at least a level 5 genetic warrior, with the strongest reaching an energy level of 1.5 W, making him a level 6 genetic warrior. For at level 5 and one at level 6, combined with a distant sniper and the earlier explosions, would have likely overwhelmed anyone else. However, Su Ming remained unruffled. Even now, he forced himself to stay calm and clear-headed. His mechanical arms moved swiftly, successfully neutralizing the enemy's attacks. At that moment, Su Ming sensed a sniper about to take aim at him. A flash of coldness crossed his eyes as he immediately exchanged another 100 Starlight points. A gun barrel extended from one of his mechanical arms, ready to unleash a powerful blast. Without hesitation, Su Ming fired a shot, mercilessly. A deafening roar shattered the sky, shaking the entire battlefield. The sniper who had previously targeted Su Ming had vanished, giving him a brief moment of relief. From the distance, urgent shouts from his comrades reached him. Su Ming, let us handle those snipers. Hang in there. Su Ming heard the anxious voices of Locke and the others through the communicator, and a wave of warmth filled his heart. He understood that only by eliminating the sniper threat could they better support their comrades. Now, he could fully commit to the fight. Determination gleamed in Su Ming's eyes as he extended his mechanical arm and launched an attack on a Gene warrior without hesitation. At this moment, his heart was filled with the passion and resolve of battle. The battle was imminent. Su Ming, with no worries holding him back, plunged into the fray without hesitation. In his hand was a mechanical war blade, a stellar-grade weapon he had meticulously assembled on the spaceship, boasting extraordinary power. Combined with all his abilities, it could unleash over 20,000 energy points. Su Ming, quick-witted, immediately activated his mechanical arms, rotating swiftly to launch an attack on a level 5 genetic warrior. Although one of his mechanical arms was damaged, the remaining 3 could still release nearly 19,000 energy points. A typical level 5 genetic warrior's energy ranges between 5,000 to 10,000 points, and even with mechanical weapons, they could only reach 12,000 to 14,000 points. Clearly, Su Ming had the advantage with his mechanical equipment. Despite also being a level 5 genetic warrior, his stellar-grade mechanical arms had a 100 compatibility rate. Normally, mechanical equipment would suffer energy loss, but Su Ming's gear had almost zero energy dissipation. These other level 5 genetic warriors were using planetary-grade mechanical equipment assembled by other engineers, which at most could boost their energy by 2,000 points, far inferior to Su Ming's over 10,000 point enhancement. With his mechanical arms, Su Ming could easily handle level 6 genetic warriors. In an instant, one of Su Ming's mechanical arms pierced through a level 5 genetic warrior, who writhed in pain, trying to pull out the arm. Genetic warriors have strong vitality. An ordinary person would have died instantly from such a blow, but this level 5 warrior still had the strength to struggle. Su Ming was not surprised. The mechanical arm had strong penetration but a small impact area, not necessarily lethal. Hence, he made some adjustments to the mechanical arm. A blazing red light erupted from the top of the arm that had pierced the genetic warrior. In the next moment, a dazzling red beam flashed, and the level 5 genetic warrior's body was incinerated into ashes by the scorching energy. The thermal neutron bombardment device was one of the features Su Ming had installed on his mechanical arm. Whenever the arm pierced an enemy but failed to kill them, the device would activate, releasing terrifying heat to instantly incinerate the foe. Having succeeded, Su Ming didn't pause. The other two mechanical arms completed auxiliary movements and swiftly launched attacks, killing two more level 5 genetic warriors. The only level 6 genetic warrior's expression slightly changed upon seeing his attack blocked, but before he could react, the 3 level 5 genetic warriors had already been vanquished. At that moment, the level 6 genetic warrior realized he was in serious trouble and instantly made a move to dodge, preparing to flee the scene. Su Ming glanced indifferently at the rapidly retreating warrior, not giving him much thought. He extended his mechanical arm and swiftly eliminated the remaining level 5 genetic warrior, then retrieved a sniper rifle from his storage space. After Su Ming's modifications, the rifle's range and capabilities had been significantly enhanced. Standing still, Su Ming gripped the sniper rifle, his mind's abilities quickly locking onto the escaping level 6 genetic warrior. The warrior, feeling the sniper's lock, panicked and desperately changed directions, searching for cover. However, no matter how he tried to evade, Su Ming's aim remained unwavering, making the warrior realize in despair that there was no escape. A dull hum followed by the sound of a gunshot reverberated, and the ground seemed to tremble as the armor on the level 6 genetic warrior shattered under the impact. The second shot rang out almost immediately. Only those who had been targeted by Su Ming could comprehend the terror of his lock-on. No matter the evasive maneuvers, his shots always found their mark. The second shot sent the warrior flying, the kinetic force destroying his defenses and rendering him unable to resist further. With a cold gaze, Su Ming pulled the trigger again, and the third shot echoed. After firing the third shot, Su Ming put away the sniper rifle, not even bothering to look at the warrior. As expected, the third shot hit the warrior before he could hit the ground, turning him into a mist of blood completely obliterated. Meanwhile, the other team members quickly dealt with the snipers hidden around them. They gathered, exchanging confused looks about the events that had just transpired. Unfamiliar with the Black Domain, they were puzzled by the sudden attack upon their arrival. Suddenly, Su Ming's expression changed as he saw a massive spaceship rapidly descending from the sky, coming to a halt in front of them. Given their recent experiences, Su Ming and his team remained on high alert for any sudden developments. Su Ming prepared to respond to any threat, adopting a more powerful stance with his mechanical arm. The ship's hatch opened, and a man in gray clothing stepped out. Upon seeing the devastation in Su Ming's group, a glint of excitement flashed in his eyes as he smiled and walked towards them. Walter is a kind-hearted young man, full of passion and hope for life. However, his actions and words often lead to misunderstandings, making people think he has bad intentions. This frustrates him because he knows deep down he means no harm. During a conversation with his colleagues, Walter's remarks were misinterpreted as provocative, causing them to develop a bias against him. Despite his attempts to clarify his intentions, their perception remained unchanged. This left Walter feeling helpless, as he never intended to create a rift. It was simply his blunt manner of expression that caused the misunderstanding. Understanding the need to change his communication style, Walter began to explore ways to express his views more tactfully to avoid misunderstandings. He started learning to listen to others' opinions, practice empathy, and use a gentler tone in conversations. After some time and effort, Walter gradually transformed his behavior, becoming more tactful and considerate. He realized that when he listened sincerely and expressed himself thoughtfully, communication became smoother, and his relationships improved. Eventually, Walter succeeded in changing how his colleagues and friends perceived him. They began to understand and accept him, bringing Walter immense relief. Through this experience, Walter learned the importance of effective communication and how to better interact with others, making his life much more pleasant. As he stepped off the spaceship and gazed at Su Ming and the others, he particularly fixed his eyes on Su Ming. He immediately realized that Su Ming was the leader of the group. This surprised him because Su Ming appeared to be only 16 or 17 years old, yet he exuded such powerful abilities and presence. He had just witnessed an intense battle where this young man not only wielded an impressive mechanical arm but also demonstrated exceptional sniping skills, earning his deep admiration. Consequently, while still on the spaceship, Walter changed his initial plan. He smiled at Su Ming and said, "Sir, please don't be alarmed. I'm just a businessman." "A businessman?" Su Ming was taken aback. Walter smiled and continued, "Yes, in this dark realm, whatever you wish to purchase, you can get through me, even items that are strictly prohibited by interstellar society. Of course, the price will be higher than the market rate. But don't consider it expensive, because in this dark place, items with a price tag are actually the cheapest. Some contraband is extremely hard to come by." Su Ming understood Walter's point, but still had his doubts. Why would a businessman come to them at this moment? He could easily do business with others who were already settled here. Noticing the confusion on Su Ming's face, Walter chuckled and said, "As I said, I can't provide anything you need, including information. You've just arrived in this dark realm, and you must be in need of intelligence, right? I have just what you need." With that, Walter produced a storage chip. Su Ming's eyes lit up. Indeed, what they needed most right now was information. While they could figure out some things on their own, having this intelligence would mean increased efficiency and safety. The information could help them avoid pitfalls and especially steer clear of dangerous areas. After all, in this dark place, a single misstep could be fatal. The spaceship had been attacked earlier due to a lack of information. Su Ming still didn't understand why they had become a target of an unknown force. How much for this intel? Su Ming asked curiously. Walter chuckled and said, 50,000 star credits, or a piece of planetary-grade mechanical equipment. Su Ming was stunned. That was incredibly expensive. 50,000 star credits, or a piece of planetary-grade mechanical equipment for a piece of information was an astronomical price. But compared to the risk of encountering danger due to lack of information, a piece of planetary-grade mechanical equipment seemed worth it. So, Su Ming handed over a planetary-grade handgun. Walter smiled and handed the chip to Su Ming, leaving his contact information inside. For Walter, a piece of planetary-grade mechanical equipment was not a significant loss. When he saw Su Ming and his team enter the planet Abe, he thought they would likely be defeated by the local forces and was ready to reclaim the outsiders' equipment. However, to his surprise, Su Ming and his team swiftly repelled the local forces' attack, eliminating the Gene Warriors and earning Walter's admiration. Walter's main purpose in landing his ship was not to sell goods to Su Ming, but to establish a connection. Observing Su Ming's display of strength, he realized that future significant transactions might depend on him, and establishing a rapport with potential clients was a breeze for Walter. Sure enough, after taking the chip, Su Ming pondered for a moment and then asked, "We need a safe haven. Can you help us find one?" Walter smiled at this and replied, "In the Black Domain, finding a refuge isn't actually that hard. You need to earn it yourself. The power dynamics here are fixed. If you want to climb up, you have to eliminate the forces above you and take their place." Su Ming listened thoughtfully and then asked, "Which force just attacked us?" Walter squinted and said softly, "This information usually comes with a price, but as it's our first meeting, I'll tell you for free. The ones who attacked you were likely the York Star Pirates on planet Abe, a fourth-tier force. They're the kind who would use human bombs such despicable tactics." Walter explained with a smile. "York Star Pirates," Su Ming muttered to himself, then curiously asked, "What does a fourth-tier force mean?" Walter shrugged and pointed to the chip in Su Ming's hand, indicating it contained information about the Black Domain. Su Ming suddenly understood. The information might all be recorded on the chip, waiting for him to review. Walter smiled and said, "A fourth-tier force might have levels even Gene Warriors. Don't underestimate them. Well, my purpose here is fulfilled. If you need to purchase anything in the future, you can come to me. I can get you many rare items." Walter smiled as he prepared to leave. At that moment, Su Ming suddenly asked, "Can you provide knowledge and parts for machinery and mechas?" Walter turned around, looked deeply at Su Ming, and frankly said, "Yes. Except for the core mechas of the 5 major cosmic nations, I can get you knowledge on other mechas as long as you can pay the price. That includes biochemical and medical knowledge as well." Su Ming was shocked. Walter's capabilities were indeed formidable. Not only could he acquire mecha and biochemical medical knowledge, but these were also the cutting-edge technologies of the universe, typically core information of major forces. Without considerable power, it would be difficult to obtain such information. For Su Ming, this is actually good news. As his combat skills improve, he will inevitably need to upgrade his mech and delve deeper into mechanical knowledge. This is a necessary path for him and an essential step in his growth. Over time, he will become stronger and more fearless. This challenge will motivate him to continuously improve and pursue higher goals. Throughout this journey, he will face difficulties and challenges, but he will also gain growth and fulfillment. This is his driving force and the core of his dream pursuit. So, even when confronted with daunting tasks, Su Ming will unhesitatingly embrace the challenge and forge ahead. He knows that only by constantly pushing his limits can he reach greater heights and showcase his true strength and courage. After Walter left, Su Ming wasted no time in taking out the chip in his hand and immediately used the device to extract the knowledge stored within it. Soon, all the information about the Black Domain was clearly displayed for everyone to see. The group gathered around to watch closely. Moments later, Su Ming's face showed a look of realization. He discovered that although the Black Domain was notorious for chaos and crime, it also adhered to its own set of rules and hierarchy. These rules were much more brutal and harsh compared to the laws of interstellar society. In the Black Domain, power was divided into 5 levels, from 1 to 5, with 1 being the strongest and 5 the weakest. The group that had previously attacked Su Ming and his team was the York Star Pirates, classified as a level 4 force. The internal forces of the Black Domain were complex and diverse, each with its own characteristics. People came to the Black Domain for various reasons. Some factions were filled with wanted criminals, marked by violence and aggression. Others, like Walter's group, primarily engaged in the trade of contraband. These factions were less aggressive but still dangerous, as betrayals and conflicts were common. There were also groups like the York Star Pirates, who not only had bases in the Black Domain but also frequently ventured into interstellar society to hunt for prey. Overall, most of the well-known factions in the Black Domain came for some specific benefit or reason. In contrast, the native inhabitants of the Black Domain lived in poverty and misery, treated as slaves, livestock, or even tools. They struggled to fill their stomachs and had no involvement in the cycles of profit within the Black Domain. Su Ming finally understood why they had been attacked. The Black Domain was different from other star regions, involving transactions of illegal industries that attracted people from other places. The most profitable areas were often the most dangerous. The planets on the outskirts of the Black Domain frequently engaged in external trade, making them the actual core region of the Black Domain, while the planets closer to the center were considered the periphery. Su Ming and his team exchanged glances, realizing they had unwittingly ventured into such a perilous core region. This situation was completely different from the structure of interstellar society. In the Black Domain, the closer you got to the core, the more dangerous it became. They had stumbled into a hazardous place. What should they do now? Warren looked puzzled, then asked in a bewildered tone. Su Ming's eyes sparkled with determination as he calmly said, "Don't panic. Since someone has given us a gift, we should know how to return the favor." The soldiers were all taken aback by Su Ming's words. Locke quietly reminded him, "Mr. Walter warned us that the enemy base might have levels even Gene warriors. We know that although Su Ming has a powerful mech, the enemy has defense systems and a large number of troops. On land, despite Su Ming's exceptional piloting skills, there is still a disparity in strength when facing levels even Gene warriors and numerous defense systems. The mech is strong, but it has its limitations on land." Su Ming is well aware of this, confident but not reckless. No matter how skilled the operation, it won't help. Taking a deep breath, Su Ming looked up and seriously proposed, "How about we use the Star Destroyer cannon to blast their base?" Everyone was shocked and immediately objected. "No way. The Star Destroyer cannon would damage the planet's ecosystem, attracting interference from higher-level forces. The York pirates are troublesome, but higher-level forces are even more formidable. Destroying the ecosystem would bring disaster." Su Ming smiled mysteriously and said, "We can solve the problem by modifying the Star Destroyer cannon." Everyone looked at Su Ming in astonishment as he began modifying the cannon. They had no choice but to follow him onto the spaceship. On the workbench inside the ship lay a massive piece of machinery, the Star Destroyer cannon with its thick barrel. The entire cannon exuded a metallic aura, looking extremely fierce. Su Ming excitedly started dismantling the cannon, while everyone else exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what he was planning to do. Warren felt a bit puzzled by Su Ming's outlandish ideas and creativity. He doubted he could ever match Su Ming's mechanical expertise. Su Ming's mind was always brimming with ideas that diverged from mainstream mechanical knowledge, resulting in unique technical outcomes. Everyone quietly sat down, watching Su Ming intently as he worked on modifying the Star Destroyer cannon. Having just defeated a group of space pirates, the York pirate gang likely remained unaware that their men had been eliminated, giving them some time to observe Su Ming's modification process. Su Ming paid no attention to the astonished looks from the soldiers around him, focusing intently on the Star Annihilator cannon on the workbench. Once he stepped onto the mechanical workbench, it was as if he entered his own mechanical world, oblivious to the surrounding noise. Beep successfully disassembled mechanical component. Star points 1. The Star Annihilator cannon in Su Ming's hands was swiftly broken down, with the system panel showing a continuous increase in star points. Hundreds of components earned Su Ming hundreds of star points. With his ever-improving mechanical skills, Su Ming's speed at disassembling mechanical parts had reached an astounding level. What used to take minutes now took mere seconds. The onlookers could only see Su Ming's hands moving like a blur, and then the mechanical parts in his hands would instantly break down into multiple components. This scene left Warren dumbfounded. To him, Su Ming's actions were not just simple disassembly but akin to sculpting a perfect piece of art, filled with intricate techniques. Soon, the Star Annihilator cannon was reduced to a pile of parts, and Su Ming stared at them, lost in thought. A grand vision was forming in his mind, with various mechanical components fitting together and combining in his mental blueprint. For a mechanic, the key is not just in disassembly or reconstruction but in innovation. Mechanical structures are first built in the mind before they can be translated into actual constructs. Su Ming's mind rapidly ran through various assembly methods for the Star Annihilator cannon, constantly adjusting to adapt to terrestrial environments without harming the ecosystem. Too much power would disrupt the ecology, while too little power would fail to effectively break through the defenses of the York Star pirates. After continuous reconfigurations, a modification plan gradually took shape in Su Ming's mind. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes as he decisively began assembling the mechanical parts. "Warren, get me a planetary-grade energy thruster." "Warren, Help me disassemble a sniper rifle's aiming system. Su Ming commanded Warren to prepare various mechanical equipment, much like a chief surgeon operating on a patient. Su Ming knew that merely using the original parts of the Star Annihilator cannon was not modification. It was just simple reassembly. Modifying the Star Destroyer cannon involves replacing some of its original components with new ones, giving it a fresh upgrade. This task requires close cooperation between Warren and Su Ming, who had already developed a strong working relationship as lead technician and assistant back in the repair shop on planet Nopu. At this moment, Warren was continuously handing various parts to Su Ming on the workbench, significantly improving the modification efficiency. After about an hour of hard work, Su Ming's face lit up with a smile as he installed the final mechanical component onto the scaled-down version of the Star Destroyer cannon. Task completed. Su Ming clapped his hands in satisfaction and carefully inspected the cannon in front of him. Hearing Su Ming's words, the people nearby gathered around, looking curiously at the cannon. It's like a mini version of the Star Destroyer cannon, a soldier remarked in amazement. Locke scrutinized the cannon with concern and said, Su Ming, this cannon hasn't been tested yet. What if something goes wrong? Su Ming chuckled and replied, Don't worry. I'm confident this cannon will work perfectly. The crowd exchanged worried glances, their eyes revealing their anxiety. After all, if this cannon couldn't destroy the enemy's defense system in one shot, they would face the brutal retaliation of the York pirate group. In such a scenario, few would likely survive. Su Ming ignored their concerns because he knew their situation wasn't as stable as it seemed. They were currently on the run and had to take risks to find a new place to settle, or their future would be fraught with difficulties. Ever since the Imperial pursuit began, Su Ming understood that there were no more guarantees. He believed in seizing every opportunity, which was why he decided to challenge the York pirate group. His experiences on Earth taught him that once out of the comfort zone, one must learn to be self-reliant, or else face bullying. This was Su Ming's survival rule. Su Ming spent 20 minutes repairing his mechanical arm and stored it in his backpack. Then, he picked up the Star Destroyer cannon and walked out of the spaceship without a word. The others exchanged looks and followed Su Ming out of the vessel. About 10 minutes later, atop a mountain on planet Abe, a half-human-tall Star Destroyer cannon was suddenly set up on the peak. Su Ming reached out, gripping the cannon's handle tightly, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Behind him, Locke and the other warriors stood firm, holding their mechanical gear with solemn expressions. Late at night, under the starry sky, Su Ming stood at the control panel of the Planet Destroyer cannon, his eyes resolute and his face radiating fearless determination. He knew that once he pressed the button, the life-and-death showdown with the York pirates would commence. Suddenly, the spaceship shook violently. Su Ming gripped the control panel firmly, unwavering in his resolve. His heart burned with a commitment to justice and loyalty to his homeland. This wasn't just a battle. It was a defense of his belief in interstellar peace. Are you ready? Su Ming turned to his comrades, his voice strong and steady. They nodded silently, their eyes reflecting the same unyielding determination. In that moment, their hearts were united, invincible. With a thunderous roar, the Planet Destroyer cannon fired, piercing the dark night sky like a meteor, carrying both hope and destruction. Su Ming took a deep breath, his gaze fixed ahead. He knew this was a battle that would decide their fate, and the dawn of victory was on the horizon. Su Ming tightly gripped the enormous Star Annihilator cannon, feeling the flow of energy in his mind, as if he had established some sort of connection with the weapon. Despite the cannon's considerable size among mechanical equipment, it appeared almost small and endearing compared to similar weapons. What exactly is a Star Annihilator cannon? It's a super weapon capable of destroying an entire planet with a single shot. While not all Star Annihilator cannons can directly obliterate planets, most simply wreak havoc on ecosystems, they remain a formidable threat on the battlefield. The people around felt the surge of energy radiating from Su Ming, their eyes glimmering with envy. There was no doubt that bombarding a military base with the Star Annihilator cannon was an insane move. Yet, Su Ming lifted the cannon without hesitation. The energy from the cannon gradually merged with Su Ming's own, the two becoming one, as if Su Ming and the cannon were a single entity. This perfect synchronization is something only a true mechanic could achieve. The onlookers gazed at Su Ming in awe, knowing that such harmony could only be reached with a personally crafted piece of machinery. In other words, the energy consumption for Su Ming to use the Star Annihilator cannon was almost negligible at this moment. Through the cannon's scope, Su Ming set his sights on the military base 5 kilometers away, the stronghold of the York Star pirates. From the outside, the base seemed undefended, with only shadows of people moving in and out. However, Su Ming knew that any energy lock on the base would instantly activate its defense systems, leaving virtually no room for action. But the Star Annihilator cannon was different. Its destructive power was beyond imagination and could easily obliterate the base. At that moment, a glint of starlight flashed in Su Ming's eyes. The system granted him X-ray vision, allowing him to see the internal structure of the base clearly. Su Ming's gaze scanned the base like a radar, searching for the weakest defense point, ready to strike. Suddenly, his eyes fixed on a spot, and a slight smile appeared on his face. The energy reaction from the cannon grew stronger. Meanwhile, in the York Star Pirates' stronghold, York sat in his chair, smiling. Just a few days ago, they had successfully hijacked a batch of valuable mechanical components. The sheer volume of this shipment is staggering, with a total weight exceeding 100 tons. Its value reaches into the billions of star coins. If successfully traded, the York Pirate Group will undoubtedly thrive, potentially acquiring rare level 8 body enhancement serum to boost their physical capabilities and even elevate to level 8 gene warriors. This would significantly enhance the York Pirate Group's standing in the Dark Zone. York glanced at the time, frowning slightly. Hadn't Lav and Or reported that an Imperial ship was about to land, and that they were preparing to hijack it? An hour and a half had already passed, and there was still no news. York questioned his subordinates nearby. According to protocol, they should report every hour, but now, after an hour and a half, there was only silence, making York uneasy. Lav, tall and lean, exuded the aura of a level 6 gene warrior. Hearing York's doubts, Lav also frowned and prepared to contact Or, who was on the mission. Suddenly, both Lav and York looked up simultaneously, staring into the distance. York stood up in shock, locking eyes with Lav, and asked with suspicion, "I feel like we've been targeted by heavy weaponry. Do you feel the same?" Lav's heart raced, and he replied incredulously, "I feel it too." York's eyes widened. If they both sensed it, it must be true. Someone had locked onto the York Pirate Group's base? Were they mad? Using heavy weapons on Abe Planet? York, stunned, activated the base's defense system, feeling a sense of absurdity. In the Dark Zone, someone targeting and firing heavy weapons was a blatant provocation. He could hardly believe what was happening. As he was about to fully activate the defense system, a blinding starburst appeared in the distance. A terrifying surge of energy erupted, instantly engulfing the York Pirate Group's base. The attack came too swiftly for anyone to react. Boom! A massive explosion rocked the base, sending a colossal mushroom cloud into the sky and causing the ground to tremble violently, as if struck by an earthquake. In the aftermath of the explosion, powerful auras from Abe Planet's sky locked onto the source of the blast. Suddenly, a deafening explosion reverberated across the skies of Planet Abe, as if someone was bombarding the surface with a planet-destroying cannon. The unexpected assault sparked fear and anger, feeling like a declaration of war. Powerful auras emanated from the blasts, sending chills down everyone's spines. The residents of Planet Abe turned their gaze towards the base of the York Star Pirates, a murderous intent welling up within them. The tense atmosphere made it hard to breathe, as if a war was on the brink of erupting. When the Star Destroyer cannon aimed at the surface and fired, it seemed like it was about to obliterate everyone, touching upon the interests of every individual. Suddenly, on the planet Abe, countless presences descended abruptly, their gazes fixed on the base of the York Star Pirate Group. A powerful figure, witnessing the explosion at the York Star Pirate Group base, let out a faint gasp of surprise. He noticed that despite being a Star Destroyer cannon, it was different from a typical one. Normally, when a Star Destroyer cannon hits its target, the terrifying thermal energy spreads rapidly, eventually covering 1/10 of the entire planet. At that point, the planet's ecosystem would be devastated. However, this expert observed that in the York Star Pirate Group base, the thermal energy from the Star Destroyer cannon explosion remained confined to a smaller area. It was as if an invisible force was containing the thermal energy within a reasonable range. Under these circumstances, the affected area was less than a 2-kilometer radius. For the planet Abe, this range was insignificant, and certainly not enough to disrupt the ecological balance. Could this Star Destroyer cannon have been modified? The expert quickly saw through the cannon's secret, a hint of interest flashing in his eyes. Could the attacker be a master mechanic? He mused to himself, a trace of excitement in his eyes. At that moment, the power of the Star Destroyer cannon gradually faded, revealing the ruins of the York Star Pirate Group base. The base had been leveled, replaced by a massive crater littered with metal debris, remnants that were likely once part of the defense system, now reduced to ashes by the cannon's blast. All members of the York Star Pirate Group were annihilated in this strike, leaving no remains. However, it seemed not everyone perished. Suddenly, a figure covered in wounds shot into the sky, glaring fiercely in the direction of Su Ming. "You want to die? You've destroyed 20 years of my hard work." This figure was none other than York. As a level 7 gene warrior, despite being severely injured, York's physical strength exceeded 40,000 levels. Facing such a powerful weapon, though injured, he did not succumb. Now, with a ferocious expression and bloodshot eyes, York's aura violently declined, yet he still fixed his gaze on Su Ming, then suddenly charged at him. A terrifying force erupted instantly. York was utterly enraged. 20 years of effort destroyed in an instant would drive anyone to extreme anger. He charged at Su Ming like a shooting star. Su Ming watched York's approach without a hint of panic. Everything was under his control. Su Ming swiftly put away the Star Destroyer cannon, and in the next moment, a thick layer of mech armor covered his entire body. System. Exchange for 200 points of starlight energy. Su Ming ordered coldly. Soon, a massive amount of starlight energy surged into Su Ming's body. Su Ming didn't hesitate for a moment. He decisively drew a blood-red battle axe, which immediately emanated powerful energy waves. Bang! The blood-red axe clashed violently with York's mechanical blade, unleashing a terrifying force that sliced a large portion of the mountain in half. In the era of interstellar warfare, York's mechanical blade was extraordinarily rare, as most people opted for mechanical weapons like swords, axes, and hammers. The trend was all about simplicity and raw power. The clash was brief but intense, and both combatants were forced back by the other's strength. York was taken aback, a flicker of panic flashing in his eyes. The reputation of a mech warrior was formidable, and he couldn't help but feel apprehensive. Yet, the hatred for the destruction of his base couldn't be ignored. After a moment of chaos, York quickly regained his composure. He realized that his opponent's energy burst was slightly stronger than his own injured state. If he were uninjured, he might not have been inferior. This indicated that the pilot's skill was likely below his own, with the mech's enhancements making the opponent more formidable. The fact that the mech could boost energy by over 30,000 points made York envious. As they clashed again, the battle axe and blade demonstrated the primal beauty of raw power. Su Ming's eyes were cold, constantly assessing his opponent's stamina. Their duel tore the ground apart, forcing Locke and his men to retreat 2 kilometers away as the surrounding rocks shattered and flew. Such an intense battle hadn't occurred on planet Abe for a long time, drawing the attention of many factions. A powerful observer, who had been watching the York pirate group's base, noticed that Su Ming was a mech warrior and was overjoyed. He desperately needed a technician who could assemble mechs, and it was evident that Su Ming's mech was his own creation. He decided to wait for the mech warrior to defeat his opponent, believing that York could have held his own if he weren't severely injured, with his bodily energy plummeting rapidly, making it difficult to sustain the fight. As anticipated, when the battle reached its peak, York's body suddenly burst apart. The energy load from the combat was immense, far exceeding his limits. York's body had suffered severe injuries, but he didn't back down. Despite his shattered frame, he charged at the enemy without hesitation. Witnessing this, Su Ming felt a surge of adrenaline. He knew this was a critical moment. Not wanting to see York get hurt any further, Su Ming resolutely extracted 400 points of starlight energy from the system and infused it into his giant axe. The axe immediately radiated a dazzling light, like a meteor streaking across the night sky. The mech suddenly accelerated, with Su Ming sitting firmly inside, his eyes filled with unwavering determination. Without a second's hesitation, he commanded, "Heaven Splitter." Su Ming wielded a blood-stained battle axe, swinging it as if to cleave the sky in two. A fierce crimson light erupted, painting the surroundings in fiery red. He unleashed the heaven-splitting battle technique, and the axe emitted a terrifying energy. York, unable to resist, was cleaved in half with a single strike. The 7th-level Gene Warrior fell instantly to Su Ming's attack. The powerful figures on planet Abe watched this scene with wide eyes, gasping in astonishment. Did that strike really reach 55,000 energy units? They wondered. Su Ming's energy level was only around 7,000. So this sudden burst of 55,000 units seemed incredible. They stared at Su Ming in disbelief, their minds filled with questions. Could it be his mech? No. The mech he wore was just a basic E-class model from the Empire, incapable of such immense power. The only plausible explanation was the battle technique. Battle technique? The onlookers murmured in surprise, their faces showing deep thought. The powerful figures began to harbor malicious intent towards Su Ming. In this world, battle techniques indeed existed. Unlike those in martial arts novels, these techniques were special ways of harnessing energy, enhancing the body's energy release to unleash greater strength. Though battle techniques seemed straightforward, they were extremely precious to Gene Warriors due to their rarity and immense power. The formidable figures from the Black Domain began to covet Su Ming, exuding an aura of aggression. Sensing this, Su Ming coldly released his own aura, warning the surrounding hostility. He was like a lion in the wild, driving away greedy hyenas. However, even more powerful beings were lurking, eyeing Su Ming with predatory intent. The tension in the air was palpable, almost solid. Suddenly, a hearty laugh broke the tension. A tall man appeared beside Su Ming. It was Hu Bing, the second-in-command of Tianlin. Seeing Hu Bing stand by Su Ming's side, the powerful figures from the Black Domain whispered among themselves, realizing that provoking Hu Bing was not something they could afford. The familiar atmosphere surrounding Su Ming gradually dissipated, as if it had never existed. Su Ming turned his gaze toward the tall man, a hint of gratitude on his face. The man's sudden appearance had inadvertently resolved Su Ming's predicament. At this level of expertise, it was impossible not to notice the change in the ambience. His timely intervention clearly indicated a desire to help Su Ming. However, Su Ming was well aware that the man likely had expectations of him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stepped in. In the dark domain, people only cared about benefits. They wouldn't act without a vested interest. Thank you for your help. Is there something you need from me? Su Ming asked curiously as he removed his armor. This formidable man gave him an insurmountable feeling. He estimated the man to be an 8th or even 9th level genetic warrior. The power escalation between these levels was tremendous. Su Ming could handle a 7th level genetic warrior, but an 8th level one was beyond his reach. If the man intended to harm him, even with his armor, Su Ming knew he wouldn't stand a chance. The tall man smiled at Su Ming's words and said, "My name is Hu Bing. Little brother, your skills in operating that mech were quite impressive. I'm genuinely admiring you." Su Ming smiled lightly and waited for Hu Bing to continue. As expected, Hu Bing noticed Su Ming's expression and said with a smile, "It seems you've guessed I have an urgent request. Could you help me assemble a mech?" Su Ming was taken aback. Assemble a mech? Hu Bing nodded. Not an Imperial standard mech, but a class mech from a blueprint I acquired. I've been unable to find a suitable mechanic in the dark domain to assemble it. Seeing your self-assembled mech, I hoped you could help me put it together. Su Ming was secretly shocked by Hu Bing's request. A class mech was considered advanced. His humanoid mech was only an E-class Imperial standard model, a basic type. Given how powerful an E-class mech was, he could only imagine the might of a class mech. With a class mech, this man could potentially rival a 10th level genetic warrior. No wonder he was eager to befriend Su Ming. It was all for the mech. This highlighted the esteemed status of mechanics in the cosmic society. Befriending a mechanic meant a significant boost in combat strength, enabling one to challenge even 10th level genetic warriors. Who wouldn't want to befriend someone who could enhance their power without conflicting interests? For the first time, Su Ming realized the immense capability of mechanics. However, the thought of a class mech made Su Ming ponder for a moment. Then, he looked up at Hu Bing and said, "I can help you assemble the mech, but I have a few conditions." Upon hearing these conditions, Hu Bing's mood brightened immediately. He quickly expressed his willingness to meet Su Ming's demands to the best of his ability. For Hu Bing, acquiring a mech was his ultimate goal. Su Ming had guessed correctly. Hu Bing was already a level 9 gene warrior. However, advancing from level 9 to level 10 was exceptionally difficult. In the short term, the only way to enhance his strength was to obtain a mech. Once equipped with a mech, Hu Bing's combat power would rapidly ascend to the level of a level 10 gene warrior. Unless the formidable experts from the Black Domain intervened, Hu Bing could virtually dominate the Black Domain. This demonstrated the extent of Hu Bing's desire for a mech. Su Ming smiled and said, "First, a class mech involves some galaxy-level mechanical knowledge. It's not much, but it's essential. You might need to provide me with this mechanical knowledge." Hu Bing nodded without hesitation. "No problem. Although galaxy-level mechanical knowledge is precious, it pales in comparison to the importance of a mech." Su Ming continued, "Secondly, I need some time to learn the mech knowledge. Once I've mastered it, I can teach it to you." Hu Bing pondered for a moment before replying, "That's acceptable, but the mech knowledge must not be leaked to my enemies. If they discover the weaknesses of the mech, they could target me." Su Ming nodded in agreement. This concern was understandable. Every mech warrior shared this worry, which was why many mech warriors were forced to become mechanics to assemble their own mechs. Su Ming then added with a smile, "Lastly, could we form an alliance with the faction behind you? They don't need to assist us directly, just lend us their reputation." Hu Bing laughed upon hearing this. Su Ming had astutely realized that his high-profile entry into the Black Domain would inevitably attract attention. Forming an alliance with the faction behind Hu Bing would help deter any troublemakers. For Hu Bing, there was no downside. Rather, it provided an opportunity to befriend Su Ming, the mechanic. Therefore, he readily agreed and handed over his contact information and backup schematics for the mech knowledge to Su Ming. "You may need some time to get settled, but I'm in no rush. I'll wait for you," Hu Bing said, suddenly remembering York. "By the way, York recently acquired some good items. You might want to check them out." With that, he left gracefully, leaving Su Ming alone. A moment later, Warren and the others arrived at Su Ming's side. "Su Ming, how did it go?" they asked anxiously, scanning the surroundings warily, fearing any remaining enemies might be lurking. Su Ming couldn't help but smile at their expressions. They've all been defeated. Now, the real challenge is rebuilding this wasteland. The group looked at the land ravaged by the planetary cannon, their faces showing signs of helplessness. The devastation was severe, and the sight was truly heartbreaking. After enduring the fierce bombardment from the Starbreaker cannon, Su Ming's base suffered severe damage, with cracks everywhere, as if it had been mercilessly ravaged. Rebuilding the base on this battlefield, even with the aid of construction robots, was a daunting task. Su Ming quickly assigned the reconstruction work to Warren, Locke, and others, while he stayed at the base, continuously clearing the battlefield. Upon hearing that York had seemingly found valuable supplies, Su Ming's curiosity was piqued, and he eagerly went searching. Soon, he discovered a small storage ring on York's bisected body. Fortunately, Su Ming had used a battle axe to kill York. Otherwise, the storage ring might have been destroyed by gunfire. Opening the ring's space, Su Ming's eyes widened at the sight of numerous mechanical components. For a mechanic, these parts were far more valuable than they would be to the average person. While others might appraise them at merely billions of star coins, Su Ming was confident that he could extract 10 times their worth through assembly. A mechanic's craftsmanship could more than double the value of these parts. At this moment, as everyone was preparing to establish themselves and recruit soldiers, these mechanical components were undoubtedly the seed capital for future development. Compared to the initial confusion and uncertainty when they first arrived in the Dark Domain, the situation now seemed much clearer for Su Ming and his group. Thanks to the decision to ally with the Tianlin faction, those who had been eyeing Su Ming had now retracted their gaze, no longer watching him like a hawk. For Su Ming, things had finally settled down. The task of rebuilding the base was handed over to Locke and the others. Now, Su Ming sat alone in the spaceship, surrounded by a pile of mech knowledge and blueprints, all related to the assembly of class mechs. The Tyrant-class humanoid mech had a power range between 60,000 to 150,000 and featured special abilities like Tyrant Armor and a Charged Strike. This close combat mech weapon was equipped with the Tyrant Blade and a shield capable of absorbing attacks up to 250,000 total energy level. Its kinetic energy conversion device could store attack power, making the mech less likely to be knocked back. The Charged Strike function released the stored kinetic energy, enhancing the next attack by 100,000 energy levels. A gleam flashed in Su Ming's eyes as he considered the advanced model's unique capabilities. The Tyrant Mech, with its special energy shield and conversion device, could resist kinetic attacks, showcasing an invincible might befitting its name. On the battlefield, Su Ming's Charged Strike is his ultimate weapon, akin to a lethal blow that always delivers a surprising effect at the most critical moments. The performance of this mech can only be described as perfect, far superior to his basic silver model. Especially with that Charged Strike. Once combined with the power of Kaition, it will unleash an incredibly terrifying force. Su Ming couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement as he looked at the blueprint and related knowledge of this mech, a small thrill of anticipation rising within him. After an intense confrontation with Su Ming, the Black Domain quickly returned to its usual calm. For this star region, such skirmishes are just a small matter. After all, even level 10 Gene warriors have fought fiercely here in the past. The forces within the Black Domain are accustomed to such battles, so although the Star Destroyer cannon incident surprised some, once it was confirmed to be Su Ming's handiwork, the unusual glances quietly faded away. Meanwhile, news of a seemingly skilled mechanic began to spread throughout the Black Domain, gradually gaining recognition. Although Su Ming's fame had yet to reach the entire star region, at least on planet Abbey, people were already aware of this mechanic's existence. After Su Ming and his companions eliminated the York pirate group, they started to build a base on the ruins. A large number of discarded mechanical parts were transported from the ruins by local residents and placed aside. These local residents were specially recruited by Locke to assist in the construction of the base. It was discovered that in the Black Domain, the cheapest labor wasn't work robots but the local residents. For just a few star coins, one could hire a strong local resident for a week, making it quite cost-effective. Without hesitation, Locke spent over 1,000 star coins to hire more than 500 local residents to rebuild the base on the ruins. This scene showcased a unique aspect of the Black Domain. Despite its advanced technology, formidable combat power, and stable forces, the fact that all resources come from external sources creates a distinct cultural gap between the local residents and other factions. Observing these local residents was like stepping back to the first universe era, when humanity was still at the surface civilization stage. Su Ming continued to diligently study the level mech knowledge imparted to him by Hu Bing, which was more complex than a level knowledge. After all, level mech knowledge involves the development of second universe technology, a whole new field. The so-called second universe technology represents each significant technological milestone that propels society to new heights. Historically, humanity has undergone 3 major innovations. The first innovation was the transition from surface civilization to the industrial technology era, known as the First Universe period. The mechanical equipment Su Ming previously created, although not entirely from the First Universe period, still remained at that technological level. The core technology of the second innovation was the development of space technology, marking humanity's entry into the Second Universe period. This era saw humanity exploring the universe, establishing interstellar civilizations, and terraforming planets to make them habitable. The current 5 major cosmic nations rapidly rose to prominence during the Second Universe period. Technologies such as the energy shield and kinetic conversion device in the D-level humanoid Mech are masterpieces of the Second Universe period. Every mechanic's journey begins with the fundamentals of the First Cosmic Era. Although the technology of the First Cosmic Era is relatively primitive, it serves as the foundation for all subsequent advancements. For mechanics, mastering this stage is essential, and they must diligently study the knowledge of the First Cosmic Era. Once they have a solid grasp of the basics, they move on to the Second Cosmic Era, where the knowledge base becomes vast and diverse, sparking a multitude of innovative ideas. Each mech developed during this period boasts unique attributes and combat styles, supported by cutting-edge technology. After reaching the level of a stellar-class mechanic, Su Ming began progressing towards becoming a galactic-class mechanic. Learning the technologies of the Second Cosmic Era marked his transition. Galactic-class mechanical equipment is far more powerful than stellar-class. Su Ming, are you there? New mechanical knowledge has been delivered. A week later, with the help of the locals, the base started to take shape, with 5 buildings rising from the ground, providing a foothold for Su Ming and his team. Today, Hu Bing arrived at the base, smiling as he handed over the galactic-class mechanical knowledge to Su Ming. This was the final piece of mechanical knowledge Su Ming had requested, focusing on intermediate kinetic energy utilization. Hu Bing handed over the knowledge with a broad smile. Hey buddy, is this the last one? When will you be able to help me assemble the mech after learning it? Previously, Hu Bing had delivered 3 other pieces of mechanical knowledge, and this theory was the last one. Su Ming smiled and assured him that with this piece of knowledge, he could start assembling the mech. He said, in 2 weeks, I'll come over then, and we can assemble the mech together at your base. Hu Bing nodded in satisfaction. All right, I'll be waiting for you at the base. With that, Hu Bing left the base. After seeing Hu Bing off, Su Ming returned to his workshop and began meticulously studying the materials Hu Bing had given him. The workshop was filled with various mechanical parts, which clearly indicated the components of a Tyrant-class humanoid mech. Su Ming had actually started assembling this mech at the base ahead of time, which was the reason he had postponed the assembly by 2 weeks. Su Ming spent several days studying mechanical knowledge, but he wasn't in a hurry. He and Hu Bing agreed to take 2 weeks to assemble their mechs. Su Ming wanted to complete his own mech first before helping Hu Bing with his. For every mechanic, assembling a mech for the first time is a special ritual. It's as if they are infusing the mech with a soul and life, giving it a unique spirit. This experience creates a sense of idealism, making one believe that the mech possesses a soul and life. After the 3rd technological revolution in the universe, entering the 3rd cosmic era, this idealistic notion was proven to be real. Every mechanic experiences a mysterious awakening process when assembling a new model of mech for the first time. Mechs that undergo this awakening typically see a performance and energy level increase of about 20 compared to standard mechs. This is because the most remarkable technological breakthrough of the 3rd cosmic era was pushing technology to its limits and exploring the fusion of technology and theology. With his first mecha in hand, Su Ming decided to keep it for himself and refused to bow to Hu Bing. Although Hu Bing had shown him kindness, Su Ming knew that in the black domain, only interests mattered, and there was no room for friendship. After several days of kinetic theory research, Su Ming confidently approached the workbench to start assembling the mecha in front of him. Despite the base lacking many mecha components, this did not deter Su Ming. He directly salvaged unique parts from the vast collection of mechanical components previously acquired from the York Star Pirates, then reassembled them into new mechanical constructs. While most of the components from the York Star Pirates were planetary and stellar grade, there were also a few cluster grade parts. These parts became Su Ming's treasure trove, where he could find almost any mechanical component he needed. Without hesitation, Su Ming engraved his unique markings on these mechanical parts and began reassembling them. This mecha involved a significant amount of cluster-grade mechanical knowledge, and during the assembly process, Su Ming not only learned new information but also integrated and comprehended cluster-grade mechanical knowledge. For a mechanic, the fastest way to enhance cognitive abilities is to learn new high-level knowledge and focus on the repair and modification of machinery. At this moment, Su Ming was fully concentrated on the workbench, continuously assembling various mechanical components. This process was extremely demanding, and any slight mistake could lead to damage to the mechanical parts. Therefore, Su Ming did not dare to be careless and maintained an exceptionally active cognitive state. Quickly, Su Ming's cognitive abilities improved significantly during this process. As he rooted himself in the black domain and began assembling the Overlord Mecha, far away in a distant star region, the armies of the 5 major cosmic nations were in a standoff within this newly discovered mineral-rich star region. This star region was the latest to be explored, with every planet shimmering with various colors, reflections of starlight off metallic elements. These dazzling lights indicated that the star region was rich in various mineral veins. Even in the 3rd epoch of the universe, encountering such an abundance of mineral veins was rare. The historical value of this star region could easily rank in the top 10 of all discovered mineral-rich regions. The enormous value of this mineral-rich star region drove people to conflict. The five major empires' attention was drawn to this region, making it the focal point of their competition. In contrast, the Lhasa Alliance seemed insignificant. Thus, tensions in the mineral-rich star region began to rise, with each cosmic nation dispatching more than 5 apocalypse-level mecha warriors. War had not yet erupted, as the 5 major cosmic nations had collectively sent 25 apocalypse-level warriors. In this star sector, if these powerful beings were to clash, the entire universe might tremble. These apocalypse-level strongmen have gathered here merely to exert pressure on other cosmic nations. At this moment, Kellen Clarence, the head of the Kellen family, also arrived on the mining planet. Kellen Clarence, Su Ming's biological father, couldn't deny their blood relation, even though Su Ming had been expelled from the family. Sitting in his warship, Kellen Clarence leisurely sipped his fine wine, fully aware that despite the tense situation, a real conflict was unlikely. A battle wouldn't benefit the 5 major cosmic nations. It would only harm all parties involved. Thus, the apocalypse-level powerhouses from these empires were quite relaxed. Some even visited each other, creating a rather intriguing scene. Kellen Clarence's gaze turned toward the mining star sector, where lights kept flickering, a hint of caution in his eyes. Everyone was gathered here, merely waiting for the decision-makers of the 5 major cosmic nations to distribute the interests. Politicians from these nations were undoubtedly scrambling for the mining star sector's benefits, with numerous meetings taking place internally. The final decision on how to exploit this mining area would be made collectively by the 5 cosmic nations. Other cosmic forces might receive a small portion for humanitarian and human society's common development reasons, but this would likely be no more than 5. The remaining 95 would be divided among the 5 cosmic nations. Kellen Clarence and others were waiting here to take action once the final decision was made. Just then, there was a knock on Kellen Clarence's door. He set down his wine glass and called out, "Come in." A middle-aged man in a simple robe entered. Seeing him, Kellen Clarence couldn't help but ask, "How is my son's training on planet Nopu?" As a father, Kellen Clarence might have had some regrets about expelling Su Ming, but as the great head of the Kellen family, he would never admit his mistake. He claimed that sending his son for training was for external appearances. A few months ago, after Su Ming was expelled from the family, Kellen Clarence had dispatched this middle-aged man to find Su Ming and secretly bring him back. Now, he was somewhat surprised that his subordinate had returned so quickly. When the middle-aged man heard Kellen Clarence's words, a bitter smile appeared on his face. Then, with a trembling voice, he said, "Honorable Mr. Kellen Clarence, please forgive me. Young Master Kellen Su Ming left the planet Nopu more than a month ago." His voice carried a hint of helplessness and guilt, revealing the deep sense of reluctance and regret within him. Kellen Clarence suddenly stood up, staring at Mr. Dewey in disbelief, his mind filled with questions. "Mr. Dewey, what happened? You must have figured it out by now." Kellen Clarence's eyes glinted with sharpness, revealing his inner unease. Dewey felt a slight tension inside, knowing that Kellen Clarence was one of the Empire's mighty 9 apocalypse. If he got angry, the consequences could be dire, possibly even fatal. The Empire generally did not interfere in the actions of an apocalypse-level figure. Hearing the underlying anger in Kellen Clarence's calm tone, Dewey couldn't help but feel nervous. Without hesitation, he replied, "I have questioned many people. It is said that young Master Su Ming's brain energy level reached 25 points when he passed through the space station, indicating he had already regained his senses before passing through." Kellen Clarence was greatly shocked upon hearing this. A brain energy level of 25? Could this mean Su Ming might break the millennia-old record and become the highest brain energy level holder after unlocking the gene lock? This was unbelievable. Su Ming's talent was astonishing. Kellen Clarence's emotions were in turmoil, but he tried to suppress his complex feelings and urged Dewey to continue. Dewey cautiously glanced at Kellen Clarence and continued, "After that, I went to Nopu Planet to investigate and found that young Master Su Ming was working there as a mechanic, apprentice to a technician named Monty. Monty claimed that Su Ming's ability to repair and modify planetary-level mechanical equipment was exceptional, and the equipment he repaired was incredibly powerful." Kellen Clarence's mood had already turned sour. His son was actually an outstanding mechanic, capable of repairing such advanced mechanical equipment. This level of repair skill was not something ordinary people could achieve, indicating that Su Ming's intellect had indeed been restored. Although Kellen Clarence was unsure how Su Ming had regained his senses, he even suspected that Su Ming had never lost them. Then, Dewey whispered, "The Hylon people have invaded Nopu Planet." Kellen Clarence frowned and muttered to himself, "The Hylon people? That small race? They dare to invade a logistical planet under the Empire's jurisdiction?" Dewey heard this and smiled bitterly, thinking, "While you may easily deal with the Hylon people, for Nopu Planet, they are a disaster. Young Master Su Ming used a sniper rifle to take down a level 5 Hylon star being, Dewey whispered. When Colin Clarence heard this, his eyes widened in shock. He had left the Colin family just over a month ago, and he already had the strength to defeat a level 5 Hylon star being? What on earth was going on? Colin Clarence was utterly baffled. Su Ming had managed to advance from a level 1 genetic warrior to someone capable of defeating a level 5 Hylon star being in just a month. Such talent was truly astonishing. Even his eldest son, Su Rue, took more than a year to become a level 4 genetic warrior. Although most of that time was spent laying the groundwork for future rapid progress, reaching level 5 in just a month was beyond imagination. What shocked his subordinates even more was that Su Ming later joined the 32nd Temporary Army. During his service, he piloted a mech and successfully defeated a level 7 cosmic creature, the Iron Lizard, while under siege by tens of thousands of cosmic beings. This feat had already been reported by the 32nd Temporary Army, with video evidence to prove it. After Dewey finished speaking, he handed the video of Su Ming defeating the Iron Lizard to Colin Clarence. Colin Clarence took the video with a peculiar expression and began to watch it closely. As he observed Su Ming's various maneuvers, predictions, and evasion techniques during the battle, he couldn't help but feel incredulous. Some of these maneuvers were beyond his own capabilities. Even though Colin Clarence operated at a level where hand-to-hand combat was no longer necessary, and the dimensions and techniques of battle were vastly different from those of ordinary mech warriors, Su Ming's skill level was impressive enough to catch the eye of an Imperial general like Colin Clarence. He even had the potential to serve as an instructor for a mech army. How had Su Ming honed such skills? He had never piloted a mech during his time with the family. Colin Clarence was thoroughly puzzled. Suddenly, Su Ming seemed to have transformed completely. Such techniques could not be mastered without long and arduous training, and Su Ming had been away from the Colin family for only a little over 6 months. Even with relentless day and night training, achieving such feats was remarkable, truly astonishing. This young man reminded Colin Clarence of his younger self more and more. The more he watched, the more satisfied he felt. Having a son with such talent must be a dream come true. However, just as Colin Clarence was reveling in his son's prowess, he suddenly remembered something. If he wasn't mistaken, the Empire had once carried out a classified mission, during which the 32nd Temporary Army was supposed to be sealed off and eliminated. A sense of foreboding washed over Colin Clarence. Colin Clarence stood up, his eyes flashing with anger and panic. Gripping Dewey tightly, he growled through gritted teeth. Is my son just going to disappear because of that damned secrecy plan? His breath exploded, causing the glassware around them to shatter. Colin Clarence struggled to contain his fury, lest his very presence tear the warship apart. Dewey felt the oppressive force of Colin Clarence's aura, a chill of near-death sweeping over him. He marveled at Colin Clarence's immense power, realizing it had grown even further. Word had it that Colin was already an apocalypse-level warrior, yet he still had room to grow. Swallowing hard, Dewey stammered, "Lord Colin Clarence, please calm down." The young master did not perish in the purge. He managed to escape. What? He escaped? Colin Clarence's eyes widened in disbelief. The Empire had deployed 10 level 7 mecha warriors to hunt down each warship. The power of a level 7 mecha warrior far surpassed that of a steel lizard. They could defeat a steel lizard. So how could the young master have escaped? The young master's escape details are classified. I have no authority to disclose them, Dewey said, shaking his head. Colin Clarence released him, his aura receding slightly, and his expression softened. I apologize for my outburst. Do you know where my son is? Dewey gave a wry smile and shook his head. The young master used a space jump to leave the Empire's territory. No one knows his current whereabouts. Colin Clarence nodded, not surprised. It made sense that Su Ming's location was unknown. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to evade the Empire's pursuit. His expression fluctuated between various emotions before he suddenly stood up. I need to go to the Empire's military office myself and have them cancel the bounty on Su Ming. Who gave them the right to put a bounty on my son? You stay here and follow the Empire's orders. I'll be back soon. Dewey anxiously tried to intervene, but Colin Clarence abruptly picked up a communicator. The screen displayed an incoming call from the Empire leader's office. What is it? Colin Clarence frowned as he answered the call. A phone call came in, signaling the office's strategic plans for Colin Clarence. Upon hearing the news, Colin Clarence was informed by the leader's office staff that the 5 Great Galactic Nations Conference had concluded, and the Empire would receive an 18% share. This news greatly shocked Colin Clarence. 18%? Do the other 4 nations also receive 18%? This distribution seems quite fair, Lord Colin Clarence. So, will the remaining 10 be evenly distributed among the other galactic nations? Besides the 5 great galactic nations, human society also includes cluster-level and super-cluster-level galactic nations, among other powers. The total number reaches tens of thousands, and these other forces cannot be underestimated. In the past, when new resource-rich star regions were discovered, a portion of the resources would be allocated to other galactic nations according to conventions, usually around 3 to 5. But this time, it's as high as 10. This left Colin Clarence feeling somewhat puzzled. Sensing Colin Clarence's doubts, the leader's office staff smiled and explained, "Sir, the Void civilization has recently been at war with us. Besides the 5 great galactic nations, other galactic nations have also committed significant military forces. Distributing resources as before might lead to dissatisfaction." Upon hearing the staff's explanation, Colin Clarence suddenly understood. The Void civilization is a cosmic civilization surpassing humanity, vast and expansive. The region explored by humans is insignificant, with various strange civilizations existing in other areas. During expansion, humans often encounter unknown civilizations. The weak are invaded, and the strong are aggressive. The Void civilization is slightly stronger than human civilization, roughly on par. Currently, the Void civilization and humanity are fiercely battling in a certain star region over cosmic resources. This conflict has been ongoing for over a decade without escalating into a full-scale war, with smaller human nations participating. At this critical moment, it is necessary to allocate more resources to the smaller galactic nations to avoid negative public opinion. Colin Clarence nodded, understanding the situation. After ending the call, he stood up and faced Dewey, resolutely saying, "I will return to the Empire first. You will be in charge of managing the mining operations in this area. Once the extraction is complete, transport the minerals back in batches." Suddenly, Colin Clarence paused for a moment and added, "By the way, I will have my eldest son, Suri, come over to oversee the transportation of the minerals. This will help him establish himself among the Empire's upper echelons. When the time comes, just hand over the minerals to him." With that, Colin Clarence stood up and left the battleship. The affairs in the distant mining star region have nothing to do with the Dark Zone. The Dark Zone is not within the normal sphere of human society. While it is not outright rejected, it is a gray area often overlooked by official authorities. In a military base on the planet Abe within the Dark Zone, Su Ming arrived next to Hu Bing. Hu Bing, with a carefree attitude, said to Su Ming, "Bro, the mechanical parts you need are ready. This is the workbench. If you need any help, just let me know." Today, Su Ming arrived in Tianlin as agreed, to assemble Hu Bing's Overlord Mech. The people of Tianlin curiously turned their gaze towards Su Ming, expressing their amazement. A young man with a roguish look challenged him, "Hey, can you really assemble a class mech at such a young age?" Hu Bing glared at him disdainfully and said, "What do you know? Su Ming is the engineer who fired the Star Annihilation Cannon." Upon hearing this, the crowd shifted their attention to Su Ming, eager to verify Hu Bing's claim. In the Dark Zone, most people are rough around the edges. Engineers are like top students, while genetic warriors are akin to athletes. The field of mechanics is scarcely studied in the Dark Zone, and even in Tianlin, there are only stellar-level engineers who cannot assemble cluster-level mechs. The crowd watched intently. If Su Ming could assemble a cluster-level mech, it would prove his capability to repair at a cluster level. Such an engineer would undoubtedly be highly sought after, and might even become a key figure among the Dark Zone's leaders. In Tianlin, the numerous repair demands for cluster-level mechanical equipment might all converge on Su Ming. Without hesitation, Su Ming skillfully took the mechanical parts. He had already assembled the Overlord mech at the base and successfully activated it. For him, this assembly was a familiar task, and his speed far surpassed that of the base's mechs. His fingers moved like shadows, quickly assembling the mechanical components. The prompt sounded, "Disassembly successful, gained 1 star point. Assembly successful, gained 3 star points." Assembling the mech was also a process of accumulating star points. The previously assembled Overlord mech had earned Su Ming over 3,000 star points, and he estimated that this mech would earn him more than 2,000 points. To enhance the long-range weapon capabilities of his Overlord mech, Su Ming undertook a bold modification. Originally designed solely for close combat, the Overlord mech was equipped with long-range firearms and a basic teleportation device. These advanced technologies made Su Ming's mech more versatile and agile in combat. Although the teleportation device could not be used for extended periods, it provided a significant tactical advantage for Su Ming, marking a major breakthrough. During the meticulous assembly of the mech, Su Ming demonstrated his focus and dedication. He worked tirelessly from dawn till dusk, taking only a few hours of rest at night before diving back into the assembly process. Despite his prior successful experiences, this mech project was still extensive, consuming a full 2 days of his time. When the final circuit board was installed, Su Ming finally smiled with satisfaction, having successfully completed the mech's assembly. The moment the mech was finished, it emitted a powerful energy wave, attracting the attention of nearby Tianlin members. They gathered around, marveling at Su Ming's exceptional skills. Someone couldn't help but exclaim, "Su Ming is truly incredible. I've seen other mechanics take 3 weeks to assemble an E-class mech, but Su Ming finished it in just 2 days." Through these 2 days of hard work, any doubts about Su Ming's abilities were replaced by deep respect. Outstanding mechanics always earn admiration and praise from others. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the mech in front of Su Ming, feeling the powerful energy surging through it, and they couldn't help but express their admiration. This mech was truly remarkable, making everyone envious. They secretly hoped that one day they too could possess such a formidable suit of armor. Watching Su Ming pilot the mech with such confidence, a wave of envy washed over them, as if owning their own mech was the pinnacle of life. They all exclaimed, "We really envy Su Ming. Having his own mech is like reaching the peak of life." Just then, Hu Bing's anxious voice came from outside. "Everyone move aside. I need to see my beloved mech." Soon, Hu Bing pushed through the crowd and entered the room. The moment he stepped inside, he was captivated by the sight of the dark red mech. With excitement, he reached out to touch it. As he felt the powerful energy emanating from within and the cold, mesmerizing metallic surface, a look of intense joy flashed in his eyes. Owning this mech meant his combat capabilities would significantly increase in a short period. In the dark domain, combat power equated to status and wealth. Hu Bing's excitement was palpable. After a moment, he realized his lapse in decorum and quickly turned to Su Ming, apologizing. "I'm sorry, Master Su Ming. I was so excited to see the mech that I forgot to greet you. My apologies." At that moment, Hu Bing felt a deep respect for Su Ming and instinctively addressed him as Master. He resolved to build a good relationship with Su Ming, not just for future modifications and maintenance of his mechanical equipment, but also for the upkeep of the mech. This reflected the status of mechanics in interstellar society. Once a mech was damaged in battle, it needed repairs. Other mechanics might not fully understand the intricacies of this particular mech, leading to subpar repair results. Only the creator of the mech could restore it to its optimal state. Unless one stayed out of combat, frequent maintenance was a necessity. For Hu Bing, it was now essential to not only get along well with Su Ming but also ensure his safety. If anything happened to Su Ming, it would be akin to losing half of his mech's functionality. He couldn't allow any harm to befall Su Ming. Su Ming, unaware of Hu Bing's deep intentions, smiled and said, "It's all right, brother Hu Bing. You can test the mech's performance." Hu Bing was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, "Yes. I was so excited that I almost forgot. I'll test it right away." With that, Hu Bing moved swiftly, his brain energy surging as he connected with the front of the mech. Instantly, the mech disassembled and flew towards Hu Bing, assembling into a cohesive unit as soon as it made contact. A three-turtle mech warrior appeared before everyone. The members of Tianlin gazed at the impressive mech with envy. It was simply too cool. The mech was amazing. Without hesitation, Hu Bing walked into the testing room. The testing room had a powerful energy absorption function, making it difficult to damage unless attacked from the outside. Here, Hu Bing could unleash his full energy. Everyone followed him into the testing room. Hu Bing drew a mechanical battle blade from his back, the frenzied blood blade. This was the weapon equipped with the Overlord mech. The Berserker Blood Blade is a powerful weapon with an energy range between 50,000 to 100,000 units. Anyone with an energy level below 30,000 cannot unleash its full potential. Its unique feature is the ability to harness excess energy to deliver a secondary attack, inflicting 50 of the damage. The name itself reflects its sharpness. After the first strike, the second follows immediately, requiring no additional effort from the user, effectively doubling the damage. From a side view, it resembles a fierce warrior in relentless combat, slashing fervently at the opponent. The name Berserker aptly describes its rapid attack frequency. At this moment, a powerful surge of energy emanated from Hu Bing, causing Su Ming to involuntarily change his expression. The immense energy output left Su Ming in awe. His gaze shifted to the nearby detector, which displayed a staggering figure 230,000 energy units. Su Ming was secretly astonished. Hu Bing could reach an impressive 230,000 units purely with his own energy, without any external weapons or mechs. This meant that even if Su Ming donned the Overlord mech, Hu Bing could effortlessly destroy it. Gene warriors have an easier time advancing in the early stages, but as they reach higher levels, especially around levels 80 or 90, each level represents a significant qualitative leap, making progress increasingly difficult. However, once they break through, the transformation is terrifying. Over the past 2 weeks, Su Ming's physical and cerebral energy levels had increased to 9,100 and 12,000 points, respectively. Combined, his total energy level was only around 20,000, almost negligible in front of a level 9 Gene warrior like Hu Bing. As Hu Bing's energy surged, the mech began to emit energy waves. Suddenly, Hu Bing shouted and, piloting the mech, struck the test instrument fiercely. The rampant energy enveloped the entire testing room. If not for the test room's special energy-absorbing materials, this strike could have destroyed the entire Tianlin base. A loud bang followed, and everyone instinctively looked at the test instrument, which showed a glaring red number 350,000. 350,000. This meant that the D-class Overlord Mech had increased Hu Bing's energy level by 120,000 units, propelling him into the ranks of level 10 Gene Warriors. By piloting the mech, Hu Bing had reached the strength of a level 10 Gene Warrior, making a significant leap in power. The members of Tianlin exchanged glances and then erupted in exclamations of amazement. Hu Bing's overwhelming strength inspired everyone to develop their cerebral energy levels and become mech warriors. However, the harsh reality was that developing cerebral energy levels was no easy feat. Otherwise, Tianlin wouldn't have only 13 members who had achieved it. Without unlocking cerebral energy levels, one couldn't operate a mech, which was the biggest hurdle to becoming a mech warrior. At that moment, Hu Bing suddenly shouted, "Come, attack me. I want to test the Overlord armor's defensive capabilities." Everyone was taken aback, then saw a thin layer of energy shield emerge on the Overlord mech. This was the Overlord armor. On the battlefield, all eyes converged on the Overlord armor. This piece of armor could effortlessly absorb 250,000 units of energy and convert the kinetic energy into a powerful counterattack. At that moment, a resolute determination surged within everyone. Without hesitation, they extended their hands, gathered their strength in their palms, and struck the Overlord mech with unrelenting force. Someone cleared their throat, aiming to remind everyone that the classification of energy levels wasn't entirely clear-cut. Immediately, Dami explained. Level 1 ranges from 0 to 100 units of energy, Level 2 from 100 to 300, Level 3 from 300 to 1000, Level 4 from 1000 to 5000, Level 5 from 5000 to 10,000, Level 6 from 10,000 to 40,000, Level 7 from 40,000 to 100,000, Level 8 from 100,000 to 180,000, Level 9 from 180,000 to 300,000, and Level 10 from 300,000 to 600,000. Of course, there are higher levels of energy, but we'll leave those for another time. For now, let's focus on the first 10 levels. As a second-tier force in the Dark Territory, the members of Tianlin might not be as formidable as the Hua soldiers, but they are certainly not to be underestimated. Among the onlookers, there were quite a few level 6 or 7 genetic warriors. When they heard the Hua soldiers demanding them to attack the Overlord mech, they exchanged glances, feeling a surge of excitement. Immediately, the Tianlin members pulled out their firearms and began to fire wildly at the Overlord mech. However, they were soon astonished to find that the Overlord mech remained unscathed and continued its steady advance. Normally, even if an energy shield could block bullets, the kinetic force would cause the mech to step back a few paces. But the Overlord mech showed no such reaction, thanks to its built-in kinetic conversion device that absorbed and transformed all kinetic energy into its own power. Thus, the Overlord mech seemed to be clad in an indestructible armor, completely unaffected by kinetic impacts. Suddenly, the Hua soldiers shouted, "Enough!" Startled, everyone stopped their attacks. Although the Overlord mech could absorb up to 250,000 units of damage, the Hua soldiers knew that if the attacks continued, the energy shield would soon be depleted. He couldn't allow that to happen. So, he swung his blade, not at the crowd but at the test wall. The Overlord mech converted the absorbed kinetic energy into a powerful attack, striking with a deafening boom. The crowd watched the display in awe as the numbers on the monitor soared to 420,000 units, a full 70,000 units higher than before. While in an ideal scenario, a charged strike could increase by 100,000 units, an increase of 30,000 to 70,000 units was already quite impressive. The Hua soldiers smiled with satisfaction, realizing this was the trump card of the Overlord mech, making him even more fond of it. Carefully, he stored the mech in a spatial storage button and hung it around his neck, ready to summon it in times of danger. He smiled and thanked Su Ming before bidding him farewell. Su Ming shook his head and said, "Brother Hua, you've taught me a lot as well, so there's no need to be so formal. The mech is fully assembled now. I'll take my leave." The other Tianlin members watched Su Ming's departing figure with thoughtful expressions. Many of them had already exchanged contact information with him. When they had some free time, these individuals prepared to seek Su Ming's help in repairing their mechanical equipment. They knew that as the Tiger soldiers frequently used the Overlord mecha, Su Ming's reputation would quickly spread throughout the Dark Territory. In this violent domain, anyone who could enhance others' abilities was always held in high esteem. After leaving Tianlin, Su Ming headed straight back to his base. Following his visit to Tianlin, he had given considerable thought to the scale of his own forces. Currently, his group, including himself, numbered only 20 people. Among them were 11 former Loser Alliance researchers who had joined midway. This meant that only 9 members were capable of combat. Such a small organization couldn't even be considered a 4th-tier force, let alone a 5th-tier one. The strength of a force isn't solely determined by the leader's power. Although Su Ming possessed the strength to rival a level 7 Gene Warrior, this alone couldn't elevate his force to a 4th-tier status. The power of an organization is evaluated by its structure, influence, scope of operations, and personnel dynamics. At present, Su Ming's base was merely a rudimentary building, barely qualifying as a base. If it weren't for Tianlin's alliance announcement, he might not have been able to establish a base so smoothly. Upon returning to the base, Su Ming gathered the core members for a small meeting to discuss 3 major issues. Su Ming opened the meeting straightforwardly. Hearing his question, Warren, Locke, and the others exchanged glances, curiously asking what the matter was. First, our force needs a name. We can't let others refer to us without one, Su Ming said solemnly. Hearing Su Ming's suggestion, everyone nodded and began to discuss it eagerly. I think we should call ourselves Legion 3 too, someone suggested. Don't be ridiculous. Do you want the Empire to find us immediately? Another person dismissed the idea. Everyone voiced their opinions, leading to a lively debate. After the discussion, Su Ming and the others proposed a name Wantong. He explained that although they came from different star regions and forces, they gathered together like intertwined vines, forming a strong force. Moreover, as vines extend, Wantong would become the dominator in various domains. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up, and they nodded in agreement. Wantong, rich in meaning, was unanimously chosen. After deciding on the name, Su Ming nodded in satisfaction and proceeded to address the other 2 important issues. For to me, there are 2 crucial issues at hand: how to increase revenue and how to attract more people to join Wantin. Some long-time readers might have noticed that the name Wantin has already been used in the book, The Strongest Race. However, Demi decided to reuse the name for convenience and out of his fondness for it. Faced with these challenges, Demi feels somewhat at a loss. He knows that for Wantin to thrive, addressing the revenue issue is paramount, especially for a startup. Therefore, Demi started thinking about how to develop more appealing revenue strategies to attract more users. At the same time, he understands that for Wantin to become a noteworthy community, continuous innovation is necessary to attract more quality content creators. With a firm belief in success, Demi is determined to move forward on this challenging path. Upon hearing Su Ming's question, everyone looked thoughtful. Revenue and team expansion are essential challenges for any faction. In the dark world they inhabit, every group has its own revenue streams. Even if the legitimacy of some factions is questionable, they undoubtedly have sources of income. The Yorkstar pirates excel at looting the cosmos, while Tianlin survives through mercenary work. Other factions might engage in the trade of various legal or illegal goods, such as mechanical parts. So, what is the revenue model for the Wantong faction? Su Ming, with his exceptional mechanical skills, can earn substantial income by repairing and modifying mechanical equipment. However, if a faction relies solely on its leader's labor for income, what's the point of establishing such a faction? The group needs to find a business model that allows every member to participate, ensuring sustainable growth. Just as everyone was deep in thought, Wang Ku, usually unremarkable, suddenly suggested, we could sell genetic serums and other special potions, like enhancers, recovery agents, poisons, and so on. Hearing Wang Ku's suggestion, everyone turned their gaze towards him, their eyes showing a hint of surprise. They all remembered that during the Lozer Alliance, the Supergene Serum team led by Wang Ku had a massive impact on the Bander sector. The entire sector's biosphere had been infected by the Supergene virus. Now, hearing Wang Ku mention developing genetic serums, vivid memories of the chaos in the Bander system resurfaced in their minds. Noticing the strange looks from the group, Wang Ku quickly clarified, I'm talking about normal genetic serums, not supergene serums. Our technology may still need refinement, but for the commonly available gene-unlocking serums, our techniques are relatively mature and entirely reliable. As elite researchers, we have enough confidence in developing standard serums. After Wang Ku's explanation, everyone realized their misunderstanding. The previous incidents had left a deep impression, and the mention of genetic serums had immediately brought back memories of those challenging times. However, the idea of genetic serums and other potions sounded promising. In human society, the genetic serum market holds significant importance. Nearly every sector requires a large number of genetic serums daily, and where there is demand, there is a market. Moreover, in a conflict-ridden dark world, other potions would also sell well. Conflicts mean injuries, thus increasing the demand for recovery agents and similar products. Su Ming cheerfully addressed the group. This thing is reliable. I think it's great too. Besides genetic serums, we can expand into other businesses. For example, Warren, you can help others repair mechanical equipment and even set up a factory to train apprentices. Rock, you guys could take on mercenary tasks. Su Ming spoke with a satisfied smile. Researchers are truly remarkable. Although they don't enhance power as immediately as combat personnel, their impact is subtle yet profound. Researchers focus on the future, and the value they create far exceeds that of fighters. In the Dark Zone, factions with researchers are rare, numbering fewer than 10, mostly large powers. Wang Ku and his team are highly sought after, even by the 2 major cosmic nations, which speaks volumes about their standing and expertise in the research field. With Wang Ku and his team, the development in medical and biochemical fields will be unstoppable for Wanting. After deciding to make genetic serums their main business focus, the group began discussing Su Ming's third topic, recruitment. They unanimously agreed that once Wanting starts selling genetic serums, they should offer high salaries to attract top talent. Recruitment is an ongoing process, and as the faction grows stronger, attracting talent will become easier. With a clear direction, everyone felt confident. After the meeting ended, the group left the conference room, each busy with their tasks. Su Ming pondered for a moment before dialing a phone number. Hey, Su Ming, my young friend. Long time no see. Need to buy something? A middle-aged man's voice came through the phone. It was Walter, the merchant. Su Ming got straight to the point. Mr. Walter, I want to purchase a large quantity of research and production equipment. Do you have any in stock? Walter sounded a bit surprised. You've got researchers? What kind of equipment do you need? I can get you anything, but it'll be 20 above market price, plus a fee for my trouble. Su Ming smiled and agreed. I need large-scale genetic serum production equipment, research stations, nanobiological incubators, and Su Ming listed all the mechanical equipment Wang Ku had mentioned. Walter was taken aback. Genetic serums? You're planning to produce genetic serums? Su Ming confirmed, yes. Mr. Walter, you could also become our agent. Walter's tone turned serious. Young man, I must warn you. In the dark zone, genetic serums are big business and attract a lot of attention. It's a deep and dangerous game, so be careful not to step on anyone's toes. In the realm of darkness, profit is regarded as the ultimate priority. Any infringement on another's interests would inevitably provoke a fierce retaliation. After hearing Walter's warning, Su Ming fell into a moment of contemplation. Finally, he decided to speak, his tone resolute. Let's prepare the equipment first, so our research team has a concrete task. As for when to proceed with sales, I already have a plan. Upon hearing Su Ming's response, Walter sighed and continued, these pieces of equipment aren't cheap. They are strictly controlled by major cosmic nations. I roughly estimated that acquiring a set might cost around 4 billion star credits. Walter's words carried a hint of helplessness, suggesting the formidable challenge posed by such a massive expenditure. 4 billion star coins? Su Ming couldn't help but gasp. This research equipment is insanely expensive. 4 billion star coins could sustain billions of people on a planet for an entire day. Even an E-class mech costs less than this. The staggering amount left Su Ming in shock. Walter gave a wry smile and explained, I don't want to set such a high price either, but that's the standard cost for this kind of equipment. Otherwise, why do you think there are so many small workshops producing subpar genetic drugs? They can't afford legitimate research instruments. After hearing this, Su Ming took a deep breath and made up his mind. We have to buy it. We can't use those trashy instruments from small workshops. Wantong's reputation must remain spotless. We need to produce high-quality genetic drugs. The competition is fierce, and only by offering cost-effective products can we win the market. Despite the high cost, there could be no compromise on quality. It was an investment in the future. Gritting his teeth, Su Ming decided, Mr. Walter, do you buy mechanical parts? I have plenty of them. Walter chuckled lightly and said, of course I do, but I'll buy them at 80 of the market price. Buying at full price leaves me no profit. Su Ming wasn't surprised, knowing that mechanical parts are usually settled at 80 of the market price. Walter's offer was reasonable and not overly greedy. Su Ming promptly transmitted 1/5 of the mechanical parts he had obtained from York to Walter via space transfer. Upon receiving the parts, Walter said with satisfaction, these are worth 4 billion star coins. Our transaction is settled. The equipment you need will be delivered the day after tomorrow. Su Ming nodded with a bitter smile. This purchase has really drained my resources. Suddenly, Walter's eyes lit up with excitement as he proposed, hey, buddy, are you interested in a big business deal? Su Ming asked in surprise, a big business deal? Walter continued mysteriously, recently, a mysterious mineral-rich star region was discovered. The 5 major cosmic nations are all rushing to mine it and transport the resources back. This is undoubtedly a golden opportunity. Upon hearing this, Su Ming shook his head firmly and said, Mr. Walter, I appreciate your good intentions, but as far as I know, these mineral convoys are usually guarded by apocalypse-level warriors. I can't even reach the level of a 10th-level gene warrior, and I'd be easily crushed by an apocalypse-level opponent. Walter, still enigmatic, added, this time, there's an imperial aristocrat in the convoy, a member of the Karen family named Su Rue, who is in charge of the transport. These aristocrats may look impressive, but are actually quite fragile. There's a non-apocalypse level flaw in Su Rue's team. It's a rare chance. Hearing the familiar name Su Rue, a surge of hatred welled up in Su Ming's heart. Su Rue, his own brother. Back when they were in the Karen family, Su Rue had framed him multiple times and even sent assassins after him once he left. If he hadn't awakened his awareness and equipped a mechanical arm, he would have already been killed by a 3rd-level assassin. Knowing that Su Rue would be responsible for the transport, Su Ming began to take the matter seriously. Noticing the change in Su Ming's expression, Walter was a bit puzzled. He couldn't understand why Su Ming was focusing on the aristocrat from the Karen family rather than the issue of the apocalypse level guards. Shrugging, Walter continued, "Brother, we have insiders who can provide support. I can arrange for them to temporarily disable their battleships. You can seize the opportunity, and we'll split the gains 50-50. Curious, Su Ming asked, "Mr. Walter, why choose me? Wouldn't an 8th or 9th level Gene Warrior be more reliable?" Walter smiled and replied slowly, "For one, I trust your skills. Your mech operation is outstanding. On the other hand, with 8th or 9th level Gene Warriors, I worry about internal conflicts." Su Ming inwardly mocked Walter for his shrewdness and thorough consideration. He didn't think of himself as particularly skilled. Walter was also concerned about internal strife. Despite his significant improvement in strength and the assembly of a new Overlord mech, Su Ming knew that Walter was aware of his combat capabilities and that he wasn't one to betray allies. Although this collaboration might provide him with an opportunity, his primary target remained Su Rue, and he wouldn't let himself get entangled in deceitful schemes with Walter. Su Ming wasn't solely focused on immediate gains. After a moment of deep contemplation, he resolutely decided to accept Walter's invitation. This decision was based on his trust in Su Rue. "All right, Mr. Walter, I will participate. But please ensure that the battleship operates normally and that the space corridor remains unobstructed. If any unexpected situation arises, I will leave immediately," Su Ming asserted firmly to Walter. Upon hearing this, Walter's face lit up with surprise and delight. "Rest assured, brother. As a businessman, my reputation is paramount. You can count on me," he assured. However, he also cautioned, "The Empire is currently mining in the area. Intercepting them midway may require a month or even longer." Su Ming nodded with a smile. For him, time wasn't an issue. On the contrary, this period would give him the opportunity to intensify his training and prepare thoroughly for his future encounter with Su Rue. Today, his heart was filled with excitement. 2 days later, the research equipment arrived at Wantong's base as scheduled. Su Ming eagerly moved the equipment to the research building designated for Wang Ku and his team. Soon after, Su Ming and Warren dove into their work. The base's defense mechanisms and systems had to be built from scratch. While Su Ming frantically disassembled and reassembled mechanical gear in the workshop, he also focused on honing his own abilities. As night fell, Su Ming sat alone on his bed, gazing at the shimmering star points in the system. After a period of diligent accumulation and the points gained from assembling mechs, Su Ming's star points had now reached around 9,000. Looking at these points, Su Ming didn't hesitate and said, "System, redeem for level 5 body refinement." Redeeming level 5 body refinement required 5,000 star points, a decision Su Ming would not have made lightly without his recent accumulation of points. However, the effects of level 5 body refinement far exceeded his expectations. It not only enhanced his physical strength, but also significantly improved his adaptability to star energy. During level 4 body refinement, Su Ming's body could only withstand up to 500 star points before suffering serious damage. Now, with level 5 body refinement, his physical endurance had multiplied, filling him with anticipation. A powerful surge of star energy flowed into Su Ming's body, tempering every inch of his skin and making him feel rapid growth. The system's voice announced, "Body refinement successful. Host's body refinement level increased to level 5. Next level requires 10,000 star points." Su Ming opened his eyes, feeling the dramatic changes in his body. The level 5 body refinement had doubled his physical strength, and now he could likely endure up to 1,000 star points, boosting his next attack by 50,000 energy units. This was a powerful weapon for Su Ming. With the advancement in body refinement, his physical energy level had surged from the previous 9,600 to 11,000, propelling him into the ranks of a level 6 genetic warrior. Su Ming smiled contentedly, but felt a slight bitterness as he looked at the Overlord mech in the room. To pilot the Overlord mech, one needed at least 30,000 energy units, and currently, Su Ming's combined brain and physical energy levels were still below 20,000, far from enough to operate the Overlord mech. Su Ming experienced a level of mechanical expertise that far surpassed his own cultivation. The machines assembled by this expert left him feeling powerless, a sensation that caused him immense frustration. To compensate for his deficiencies, Su Ming decided to devote himself to intense training during this period. Determined to close the gap, he began an intense regimen, spending his starlight points without hesitation. Days blurred into weeks, and before he knew it, a month had passed. In his secluded training, Su Ming's cultivation advanced rapidly, reaching mid-level 6. Now, Su Ming's attribute panel reads as follows: Physical energy level 21,000, brain energy level 20,000, gene lock level mid-level 6, physical vitality 100, body training level 5, starlight points required for next body training level 10,000, current starlight points 4,800. Over the course of a month, his energy levels nearly doubled, and his gene level rose to mid-level 6. His total energy level now exceeds 40,000. Finally, the moment Su Ming had been waiting for arrived the time to pilot the tyrant mecha. With a satisfied smile, he pushed open the door and stepped out. As Su Ming emerged from his seclusion, in a distant star sector of the Interstellar Society, a handsome young man appeared. Kellan Suri, the eldest son of the Kellan family. Upon arriving at the mining star sector, Suri was greeted by his family servant, Dewey. "Welcome, Mr. Suri." Dewey greeted respectfully. Suri smiled and replied, "No need to call me Mr. Just Suri is fine." He firmly believed that true noble upbringing lay in being approachable, not arrogant. Dewey smiled back and quickly said, "Young Master Suri, your father has made all the arrangements. The mining operation is ready, and we can transport everything in 2 days." Both Suri and Dewey knew that Kellan Clarence's arrangements were meant to increase Suri's value, aiding his endeavors within the Empire. Suri understood this was merely a formality and, hearing they could return to the Empire in 2 days, smiled contentedly. "You've worked hard during this time. Leave the rest to me," Suri said with a smile. Suri did not come alone. After all, the universe is vast and fraught with dangers such as space pirates and other criminal groups. Therefore, Suri brought along an 8th-level Gene Warrior and a team of 7th-level Mecha Warriors to ensure the safe transport of the mining resources. With these experts escorting the shipment, the safety of the mining operation was assured. When Su Rui's father added a new line to his resume, indicating his involvement in executing Imperial-level strategic affairs and successfully leading the project to completion, Su Rui felt a surge of pride and satisfaction. Reflecting on this, he couldn't help but smile with contentment and confidence. However, Suri didn't notice that among the level 7 mecha warriors he led, there was someone with a calm demeanor who overheard his conversation with Dewey. This mysterious individual later went to the ship's restroom and sent the details of Suri's imminent return to the Empire to someone. The recipient was none other than the black market dealer, Walter. Walter, who was busy piloting his spaceship around for business, received the message and couldn't help but show a peculiar expression. After reading Suri's message, a look of delight spread across Walter's face. He immediately dialed a number. "Hey buddy, Suri will be returning to the Empire in 2 days. It's time for us to get ready to act." After the call ended, Walter smiled with satisfaction. These goods were marked as strategic resources of the Empire, and their immense quantity was evident. Although he would ultimately have to split the profits with Sumin, it was still a considerable sum. Acquiring this batch of goods would allow him to live comfortably for 10 years. For Walter, this was an unimaginable fortune. While Walter was scheming his next move, Suri was leisurely waiting in the mining star zone for the miners to extract the ores and hand them over to him. The Empire had divided the transportation duties among 5 teams, with each team responsible for nearly 1 trillion star coins worth of minerals. Once these minerals were transported back to the Empire, most would be used to manufacture mechanical components. Of course, there were also some special radioactive minerals used for energy supply. Overall, discovering a mining star zone would greatly propel interstellar society forward, benefiting the entire civilization immensely. "Young Master, this is the storage space for non-radioactive minerals," Dewey said as he carried a half-percent high storage box into the battleship and secured it within the safety system. The box was enormous because the amount of minerals to be stored was vast. Ordinary storage rings or watches couldn't suffice, so a storage box was necessary. Although the box was only half the height of a person, the minerals inside it were equivalent to about 1/3 the size of a habitable planet. Such a large quantity of minerals was incredibly valuable and could supply countless planets for a long time. And that wasn't all. Besides non-radioactive minerals, there were also radioactive ones. Radioactive minerals typically contained immense energy, and pound for pound, they were far more valuable than non-radioactive minerals. Shore nodded and then curiously asked, "Is the radioactive or vein still not fully mined?" Dewey's face showed a trace of a bitter smile as he explained, "The original plan was to finish by now, but we've encountered some obstacles, so progress has been a bit slow. But we'll get there soon." Shore suddenly understood and smiled gently, saying, "No worries, patience is key. Take your time." At that moment, neither Shore nor Dewey noticed that during the mining of the radioactive minerals, a worker suddenly let out a surprised gasp. "Old Ma, did I just see a figure flash inside that metal lump?" The worker stared intently at the front end of the radioactive mineral. "How could that be? The radiation here is so intense. It's impossible for anyone to be inside." The workers all wore protective suits while mining radioactive minerals. In such a high-energy environment, without a protective suit, a person would instantly dissolve into a pool of blood. Therefore, the workers couldn't observe the minerals with their naked eyes and had to rely on imaging from cameras within their protective suits. If someone did look with their naked eyes, they would see dozens of glowing red figures lying within these faintly red, semi-transparent radioactive minerals. Such a sight would undoubtedly shock anyone. Given the intense energy emitted by these minerals, anything trapped inside would instantaneously turn to blood, even top-tier genetic warriors. Yet here, dozens of glowing red figures lay quietly within. For these figures, what should have been lethal minerals seemed like their natural habitat, like fish swimming in water. Strangely, these figures could only be seen with the naked eye. Cameras and monitoring equipment couldn't detect them. Maybe I'm just seeing things from working too long, the worker muttered. When he looked back at the minerals, the figure had indeed vanished. Then, the workers operated the machinery to move these faintly red minerals into specially designed protective storage boxes. None of them noticed that as they were transporting the minerals, one of the glowing red figures suddenly opened its eyes, warily scanning its surroundings. The figure previously dismissed as a trick of the light was actually this awakened figure moving. These glowing figures seemed to be detectable by equipment only when they moved. When still, they could only be seen by the naked eye. At that moment, the figure sealed within the mineral had just woken up and hadn't had a chance to observe its surroundings before being placed into the storage box. A few workers clapped their hands together, smiling. After months of hard work, the transportation has finally come to an end. The workers, with smiles on their faces and laughter in the air, completed the collection of the last mineral. They carefully lifted the boxes filled with radioactive minerals onto the warship, passing through the radiation absorption zone to ensure any remaining radioactive elements were fully absorbed before handing the boxes over to Dewey. Dewey smiled and nodded, placing the boxes into the safety system. He then turned to Suri and said, "Young master, the minerals have been fully collected. We can head home now." The entire process was filled with joy and camaraderie. The workers were diligent and responsible, and after completing their tasks, they felt a sense of happiness and eagerly anticipated the journey back home. 3 space battleships were suddenly engulfed by spatial turbulence, shooting through the void like arrows released from a bow. These battleships were not your average spacecraft. Their size and firepower made them titans, representing the pinnacle of military technology. Su Rue sat in one of the battleships, tasked with transporting mine minerals to the Empire. At this moment, he was contentedly playing a virtual mecha game, confident that the mission was a sure success. Despite the team lacking an apocalypse-level warrior, they had dozens of level 7 mecha fighters and 1 level 8 gene warrior. Su Rue himself had made remarkable progress in just 6 months, becoming a level 6 gene warrior, and with his mecha, he could perform at a level 7 standard. Such rapid advancement was rare in the entire empire, and combined with his father's political influence and this mission's prestige, Su Rue's future looked incredibly promising, with power within his grasp. However, just as he was basking in his success, the battleship he was on suddenly came to a halt, while the other 2 continued their flight. Su Rue quickly removed his gaming helmet, his expression serious, and asked for an explanation. Dewey hurried over to report that the battleship's power core had malfunctioned and was in the process of self-repair, which would take about half an hour. Su Rue frowned, unwilling to risk any mishaps, and decided to pause the other battleships to wait for repairs before proceeding together. Meanwhile, in the void, a dark mech hovered silently. It was Su Ming's Overlord mech, which had been painted matte black to blend into the darkness for this mission. Su Ming watched the speeding battleships, noticing that the central one had halted while the other 2 continued unaware. At this moment, Su Ming heard Walter's urgent warning and realized that time was of the essence. The other 2 battleships had already moved far away, and even if they noticed something amiss, it would take precious time for them to turn back. His heart was racing, and Walter's voice echoed in his ears. Without hesitation, Su Ming activated his mech and sped towards the battleship. As he approached, a massive hatch slowly opened, just wide enough to accommodate his overlord mech. Su Ming silently praised Walter's arrangements. The mole had successfully opened the hatch, ready to receive him. He was amazed at their capability to plant a mole so close to the Apocalypse-class offspring. Now, he could easily infiltrate the battleship. When he was just 2 kilometers away, Su Ming immediately activated the Overlord Mech space jump device, and the mech instantly vanished into the void. When he reappeared, he was precisely beneath the battleship's hatch. Walter's voice sounded again, reminding Su Ming that they only had 5 minutes before the other 2 battleships arrived. Su Ming received the layout of the battleship. The mineral box was in a certain room, but there was only a 10-second window to disable the security system. He silently accepted the mission, determination shining in his eyes. Although he had the layout, living beings were different from static maps. The X-ray function allowed him to see everyone's movements inside the battleship and choose the best path. Through the X-ray function, Su Ming clearly saw the distribution of experts within the battleship and locked his gaze on the central room. A handsome young man, similar in age to him, was lounging there leisurely. It was Su Rue, the one who had bullied him and sent assassins after him. Su Ming's heart surged with killing intent. Although his opponent's abilities were comparable to his own, Su Ming was confident that Su Rue could not assemble a class mech, as only level 6 genetic warriors could operate such mechs. Su Ming calmly analyzed that Su Rue should only be able to use an E-class mech, inferior to him in both energy and technology. With a determined look, Su Ming quickly surveyed the entire layout of the battleship and unleashed a powerful energy, ready to face the imminent challenge. The Overlord mech suddenly transformed into a streak of dark lightning, crashing through the warship's walls with a thunderous impact and charging in with fierce determination. Alarms blared. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The warship's defense systems were activated immediately. In the darkness, the mech's silhouette appeared even more formidable and fearless, embodying an unstoppable force. When the news of intruders came through, the entire crew of the warship thought there must be a mistake. They were momentarily stunned. They couldn't help but wonder if the ship's detection system had malfunctioned, or perhaps the defense system had failed. How could someone infiltrate so silently? Could the energy shield have been completely silent during the attack? Maybe the power core was compromised, causing the entire defense system to collapse. One crew member muttered to himself, but someone immediately shouted angrily, "Nonsense! Even if it had collapsed, the alarm should have gone off. For someone to enter the warship so quietly, the only explanation is that there's a traitor on board," the mech warrior said furiously. At that moment, the warship was on an Imperial mineral transport mission, and everyone had a significant responsibility. The appearance of an intruder almost instantly put the entire crew on high alert. Security system, report the number, level, and location of the intruders, ordered the strongest person on the ship, an 8th level Gene warrior. Although he hadn't unlocked his brain's potential to pilot a mech, his combat skills were top-notch. He calmly commanded the security system. With his extensive experience, he knew the most crucial thing was to understand the strength and location of the intruders to intercept them at the perimeter. Otherwise, if the intruders reached the core, the warship could be crippled. Soon, the security system sent Su Ming's location and level information to all the crew members' communication devices. Everyone looked at the moving red on the screen with serious expressions. The intruder was too fast. But because of this, they all knew Su Ming's position and worked together to move toward him. Henry, an 8th level Gene warrior skilled with a blade, shouted, "I'll take 5 people to intercept. The other 5 stay in the core room and protect the minerals." He then led 5 mech warriors in Su Ming's direction. Su Ming saw their movements through the system, knowing his position had been discovered. In a warship covered by a security system, his movements were like being in a fully monitored room, with no way to hide. However, Su Ming was prepared. If they could see him, he could see them too, and he had an advantage. He could freely damage the warship's walls without concern for the destruction. In contrast, they could only follow the designated routes. Su Ming didn't hesitate. He precisely targeted an alloy wall, drew his battle blade, and slashed fiercely. With a loud crash, he cut a large hole in the alloy wall, and his mech quickly squeezed through. Henry's eyes widened as he watched everything on the monitor, feeling somewhat frustrated. He broke through the wall? Damn it! The group was preparing to block him through this passage, but halfway there, he unexpectedly broke through the alloy wall and darted into the adjacent corridor. Awkward. They had just circled around to encircle the invading mech. But now, with the mech breaking through the wall, their previous maneuver was rendered pointless. Henry now faced 2 choices. One was to retrace his steps, and the other was to chase through the hole the intruder had created. Either way, it meant a long journey for Henry. Without hesitation, Henry chose to pursue. He continued charging down the path, knowing he had to pick a route. This shift turned the group's role from blockers to pursuers, with Su Ming leaving them behind. Ignoring the pursuers, Su Ming swiftly headed toward the core room. In no time, he reached it. Inside, there were mineral storage boxes and Surue. But first, Su Ming had to deal with 5 level 7 mech warriors. Su Ming's eyes were calm. Through the system, he had already seen the 5 vigilant mech warriors at the door. The enemy likely knew his position through the ship's security system as well. With both sides aware of each other, a clash was imminent. Su Ming didn't hesitate, raising his battle blade from the mech. Although he was more skilled in long-range shooting, using high-powered ranged weapons inside the ship could cause explosive aftershocks that might affect him too. So, he had to abandon the sniper rifle and switch to the battle blade. System, redeem 800 Starlight points, Su Ming said, calm and focused. He had rehearsed the battle with the 5 mech warriors in his mind multiple times. Instantly, a vast amount of Starlight energy surged into every corner of Su Ming's body. The boy was no longer who he used to be. Now, having undergone body tempering, Su Ming could easily handle the terrifying Starlight energy that was previously unbearable. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of the mech's footsteps echoed throughout the ship. With each step, the energy level of the Overlord mech grew stronger. The energy level had already surpassed 100,000. Henry's face changed dramatically upon sensing the Overlord mech's energy fluctuation. Surpassing 100,000 meant reaching the threshold of an 8th level mech warrior. Facing an 8th level mech warrior, even 5 7th level Gene warriors might not be able to hold their ground. Moreover, the energy level kept rising, soon reaching around 130,000. Damn it! Wasn't his energy level only 110,000 during detection? How did it suddenly increase by 20,000? Henry said, his expression grim. Minerals were of utmost importance. If they lost them, they would all bear significant responsibility. Gritting his teeth, Henry pulled out his mechanical blade and forcefully broke through the alloy wall beside him. Without further ado, he rushed towards Su Ming's direction. At this moment, Su Ming finally arrived outside the core room. He saw the 5 mech warriors, all standing ready, staring at him. Su Ming let out a furious shout and charged forward without hesitation. Brilliant starlight exploded within the battleship, illuminating the entire night sky. His figure darted through the enemies like lightning, the gleam of his sword striking fear into their hearts. Today, Dammy was out wandering and hastily wrote this chapter. I hope everyone hasn't been waiting too long, haha. 5 mecha warriors charged towards Su Ming in unison, activating their mechas and preparing to engage him. They drew their mechanical swords, ready for battle. However, Su Ming faced them without fear, meeting their assault heat, which left the 5 mecha warriors astonished. Su Ming's charge was so fierce that it seemed as if time stood still at that moment, making it hard to believe. Seeing this, the 5 mecha warriors were overjoyed and raised their mechanical swords, launching a fierce attack on Su Ming's black mecha. However, the black mecha's surface revealed a thin energy shield. Although such energy shields were common on class mechas, the 5 warriors did not hesitate and continued their assault. While their impact didn't break through the shield, it did manage to halt Su Ming's advance, buying them time for the next wave of attacks. To their surprise, their attacks had no effect at all. Su Ming's mecha remained unscathed, as if the kinetic energy of their blows simply vanished upon contact. This unprecedented situation was baffling, akin to hitting a person with all one's strength and seeing no reaction. It was as if Su Ming's mecha possessed an invincible shield, impervious to any external force, and continued its fearless advance. The mecha warriors prepared to launch another attack, but Su Ming didn't give them the chance. He raised his dark red berserk blade, a slight smile playing on his lips as starlight energy erupted from his entire body. At that moment, he unleashed a fatal strike, combining starlight energy, kinetic energy, and his own strength, causing his mecha to surge to an astounding energy level of 170,000 points, nearly reaching the standard of a level 9 mecha warrior. This terrifying power was something the levels even mecha warriors could not withstand. Meanwhile, Su Rue learned that intruders had boarded the battleship and immediately called for reinforcements. Knowing that help would take time to arrive, he quickly donned his own mecha and urgently urged Henry to expedite his actions. Captain Henry, come quickly. The enemy is about to break into my room. Don't worry about the damage to the battleship. This is an emergency. Suri felt the energy fluctuations from outside, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The opponent was clearly an 8th level mecha warrior, possessing immense combat power. Suri himself was only a 7th level mecha warrior, and his mecha was also 7th level. If the enemy broke through the defense of his 5 guards and entered the room, Suri would stand no chance. All he could do now was pray that his 5 mecha warriors could buy enough time for Henry to arrive. Once Henry got there, he could hold off the intruder, allowing the other 2 battleships to come to their aid. Suri was filled with anger and anxiety. He feared that if the intruder seized the minerals, he would face political repercussions from the Empire. Although he might not be punished, his career within the Empire would definitely be affected. Damn it! Hold on! Suri screamed internally. However, his prayers seemed to go unanswered. The next moment, a terrifying energy surge erupted outside the door, making Suri question his assessment of the intruder as an 8th level mecha warrior. This energy could rival that of a 9th level mecha warrior. Under its force, the reinforced walls of the room were instantly breached, and the 5 mecha warriors were thrown back into the room. 3 of them were destroyed, bloodied, and their pilots killed instantly. The other 2 were severely injured and unconscious. Suri watched in horror as a black mecha burst into the room, exuding an aura of malevolence, like a demon from hell ready to destroy everything. His mind went blank, faced with the imminent threat of death. He desperately piloted his mecha to flee, but to his despair, the black mecha quickly caught up, and a tremendous force struck him. Boom! Suri was sent flying, his mecha shield already damaged by more than 20. Despite both being E-class mechas, Suri's was clearly more advanced. Even so, the other 5 mecha warriors had all been defeated in the confrontation, and Suri's mecha barely withstood the first wave of attacks. The mech that could withstand only one attack appeared before him, its dark exterior exuding an aura of mystery and power. The protagonist gazed at the colossal machine, feeling a twinge of fear, but even more so, a surge of determination. As the first attack concluded, the mech did not pause. Instead, it began to slowly advance toward him. He could feel the energy emanating from the mech growing stronger, as if preparing for an even more intense assault. The protagonist's anxiety and anticipation intertwined, fully aware that this confrontation would be exceptionally fierce. Seeing the scene before him, Sui Rue felt a surge of despair. However, he knew that only by giving his all could he turn the tide. Sitting idle would only worsen the situation for his mech. Gritting his teeth resolutely, he retrieved a massive battle axe from his mech. His entire body surged with energy, enveloping the axe in a dense aura. With a roar, Sui Rue charged at the black mech, swinging the battle axe. Yet, the black mech was unexpectedly agile, dodging Sui Rue's attack with unbelievable ease. The two were clearly on different levels. The pilot of the black mech maneuvered it with almost magical skill, effortlessly neutralizing Sui Rue's assault. In the next moment, Sui Rue felt a tremendous force from the opponent's mech, shattering his own into pieces. Warning alarms blare damage exceeded 60, triggering an automatic ejection to prevent an explosion. Sui Rue's mech disintegrated, and he was thrown out, exposed to the open. Su Ming saw Sui Rue being ejected, and a flash of cold indifference crossed his eyes. Despite being his brother, Su Ming harbored no sympathy due to their rivalry over family resources. With a cold glare, he swung his warblade at Sui Rue, aiming to cut him in half. But at that moment, a brilliant light suddenly erupted from Sui Rue, and Su Ming felt his blade strike something hard, the recoil numbing his hands. Focusing his gaze, Su Ming saw Sui Rue protected by a warm yellow energy shield. As a mechanic, Su Ming recognized the energy shield immediately and cursed under his breath. It was a Guardian Company's protective device, renowned for its superior performance and widespread use across the 5 major cosmic nations. Though expensive, its unmatched performance was undeniable. Inside the shield, Sui Rue shouted at Su Ming, "This is the Guardian's Protector 3.0 energy shield. Even a level 10 genetic warrior can't break it, and neither can you." His face darkened, knowing that this one-time protective equipment had cost him a fortune and would be rendered useless after this use. Billions of wealth vanished in the intense battle, leaving Su Rue's heart aching as if it had been torn apart. Though he managed to survive, his heart was filled with regret and helplessness due to the heavy losses. Su Ming, inside his mech suit, was well aware of the strength of the protective gear. He knew that Su Rue's words were not an exaggeration. As a product of the Guardian Company, even the most basic model could easily withstand the fierce attacks of a level 9 gene warrior. Not to mention this brand new 3.0 version, which was considered a top-tier energy shield. Su Ming sighed. Under the protection of the energy shield, Su Ming decisively abandoned his plans to continue attacking Su Rue. After all, this was a life preserved through immense cost and effort, and Su Ming couldn't bring himself to destroy it. Unable to breach Su Rue's energy shield in a short time, Su Ming had no choice but to temporarily abandon his attack on Su Rue and instead turn his attention to the mineral box stored in the security system. Seeing the move of the black mech, Su Rue immediately understood the pilot's intention. He burst into laughter, knowing it was futile. The mineral box was stored in the Empire's advanced security system, which even a level 10 warrior couldn't easily break through. "You won't succeed," he sneered, his face twisted with rage. Losing such an expensive energy shield filled Su Rue with immense hatred. Watching the black mech target the mineral box, Su Rue mocked. The only way to ease his frustration and pain was to see his enemy fail. As he said, the Empire's security system was extraordinary. The Empire's technological prowess was terrifying, and even an 8th-level mech warrior couldn't break through it. However, Su Ming ignored Su Rue's taunts and calmly instructed Walter through his communication device, "Shut down the security system." Walter immediately responded, "Roger that. Shutting down the security system in 3 seconds. You have only 10 seconds. Make it count." Inside the battleship, Walter had successfully infiltrated the security system. While Su Ming couldn't hack the security system himself, he only needed it to be shut down. 3 seconds later, the security system around the mineral box shut down with a boom, and the atomic protective shield vanished instantly. Seeing this, Su Rue was stunned, his eyes filled with disbelief. "No. Henry, where are you hiding?" he screamed into his communication device, realizing the enemy intended to steal the minerals. Su Rue's eyes were bloodshot as he glared at the scene before him. The mineral box was crucial to him, affecting his future and the Empire's reputation. Losing it would nearly destroy everything for him. Panic and near madness took over, and he abandoned his usual grace and calmness, shouting furiously into his communication device. A deep sense of powerlessness overwhelmed him. He longed to join the battle, but feared his opponent's lethal intent. His anger stemmed not only from the enemy's desire for the mineral box, but also from his own inner fear and weakness. Just then, a powerful figure suddenly burst in. As the sword glinted, a figure without hesitation raised a battle blade and slashed fiercely at Su Ming. In that moment, the battlefield's atmosphere was tense and intense, as if time itself had paused for this clash. Facing the sudden attack, Su Ming's gaze remained resolute and fearless. His determination was sharper than the blade, refusing to let his opponent succeed. With agile movements, he deftly dodged each strike, leaving no openings. In this life-and-death struggle, Su Ming showcased his courage and wisdom, determined to defend his honor and dignity. In his eyes, the light of victory was already shining, waiting for him to claim it. The figure belonged to none other than Henry. As the security system activated, Henry finally arrived. The battle blade in his hand surged with powerful energy as he slashed towards Su Ming's mech. Su Ming's eyes were cold and calculating. He had already seen Henry charging in through the system's X-ray function. He raised his own battle blade, clashing fiercely with Henry's. Boom! The terrifying force instantly swept across the entire room. Henry's attack was ferocious. As the most powerful level 8 genetic warrior on the warship, he unleashed a devastating strike, flames erupting from his blade as it crashed towards Su Ming. Su Ming was not one to back down. He had anticipated Henry's assault. With a swift movement, his battle blade emitted a chilling gleam as it collided with Henry's once again. Both fighters used broad, forceful techniques, and the room was filled with the intensity of their clash. However, Su Ming knew he didn't have time to waste with Henry. After all, Walt's informant on the warship could only give him 10 seconds to steal the mineral box. Once the 10 seconds were up, the security system would reactivate, and Su Ming would be unable to access it. 10 seconds? Defeating a level 8 genetic warrior of equal strength in that time seemed insane. But Su Ming remained exceptionally calm, having mentally rehearsed their battle countless times. He was confident, never engaging in fights he couldn't win. 10. Su Ming lunged at Henry, his terrifying blade slicing a nearby table into ashes. Henry sneered, his long blade meeting Su Ming's Hedon. 9. Su Ming's body erupted with intense starlight, the 600 points he had exchanged from the system. As he struck, his battle blade triggered its berserk effect, launching a second wave of attacks, making his mech look like a crazed warrior, brimming with combat spirit. Henry's brow furrowed. He hadn't expected the follow-up power, and the blow nearly knocked his mechanical blade from his hand. Despite holding on, his grip felt an excruciating numbness. 8. Martial skill. Stacked waves. This technique inherited 20 of the energy from the first attack into the second, and so on, up to a maximum of 3 times, with 30 armor penetration and 50 damage. This skill, part of the Celestial Star Infinite technique, used the rebound force from the initial attack to amplify the next strike's power and energy. Su Ming wouldn't normally use this skill unless necessary, as it subjected his blade to immense strain, potentially damaging it by over 30 in a single battle. But now, he had no choice. He could repair the blade later if it broke. Boom, boom, boom. Su Ming slashed 3 times in succession. His mech, like a frenzied swordsman, unleashed an overwhelming force, relentlessly pressuring Henry. The third strike aimed fiercely at Henry, and the long knife in Su Ming's hand emitted a piercing sound. In a flash of blade light, Su Ming's long knife sliced Henry's weapon into 2 pieces. Henry's battle blade was forced out of his hand, falling helplessly to the side. Su Ming's Star Cluster-grade mechanical blade also suffered significant damage in the intense clash, with its edge cracking and its energy level dropping by about 50. 7 seconds passed, and Su Ming showed no mercy, continuing to hack at Henry with his long knife. However, Henry deftly dodged the attack. 6 seconds in, Su Ming stopped attacking and instead used his movements to corner Henry, locking onto his aura and leaving him no escape. 5 seconds, the precision of Su Ming's blade lock was akin to sniper targeting, quickly zeroing in on Henry's presence. In Henry's terrified gaze, Su Ming's long knife descended at an inescapable angle. For seconds, Henry was cleaved in 2, blood spraying out and staining the ground under the warship's gravity system. 6 seconds. Su Ming ended Henry's life in just 6 seconds, a speed that left the onlooking Su Rue trembling with fear. Su Ming cast a deep glance at Su Rue, then grabbed the mineral box from the safety system and swiftly retreated the way he came. On the way, a few mecha warriors blocked his path. Su Ming's eyes turned cold, ready to eliminate these obstacles. But at that moment, his communication device crackled to life. "No need for you to act." It was Walter's voice. Su Ming paused, then lowered his blade. Suddenly, 2 mecha warriors betrayed their comrades, brutally killing them. Su Ming's expression changed. He had thought Walter was the only traitor on the warship, but now there were 2, explaining their formidable power. Not only did they clear the path for Su Ming, but they also deactivated the safety system. After eliminating their surrounding comrades, the 2 mecha warriors signaled to Su Ming, "This way. The spatial passage is this way." They led the way, with Su Ming following closely behind, bursting through another door. A massive hole had been blasted in one side of the warship, from which 2 standard mechas and a powerful pitch-black mecha emerged. The support mechas shouted, "Activate the spatial passage." A wormhole appeared before them. Without hesitation, Su Ming and the two warriors piloted their mechas into the wormhole. The three figures quickly vanished into the void. About a minute later, two more Imperial warships slowly approached the vicinity of Su Rui's battleship. The combat personnel on these ships, clad in space battle suits or mechas, swiftly stormed into Su Rui's vessel. However, it was already too late. Su Ming had already passed through the wormhole with the mineral box and returned to the Black Domain. In this endless darkness, his heart was filled with loneliness and confusion, but also with anticipation and courage for the future. He knew that even in the face of great challenges, he would press on resolutely, seeking his own light. Whoosh! Three figures shot through the wormhole like lightning, instantly arriving deep within the Black Domain. A glimmer flashed in Su Ming's eyes. As his vision refocused, he realized he was back in the familiar territory of the Black Domain and immediately felt a wave of relief wash over him. The location of the Imperial warship hijacking was actually in a distant star sector of the Black Domain. Su Ming knew that no matter how hard Su Rui and the Empire tried, they would never uncover the true identity of the mastermind behind this operation. He couldn't help but marvel at Walter's exceptional skills. In just 2 days of preparation, Walter had ingeniously established two one-way spatial teleportation tunnels, creating the wormhole that successfully brought Su Ming and two mech warriors through. Creating a spatial teleportation tunnel over such a vast distance was no easy feat. Walter's brilliance far exceeded Su Ming's expectations. "Su Ming, you're incredible," Walter exclaimed in genuine admiration. "Your execution was absolutely stunning." Walter had been waiting in the Black Domain for some time. Their rendezvous point was merely an ordinary, barren planet in the Black Domain, where no one would notice their presence. After hearing Walter's praise, Su Ming removed his mech suit and stored it in a spatial device. He smiled and replied, "Not at all, Mr. Walter. Without your plan and the spatial tunnel, this mission wouldn't have gone so smoothly." They exchanged knowing glances and broke into smiles. This collaboration had showcased Walter's talents to Su Ming and revealed Su Ming's potential to Walter. It was safe to say that this partnership had deepened their mutual respect, paving the way for more future collaborations. "Let's not waste any more time. The mineral storage boxes are right here. Let's divide them up," Su Ming said with a smile, placing two enormous boxes on the ground. Although they hadn't defeated Su Rui, acquiring these two Imperial mineral caches brought Su Ming great joy. Su Rui had lost significant Imperial resources and would likely face military tribunal charges upon returning to the Empire, which was exactly what Su Ming had hoped for. The boxes weren't heavy when lifted individually, perhaps around 100 kilograms each. For a level 6 genetic warrior like Su Ming, that weight was negligible. However, the boxes contained a vast storage space within, filled with minerals equivalent to 1/3 of a planet's worth. The sheer quantity of these minerals was staggering. Converting them into mechanical components would be an enormous task, one that even Su Ming couldn't complete in 500 years of full-time assembly. The value of these minerals was beyond imagination. However, different levels of mechanical components required various types and purities of minerals. Therefore, these minerals couldn't all be used to create components of the same size. In fact, to manufacture higher-grade components, the volume might need to be reduced to just 1% of the original amount. Even just 1% of such a vast quantity, when measured on the scale of a planet, is an impressive figure. Walter gazed at the two boxes in front of him, his eyes filled with a desire for wealth, as if he were staring at an unparalleled beauty. Walter had no interest in fighting. His only pursuit was money. Business was what mattered most to him, and the sheer amount of minerals before him excited him greatly. Despite his greed for these mineral resources, he had no intention of taking Su Ming's share. For a businessman, reputation is paramount. Although not all merchants in the Dark Domain adhered to this principle, Walter had come to appreciate Su Ming's potential and capabilities during this time. Su Ming was someone worth investing in, and Walter would not betray him. Quickly, Walter pulled out a strange-looking device, aimed it at the two boxes, and inserted it. Su Ming watched, nodding slowly. This was a space separator, a device specifically designed to cut storage spaces. It could safely and completely divide a large storage space into multiple sections, then absorb these sections into the device. Given the massive quantity of minerals, it was impractical for Su Ming to take out half for Walter manually. So, he decided to cut and divide the storage space directly. Soon, the device generated significant spatial fluctuations, successfully splitting the mineral storage space into two parts during the cutting process. One part was absorbed into the separator, while the other remained in the boxes. "Alright, I randomly picked half of the minerals. I'm not sure what they are exactly. Let's leave it to luck," Walter said with a relaxed smile, placing both boxes in front of Su Ming. "Pleasure doing business with you. I'm ready to leave now," Walter added with a smile. Su Ming lifted the two boxes and released a spaceship from his storage space, placing the boxes inside. He then bid farewell to Walter and returned to the base on Planet Abe. The boxes were too large to fit into other storage spaces, as their actual volume was equivalent to 1/3 of an entire planet. Ordinary storage spaces simply couldn't accommodate them. Su Ming had no choice but to leave the boxes at the base and wait to inspect the types of minerals inside before deciding whether to sell or keep them. After placing the boxes in a room at the base, Su Ming was about to leave. At that moment, curiosity got the better of him, and he used the X-ray function from his system to look inside the boxes. To his delight, the system's X-ray function allowed him to see the types of minerals in the storage space, saving him the trouble of communicating with the storage space to get the information. Su Ming scanned and identified the types of minerals, temporarily recording them for future categorization. As Su Ming's gaze wandered among the various minerals, he suddenly noticed a batch of pale red crystals inside one of the boxes filled with radioactive minerals. These crystals emitted a strong energy pulse, arousing his curiosity. Seeing these pale red crystals, a glint of exploration lit up in his eyes, as if he had stumbled upon something extraordinary. Suddenly, he couldn't help but let out a soft gasp. Su Ming's eyes suddenly froze, almost doubting his own vision. He clearly saw several figures trapped within the pale red crystal. This sight shocked him, and he carefully examined the humanoid creatures. These beings resembled humans, but had distinct differences. They had large, sharp horns on their foreheads, their bodies were entirely red, their arms unusually long, and their legs surprisingly short. To human eyes, these beings appeared quite disproportionate and even somewhat ugly. However, there were dozens of similar creatures lying within the pale red crystal, leading Su Ming to conclude that they were not mutated humans but a unique species. Curiously, Su Ming scrutinized these humanoid beings, puzzled as to why they were sealed within such crystals. Was this some kind of material similar to amber? Su Ming wondered aloud. If that were the case, perhaps opening the pale red crystals could yield samples of these beings. For humans, any sample of a humanoid creature would be invaluable, as many advances in modern genetic technology have been inspired by or studied from such beings. But then, Su Ming's pupils suddenly contracted. One of the humanoid creatures had its eyes open, seemingly able to see Su Ming through the storage container. Were these beings still alive? This puzzled Su Ming. Being sealed in such an environment with immense energy radiation would normally be fatal for any living creature. Even the most powerful beings could not endure such conditions for long and would certainly die within a century. Based on the mineral deposits, Su Ming estimated that these beings had been trapped for over a century, possibly even thousands of years. Yet, they were still alive? What was going on? Su Ming furrowed his brow, focusing on the one awakened humanoid. They stared at each other, and suddenly, Su Ming felt a unique telepathic connection form between them. This surprised him. Clearly, the creature had discovered him and could see through the storage container to him. Suddenly, Su Ming was stunned because he received a message from the creature. "Save me, save us." Su Ming furrowed his brow further. This creature could communicate directly through thoughts? Typically, lower life forms convey information through tone and emotion, much like how cats and dogs communicate through sounds. The fact that this creature possessed such an ability left Su Ming even more bewildered. This type of communication is usually simple and basic, mainly used to express emotions like anger, happiness, or fear. However, medium-level organisms can use language, writing, and images to communicate more precisely and richly. Humans are such organisms. Although words and images serve as communication mediums, misunderstandings can still occur during the process. The most efficient and error-free form of communication is direct information transfer, bypassing mediums and language to convey information directly. Su Ming felt a surge of alertness. The other party could communicate directly through information links, surpassing the limitations of language and mediums. Clearly, this being's life form was far more advanced than humans. Faced with this unknown and powerful entity, Su Ming couldn't help but feel a sense of caution. Who are you? Why should I help you? Su Ming's mind was in turmoil. Although he couldn't directly engage in information exchange, the other party had established an information bridge, allowing Su Ming to temporarily use this mode of communication. The being seemed to sense Su Ming's wariness and sent a message of goodwill. "We are trapped here by another civilization. I mean no harm and only seek to escape. Once we gain freedom, I will share some of our civilization's technology as a gesture of gratitude." Su Ming shook his head. "This is a matter between you and the civilization that sealed you. It has nothing to do with me. I can't guarantee that releasing you won't pose a threat to my life." The being pondered for a moment before sending another message to Su Ming. "This civilization is highly aggressive. If it encounters your kind, you will also be attacked. We have a common enemy. Follow my thoughts, and I will show you the terror of this civilization." With that, the being tentatively transferred its thoughts to Su Ming. Su Ming sensed it lightly and confirmed it was a simple thought transfer, then lowered his guard and followed the being's thoughts. Soon, a vivid image of an intense inter-civilization conflict appeared in Su Ming's mind. Two civilizations were fiercely battling, one of which was the being's. To Su Ming's surprise, The being's skin color was similar to humans, primarily white and yellow. However, this civilization was under attack by a massive crystalline civilization. When Su Ming saw the invaders, his pupils contracted sharply, staring in disbelief at the enormous crystalline civilization. The crystal was as large as an entire star system and was a pale red, similar to the crystal that sealed the being. The massive crystal emitted terrifying radiation and heat, instantly invading the being's star domain. When any creature approaches this planet, they are overwhelmed by an intense fear, as it is saturated with destructive radiation and scorching energy. These unfortunate beings are quickly incinerated, becoming nourishment for the planet's enormous pallid crystal, which absorbs them into its core. No life can survive on this planet. Only the immense crystal exists, silently absorbing all surrounding energy and matter. It emits a terrifying glow, as if proclaiming its dominion, deterring any creature from coming near. This pallid crystal seems to possess limitless power, standing alone on the planet, unmatched by any force. It devours all forms of life, integrating them into itself, leaving the entire planet filled with deathly silence and dread. To any life on this planet, the immense crystal is like a merciless ruler, imprisoning them in fear and despair, ensuring they can never escape this desolate realm. On this planet, only the pallid crystal stands alone, reigning over everything, forever undefeated. The pale red crystals spread like wildfire across the star systems inhabited by humanoid beings. Sensing the impending invasion, the civilizations of these beings mobilized their forces, hoping to repel the threat. Across the interstellar expanse, countless powerful humanoids soared from their respective planets, bravely confronting the intruders. Su Ming was filled with questions. What exactly were these invaders? Were they a force of civilization or a cosmic menace? The pale red crystals showed no signs of life, resembling a mysterious celestial body that voraciously devoured nearby planets. This is a civilization. A surge of information echoed in Su Ming's mind, and he saw numerous red entities emerging from the pale red crystals. These entities, resembling candy figures, flowed out of the crystals and transformed into various shapes. They seemed capable of altering their appearance to better suit combat, perhaps to better confront the humanoids. Each entity, formed from the pale red crystals, appeared to be specifically designed to target the humanoids, adapting both physically and tactically to exploit their weaknesses. Su Ming was stunned, unable to comprehend what he was witnessing. Although these entities lacked any sign of life, once they emerged from the crystals, they possessed independent consciousness and could make autonomous decisions. Life and consciousness are merely concepts you hold dear. There are phenomena in the universe that transcend your understanding. This message was conveyed to Su Ming by the humanoids. He nodded blankly. Only living beings can build civilizations and possess wisdom. This was a common belief, a fundamental human thought. Yet, in the vast universe, civilizations that defied this conventional thinking were not uncommon. Su Ming struggled to grasp the workings and behavior of this crystal civilization. The scene continued, and Su Ming witnessed a fierce war between the humanoid beings and the pale red crystal civilization. To his dismay, the humanoid civilization was being defeated. Despite their advanced level of evolution, capable of exchanging information and even surpassing human intelligence, they could not withstand the onslaught of the pale red crystal entities. Within the humanoid civilization, Su Ming saw beings as powerful as humanity's strongest warriors, rising up to fight the crystal entities. However, even these mighty warriors were unable to shatter the pale red crystal entities. However, the pale red crystals magically reassembled themselves the next moment, as if the shattered pieces had come back together on their own. For these individual crystals, it seemed they could easily restore their integrity. As more and more humanoid beings were eliminated, only a few hundred of the strongest survived. Under the influence of the main entity, these pale red crystal beings gradually grew powerful enough to reach an apocalyptic level. Faced with this situation, the surviving humanoids could only flee in despair. Although they were formidable beings, they were powerless against the pale red crystal civilization. Eventually, one of the humanoid civilization's strongest warriors deciphered the attack method of the pale red crystal civilization and communicated this technique to his companions. However, only a very few could grasp this skill, while many more became sacrifices to the pale red crystal civilization. Those who mastered the technique were ultimately sealed within the crystals, left to the whims of fate. Now, standing before Su Ming were several crimson humanoids, the very ones who had cracked the crystal civilization. Despite their immense power, they had been eroded by the crystals through their long wanderings and were no longer as glorious as they once were. Su Ming took a deep breath, the scene before him leaving him in awe. The clash of two civilizations. This was a cosmic-level confrontation. This powerful cosmic civilization, even stronger than human civilization, had faded into the annals of history, easily obliterated by another. If the pale red crystal civilization were to invade the human world, could humanity withstand it? Rest assured, this civilization won't return anytime soon. One of the humanoids spoke in Su Ming's mind. Puzzled, Su Ming asked, why? The humanoid sighed and explained, we have been sealed for so long that our bodies have partially assimilated. Using the technology of our civilization, I can sense the movements of the crystal civilization. Su Ming pondered this and then said to the humanoid, I can release you, but not now. I'll decide when I'm sure you're trustworthy. Curious, the humanoid asked, how can we earn your trust? Su Ming smiled and candidly replied, first, strength. I need to be stronger than you to trust you. Second, sincerity. I'll consider trusting you based on how much help you can provide during this process. Su Ming was not one to trust easily. He knew he couldn't rely solely on a fragment of information to believe in the other party. Although he believed in the honesty of the humanoids, he remained cautious of any hidden agendas. Although the pale red crystal is seen as a common enemy by both civilizations, who can guarantee that the enemy of your enemy will become your friend? They might still remain enemies. For Su Ming, to release that humanoid creature, he must ensure his own cultivation is strong enough to confidently subdue these beings again. Otherwise, he would never release them lightly. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, the humanoid creature couldn't help but show a bitter smile and softly replied, yes, we've been sealed in the crystal for a very long time. There's no need to hurry. With that, he transmitted part of his civilization's knowledge into Su Ming's mind through their information exchange. This process felt like a fascinating experience, as if an unknown piece had suddenly been added to Su Ming's mental puzzle. Although this knowledge couldn't be used immediately, it was stored there, waiting for Su Ming to unlock, read, understand, and apply it. Su Ming marveled at this phenomenon, genuinely admiring the wisdom of higher beings. Information transmission proved to be an efficient and convenient way to share knowledge, allowing him to grasp it effortlessly. As he casually browsed through the information, he asked curiously, these are the basics of your civilization, but what about the methods and knowledge to decipher the light red crystal civilization? The humanoid creature smiled and replied, the methods and knowledge for deciphering are based on the fundamentals of our civilization. Telling you now would be of no use. When you decide to unseal us, I will teach you the deciphering knowledge. After all, I also need time to build trust. Please understand. Su Ming couldn't help but laugh at this straightforward communication style. He appreciated the honesty, knowing mutual suspicion was normal in a first encounter. If the other party easily disclosed all information, it would only raise his guard. All right, I'll find an opportunity to release you from the storage box. Leaving you there isn't a solution, Su Ming said. Both understood each other and exchanged a smile. Su Ming then cut off the information transmission and left the room. As he stepped out, he took a deep breath and temporarily put the humanoid creatures and crystal civilization in the back of his mind. This matter couldn't be resolved in haste. The immediate priority was dealing with current affairs, the rest could be addressed later. Although he had successfully retrieved Su Rui's minerals, Su Ming knew there were still many matters to handle. He didn't rush to digest everything that had happened before. Now that he had some free time, he could deal with it properly. Entering the workshop, Su Ming took out the Overlord mech and placed it aside. During the last battle, the mech had sustained some internal damage, but fortunately, advanced mechs were equipped with built-in nanorobots capable of repairing damage and possessing strong self-healing abilities. High-level mechs typically don't require extensive repairs and fine-tuning after every battle. However, low-level mechs often need frequent maintenance and repairs. During an intense fight with Henry, Su Ming's Berserker blade was relentlessly hacked at, leaving the blade severely damaged and causing great distress. Without hesitation, Su Ming threw himself into the repair work, focusing intently on mending every bit of damage. While Su Ming was engrossed in fixing the mech, a major event unfolded in the Black Domain. On Terran Star, a Crimson Mech warrior led a group of mercenaries toward their target. One curious mercenary asked the second-in-command if they were confident about the mission. The Crimson Mech responded nonchalantly, what's there to worry about? We've fought sagas forces before. This time, we'll definitely defeat them. This group was none other than the members of Tianlin, led by Hubing. They were heading to Terran Star, planning to attack the powerful Saga faction. Saga had always been Tianlin's formidable rival, with frequent clashes between the two sides. Despite the constant skirmishes in the Black Domain, neither side had gained a decisive upper hand. However, after Hubing repaired the Overlord mech, his confidence soared. He was ready to launch a surprise attack while the enemy remained unaware. They decided on a tactical approach, with the leader spearheading the main assault while Hubing's team provided the second wave of support. Although Su Ming had never met Tianlin's leader, he knew that the leader was a formidable level 10 lower-tier genetic warrior. Saga also had a genetic warrior of the same level guarding their faction, making the two forces equally matched. In the past, Tianlin struggled to defeat Saga, but now, with Hubing piloting the Overlord mech, the tides might turn. As they approached their target, the ground trembled, and powerful energy fluctuations filled the air. The team exchanged serious looks, understanding the gravity of the situation. The battle had begun. The leader had already engaged Sokka's forces in fierce combat, and Hubing swiftly led the Tianlin members to provide backup. Clad in the Overlord mech, they raced toward the source of the energy surge, ready to join the fray. The fierce battle between Tianlin and Sokka was in full swing. Both sides boasted massive and powerful forces, each numbering in the tens of thousands. The outbreak of war shook the entire land, and the battlefield was filled with a palpable sense of dread. Hu Bing led his mercenaries to the battleground, where he saw his leader locked in a fierce duel with Sokka's chief. Both were level 10 Jin warriors, far surpassing the strength of the surrounding soldiers. The onlookers seemed indifferent to the two titans, focused instead on their own brutal skirmishes amidst the explosions. Level 10 Jin warriors had energy levels exceeding 300,000 units, a terrifying strength that struck fear into all. To harm them, an attack needed to surpass 100,000 energy units. However, on the battlefield, there were scarcely more than 300 level 8 Jin warriors with such power. These level 8 warriors had to band together to even stand a chance against a level 10 warrior, but in reality, they were not allies and fought each other fiercely. Suddenly, a level 10 mech, leading a squad, burst onto the battlefield. Sokka's forces were stunned at the sight of the bright red mech. A mech warrior? When did they get such powerful equipment? One Sokka member muttered in shock. It wasn't just the mech itself that alarmed him, but the formidable abilities of its pilot and the mech's exhibited power. Russ, prepare to meet your end. Hu Bing roared with laughter as he charged at a level 9 Jin warrior. Tianlin's faction had figures like him, and Sokka's faction had their counterparts. They had been clashing for a long time, well aware of each other's capabilities and strength. As Hu Bing entered the fray, he immediately targeted Russ, a level 9 Jin warrior who was his mortal enemy. There was no sympathy between them, only deep-seated hatred. Russ had ruthlessly taken the lives of many of Hu Bing's comrades, and now was the time for vengeance. With cold eyes, Hu Bing piloted the mech and swiftly charged at Russ. Seeing Hu Bing in the red mech, Russ felt the powerful energy waves emanating from it, and his expression changed dramatically. Previously, their energy levels were comparable, ranging between 200,000 to 250,000 units. But now, Hu Bing had an additional mech with over 100,000 energy units, boosting his power to over 300,000 units. This was overwhelming. A 100,000 energy unit difference was no small gap. It was enough to make Russ tremble with fear. Where did he get this mech from? Is this a class mech? Russ thought desperately as he fled. Class mechs were extremely rare, almost exclusively controlled and monopolized by major cosmic powers. Technicians capable of creating class mechs would never venture into the dark realms, nor deal with black market traders. Thus, class mechs were considered treasures in the dark regions. Hu Bing suddenly faced a Class D mech, and his mind was filled with only one thought: escape. However, the mech's speed far exceeded Lu Ci's expectations. In an instant, Hu Bing caught up with Lu Ci, wielding the Berserker blade and fiercely slashing towards him. It had to be admitted that although both were piloting Overlord mechs, the power Hu Bing displayed was far superior to Su Ming. In comparison, Su Ming appeared somewhat clumsy when piloting his mech, struggling visibly with the heavy weapon. But for Hu Bing, this was the perfect moment to showcase his strength. The Overlord mech was fully unleashed in his hands. As Lu Ci watched the Overlord mech rapidly close in, he realized that simply fleeing would lead to defeat. He had no choice but to fight back and seek an opening. However, against the overwhelming power of the Overlord mech, Lu Ci found himself outmatched. The Berserker Blade's special ability activated, with each slash transforming 50 of the attack into a second strike, as if the mech were frenziedly hacking at its opponent. The constant clash of metal rang out, and with each strike, Lu Ci's arms grew increasingly numb. After 3 or 4 fierce attacks, pain shot through Lu Ci's arms, and his battle blade flew from his grasp, only to be sliced in half by Hu Bing's next strike. Facing such a formidable adversary, Hu Bing felt an exhilarating surge of confidence. With a triumphant cry, he piloted the Overlord mech towards the leader of Sokka. Meanwhile, the leader of Sokka was locked in intense combat with the leader of Tianlin. Both sides fought with all their might. The Sokka leader, burning with rage, sensed an unusual resolve in his opponent, as if he intended to utterly defeat him in this battle. The Sokka leader sneered. He knew full well the capabilities of Tianlin. The notion that his opponent could eliminate him was laughable. Suddenly, he sensed a powerful energy closing in on him. Could it be another 10th level Jin warrior? The Sokka leader found it absurd. How could Tianlin have a second one? Turning his head, he saw a crimson mech charging towards him. Hu Bing. The Sokka leader was stunned, unable to believe what he was seeing. Feeling the energy waves emanating from the mech, a sense of foreboding crept over him. Courting death, he roared. raising his battle axe to strike the Overlord mech. Hu Bing's lips curled into a mocking smile. A thin energy shield appeared around the Overlord mech, and without flinching, he met the Sokka leader's ferocious attack head-on. Boss Sokka was puzzled by the situation. Although it was common for mechs to have energy shields, he possessed an explosive power exceeding 300,000 units. By all accounts, an ordinary mech shield should have shattered under his strike. He had already envisioned the next part of the battle in his mind. Without hesitation, he swung his weapon fiercely, hacking madly at the Dominator mech. However, events took an unexpected turn. While the energy shield was indeed shattered by his attack, the mech itself was not sent flying. Despite a massive gash being cut into it, it seemed to absorb the impact entirely and continued to charge at him with undiminished force. This sudden turn of events threw Boss Sokka's attack rhythm into disarray. Immediately afterward, the Dominator mech, now brimming with absorbed energy, unleashed its most powerful strike. It was ready to go. With a thunderous roar, a sudden loud bang erupted as Boss Sokka engaged in a fierce battle with Hu Bing. Sokka's eyes gleamed with provocation, even though Hu Bing was piloting a class mech, a force equivalent to a level 10 gene warrior. Sokka knew that the mechanical equipment of a level 10 gene warrior enhanced their energy levels, giving them an edge in combat. The two quickly clashed, but then Sokka's eyes widened in shock. A powerful energy surge emanated from Hu Bing, accompanied by an immense force. Sokka was stunned to feel that the energy level of Hu Bing's class mech had reached nearly 40W, a full 7W higher than before. Where did this extra 7W come from? Sokka couldn't understand how this energy had been stored and now unleashed all at once, catching him off guard and knocking the mechanical equipment from his hands. Panic set in as Sokka realized that without his mechanical gear, he couldn't continue to fight against Boss Tianlin behind him. Instinctively, he reached for a backup combat knife from his storage space, but this would take some time. In that fleeting moment, Boss Tianlin and Hu Bing exchanged a fierce glance and launched a swift, relentless attack, surrounding Sokka. Bang! Another loud explosion, with an even stronger energy wave than before. Sokka didn't even have time to scream before the terrifying energy crushed him into a bloody mess. With Sokka's death, his entire faction fell into disarray, losing their will to fight and scattering in retreat. Sensing the opportunity, Hu Bing ordered Tianlin's members to continue the pursuit while he stepped out of his mech, satisfied as he watched the battlefield. Previously, the forces of Sokka and Tianlin were evenly matched, but with Hu Bing's additional mech, which boosted his energy level by 10W, the balance tipped in Tianlin's favor. Now with Sokka eliminated, some of his territories and operations would be taken over by Tianlin, further strengthening their power. Boss Tianlin, a burly man with blonde hair and blue eyes named Kainisi, looked enviously at Hu Bing. If you could reach the strength of a level 10 gene warrior, your energy level would likely surpass mine. Mech warriors are still the main combat force in interstellar society, Kainisi sighed with admiration. Unfortunately, he was not an energy level developer of the brain domain, only of the body, and thus couldn't pilot a mech. Otherwise, he too would seek a mech from Master Su Ming. For now, he could only watch in silent envy. Hu Bing smiled and said, "We need to build a good relationship with Master Su Ming. His mechs are crucial for Tianlin's advancement." Keynes nodded in agreement and then curiously asked, "Do you think we could purchase some mechs from Master Su Ming? Equipping our members who have developed their brain domains could also boost Tianlin's strength." Hu Bing pondered for a moment before replying, "In theory, it's possible. Although our other members can't use class mechs, we could consider buying E-class ones. They aren't too difficult to assemble. I'll discuss it with Master Su Ming to see if he's willing." Keynes nodded with a smile, but suddenly, their expressions changed dramatically as they both looked up at the sky. A mech warrior was hovering silently above. Upon being noticed, the warrior retracted his mech and slowly descended. When they saw who it was, their jaws dropped in surprise. "Neil? What are you doing here?" Keynes asked cautiously. Neil was a top-tier level 10 expert, and even Keynes wasn't a match for him. Although Tianlin had a good relationship with Neil's faction, his unexpected appearance made Keynes wary. Neil looked at Keynes and smiled. "Keynes, old friend, don't worry. I mean no harm." Keynes asked, still puzzled. "Then why are you here?" No smoke without fire, especially when Tianlin has just defeated Sokka and is about to take over their territory, Keynes thought to himself, doubting that Neil was here just for a friendly chat. Neil shifted his gaze to the nearby Overlord mech and said with a smile, "I'm here to ask if you know any mechanics capable of assembling class mechs." Hu Bing and Keynes exchanged glances. Hu Bing then said, "I thought your faction had mechanics who could assemble class mechs? Why not have them help you?" Neil's faction was a top-tier force with their own stellar-level mechanics. For class mechs, such mechanics should be more than capable. Neil sighed and said, "The mech I need assembled is class, but it's extremely complex. The mechanics at my base can't handle it." When Hu Bing saw the formidable power of your mech, He couldn't help but be impressed by your mechanical prowess and felt a tinge of curiosity. Neil's words made Hubing realize something, and he nodded with a smile, saying, I can recommend you. But whether you can get this mechanic's help depends on your own capabilities. Neil smiled confidently in response, Don't worry, my faction has plenty of resources that would attract a mechanic. I'm sure this top-tier mechanic will be interested. Hubing nodded and then turned to Kainz, saying, Boss, I'll take my leave now. The rest is up to you. By the way, I also need to find Master Su Ming to help repair some of my mechs. With that, Hubing and Neil boarded their spaceship and returned to Abe Planet. At this very moment on the planet Abe, the Wanton base is thriving. Originally consisting of just 3 buildings, the base has now expanded with many new structures. During this time, Wanton has also recruited numerous new members, bringing their numbers to over 100. Although most of them are 4th or 5th level Gene Warriors, this still marks a significant boost in strength for Wanton. Locke and Warren are bustling around the base. Locke, who has become Wanton's steward, curiously asks, Has the anti-air missile system that Su Ming mentioned been assembled? Su Ming, who is in charge of the base's military defense system, has entrusted Warren with its construction. Fortunately, Warren is now a skilled mechanic, easily handling the task of building the base's defense system. Don't worry, I've also added a few electromagnetic pulse guns. Any attack from the sky will be dealt with swiftly. Warren replies proudly. Locke nods and turns his gaze toward a building where several researchers in white lab coats are coming and going. This is Wang Ku's team. Wang Ku is leading the team in resuming the research on the supergene serum, a technology that originally came from the Lhasa Alliance but was not fully developed. Su Ming has encouraged Wang Ku and his team to continue this research. The effects of the supergene serum are astonishing, and Su Ming understands its immense value, as it can instantly elevate a cosmic being to a much higher level. If successfully developed and applied to humans, it would be a revolutionary product with enormous potential. Both the Empire and the Federation are eyeing this research keenly. However, this research consumes a vast amount of time and resources, effectively burning through money continuously. Currently, the biggest financial outlay for Wanton is the research department, which spends millions daily. Locke is anxious about this. Although Wanton can sustain itself for a while by selling mechanical parts and minerals, this is not a viable long-term solution and will eventually deplete. He realizes that finding a profitable path quickly is essential, so he goes to see Su Ming without hesitation. Today, Su Ming has just finished repairing some machinery and has a moment of free time. Seeing Locke enter, Su Ming curiously asks, What's the matter, Locke? Locke candidly expresses his concerns. Su Ming ponders for a moment and then slowly says, The research on the supergene serum must continue. This is a revolutionary technology that could change the fate of the entire universe and will help Wanton rise rapidly. However, the issue you mentioned is indeed crucial, Su Ming murmurs. Locke nodded thoughtfully and proposed his idea. How about we find a way to sell our genetic serum? Wanton possesses advanced equipment and technology for producing genetic serums, and their quality rivals the legitimate products on the market in the Cosmic Nation. Compared to the small workshops with a failure rate of up to 10, our product is top-notch. Once launched, it will undoubtedly dominate the market. However, after pondering for a moment, Su Ming shook his head and said that the timing wasn't right. Our genetic serum is too superior. Once it hits the market, small workshops won't stand a chance, which will harm some people's interests. I'll consider other solutions. Currently, Wanton is not strong enough. If we harm others' interests, it will attract significant opposition from the Black Domain forces, which isn't worth the risk. Su Ming fell into deep thought, with various solutions flashing through his mind. Just then, a voice called from outside the door. Leader, someone wants to see you. Su Ming and Locke exchanged glances, and Su Ming motioned for Locke to go ahead and handle the revenue matters. Shortly after, Hu Bing entered Su Ming's office with Neil. Hu Bing, beaming with a smile, treated Su Ming like family. Curious, Su Ming asked, Who is this? Hu Bing quickly introduced, This is Neil from Yaoyang. He heard that Master Su Ming has exceptional skills in mechanical technology and came specifically to visit. Su Ming was slightly surprised to hear that Neil was from Yaoyang. Yaoyang is a significant force in the Black Domain, holding substantial influence and setting some of its rules, involved in mechanical manufacturing, material trading, and mercenaries, among other fields. Upon learning Neil's identity, Su Ming turned his attention to him. Neil smiled and said, Master Su Ming, your skills are unparalleled. I would like to ask for your help in assembling a class mech. Name your terms and price, and I'll do my best to meet them. Su Ming didn't respond immediately but instead asked, What type of class mech are you looking to assemble? Neil chuckled and replied, This mech is complex and unique. It's a parent-child model. Su Ming was surprised and asked, A parent-child model in class mechs? Yaoyang has recently spent a fortune acquiring the knowledge and blueprints for this mech. Although the mech at the owner's disposal is also a Class D model, its power is noticeably inferior to other models of the same class. Therefore, The owner decided to seek help from the young master, hoping to have the mech upgraded. What is a mother-daughter mech? This type of mech not only has a main body but also comes equipped with a secondary body. In combat, both the main and secondary bodies possess formidable fighting capabilities, working in tandem to complement each other. This essentially means that a mother-daughter mech has a significantly higher combat strength compared to regular mechs, effectively allowing for a two-known battle scenario. However, these mechs also face significant challenges, requiring the pilot to divide their attention to operate multiple parts simultaneously. Although the mech is equipped with an intelligence system, if the pilot cannot adeptly manage it, the secondary body may lose the brainwave synergy boost, thereby reducing overall combat effectiveness. Therefore, while the mother-daughter mech is powerful, it requires a highly experienced pilot to unleash its full potential. Su Ming was somewhat surprised by Neil's confidence. He believed he had the capability to maneuver a mother-daughter mech. After some contemplation, Su Ming nodded and stated, "I can give it a try, but I have 3 conditions that you must agree to." Neil's eyes lit up with excitement as he eagerly asked, "What are the conditions?" Su Ming smiled and responded, "First, I require the right to use and disseminate the mech knowledge, but I promise not to share it with your enemies." Neil nodded in agreement. "No problem." Su Ming continued, "Secondly, I need to acquire some mechanical knowledge." Neil chuckled and said, "That's easy. Anything that Yaoyang can access is yours." "What type of mechanical knowledge do you need?" Su Ming nodded and went on, "I need energy-related mechanical knowledge, regardless of the level. Even basic information will do. As for equivalent value, you can assess that yourself." Technological knowledge is a vast and complex field. Besides being proficient in mechanical assembly and construction knowledge, Su Ming also sought to learn about energy-related knowledge. Previously, he specialized in the mechanical field, but now he was shifting focus to energy knowledge due to the threat from crystalline civilization and the knowledge imparted by humanoid civilizations. The knowledge passed on to Su Ming by humanoid beings mainly involved energy research, so he took the opportunity to supplement his understanding of energy. He aimed to explore the differences between the two civilizations' knowledge and hoped to discover new development paths between them. Of course, the most crucial reason was the crystalline civilization, a civilization that had reached the pinnacle in energy development and utilization. Su Ming had simulated the scenario of human civilization, confronting the crystalline civilization, and assessed the odds of victory. Under the relentless energy erosion of the crystal civilization, even an apocalypse-level warrior finds it nearly impossible to resist its power. To unravel the mysteries of the crystal civilization, a deep understanding of energy technology is essential. Su Ming's request intrigued Neil, as he realized this required comprehensive knowledge of energy technologies, which is uncommon among mechanics. Typically, mechanics focus on a single field, and studying 2 areas simultaneously can be overwhelming. However, some mechanics choose to study it as a secondary subject to enhance their understanding of mechanical knowledge. Neil firmly believed in this approach. Yet, Yaoyang's knowledge of energy was limited, making it necessary for him to put in extra effort to find relevant information. Neil nodded and asked, "What is the 3rd condition?" Su Ming smiled, moved a chair closer and said, "Sit down. Let's discuss this slowly." Neil and Hu Bing exchanged puzzled glances. Even though Hu Bing had heard Su Ming mention 3 conditions before, Su Ming's demeanor now left them confused. Su Ming chuckled softly and asked, "Are you involved in the gene potion business?" Neil and Hu Bing nodded and replied, "Yes, it's a significant part of our operations." Su Ming continued, "What if I wanted to become your gene potion supplier?" Upon hearing this, Neil and Hu Bing exchanged another glance, their brows slightly furrowed. The gene potion business is highly coveted in the black domain, and everyone wants a share. Su Ming's involvement puzzled them. Seeing their expressions, Su Ming smiled and said, "Of course, I can make it worth your while if you agree to my terms. My gene potions have a success rate of 99.5, making them top-tier products. Beyond the black market, they could even penetrate small cosmic nations where gene potions are scarce. Additionally, I'll be transparent with you. My cost for each gene potion is 500 star coins, and I only make a profit of 200 star coins. You would only need to pay 700 star coins per potion." Neil and Hu Bing were taken aback by this proposal. Neil skeptically asked, "A 99.5 success rate? Are you sure?" Su Ming smiled and retrieved a vial of gene potion from his storage space, handing them the test report. Given their extensive experience in the gene potion business, they could quickly assess the potion's quality. They examined the report carefully, ready to make an informed decision. The 2 men took the genetic serums handed to them by Su Ming and gently injected them into their bodies. For these genetic warriors, injecting a milliliter or 2 of genetic serum was no problem. They could easily expel or digest the serums through their bodies. Direct injection was the best way to test the quality of a genetic serum. These 2 were quite familiar with genetic serums and could immediately feel the effects of a dose. Shortly after injecting the serum, their eyes sparkled with excitement. This genetic serum is exquisite. It's top-notch quality. they exclaimed. Su Ming watched their amazed expressions from the side, smiling like a cunning fox. So, what do you think? Su Ming asked. I'm not asking you to decide right now. You can take a few doses back to your boss to try out or share with your friends. If you need more, you can always come back to me. For now, I can offer you this discount price. Hearing Su Ming's words, Neil's eyes lit up, and he immediately said, no need. We've decided now. Su Ming, from now on, please supply to Yao Yang. Neil, who often dealt in genetic serums, fully understood the value of the serums produced at Su Ming's base. As Su Ming mentioned, this high-quality genetic serum met mainstream standards. This meant that the serums from Su Ming's base could be sold as legitimate products. Previously, the serums produced in small workshops didn't meet the regulations and could only be sold on the black market or in gray areas. But once they met Interstellar certification standards, these products could supply the entire human society. The market potential was enormous, to say the least. Most importantly, the profit. The cost of genetic serums from small workshops was around 600 star coins, and the selling price to Yaoyang was 1,000 star coins per dose. Yaoyang could resell them for up to 4,000 star coins. Considering the costs, including labor, transportation, and time, which totaled about 2,000 star coins, the profit from selling at 4,000 star coins was 2,000 star coins. In contrast, Su Ming's genetic serums had a lower production cost, and the selling price to Yaoyang was 800 star coins per dose, 200 star coins cheaper than those from small workshops. High-quality genetic serums could be resold for 5,000 to 6,000 star coins, with profits ranging from 3,200 to 4,200 star coins, more than 50 higher than those from small workshops. Additionally, high-quality genetic serums were easier to sell to big clients, who would place large orders, thus generating even more profit. In an instant, Neil realized that this profit margin was far greater than what they had previously earned. Hu Bing also recognized this and supported Neil's decision. Su Ming watched Hu Bing and Neil with a pleased expression, satisfied that he had finally found buyers for his genetic serum. He warmly said, I hope we can work well together. Go back and inform your respective organizations, and send someone over the day after tomorrow to discuss the details like the cooperation period and supply quantities. Then, we can sign the contract and become partners. Pausing for a moment, he added, the price you pay here needs to be kept confidential, as I might supply other factions at different prices. Hu Bing and Neil exchanged glances, their hearts tightening. Su Ming's words clearly indicated that he wasn't satisfied with his current market share and wanted to expand further. While this could lead to rapid growth, it also meant encroaching on more interests and facing increased competition. Su Ming was well aware of this but understood that it was a race. As long as Wanting grew fast enough, it could withstand the competition from other forces. Smiling, he nodded and extended his hand to Hu Bing and Neil, saying, hand over the mechs and the blueprints. The two looked puzzled and asked, hand over what? Su Ming smiled wryly and explained, Brother Hu Bing, you need your mech repaired, and Mr. Neil, you want me to assemble the modular mech for you. I need the mechs and the blueprints. Realizing what he meant, Hu Bing and Neil handed over the storage devices and the chip containing the modular mech blueprints to Su Ming. He smiled and said, you can head back now. I'll contact you once it's done. They nodded and walked out the door, with Su Ming watching their backs, deep in thought. He understood that the real profit in genetic serums was in distribution, not supply. For every serum sold, Wanting earned only 300 star coins, while Yaoyang and Tianlin made over 3,000 star coins, a profit 10 times higher. This made Su Ming somewhat envious, but he knew that until he grew stronger, he couldn't touch that market. Otherwise, Hu Bing and Neil might turn against Wanting. Currently, Wanting wasn't strong enough to confront the Black Domain and protect that market. However, in the future, once he had grown, he would definitely reclaim that market share. Shaking his head, Su Ming turned his attention back to the mech repair work in front of him. Su Ming was busy repairing Hu Bing's Overlord mecha while also delving into new mecha knowledge. He learned about the various features of the parent-child mecha. The Sunflame Lock releases a nuclear energy confinement ring that not only traps enemies within it, causing continuous thermal damage, but also has an energy level of up to 5W. Although the Sunflame Lock can only be used once, it requires remanufacture or recovery before it can be used again. Additionally, the Sunflame Impact can rapidly pull the main mecha to the location of the submecha through the spatial anchor set by the submecha, dealing thermal damage to enemies along the way. The Sunflame Shield can absorb up to 30W of energy damage and releases a burst of converted thermal damage when it shatters. The submecha's capabilities are also impressive. The Invisibility uses light transmission technology to make itself invisible to the eye, canceling out energy fluctuations so that enemies cannot detect its position. However, it cannot attack while invisible, as doing so would reveal its location. The longer it remains hidden, the more energy it accumulates, making the Unveil Strike more powerful, with a maximum of 7W points. However, the Unveil Strike cannot be used in autopilot mode. Su Ming gained a deeper understanding of the operational techniques of the parent-child mecha. He realized why the parent-child mecha is praised as invincible among peers who can operate it and useless among those who cannot. There are many coordinated maneuvers that can be executed between the submecha and the main mecha, commonly known as combos. For example, using invisibility to get behind the enemy, and then executing an unveil strike while the main mecha uses sunflame impact from the front, catching the enemy off guard. However, this requires extremely high operational skills and judgment. The operator must ensure that the enemy and the parent-child mecha are on the same level line. Otherwise, the sunflame impact will miss, exposing weaknesses instead. In battle, enemies constantly change positions, requiring the operator to have quick judgment to fully utilize the parent-child mecha's power. Su Ming understood that to perfect this combo, it would require not only a lot of practice but also consideration of many factors, making it an almost daunting task for the average person. Even he couldn't guarantee mastering these skills perfectly. However, once successfully executed, this combo could release an energy level of around 20W, equivalent to having the additional capability of a 9th-level genetic warrior. Such combat power is undoubtedly unparalleled. Su Ming felt a surge of determination and threw himself into the task of assembling a mecha without hesitation. After some preliminary research, he began constructing his own custom-designed mecha. According to tradition, the first mecha one assembles is always kept for personal use, as it often possesses an awakening effect, making it approximately 20 more efficient than standard mechas. An awakened mecha must be used by its creator. As for the mecha for Neil, it would have to be a regular version built later. Su Ming retrieved a large number of mechanical parts from the storage ring Neil had given him. The most complex aspects of this mecha were the control link between the main and subunits, spatial anchors, and light transmission technology. These were all cluster-level mechanical technologies, and even Su Ming needed to study and research them thoroughly to master them. He remained single-mindedly focused on assembling the mecha, immersing himself in the intricacies of cluster-level mechanical technology in his workshop. While Su Ming was deeply engrossed in his work, news of Tianlin's destruction of Saka spread throughout the major factions of the Black Domain. The two had always been evenly matched, so why had Saka suddenly been wiped out? The powerful figures of the Black Domain wore puzzled expressions. Suddenly, a video surfaced on the Black Domain forum. Typically used for posting mercenary and black market information, the forum now featured a mysterious upload of the battle between Tianlin and Saka, capturing everyone's attention. Although it was not uncommon in the Black Domain for one faction to annihilate another, such events occurred almost weekly. They usually involved lower-tier factions. For instance, when the York Star Pirates were wiped out, it garnered some attention but was soon forgotten after explanations about modified planetary cannon surfaced. However, both Tianlin and Saka were second-tier factions. The elimination of one by the other naturally caused a sensation. People flocked to the video, eager to understand the reason behind Tianlin's victory over Saka. It's the mecha, that crimson mecha. The key to the victory was immediately apparent to the powerful figures watching the video. It was rumored that Huabing had recently acquired blueprints for a class mecha and had been seeking a skilled mechanic within the Black Domain to help assemble it. However, he either encountered technicians who were not up to the task, or those who were already aligned with other factions, leaving him at a loss. I didn't expect he would find a mechanic who isn't affiliated with a major power. That mech, isn't it called the Overlord Mech? This mechanic's craftsmanship is truly remarkable, making the Overlord Mech's performance far exceed anything we've seen before in its class. A grade mech? Seeing the experts piloting the Overlord Mech, they have all fallen into deep thought. Some of these experts are innovative developers themselves, and as members of the Black Domain faction, they have acquired knowledge about mechs through various channels. After witnessing the Overlord Mech demonstrated by Huabing, their minds are now buzzing with ideas. If this mechanic can build a grade mech, could he also help me create an even more powerful one? Is Master Su Ming here? I'm from the Jikong Mercenary Group. Our leader wants to schedule a visit with you. Could you spare some time to assemble a mech for us? The price is negotiable. Outside the Wanting base, a group of Jin warriors, looking like mercenaries, anxiously waited at the entrance, craning their necks to catch a glimpse inside. Locke, looking troubled, exchanged a helpless glance with Warren. Clearly, Su Ming's skills and reputation as a high-level mechanic were becoming well known. He was one of the few in the Dark Domain capable of assembling class mechs, and his creations outperformed standard class mechs by 20. This had drawn the attention of many factions seeking his expertise. When Su Ming helped Huabing assemble his mech in Tianlin, many witnessed the event. As a result, Huabing's mech was recognized as Su Ming's work, which was no longer a secret within the Dark Domain. Now, various factions had learned about the emergence of an exceptional mechanic in the Dark Domain, and that he had established a power known as Wanting. These leaders were not interested in the faction Su Ming had built, but were highly intrigued by his mechanical skills. Pilots of class mechs were at least level 8 Jin warriors or stronger, sometimes even level 10. Individuals at this level were influential figures in the Dark Domain, and now they were flocking to Wantong, hoping Su Ming would help them build a mech. Everyone, our leader is very busy these days, assembling mechs for others in his workshop. How about coming back in a couple of days? Locke said with a wry smile. These people were all sent by powerful figures, and Locke could only patiently persuade them without showing any disrespect. Offending these leaders could spell trouble for Wantong. Fine, we respect Master Su Ming's schedule, but remember, our Shan Hui mercenary group came to you first. We should be given priority in the queue. Bullshit, I was here first. You think you can cut in line? Ridiculous. I've been waiting since morning. Who do you think you are? Soon, the Gene warriors started a heated argument over who should be served first. Locke, seeing the situation escalate, quickly intervened. There's no need to argue, everyone. They'll ask our leader for his opinion. If needed, we can hold a bidding session where the best offer wins. If these people continued to quarrel, the hard-earned base of Wantong might be destroyed. Locke felt helpless inside. Hearing Locke's suggestion, the Gene warriors pondered for a moment and then nodded in agreement. True, our Donghua mercenary group has extensive mechanical knowledge and resources. We can compete based on our offers. The others also left their leaders' names and contact information before departing. Locke breathed a sigh of relief, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and turned back into the office building. He hadn't lied to the Gene warriors. Su Ming was indeed in the workshop, fully dedicated to assembling mechs. This time, he was working on a specialized kind of mech called the parent-child mech. After nearly 2 weeks, Su Ming had completely mastered the mechanical intricacies of this type and began assembling his own enlightened parent-child mech. Once he finished his own, he started assembling one for Neil. Each time Su Ming assembled a new mech and learned new knowledge, his skills improved significantly. Every mech he assembled for the first time not only became enlightened, but also provided substantial benefits to Su Ming himself. Enlightenment is a mysterious yet real phenomenon that has been clearly understood since humanity's third societal transformation. It allows mechs to grow, and also brings immense progress to the mechanic. Each enlightenment session transfers some of the mech's abilities and growth back to the mechanic. After completing an enlightened mech, Su Ming experienced noticeable improvement. Through a series of enlightened mech enhancements, his physical and mental capabilities rose from the original 2.1W and 2W to 2.4W and 2.5W, respectively, marking an increase of 3,000 and 5,000. The improvement in his mental capacity wasn't solely due to enlightenment. During this period, Su Ming also learned a vast amount of star cluster level mechanical knowledge, gradually digesting the wisdom of humanoid civilizations, laying the foundation for his mental enhancement. At this moment, Su Ming was helping Neil assemble his parent-child mech, and they were down to the final step. A crisp sound signaled that the parent-child mech was successfully assembled. Su Ming placed the two parent-child mechs together and examined them closely. The Yin-Yang parent-child mechs possessed 3 powerful weapons: the Overload electron beam gun, the Sunfire chain, and the Sunfire blade. Each weapon had its unique power, especially the Overload electron beam gun, which utilized star cluster level technology to release massive electronic energy instantly. The Sunfire chain acted like a binding chain, with tracking and restraining capabilities to firmly control the enemy. In contrast, the Sunfire blade seemed somewhat ordinary, making Su Ming consider whether to replace it with a more powerful blade. The two mechas shone brilliantly, resembling a hunchbacked person standing tall. One mecha carried the other on its back, symbolizing a seamless collaboration and silent protection. When they entered combat mode, the mecha being carried would detach and become an independent entity, showcasing unparalleled strength and agility. Su Ming gazed at the two mechas before him, clearly sensing that the one imbued with spirit exuded a more intense and dynamic aura compared to the one without. The energy waves seemed to speak of its power and vitality. Su Ming nodded in satisfaction, then picked up the phone to contact Warren, hoping he could quickly get in touch with Neil to have the two mechas dispatched. This battle was destined to make them invincible. After Su Ming finished his call with Warren, Locke unexpectedly followed him into his studio. Su Ming handed the storage space containing the submachine to Warren, then turned to Locke with a puzzled look. "What's the matter, Mr. Locke?" Su Ming inquired curiously. Locke responded with a bitter smile. "Leader, the situation outside is urgent." Su Ming looked surprised and asked, "What happened?" Locke shook his head and informed Su Ming about the mercenaries showing up. Su Ming was slightly shocked upon hearing this. He hadn't expected that his status as a high-level mechanic would attract such attention from various powerful figures. After contemplating for a moment, he said to Locke, "Gather them all together. We're going to start the sales channel for the genetic serums." Locke was a little taken aback. Su Ming's intentions were clear: plan to invite the leaders of the major factions in the Black Domain to collaborate on the production and sale of genetic serums. Given the quality of the Wantong genetic serums, these leaders would likely accept Su Ming's proposal. However, this move would inevitably lead to the demise of smaller workshops in the Black Domain, triggering their vehement retaliation. Locke felt uneasy. Although calling those black market genetic serum manufacturers small workshops was a jab at their outdated technology, their actual power was not to be underestimated. At least one of these workshops had the backing of a first-tier force, and while the others might not be as strong, they were still formidable adversaries. If Su Ming continued down this path, attempting to monopolize the genetic serum market, these smaller workshops would likely unite in resistance. Seeing Locke's hesitant expression, Su Ming smiled and said, "Don't worry. There's always risk, but how will we know the outcome if we don't try?" Locke looked at Su Ming, finding him increasingly enigmatic. Su Ming sometimes appeared cold and almost ruthless, while at other times he exhibited a wild side. He once planned to use a Star Destroyer cannon on a planet, nearly causing a catastrophe, and now he aimed to monopolize the Black Domain's industry, which was equally shocking. Locke felt a bit fearful. This seemingly calm mechanic had an unpredictable side. In reality, Su Ming himself hadn't realized his own inner conflict. The alternation between calmness and madness stemmed from his experiences in two different worlds, but at this moment, Su Ming was unaware of this. "It's decided then," Su Ming said with a smile. Locke swallowed hard and numbly nodded. This leader was truly insane, but Locke had no choice but to follow him into madness. After leaving Su Ming's office, Locke started contacting the leaders of various factions one by one. Meanwhile, within the Empire, as Su Ming attempted to monopolize the Dark Domain's genetic drugs, Corran Clarence, the head of the Corran family, was staring grimly at the young man before him, his eldest son, Corran Sori. Corran Clarence's heart was burning with rage. He had just pulled every string he could to get his son out of a military tribunal, incurring a massive debt of favors in the process. However, what infuriated Corran Clarence the most was that his once promising son couldn't even complete the most basic of tasks. The hope that Suri would build a good reputation was now shattered. The entire military system of the Empire knew that someone of his caliber, an apocalyptic-level powerhouse, had a son who couldn't even handle basic assignments. Corran Clarence had high hopes for his eldest son, but seeing his performance and reputation, he realized Suri's future was bleak, making it impossible for him to stand out in the Empire. The anger within Corran Clarence was overwhelming. His eldest son, who seemed excellent on the surface, was actually a failure. Ironically, his second son, previously considered a failure, had turned out to be a prodigy. At this point, Corran Clarence decided to keep Suri at home, away from the media spotlight, and wait for the storm to pass before assigning him any tasks. Suppressing his inner fury, he said to Suri, "For now, you'd better stay at home and wait for things to blow over." Suri, terrified by the recent events, had lost his former confidence and elegance, his face now filled with worry and concern. Corran Clarence sighed, his mood growing heavier as he looked at his son in such a state. If Suri could overcome this shadow, there might still be a chance for greatness. But if he succumbed, not even Corran Clarence, an apocalyptic-level powerhouse, could save him. After Suri left the room, a hint of coldness flashed in Corran Clarence's eyes. Who dared to hijack his mining vessel? They must be tired of living. He muttered coldly and swiftly marched toward a battleship. Cologne Clarence stood in the warship's control room, his eyes fixed on the autopilot system, a determined gleam in his gaze. He spoke softly, "Set course for the enigmatic sector of the Eastern Alliance." Upon hearing the command, the intelligent robot within the autopilot system trembled slightly and hesitantly replied, "The enigmatic sector lies on the fringes of the Eastern Alliance, one of the 5 major cosmic nations, and is constantly shrouded in extreme danger. Are you certain you want to go there?" Cologne Clarence smiled calmly and nodded. For the average person, the enigmatic sector was a ghostly realm from which no one returned. However, for him, it was hardly a challenge. The Donglin Alliance, one of the 5 major cosmic nations, stands shoulder to shoulder with the Empire. However, its path to nationhood diverges significantly from that of the other 4 cosmic nations. In those nations, civilization, technology, and powerful figures gradually emerged over time. In contrast, the Donglin Alliance first had powerful figures, then developed technology, and finally fostered civilization. This unconventional trajectory, which goes against the mainstream interstellar societal development, makes the Donglin Alliance a unique entity. Despite its relatively short history and somewhat peculiar national structure compared to the other 4 cosmic nations, no one dares to underestimate this rising power. The Third Cosmic Era officially began with the founding of the Donglin Alliance. The Donglin Alliance originated from a group of unparalleled powerful individuals, each a leader in technology. United in their quest to explore the limits of technology, they formed the Donglin Alliance. Through years of exploration and research, they ultimately discovered the pinnacle of technology theology. This theology is not traditional religious belief but a tangible, touchable, scientifically based existence. Under the leadership of the Donglin Alliance, groundbreaking research and technologies such as brain domain level, Mech Awakening, divine mecha, multidimensional information states, dark matter tidal energy, and deification have been perfected. Despite its political structure being vastly different from other cosmic nations, the Donglin Alliance's national strength is unmatched. At this moment, a warship cuts through the void, piloted by Corrin Clarence. Although his identity posed some obstacles, as a frequent visitor, Corrin Clarence was soon granted access to the enigmatic star region of the Donglin Alliance. This star region, located in a corner of the Donglin Alliance, is extremely harsh, with pervasive nuclear radiation, resembling a desolate land. However, Corrin Clarence knows well that an apocalyptic deified being, the Oracle Owen, resides in this star region. Corrin Clarence's mission is to converse with Owen. As the warship traverses the void, its powerful thermal energy is shielded by an energy barrier. This warship is no ordinary vessel. As the transport of an Imperial apocalyptic level figure, its performance far surpasses that of regular warships. Even in the face of temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Celsius, the warship shield can easily withstand the heat, remaining unscathed. The warship sliced through the waves, and Corrin Clarence stood up, his gaze wandering through the mysterious star field. Suddenly, his eyes fixed on an inconspicuous white dwarf. A white dwarf, a product of a star's late evolutionary stage, possesses scorching temperatures and immense gravity that would deter any ordinary person, incinerating them upon approach. Yet, at this moment, Corrin Clarence sensed a familiar energy fluctuation emanating from the white dwarf. He smiled faintly and, without hesitation, left the spacecraft, venturing alone into the void. Astonishingly, Corrin Clarence stood there unprotected, without any defensive gear or even a spacesuit, as if the vacuum of space were no different from his backyard. He gazed at the white dwarf and then descended onto its surface. The extreme gravity and high temperature caused him only a slight frown before he released an energy wave, quickly adapting to the environment. On the white dwarf, a bald man sat cross-legged. He showed no surprise upon seeing Corrin Clarence's arrival. Opening his eyes, he greeted Corrin Clarence with a smile. Corrin nodded, glanced around and frowned. Owen, you always choose these places to train. I really can't understand your preference. Although he had adapted to the white dwarf's environment, he didn't like its atmosphere. His body still felt extremely uncomfortable, a condition only an apocalyptic-level warrior could endure. This bald man was Owen, an apocalyptic-level warrior from the Eastern Alliance. Smiling, Owen said, "Only through suffering can one's will touch the divine." Corrin Clarence attempted to brush the dust off a rock, but realized that on a white dwarf, dust couldn't be simply wiped away. It had to be crushed with force. Shaking his head, he sat on the rock and muttered, "I have no interest in cultivating divine-like powers. It's too exhausting." As the Grand General of the Empire, Corrin was stern and authoritative, revealing his emotions only in front of peers. Curious about Corrin's visit, Owen asked, "Is there something you need my help with?" Corrin shook his head and replied, "You're an oracle. You should know everything. Why ask me?" Owen laughed, "I can't read the thoughts of fellow apocalyptic-level warriors. Otherwise, I would be omniscient and omnipotent." A wry smile appeared on Corrin Clarence's face as he slowly began to speak. "I've come to you this time hoping you can help me find out who kidnapped the Empire's miners and where they are being held." Upon hearing Corrin Clarence's words, a flicker of something unusual crossed Owen's eyes. He closed them, seemingly sensing some kind of information. Moments later, he reopened them and exclaimed in astonishment, "Unbelievable! The Empire's mines have been hijacked." Just by closing his eyes, Owen could vividly recount the entire event. This is the capability of an apocalyptic-class seer, a divine fusion that, while not necessarily offering greater combat power than a typical apocalyptic-class warrior, endows one with many mysterious special abilities. As a seer, Owen could perceive events with uncanny clarity, a powerful form of intelligence gathering. Such a figure on the battlefield is akin to an omniscient spy, able to discern the enemy's every move from the safety of their base. If the opposing force lacked means to counteract such a seer, they would have no secrets at all. This matter is in your hands now. Find out who hijacked the Empire's mines. Corrin Clarence's face was inscrutable, but his deep tone betrayed his displeasure. Owen, noticing Clarence's expression, chuckled softly and replied, "Very well, Sir Corrin Clarence. You know my terms. If I help you this time, you'll owe me a favor in return. Of course, if it's beyond my capability, I can choose not to get involved." Owen added. Corrin Clarence nodded, acknowledging Owen's terms. Within the apocalyptic-class circles, Owen was well regarded. After all, everyone needs someone to investigate matters from time to time, and Owen's rules were well known within the community. Seeing Clarence's nod, Owen silently closed his eyes. Corrin Clarence then felt an immense brainwave emanating from Owen, powerful yet distinct from that of an ordinary apocalyptic-class warrior. Owen's brainwave seemed to possess a certain spirituality, almost as if it had its own consciousness. The sensation of two distinct minds within one body was familiar to Clarence, indicating a form of cultivation known as divine fusion, akin to a mecha embodying a deity but using brainwaves instead. This was a unique practice of the Eastern Alliance. Karen Clarence was not unfamiliar with this cultivation method and knew that divine fusion could yield various miraculous abilities. However, most apocalyptic-class warriors were reluctant to practice it. After all, who would want another consciousness within their own brain? Soon, this special spirituality controlled Owen's brainwaves, delving into another dimension's information flow. In this universe, every substance is essentially composed of various information, with changes in matter and the passage of time being orchestrated by the arrangement of this information. Therefore, everything that happens in this world can be observed and retrieved through the subdimensional information flow. The divine nature inherent in Owen granted him the ability to explore dimensional information, breaking free from the constraints of the mortal world. Suddenly, a strange expression appeared on Owen's face. He slowly opened his eyes and stared at Colin Clarence with an odd look. Colin Clarence, feeling puzzled, quickly asked, "Lord Owen, what happened? Why are you looking at me like that?" He was perplexed. Did Owen have a special identity? Had he offended some powerful entity? But in the entire universe, there were few who could make him this wary. Could it really be worth targeting a young man who hadn't even reached level 10 just for some not-so-precious minerals? Colin Clarence's lips twitched. He couldn't fathom it. Owen's expression grew even stranger. He coughed lightly and, after repeatedly confirming, said, "Lord Colin Clarence, are you sure you want to know?" Owen's demeanor piqued Colin Clarence's curiosity. He couldn't help but urge, "Owen, just tell me." Owen paused for a moment and then slowly said, "Lord Colin Clarence, brace yourself. The one who took your minerals is your son." Colin Clarence's eyes widened in shock. "What? Suri actually stole those minerals? Impossible. Our Clarence family doesn't lack wealth. Why ruin his future over minerals?" He instinctively thought of Suri. This situation was unbelievable. Who would think that the second son would rob the eldest? Owen quickly shook his head and explained, "Lord Colin Clarence, you misunderstood. It was your second son, Sumin, who hijacked the minerals." "Sumin?" Colin Clarence raised his voice, his eyes filled with disbelief. If Owen weren't a renowned figure among the apocalypse-level powerhouses and had no prior acquaintance with Sumin, he might have thought Owen was joking. Knowing it was Sumin, Colin Clarence found it even harder to understand. He sat on a stone, dazed, his mind buzzing. After a long while, he gradually accepted the news. "My second son actually took the minerals meant for my eldest son and even beat him up?" Colin Clarence muttered to himself, feeling the world had gone mad. Anyone would be baffled by such a situation between two sons. Owen, unable to continue meditating, opened his eyes and silently patted Colin Clarence on the shoulder. Even he found the situation too bizarre to comprehend, so he could only imagine how complicated Colin Clarence's feelings must be. "Where is your second son, Colin Clarence, at this moment?" Colin Clarence asked slowly as he regained his composure. Owen smiled faintly and then uttered 4 words, "Black Realm, Wanvine." Upon hearing this, a trace of worry flashed in Colin Clarence's eyes. His heart was filled with concern and unease for his second son. The dangerous environment of the Black Realm and the mention of Wanvine made him extremely anxious, hoping that his son would be safe. At this moment, Su Ming sat in the center of the vast conference room of Wanting, surrounded by a group of formidable Gene warriors. They watched Su Ming with curious eyes, as if contemplating something. Suddenly, a middle-aged man spoke up, his voice filled with incredulity. "Master Su Ming, are you proposing to collaborate with all of us to supply gene serums?" Su Ming nodded with a smile, mustering his courage as he said, "Yes, Wanting is keen to cooperate with all of you. You have already witnessed the exceptional quality of our gene serums. Choosing our products will not only bring you greater profits and reputation, but also free you from the constraints of inferior products from small workshops." Hearing Su Ming's resolute response, the attendees began to murmur among themselves. Today, Su Ming had gathered the leaders of the Black Domain at Wanting to discuss the gene serums. He unhesitatingly placed the gene serums on the table and spoke candidly with the leaders. As expected, the conversation quickly shifted to the gene serums. After Su Ming showcased Wanting's gene serums, the leaders immediately set aside their concerns about mechas. In comparison, the gene serums sparked immense interest among them. Seeing the superior quality of Wanting's gene serums, the leaders began to contemplate their options. Wanting's gene serums far surpassed the products from small workshops in terms of quality, profit, and distribution channels. If other factions started selling such gene serums, it would inevitably lead to fierce competition. Therefore, no one was willing to forego Wanting's gene serums. Almost everyone expressed their willingness to collaborate with Wanting. However, a level 10 gene warrior, sitting in his chair with a worried expression, furrowed his brows and said, "Master Su Ming, my only concern is that by doing this, you are essentially monopolizing the market, which poses a risk for us." Su Ming looked at him with a smile and asked, "Mr. Lunt, what are your concerns? Please, Feel free to speak. Firstly, if we monopolize the market, it will attract attacks from other suppliers. How can we ensure our own safety? If we are ever defeated, it would be a massive blow to us. Secondly, monopolization means holding the power of discourse. In the future, if wanting monopolizes the market, won't you raise the prices of gene serums? We would be forced to buy them passively. Monopolization is indeed a troubling issue for competitors and customers alike. Once a monopoly is established, it can easily lead to unfair treatment, and raising prices would not be a difficult task. Upon hearing these words, Su Ming nodded silently, then stood up and gazed deeply at everyone present. He began, "I hope you all can join this game." The crowd, intrigued, asked, "What do you mean?" Su Ming smiled and explained, "I propose that we sign a contract. Representing over 90 different factions, I am willing to give each faction 0.5 of the shares over the next 3 years. This way, every faction can share the profits, and it eliminates the possibility of price increases. After 3 years, if you still wish to cooperate, the shares will remain valid until our collaboration ends, at which point Wantong will reclaim the shares. What do you think?" After Su Ming finished speaking, the room fell into a contemplative silence. Observing their thoughtful expressions, Su Ming felt a surge of confidence. Distributing 0.5 of the shares to over 90 factions meant giving away more than 45 of the shares. Although this meant sacrificing some profit, Su Ming was not solely driven by commercial interests. He sold genetic medicine to help Wantong grow faster. If other methods could achieve the same goal, he was open to them. While this approach would have the profits, it would unite the major factions in the Black Domain. Their interest would be closely tied to Wantong's, and they would fully support its development. For the factions, this was an acceptable arrangement. Gaining 0.5 shares without taking on any risk was an opportunity too good to pass up. Su Ming's plan sparked a glint in the eyes of the bosses present, who turned to look at him. Su Ming's ambition was grand. He aimed to unite the factions of the Black Domain into a community of shared interests, with Wantong at the center. With the support of these factions, Wantong was bound to grow rapidly, and the factions would benefit as well. The attendees exchanged glances and silently agreed to the plan. One person was the first to express support. "Mr. Su Ming's plan is brilliant. I am willing to join." This person addressed Su Ming with the respectful title Mr. instead of the more casual Little Master, indicating the newfound respect Su Ming's plan had garnered. Following this declaration, others stood up to express their support. Watching this scene, Su Ming smiled with satisfaction. How do these people discover their aspirations? Su Ming isn't solely focused on the dark domain. His ambitions extend far beyond that. Therefore, he doesn't mind the immediate gains and losses, as he's determined to reclaim any lost benefits through various means in the future. As he watched these individuals declare their positions, Su Ming calmly said, "Should we consider removing the small workshop forces from the dark domain next?" Su Ming quickly reached an agreement with the leaders of various factions. Following this, under the leadership of Wang Ku, Wantong began the frantic production of genetic serums. After confirming his collaboration with the faction leaders, Su Ming threw himself into his research with confidence. He watched his workbench with curiosity as strange energies continuously emerged. After 2 days of intense study, Su Ming was deeply immersed in various types of energy knowledge, including that of humanoid civilizations. During this period, the base occasionally echoed with loud booms, and Su Ming would always climb out, covered in dust, and explain with a wry smile. Everyone had gradually become accustomed to their leader's experiments with new types of energy, despite the occasional explosion. To prevent damage to the building, Su Ming installed energy absorbers in his workspace to capture any potential explosive energy. At this moment, he was carefully operating an electronic impact needle, attempting to strike atoms within an energy vessel. The crackling sound of the electronic flow made him tense. A slight mistake could trigger an explosion. Researching energy science involves exploring controllable and powerful energy amidst constant explosions. As he continued the impacts, the atoms gradually stabilized and released electrons with immense energy. Watching these newly balanced atomic structures, Su Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement and enthusiasm. Although this was merely an introductory technique and not particularly advanced in the field of energy science, it was a significant breakthrough for him. With this progress, Su Ming could now apply the energy knowledge imparted by the humanoid civilizations. In the knowledge system of humanoid civilizations, there's a special form of energy that Su Ming can harness: mechanical toxin. Mechanical toxin is a primary paralyzing energy with unique properties. When used in attacks, it targets enemy energy shields or mechanical devices, effectively neutralizing them. It disrupts energy transmission and damages internal structures, causing enemy machinery to completely shut down within 10 seconds. Moreover, a more concealed function allows the releaser to temporarily gain partial control of the compromised mech, enabling them to trigger self-destruction. The emergence of this energy form opened up a new world for Su Ming. Previously, the energy types he mastered were relatively singular, including nuclear, electromagnetic, and thermal energy fields familiar to human society. While these energies are powerful, they are limited in their applications, mainly used for straightforward attacks. However, humanoid civilizations have delved deeper into energy research than human society, sparking Su Ming's keen interest in the field. Different types of energy can have vastly different effects in various scenarios, with energy research evolving to rival even mech technology, as evidenced by crystal civilizations. Excited by the possibilities, Su Ming envisioned combining human mechs with the energy forms of other advanced civilizations, foreseeing a powerful synergy. Hope gleamed in his eyes as he saw a clear path forward. Without hesitation, he took out his modular mech and installed the mechanical toxin energy converter. The secondary mech, in particular, now equipped with mechanical toxin as a new attack method, could potentially crush opponents with a single, concealed strike. While Su Ming was fully engrossed in upgrading his mech, the phone suddenly rang, catching him off guard since he usually wasn't disturbed during work unless something important came up. Answering the call, he heard Warren's anxious voice. Warren reported that a batch of gene serum samples had been hijacked, and several colleagues were taken hostage. The kidnappers demanded Su Ming's presence for negotiations. Upon hearing this, Su Ming's expression changed slightly, and he inquired about the identity of the captors. Warren confirmed it was the Zyso family, which surprisingly made Su Ming feel slightly relieved. The Zyso family, known for producing gene serums, was a formidable force in the Black Domain. Su Ming knew very well that this was a blatant provocation from a top-tier force. Ordinarily, he should have felt troubled. However, a faint smile appeared on his face. News had already spread that various major factions were coming to Wantong to purchase genetic potions, but he hadn't expected them to move so quickly. Su Ming had been waiting for their arrival, anticipating they would come to him. Given how things were unfolding, Su Ming didn't hesitate to hang up the phone and immediately started dialing several other numbers. The Shisua family, located on the planet Heiyu no Wantixing, is a highly respected and influential clan. They primarily operate in the gene therapy business and dominate the gene therapy market in Heiyu. As a top-tier power, the Shisua family's products account for half of the market share. However, recently, the family head has been feeling downcast. He holds a gene therapy vial labeled Wanton Products in his hand, his eyes reflecting disappointment and inner turmoil. This gene therapy is superior to the Shisua family's offerings, and despite his thorough inspection, he cannot find any flaws. This perfection is precisely the problem. A chilling realization dawns on him. The market has started to favor Wanton's superior and more affordable gene therapy, shifting away from the Shisua family. This is a scenario the family head dreads. Recently, he learned that major powers are showing interest in this gene therapy and considering switching suppliers to Wanton. This shift would result in a significant loss of business for the Shisua family. At that moment, a gene warrior approached the family head and whispered, "Master, the leader of Wanton is here." The family head was momentarily stunned and asked in disbelief, "He actually came? Does he think this is a social visit?" He had ordered the seizure of Wanton's gene therapies and the capture of their leader to send a strong message. He couldn't believe the Wanton leader would risk coming into Shisua territory to negotiate. It seemed like a death wish. The family head furrowed his brow and curiously asked, "How many of them came?" 3. 2 level 6 gene warriors and the Wanton leader. Only 3? The family head was even more surprised, finding it somewhat amusing. Did the Wanton leader know nothing about Heiyu? Did he really think he could resolve such a fundamental conflict through negotiation? In Heiyu, disputes over interests were never settled through talks. Eliminating Wanton was a goal the family head was determined to achieve. He stood up and said calmly, "Take me to see the Wanton leader." "Yes, master." Shortly after, the family head stood before Su Ming and sensed the energy emanating from him, letting out a light chuckle. A level 6 gene warrior? Although rumors said he was an exceptional mech warrior capable of exhibiting level 8 gene warrior strength when suited up, what difference did it make? The Shisua family had numerous gene warriors above level 8. An 8th level mecha warrior is nothing but insignificant in the eyes of the head of the Saiso family. With a glimmer of disdain in his eyes, the head coldly remarked, "Are you the leader of Wanting? Now, you have 2 choices." He spoke bluntly, exuding the authority of his position. Upon hearing this, Su Ming displayed a peculiar expression, then responded with a half-smile, "Oh, may I ask what are the 2 choices?" The head's expression darkened slightly as he observed Su Ming's demeanor, showing his displeasure. This provocative attitude touched a nerve, igniting a fire of anger within him. However, his interest in Wanting's technology outweighed his hostility towards Su Ming. If he could acquire Wanting's technology, he would dominate the genetic drug market in the Black Domain. Suppressing his rage, he slowly said, "First, you leave with your people and hand over the technology. I will let you go. Second, if you refuse, I will kill you and take Wanting's researchers to Saiso. If they don't comply, they will all be killed." His tone was calm, yet it carried a strong threat. In his eyes, Letting Wanting's people leave the Black Domain was already a mercy. Otherwise, facing Su Ming's offense, he would have mercilessly destroyed one. Su Ming burst into laughter upon hearing the head's words, as if he had heard a joke. Watching his smile, the head's brow furrowed, and he decided that regardless of the outcome, Su Ming had to be eliminated. Stopping his laughter, Su Ming loudly declared, "I choose a third option. There are no other choices." The head's brow knitted together, beginning to doubt whether he was conversing with a fool, finding communication exceedingly difficult. Su Ming paused, his gaze turning cold, and said flatly, "The third option is the Saiso family disappearing from the Black Domain." Hearing Su Ming's words, a trace of coldness flickered in the head's eyes. He replied icily, "It seems you're courting death. I'll grant you that." With that, two ninth-level genetic warriors appeared beside him, exuding a fierce aura as they advanced towards Su Ming. Seeing this, Su Ming shouted, "Everyone, attack!" The head was momentarily stunned, watching as Su Ming took out an inconspicuous device emitting strong spatial waves. It turned out to be a space traction device Su Ming had crafted using the technology of the parent-child mecha. The purpose of this device was to instantly draw other devices to its vicinity. Su Ming chuckled lightly, "Never underestimate a mechanic." He then activated the space traction device. Instantly, several figures were pulled to Su Ming's side. Suddenly, several figures dashed towards Su Ming at lightning speed. Without hesitation, they launched an attack on the two ninth-level genetic warriors, instantly reducing them to pieces. Su Ming's eyes lit up, silently grateful for the presence of these companions. Though usually quiet and reserved, they displayed astonishing combat prowess at critical moments, earning Su Ming's deep respect and gratitude. The sudden appearance of several figures startled the head of the Shisua family. He widened his eyes in disbelief as he took in the unexpected scene. Quickly, however, he recognized the identities of these mysterious individuals. Astonishingly, they were the leaders or key members of some of the most renowned factions in the Dark Domain. Emerging from the mechanical device of the Wanta leader, these figures now stood within the Shisua family compound, a reality the head found hard to accept. The Shisua family had a formidable defense system, making it nearly impossible for even powerful forces to breach it without significant cost. Yet, this young man had used a mysterious device to transport these top warriors from the Dark Domain right into their midst, leaving the family head both shocked and enraged. "What are you planning? Do you intend to declare war on the Shisua family?" the head demanded, glaring at the intruders. Su Ming chuckled softly, his aura intensifying as he activated the spatial traction device to bring in two more experts. Every detail of this had been meticulously planned. If the Shisua family hadn't allowed him to enter their territory, other factions' experts wouldn't have risked breaching the Shisua defenses so easily. Therefore, Su Ming had to find a way to infiltrate the Shisua family to successfully lure the hidden experts from various factions inside. Of course, the traction device had its limitations, only able to transport a maximum of 3 people at a time within a 10-kilometer range. While this distance is trivial in interstellar travel, it becomes significant on a planetary surface. Additionally, the device wasn't flawless. Spatial defense shields could block it, a function Su Ming had witnessed in the Colin family's shield. Some cosmic aristocrats possessed similar technology, but Su Ming believed that the factions in the Dark Domain were unlikely to have configured their shields to defend against spatial traction. Suddenly, the space began to ripple, and one by one, figures traversed through space, arriving within the Shisua family grounds. Today was the day Su Ming, in alliance with major factions in the Dark Domain, would oust the Shisua family. The device in his hand had spatial teleportation capabilities. Seize it now. The head of the Shisua family was a Gene warrior surpassing level 10. At this level, Gene warriors could survive in space without the need for spacesuits, referred to as vacuum-grade warriors. In this state, they could maintain normal physiological functions in a vacuum, transcending the limits of the 10 gene locks to reach a new level of existence. However, the Dark Domain also had its share of vacuum-grade experts, just like the two Su Ming had transported here. These two experts had just been teleported over and immediately inflicted severe injuries on 2 level 9 gene warriors. Then, they headed straight for the head of the Shisua family, engaging in a fierce battle. Despite having a 2-known advantage and the upper hand in the arena, the head of the Shisua family was being pushed back, barely able to maintain his position and unable to stop Su Ming from teleporting more reinforcements. Desperate, the head had to loudly command other family elites. Under his direction, the Shisua family seemed to awaken, with a large number of strong warriors emerging from within. As a top-tier force with deep roots in the Dark Domain for many years, the Shisua family saw a surge of experts, including even mech warriors, joining the fray. Seeing the situation, Su Ming remained unfazed. He quickly retreated to create distance from the emerging experts while activating the spatial traction device to teleport more reinforcements. Each time he teleported an expert, Su Ming would rush back into the battlefield to engage with the Shisua family's warriors. Su Ming deftly dodged their attacks, and as a level 9 Gene warrior charged at him, he activated the spatial traction device again. Instantly, spatial waves emerged, and a figure in red mech armor burst forth. It was Hu Bing. Go, Pikachu! Su Ming shouted loudly. Pikachu? Who's that? I'm Hu Bing. Hu Bing responded, bewildered. Su Ming awkwardly scratched his head, realizing he had misspoken. In that moment, it felt as if he had thrown a Pokeball to summon a Pokemon into battle. Seeing Su Ming's serious expression, Hu Bing shook his head and charged at the enemy, slicing the level 9 Gene warrior's sword away with one strike and cutting him in half with the next. Master Su Ming. Hu Bing called out, his title for Su Ming having changed from Little Master to Master. Turning to Su Ming, he added, this time I'm fighting for Wana. If my mech gets damaged in battle, can you fix it for free? Hu Bing thought painfully about Su Ming's high repair fees, which had cost him over 10,000 star coins last time, making each repair a heartache. Hearing this, Su Ming chuckled and loudly replied, don't worry, give it your all. If your mechanical gear gets damaged, I'll cover the repair costs. The experts smiled upon hearing this. While they didn't care about the money, Su Ming's attitude lifted their spirits. Willing to help clear obstacles for Su Ming, they eagerly joined the fight. Su Ming continued teleporting experts into the Shisua family grounds, leading them in the battle together. The experts gathered here are the top figures from various major factions in the Black Domain, each possessing exceptional skills. At this moment, they are united in their effort to take down a first-rate power. Given their combined strength, how could that power possibly withstand the assault? Soon, the genetically engineered warriors cultivated by Shisua became prey to these numerous masters and were swiftly eliminated. The entire process was rapid and brutal, with countless lives lost in the fierce chaos of battle. As a formidable warrior, Su Ming felt both perplexed and furious at the Shisua family's invasion. Watching as the family's top fighters were cut down one by one, the head of the Shisua family seethed with anger, his eyes filled with hatred as he stared at the intruders. A Grandmaster-level fighter sneered and said, Master Su Ming, we have already formed an alliance. The Shisua family is out. They are destined to be eliminated. The battle spread throughout the Shisua family's territory. Mechanical blades sliced through the air, and the thunderous roar of firearms shattered the silence, reducing their land to ruins. These elite fighters showed no mercy, their relentless attacks unleashing devastating energy blasts that echoed through the Shisua family. Members of the Shisua family fell one after another to the masters summoned by Su Ming, and the family head was brutally cut into several pieces, his hatred still evident. Once a major supplier with a market share of 50, the genetic medicine provider Black Domain crumbled within hours. Standing amidst the wreckage, Su Ming felt no sorrow, only joy. The Shisua family, the largest supplier, had fallen. With Black Domain's threat to the wanting genetic medicine industry eliminated, only insignificant competitors remained. Su Ming dismissed them with contempt. A master approached Su Ming and smiled. Master Su Ming, with Shisua's downfall, it's time for us to return. Su Ming nodded in agreement. These masters had signed lucrative genetic medicine agreements with Wanning and would continue to support Wanning to secure their own interests. Su Ming smiled at them and said, thank you all for your help. Send your mechanical equipment to Wanning, and I will repair it for you. Everyone laughed heartily and took their leave. Su Ming instructed Warren to clean up the battlefield and to lead a team to eradicate the remaining Shisua businesses. Without resting, he led his combat team away from Wanning. Seated on a high-end spaceship purchased by Walter, Su Ming inquired about the factory's location. The interior of the spaceship was vast, capable of accommodating thousands of people. Su Ming had purchased it to ensure that he could transport his entire force in future operations. Seated within the spaceship, there were over 1,500 people. These individuals had been gathered through Rock's relentless recruitment efforts. Additionally, there were still over 500 people at the base, totaling more than 2,000. During this period, Rock had been continuously expanding Wanton's scale, recruiting a large number of subordinates for Su Ming. After listening to Su Ming's instructions, Rock smiled, picked up a document, and projected it onto the big screen. Immediately, a realistic star map appeared before Su Ming and the others. Pointing at the red dots on the star map, Rock said happily, these red dots mark the locations of the gene drug manufacturing sites of various forces, and the dark red dots represent the factories of the Saiso family. I have thoroughly investigated the situation of inferior gene drugs being supplied by the forces within the Black Domain. Su Ming nodded in satisfaction, very pleased with Rock's performance. Rock was like Wanton's right-hand man, capable of handling any situation adeptly. Where should we go next? Rock asked curiously. Without hesitation, Su Ming pointed to a dark red dot and said, we'll go to Saiso's factory first. Once Saiso falls, I fear these people will flee immediately. Su Ming was determined to eliminate the threats this time because the heads of these Saiso factories might possess crucial technology. If they were allowed to regroup, it would threaten Su Ming's monopoly. More importantly, although Saiso's technology wasn't as advanced as Wanton's, their production equipment was relatively sophisticated. Destroying Saiso's factories would yield a large amount of equipment and raw materials, which might not matter much to other forces, but would be a tremendous asset to Su Ming. The spaceship quickly headed towards the location of the dark red dot indicated by Su Ming. These factories were situated within the inner star regions of the Black Domain. The outer star regions were fraught with dangers and had exorbitant land prices, while the inner star regions were cheaper and less risky. As the spaceship made a spatial jump, it made a slight hissing sound from its contact with a temporal storm. Su Ming stood expressionlessly at the front of the spaceship's command center, gazing at a distant planet. This operation involved only the internal forces of Wanton, with no external assistance. However, Su Ming felt no pressure because, in the previous massacre, the various forces of the Black Domain had united to eliminate Saiso's true experts. The people in the factories were merely assigned to remote planets to oversee and guard the Gene Warriors. The real experts typically wouldn't be found on these remote planets. Suddenly, the spaceship experienced a slight jolt, causing Su Ming's heart to tense up. However, he soon realized that the spacecraft had smoothly transitioned to its regular flight mode. The planet before his eyes seemed to grow larger and clearer the moment the ship exited the space tunnel. Shisua's factory was finally within reach. A wave of excitement surged through Su Ming's heart. The mission he had been eagerly anticipating was about to begin, filling him with hope and anticipation for the future. Su Ming didn't hesitate. He was the first to arrive on the planet. Soon, everyone gathered in front of Shisua's massive factory. This land was vast and largely uninhabited, with the factory sprawling over several square kilometers. As Su Ming and his team reached the vicinity of the factory, they looked up at the brightly lit buildings, still bustling with the production of gene serums. After Shisua's family had been swiftly destroyed, Su Ming quickly arrived at the factory, which had not yet received news of Shisua's downfall. Using his system's X-ray vision, Su Ming easily surveyed the entire facility. The factory was filled with workers, most of whom were local residents or ordinary people. He had no intention of harming the innocent, focusing instead on the guards and management personnel stationed there. These were Shisua's clan members sent to oversee the factory's operations. However, these targets were dispersed throughout the facility, with about 1,000 individuals capable of combat. Although not a large number, eliminating them all posed a significant challenge. The factory was enormous, and if trouble started in one area, others might find a chance to escape. However, Su Ming was not concerned. He handed mechanical components to the Wanton members, instructing them to activate the parts and release toxins to weaken the Gene Warriors' combat abilities. These components were designed by Su Ming himself. Once triggered, they would disable enemy equipment and could even cause explosions. While he was confident, he still aimed to minimize risks, as losing some warriors was not a wise move. He ordered each leader to take 100 men and surround the factory, capturing any escaping warriors and releasing innocent workers. Su Ming coordinated with other squad leaders to encircle the factory tightly. Once everything was in place, Su Ming gave the order to attack, leading over 400 people, including Locke, into the factory. Su Ming and his team were equipped with devices to protect against mechanical toxins, so even if the Wantang members released such toxins, they could easily resist. Suddenly, a deafening explosion shattered the night, causing a stir on the planet. People who were supposed to be asleep were jolted awake. Su Ming, without any hesitation, faced the impending crisis heat-in. The overloaded electronic ray gun of the mother-daughter mech released a powerful burst of energy. Su Ming, piloting his mech, decisively blasted open the factory gate. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The gate was destroyed, and chaos erupted inside the factory. Guards scrambled to grab their weapons and rushed towards Su Ming and his team. Although this planet was not particularly dangerous, being in the dark zone meant safety was never guaranteed. Here, attacks from other factions wielding mechanical weapons could happen at any time, just like today. The news of the sudden assault shocked Shisua's armed personnel, and they immediately went into combat mode, rushing towards the gate. They were eager to see who dared to attack Shisua's factory. However, what greeted them was another burst of overloaded electronic rays. A golden flash streaked across, and a massive crater exploded inside the factory. Several of Shisua's armed personnel were reduced to ashes, beyond revival. Su Ming, piloting his mech, stormed into the Shisua factory with cold, merciless eyes. The mech, gleaming with a cold metallic light in the night, resembled a harbinger of death. The Gene Warriors in the factory, mostly at level 7, stood no chance against Su Ming and were shot down instantly. Each flash of light in the night signified the end of another Gene Warrior's life. The enemy's combat power is level 9. We are no match for them. Run! A guard, sensing Su Ming's strength through an energy detector, panicked and fled in the opposite direction. However, a ghostly figure emerged from the darkness. The guard's pupils contracted as a blade flashed before his eyes. The next moment, everything went black as a mysterious presence in the dark cleaved him in two. Life extinguished. Submech scene. Su Ming operated two mechs, one charging forward like a valiant general, the other lurking like an assassin in the night. Their coordinated attack left Shisua's members with no chance of escape, slaughtering them all. Despite the vast expanse of the factory, some armed personnel who sensed the overwhelming power managed to flee. However, what they didn't anticipate was a perimeter being set up around the factory, aiming to capture all those attempting to escape. Any armed insurgents who tried to resist found their equipment becoming increasingly sluggish, with some devices even failing outright. These militants, who once possessed some degree of combat capability, were no match for the external wanting members due to their malfunctioning gear. Those who lost their combat effectiveness were released, while those still capable of fighting were mercilessly eliminated. Tonight was destined to be a bloody night for the Shisua organization. Meanwhile, Su Ming continued to eliminate Shisua members, unaware that in the depths of darkness, a warship was speeding toward his planet. The arrival of this warship signaled that a terrifying conflict was about to unfold. As night fell, there was no bright moon-like satellite to illuminate the planet, leaving it shrouded in darkness. In the absence of moonlight, only the glow of lights guided people on their way. However, tonight, in addition to the lights, there was a bright glow emanating from mechanical devices. The factory was filled with the sound of intense commotion as workers fled in terror. To their surprise, the powerful figures destroying the factory ignored them, allowing them to leave freely. Soon after, the workers had all departed, and the factory fell silent following the final scream of the last gene warrior. Su Ming removed his exoskeleton and stored it in his inventory space. Luoku and the others approached him. Leader, we've seized over 1,000 gene production devices and a large quantity of gene fluid, Luoku said with evident joy. These items were their mission's objective, and now they were all in their possession. For Wantong, this was a massive fortune. The value of these devices alone was worth billions of star coins. With these instruments and Wantong's technology, they could expand production and increase the output of gene serums. Su Ming nodded in satisfaction, watching as Luoku stored the devices in the inventory space. Then he said, "Let's go. We'll return to the ship and clear out the other small workshops one by one." His eyes gleamed with a sharp light. Since entering the dark domain, he understood that only the strong could survive here. Although they had not yet faced any threats, Su Ming preferred to take the initiative rather than wait for others to challenge him. With that, Su Ming led the group towards the ship. Along the way, everyone chatted and laughed, feeling cheerful. They believed that Wantong's future was bright, and that their status and wealth would continue to grow. Suddenly, Su Ming stopped in his tracks. The group ahead looked at him in confusion and followed his gaze to see a shadowy figure standing quietly not far away, as if waiting for someone. Curiosity arose among the group. Could this be an accomplice of Shisua? Someone considered approaching to ask, but before they could act, Su Ming spoke up, "You all go ahead to the ship. I have something to handle and will join you shortly." Though his voice was calm, those familiar with him sensed a change in his tone. Luoku glanced at the distant shadow with a puzzled expression, then shook his head in surprise. He couldn't sense any energy emanating from the figure. It appeared to be just an ordinary person. Locke felt a wave of shock. The person before him exuded an absolute authority and commanding presence, no matter where they were. He glanced at Su Ming with a hint of concern but was reassured by the calm look in Su Ming's eyes. A sense of reverence welled up in Locke's heart. Without saying much, he signaled his team to return to the ship. The members of the Vantine team, though puzzled, followed Locke's orders silently, skirting around the mysterious figure as if that silhouette embodied some unspeakable fear. Locke cast a quick glance at the figure, his pupils contracting. The figure's back reminded him of someone frequently seen on TV during the Imperial era. He shook his head, trying to dispel the doubts in his mind. How could that person possibly be here, waiting for them? Su Ming watched as Locke and his group moved away, took a deep breath, and walked toward the figure. The night couldn't obscure his vision, and he easily spotted the fresh bloodstains on the ground. Su Ming's attire was clean and crisp since he had fought using a mech, but the blood on his shoes left a trail of prints. The figure noticed the footprints and the faint smell of blood, sighing softly. Finally, he witnessed Su Ming approach and stare directly at him, not averting his gaze. The tension in the air was palpable, and after a moment, the figure spoke. "You hijacked the Imperial warship." His tone was firm, leaving no room for doubt. Su Ming paused briefly and then nodded slowly. There was no need to hide the truth from this person. The fact that he asked meant he had already investigated. However, Su Ming was puzzled about how the other knew about his actions. The figure seemed to sense Su Ming's hesitation and said calmly, "Do not underestimate the Tyanka class, nor the Empire. If I hadn't intervened and cancelled the Empire's investigation, they would have had 100 ways to track down your identity." Su Ming remained silent, unaware of the other's bluff. However, Learning that the investigation had been called off stirred something within him. Both stood in silence, as if they were naturally averse to conversation. Eventually, the figure broke the silence again. He is your brother. Why did you attack him? Compared to the first question, this seemed to be of greater concern to him. Su Ming didn't care about the first question. What he was truly concerned about was the answer to the second one. He looked up, his gaze landing on the person, a hint of indifference flashing in his eyes. I've been bullied for so long. I'm just fighting back. Cough, cough. I've noticed many students asking about the cultivation levels, so let me clarify. The cultivation levels are as follows. Gene lock level 10, vacuum level early, mid, late stages, flying level early, mid, late stages, stellar level early, mid, late stages. For now, these are the levels of cultivation, with the apocalypse level being considered the latest stage boss level. Next, we have the classification of mechanical equipment levels, which include surface level, planetary level, stellar level, star cluster level, galactic level, galaxy cluster level, supergalactic level, and universal level. The classification of mechanical equipment is based on the level of wars the weapons participate in, rather than the magnitude of the weapon itself. For example, a star cluster level weapon cannot be compared to star cluster level forces. It can only be called a star cluster level weapon if it participates in battles between star cluster level forces. As for the mecha levels, they are divided into E, D, C, B, A, and S levels, each with different abilities and strengths. Demi will provide detailed introductions for each mecha, so I won't go into detail here. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, the figure's aura seemed to waver slightly. He appeared surprised by Su Ming's unexpected response, furrowing his brows in a mix of emotions. Su Ming slowly nodded, acknowledging that aside from the 5 years his mother was alive, the subsequent 11 years had been relentless. He had considered confessing his identity as an assassin but hesitated, not out of concern but because he felt it was his own burden to bear, not something to be shared as if making an accusation. When the figure in front of Su Ming heard the mention of his mother and death, his aura fluctuated violently. He instinctively took a step back, seemingly wanting to avoid the topic. In that moment, he wasn't the indomitable warrior, but rather a weary old man. However, he eventually saw the resolute and clear look in Su Ming's eyes, which helped calm his turbulent emotions. Somehow, he caught the faint scent of blood in the air and noticed the bloody footprints trailing behind the young man, feeling a wave of guilt wash over him. For years, he had been away fighting battles, barely aware of the situation at home, and now he was learning bits of it from Su Ming. His lips moved as if to speak, but he stopped himself. He was too proud a man to show any weakness, even in front of his own son. Ultimately, he chose to remain silent. Perhaps this pride was why he had driven Su Ming out of the Kellen family all those years ago. Pride, iron will, determination, and strength, these were his virtues and his flaws, often leading to regrettable impulsive decisions. In many ways, Su Ming mirrored these traits, both of them silent, proud, and resolute. The two fell into a contemplative silence. Come back to the Empire with me, the man finally said again, his tone no longer commanding but tinged with a plea. It was difficult for him to ask, making him feel extremely awkward, yet he desperately wanted Su Ming to return with him. Su Ming shook his head. I've been wanted in the Empire. Your warrant has been revoked, the man replied. And so has the plan to silence you, as well as the abduction incident. The dark domain is more dangerous than you think. Come back to the Empire with me. For a man of his status, repeating such a request was nearly unthinkable. Su Ming looked up at him, his emotions complex but unwavering as he shook his head again. I live well in the dark domain. No, Su Ming, the danger in the dark domain doesn't come from within, but from outside. Hearing this, a flicker of doubt crossed Su Ming's eyes. Do you know why the dark domain has always existed? A single apocalyptic level person with an armed force could wipe it out, yet it still stands. Buffer zone. Su Ming felt puzzled by the term. The figure nodded and slowly began to speak. The dark region lies on the fringes of human society. If any other civilization invades, the dark region will be the first to bear the brunt. Recently, the Void civilization seems to be making moves, and everyone, while on high alert, has turned their attention to the dark region. Although the dark region isn't strong, its role as a buffer zone against the Void civilization's invasion is irreplaceable. Hearing this, Su Ming was initially confused but soon had an epiphany. He realized that while there are indeed weaker beings in the dark region, it seems almost impossible to withstand the 5 cosmic nations. Despite the fact that ordinary star cluster level forces can easily conquer the dark region, it has continued to exist on the periphery of human society, which puzzled Su Ming. Now, hearing his father's explanation, Su Ming finally understood why the dark region was so special. People were treating it as cannon fodder? After learning this, Su Ming fell silent for a moment before resolutely stating, I might consider leaving the dark region, but for now, I want to stay here and train myself. The figure was none other than Su Ming's father, Kellen Clarence. After hearing Su Ming's words and seeing the determination in his son's eyes, he realized Su Ming's resolve. Feeling both proud and regretful, he said, "Training yourself is fine, but the dark region might not be the best place for it. You could go to the Eastern Alliance, where the strong gather and geniuses are abundant. If you want to meet the world's elite, the Eastern Alliance is the best choice." Su Ming pondered for a moment before nodding in understanding. Kellen Clarence saw the determination in his son's eyes and nodded inwardly. While the relationship between father and son couldn't become close immediately, many misunderstandings and barriers had been resolved, making their relationship less strained. Satisfied, Kellen Clarence allowed a small smile to appear on his face. He said softly, "They'll be leaving now." Then he added, "Remember, you have a home in the Empire, and an Imperial Apocalypse level backing you. If anyone gives you trouble, even if they are of Apocalypse level, tell me. I will make them regret it." Stunned by his father's words, Su Ming accepted a communicator. Kellen Clarence wasn't very good at expressing his feelings. After a somewhat awkward farewell to Su Ming, he hurried back to his battleship. The ship quickly powered up, soared into the sky, and disappeared into the horizon. Su Ming looked up at the departing vessel, a subtle smile in his eyes. He began to think that perhaps this old man wasn't so bad after all. Sorry, the author is quietly musing here. This scene is meant to reflect the emotional bond between father and son. Though the author knows that emotional scenes can be controversial, they have chosen to depict it anyway. Dami believes that a great novel needs emotional depth and can't be just cold, unfeeling battles. So, Dami has daringly added some emotional elements, hoping readers won't mind. The scene of the father and son meeting has played out repeatedly in Dami's mind, even haunting their nights. Dami has done their best, and if it comes off as awkward, please feel free to skip ahead and continue reading. The spaceship soared through the cosmos as Su Ming sat calmly in the pilot's seat. Everyone around him watched curiously. Suddenly, someone asked, "Leader, who was that person earlier?" Su Ming was momentarily taken aback, but quickly understood. The atmosphere aboard the spaceship turned gossipy as everyone speculated about the mysterious figure's identity. Su Ming smiled and said, "There's no need to dwell on it. We know what we need to know." The crowd looked disappointed at his response. Su Ming couldn't help but chuckle and shook his head. Suddenly, he remembered something and turned to Locke, saying, "The Empire has lifted our wanted status. We need to be prepared in case anything goes wrong in the Dark Zone, and we need to retreat to the Empire quickly." Locke was shocked and found it hard to believe. He knew that having the Empire lift a wanted status required significant influence and connections, and Su Ming had done it effortlessly. Did this mean he could move freely now? However, everyone had already established themselves in the Dark Zone, and even Locke had no intention of leaving Manting or the Dark Zone. He vaguely suspected that Su Ming had considerable power within the Empire, possibly even being the offspring of an influential figure. With such backing, he needed to seize the opportunity. Unfazed by Locke's thoughts, Su Ming calmly pointed to a planetary simulation map and said, "Now, let's go to these locations and eliminate the small operations." Over the next few days, Su Ming led the team across various star systems in the Dark Zone, ruthlessly destroying small gene drug manufacturing operations. Su Ming displayed a cold, ruthless side, showing no mercy. In just a few days, all the small operations in the Dark Zone were eradicated, leaving Manting as the sole remaining force in gene drug production. This gave Manting a monopoly on gene drugs in the Dark Zone. Sitting in his studio, Su Ming reviewed the gene drug orders sent by Locke and nodded lightly. These were orders from major forces, with the first batch numbering in the billions. Though this number seemed insignificant for the entire Dark Zone, as each habitable planet required a vast amount of gene drugs daily, and there were countless habitable planets in the Dark Zone. Manting's gene drugs were of high quality and easily sold beyond the Dark Zone. The major forces in the Dark Zone began to set their sights on other galactic nations, especially those with star-level status, where planets were scarce and lacked pharmaceutical technology, forcing them to buy. The Dark Zone forces could sell gene drugs to these nations. Orders worth billions might be trivial for major powers, but for Su Ming of Wanting, it was a massive challenge. At this moment, Su Ming was pacing anxiously through the gene therapy research building. He looked at Wang Ku with a face full of worry and asked, "Wang Ku, can we fulfill this order?" Su Ming knew well that an order of billions was an enormous challenge for Wanting. Even with the equipment from all the major factories, it would be difficult to meet the demand. Wang Ku looked at Su Ming and replied bitterly, "Brother Su Ming, even if I give it my all, the equipment tuning takes time. The quality of the equipment we've sourced from various places is inconsistent. This is already our fastest speed. At most, Wanting can produce 50 million gene therapies per day. Any more, and we'll be stretched too thin." Hearing this, Su Ming sighed. Knowing that even with a 50 profit margin on each gene therapy, this order would still represent an enormous fortune. He stepped out of the lab, filled with uncertainty, and muttered to himself, "We must expand. We must expand aggressively." Without hesitation, Su Ming dialed Walter's number. "Hello, Su Ming. What can I do for you?" Walter asked with a smile. Su Ming had become an important client for Walter, who knew how crucial Su Ming was and thus treated him with extra warmth. Su Ming began, "Brother Walter, do you have any planets for sale? I want to buy one to build a gene therapy factory." Walter choked on his drink, incredulous. "What? You want to buy a planet? You're not joking, are you?" Su Ming nodded seriously, indicating he was not joking. After a moment of contemplation, Walter responded, "All right, I can find a suitable planet for you in the Dark Zone and give you a quote when the time comes. Considering this billion-dollar order, I believe you can afford it." Walter was well aware of Su Ming's financial strength and the potential profits from this order. Buying a planet for Su Ming would not be a difficult task, provided there were no special requirements. Everything would proceed smoothly. After listening to Walter's advice, Su Ming felt a surge of determination and decided to build Wanting into a formidable research force. He meticulously noted down all the necessary gene therapy equipment, energy cubes, and other supplies, emphasizing that Wanting needed to conduct relevant research. Seeing Su Ming's resolve, Walter couldn't help but smile approvingly. He jokingly reminded Su Ming that in the Dark Zone, strength is always paramount. Su Ming gently touched the communicator his father had given him and confidently stated that Wanting would not seek trouble, but anyone who dared to provoke Wanting was courting death. His words were filled with confidence and determination, showcasing Su Ming's unwavering will and steadfast belief in Wanting. Wantung purchased a planet, and from that moment on, it was renamed Wantung Planet. Su Ming decided without hesitation to relocate the entire Wantung to this new planet. Now, their goal is to continuously expand, recruit new members, and increase the number of researchers and workers to boost production capacity. After sharing this vision with Locke, Su Ming, along with Warren, dove into the mechanical workshop of Wantung. To establish cooperative relationships with various factions, Su Ming took on orders to build more than 90 mechas from the bigwigs of each faction. Fortunately, despite the large number of orders, many of the mechas were of the same model. Lower-level mechas tend to have simpler, more standardized designs, meaning Su Ming only needed to learn about 10 new mecha models. Of course, Su Ming's assistance in assembling mechas for the factions of the Dark Domain was not without reward. In addition to receiving numerous mechanical parts and star coins, each faction also shared all their mechanical knowledge with Su Ming. Collectively, over 90 factions contributed to a staggering total of more than 700 distinct pieces of mechanical knowledge. What are these pieces of mechanical knowledge? They are categorized into several major groups, with each group containing numerous subcategories. Each subcategory involves a different field of knowledge, and only when combined do they form a complete major category. For example, mechanical blades include subcategories such as energy level enhancement, blade edge durability theory, and energy subcomponents. These various subcategories create a systematic knowledge framework, a treasure trove that could be highly profitable if sold on the market but was instead freely given to Su Ming by the factions. Faced with the mecha orders and the vast repository of mechanical knowledge stored in the intelligence system, Su Ming couldn't help but smile bitterly. This was a massive undertaking. While other mechanics struggled to find learning opportunities, Su Ming was troubled by the lack of time to study all this knowledge. Just then, the long-silent mecha warlord system suddenly issued a prompt. Beep, it has been detected that the host has acquired more than 500 subcategories of mechanical knowledge. Achievement unlocked. Piled high. Auto-learning function activated. Beep, the host can input mechanical knowledge into the system, and upon entering sleep mode, the system will transfer the knowledge to the host's brain for learning. The system's voice echoed in Su Ming's mind, and he was initially taken aback, but then overjoyed. System, can I learn and apply this knowledge in my dreams without having to read and understand it myself like the energy knowledge of humanoid civilizations? Beep, satisfaction guaranteed. The system's cold, emotionless voice seemed to mock Su Ming for doubting its capabilities. Hearing the system's assurance, Su Ming felt a surge of joy. The ability to learn knowledge in one's dreams is truly extraordinary and captivating. This would be especially beneficial for engineers and students, making their efforts much more effective. Su Ming was well aware of this, so he decided to input all the mechanical knowledge he had into the mechanical Wuzuan system. The system indicated that it was recording the 607th item, and Su Ming waited eagerly. This pace was much faster than his usual learning speed could master 5 items in an hour, which was beyond imagination. Su Ming had a thought. Perhaps he should collect some lower-level knowledge. Even though he was already a cluster-level engineer, there might be areas in surface-level and planetary-level mechanical knowledge that he was unfamiliar with. The progress and development of human society are vast and continuous, with countless wise individuals creating new knowledge at every stage. Even a master engineer might have gaps in lower-level knowledge. Why fill these gaps? Because the broader an engineer's knowledge, the deeper their foundation. Sometimes, seemingly insignificant knowledge can determine an engineer's potential. An engineer's foundation almost dictates their future achievements. Therefore, Su Ming was willing to learn as much basic knowledge as possible. He immediately contacted Walter. Su Ming asked, "Hey Walter, do you have any problems that need solving?" Walter was a bit puzzled. Su Ming had just gone to a new planet. Why was he reaching out so soon? Did something go wrong? Su Ming smiled and said, "Walter, can you help me gather some basic mechanical knowledge? The more varied and comprehensive, the better." Walter was a bit confused, not quite understanding Su Ming's intention. After all, Su Ming was already a cluster-level engineer. Why would he care about basic knowledge? But since Walter wasn't an engineer, he refrained from commenting and simply nodded, asking, "I can find tens of thousands of mechanical knowledge items, is that okay?" Su Ming was overjoyed and replied without hesitation, "Of course, the more the better." After hanging up the phone, Su Ming felt a surge of excitement. So far, no engineer had managed to learn over 10,000 basic knowledge items. Su Ming is a diligent learner with an exceptionally strong grasp of fundamental concepts. This solid foundation has given him remarkable expertise in the field of mechanics, to a near-legendary level. Despite achieving such impressive heights, Su Ming continues to harbor even greater dreams. He believes that if he can master tens of thousands, or even millions of fundamental concepts, his future will be boundless. This path of growth is filled with endless possibilities, making Su Ming excited and hopeful about what lies ahead. Each breakthrough fills him with joy, and every step forward strengthens his resolve. Su Ming understands that only through continuous learning and self-improvement can he maintain an unbeatable position in the field of mechanics. His heart burns with a thirst for knowledge and a passion for technology, a flame that drives him to keep moving forward and surpassing himself. In the future, he aspires to become an even more outstanding master of mechanics, showcasing his limitless potential and possibilities. Wantang is currently in a phase of rapid growth, standing out in the black domain and being hailed as a symbol of immense wealth. Every day, hundreds of millions of gene serums are produced by Wantang and swiftly distributed to various factions within the black domain. Normally, such a powerful entity might arouse considerable apprehension, but in the black domain, the affluent Wantang serves as a stabilizing anchor for all factions. At the inception of Wantang's rise, Su Ming decisively chose to share a portion of the profits with other factions, making Wantang a unique presence in the black domain. Recently, the atmosphere within Wantang has been filled with joy and laughter, and the shareholders are in high spirits. Wantang is like a money tree, helping various factions earn substantial profits, much to everyone's delight. Su Ming is highly confident in Wantang's future, even preparing for an apocalyptic-level summoning if needed. "Warren, is the power arm ready? Bring it over," Su Ming said to Warren, standing beside him, after assembling the machine body in front of him. "Coming right up." "Freshly assembled power arm," Warren replied with a smile, as he handed the newly assembled power arm to Su Ming. Over the past period, Warren had been assisting Su Ming in assembling various mech components. Although he had yet to independently complete a class mech, his mechanical skills had advanced rapidly under Su Ming's guidance. Warren's progress was evident, as assembling E-class mechs had become a breeze for him, and he had even crafted an E-class mech for himself. With Su Ming's heavy workload, he invited Warren to collaborate, and their seamless cooperation allowed them to complete tasks that would have otherwise taken months. Looking at the mechs piled up in the workshop, Su Ming nodded in satisfaction. These mechs, if sold, would undoubtedly fetch a high price. However, they were all prepared for the major bosses of Wantang and would bring significant future profits for the company. Su Ming installed the power arm on the last mech, which emitted a crisp sound and unleashed powerful energy. Su Ming and Warren exchanged a glance, their shared joy evident. "The last one. After a month of hard work, we can finally take a breather. Go inform the others to deliver these mechs to the bosses of Wantang. Then let's take a well-deserved 2-day break," Su Ming said to Warren with a smile. Warren helped assemble the mech, and Su Ming paid him accordingly. He would never take advantage of Warren's help without offering something in return. This is Su Ming's principle. He believes his people should enjoy greater benefits. Within the Mantang organization, Su Ming built a vitality pool to help gene warriors enhance their physical energy and maintain peak condition. Training in this pool significantly accelerates energy improvement, almost equivalent to 3 days of training for others. Su Ming's initial purpose for building the pool was to meet his own training needs and to serve as a reward and incentive for attracting talent to Mantang. Each member can use the pool for 3 hours every week, with additional rewards for those who perform meritorious deeds. Of course, the pool is not cheap. Besides the construction costs, the daily operation and replenishment of the vitality fluid amount to a staggering 3 million star coins. However, Su Ming no longer cares about these expenses. He has come to deeply appreciate the joys of being wealthy and has even installed a private vitality pool in his residence, indulging in it daily without hesitation. He thinks to himself, "I can lack anything, but not money." With this pool, Mantang's development is set to accelerate rapidly, and the training speed of its members will soon surpass that of other factions in the Black Domain. Over time, It is expected that Mantang will gradually outpace these other forces. Watching Warren's departing figure, Su Ming closed the door and comfortably settled into the vitality pool. The intelligent voice prompt asked, "Please set the level and concentration of the vitality fluid." Su Ming smiled and replied, "Level 7, concentration 100. The system responded, calculating the cost to fill the vitality pool. "The estimated cost is 18 million star coins per day. Would you like to proceed?" Su Ming waved his hand dismissively. "No problem. Go ahead." He didn't care about such trivial amounts of money. The concentration for the members' pool is around 30, with an average of level 4 fluid, keeping the daily cost at 3 million star coins. But Su Ming's pool is different. Though smaller in scale, its concentration remains at 100, using level 7 fluid, which skyrockets the cost to 18 million star coins daily. Higher concentration and level bring better results and faster training speed. Combined with the system's star points exchange training, Su Ming has achieved remarkable progress during this period. After a month of training and investment, Su Ming's physical energy soared from 24,000 to 47,000, elevating his gene level to that of a level 7 gene warrior. After much effort and exploration, Su Ming's mind underwent a remarkable transformation, skyrocketing from 25,000 to an astonishing 49,000. This breakthrough filled him with immense joy and pride. Now, Su Ming's attribute panel showcases his incredible abilities. His physical energy level stands at 47,000, his brain domain energy level is an impressive 49,000, his gene lock is unlocked to level 7, his body activity is at 100, his body strengthening level is at 5, and he possesses 10,000 starlight points. Additionally, his mechanical knowledge has reached 37,000, and he controls 1,100 starlight points. Su Ming is like an unstoppable force, and his growth and progress are truly admirable. Through continuous exploration and learning, his abilities have greatly improved, revealing boundless potential and possibilities. This vibrant and intelligent young man is destined to create a brilliant future for himself. Su Ming finally found time to assess his progress in cultivation. He examined his status panel, and his gaze ultimately settled on his body refinement level. For Su Ming, this was crucial. Over the past month, he had been preoccupied with assembling mechs and hadn't focused on advancing his body refinement level due to the lack of combat. However, at that moment, Su Ming realized he needed to continue improving this aspect. He decided to request the system to enhance his body refinement level. Upon confirmation, a surge of intense starlight energy flooded into his body. He let out a soft hum, feeling every inch of his skin and flesh undergoing a transformation. The active agents in the vitality pool were rapidly absorbed into his body, causing the once milky solution to turn transparent. The vitality pool issued a prompt. Liquid concentration has dropped to 64. Replenish concentration? Without hesitation, Su Ming chose to replenish it. He felt a deep-seated power within him awakening as the starlight energy and active agents were greedily absorbed, making his body more resilient and powerful. Despite his lean and well-proportioned physique, no one would consider him weak. Rather, they would sense the explosive power hidden within him. As his body emitted crackling sounds, Su Ming exhaled in relief, realizing that his body refinement was complete, and his physical strength had been enhanced once again. His body refinement had reached level 6, with the next level requiring 50,000 starlight points. Although he initially intended to raise his body refinement to level 7 to match his genetic level, the required 50,000 starlight points and his current 27,000 starlight points made him reconsider. Despite not reaching level 7, the transformation brought by level 6 elevated his body's energy level to 50,000 points. At this point, Su Ming's maximum starlight point capacity seemed to have increased from 1,000 to 2,000 points. Coupled with his mech, he now seemed capable of unleashing the energy and power of a level 9 genetic warrior. Su Ming breathed a sigh of relief, feeling an unprecedented comfort. He closed his eyes and slowly leaned back into the vitality pool, drifting off to sleep. This was a common practice for him. While he slept, the active components in the vitality pool would be absorbed, and the system would also upload knowledge into his mind, allowing him to acquire new information in his dreams. Morning light streamed into the room, awakening Su Ming's slumbering mind. He opened his eyes and realized that dozens of new pieces of mechanical knowledge had been added to his brain. These insights felt like a magical gift, etched deep into his mind, surpassing even what he had learned on his own. Su Ming felt a sense of fulfillment and joy. As his knowledge continued to grow, his mechanical theories became more refined, and the range of mechanical devices he could create expanded. Scanning his communication devices, he saw messages of gratitude from various factions in the Black Domain. These messages were filled with politeness, making it hard to believe they came from notorious bandits. The status of a mechanic was held in such high regard that Su Ming had become a cornerstone for these factions by crafting their mechs. Without maintaining a good relationship with Su Ming, they would have to seek help from other mechanics, resulting in either inferior mech performance or their mechs being shelved. Experiencing the power of growth and witnessing a broader world, these factions were unwilling to revert to their former weak states. They almost wanted to keep Su Ming by their side, ready to tune their mechs at any moment. This relationship solidified Su Ming's position in the Black Domain. Everything was progressing smoothly, and Wantong was rapidly developing. Su Ming found himself deep in thought. Wantong was now very stable, with minimal dangers and risks, allowing for steady growth. Perhaps he no longer needed to be personally stationed there. A flicker of something crossed Su Ming's eyes as he began to consider whether it might be time to venture out and see the world. Of course, he wouldn't be gone for too long, just a temporary departure. After all, staying in one place for too long, and with nearly all of Wantong's mechanical knowledge explored, he thought that outside experiences might be beneficial. As for where to go, Su Ming had already chosen a destination during previous conversations with his elderly father. Su Ming stood up, not rushing to make a decision, and walked into the dark room where the mineral box was kept. He entered the room, and the humanoid creature inside the mineral box opened its eyes and looked at him. What happened? The humanoid creature asked slowly. Su Ming smiled, grabbed a chair, and sat in front of the mineral box. He didn't open the box. There was no need for face-to-face communication since they could talk normally. Brother, I'm planning to leave here, Su Ming said with a smile. Over time, Su Ming had visited this humanoid creature multiple times. After confirming that Su Ming had absorbed their civilization's knowledge, the creature would impart more related information each time. Their interactions had made them quite familiar with each other. Hearing Su Ming's words, the humanoid creature seemed somewhat surprised. When Su Ming announced that he was about to leave, he looked at his friends in front of him and gave them a warm smile. Gently, he reassured them, "Don't worry, I'll keep my promise. Although I have to be away for a while and might not return promptly. Could you do me a favor?" Su Ming paused for a moment, then humbly made a request that he himself felt was somewhat audacious. "Could you share some of your civilization's precious knowledge with me before I go?" Su Ming sat inside the faintly red crystal, intently examining the humanoid creature in front of him. The creature noticed the serious expression on Su Ming's face, which betrayed his focused attitude, as if he were discussing something important. After a moment of silence, the humanoid creature suddenly spoke, with a hint of skepticism. "Are all humans this shameless?" Su Ming coughed awkwardly and tried to explain. "Although this request may seem excessive, considering that I will be leaving here soon and might not see you for a long time, why not share your civilization's knowledge with me in advance? Whether sooner or later, what difference does it make to you? Maybe once I learn to control the passage, I can release you earlier." A slight blush appeared on Su Ming's face, and he felt a bit embarrassed. The humanoid creature remained silent within the crystal for a while, then looked up at Su Ming, lost in thought. An awkward atmosphere filled the air, making things feel a bit tense. After a moment, the humanoid creature finally nodded and sighed. "All right, I can tell you everything you want to know, but can you give me a definite timeline for my release?" Su Ming pondered for a moment before replying, 2 years. "I'll release you in 2 years." The humanoid creature murmured, 2 years. In human society, the way time was measured differed from Su Ming's previous life on Earth. They calculated time with 25 hours in a day. Therefore, 2 years amounted to 365 extra hours compared to Earth time. The advantage of this exchange was that Su Ming only needed to say 2 years without explaining the specific time span in detail. The concept of time seamlessly integrated into their communication, and the humanoid creature immediately understood the duration of 2 years. After thinking it over, he nodded in agreement. "All right, 2 years isn't too long. I accept." Hearing the humanoid creature's response, Su Ming was overjoyed. Immediately, he felt a vast amount of information flooding into his mind. This information contained the energy knowledge of the humanoid creature's society, complex and extensive, almost giving Su Ming a headache as if his memory capacity were insufficient. Fortunately, Su Ming was a brain domain developer, and part of his brain had been developed, so despite the complexity of the information, he was able to store it. While receiving the information from the humanoid creature, Su Ming simultaneously synchronized this knowledge to the Mech Awakens system. The system prompted, "Host uploading information. Category energy, information level low tier." After confirming the upload was complete, Su Ming used his brain domain ability to clear this portion of information. This operation was like cleaning his brain, and with the system's learning function, there was no need to keep this information in his mind, which would otherwise make Su Ming feel uneasy. If anyone were observing at that moment, they would be surprised to see Su Ming staring blankly ahead, as if in a daze, with a vacant look in his eyes. He maintained this state for over half an hour. Even conveying such complex information through data streams took them nearly an hour. After half an hour, the humanoid creature inside the crystal finally breathed a sigh of relief, with a look of intense fatigue in his eyes. It was truly exhausting. Transmitting such intricate information left him feeling utterly drained. Despite the humanoid creature's abilities, the continuous half-hour information transfer had left him exhausted. He opened his eyes and saw Su Ming still in a daze, seemingly not yet out of this state. He suddenly realized that this young man had probably integrated all the information and knowledge into their civilization's storage system. However, he shook his head. Although he had imparted a great deal of information to the boy, he had withheld the most crucial, core knowledge about their civilization. Even though they were quite familiar with each other, keeping some information on civilization's essence and heritage was prudent. Su Ming vaguely sensed that the humanoid creature had held something back. Nonetheless, the knowledge he had shared was already enough to make Su Ming excited and delighted. This information was at least 100 years ahead of human society's energy knowledge. Gaining this knowledge was already fulfilling for him. As for the core knowledge and heritage of the humanoid creature's civilization, it was understandable that he chose not to disclose it. The system notification sounded. Host has uploaded a total of 43,000 knowledge items on energy, including 30,000 basic items, 10,000 intermediate items, 3,000 advanced items, and 2 divine items. The host currently understands basic knowledge and a few intermediate items. Currently, 31,000 knowledge items are available for learning, while the remaining 12,000 items will be stored until the host's comprehension ability improves. Hearing this, Su Ming felt a bit puzzled. Why did it seem like the system was underestimating his comprehension ability? However, he indeed couldn't grasp some of the advanced knowledge at the moment. Learning advanced knowledge required a solid foundation and extensive practice. Only through thorough understanding and application could one gradually comprehend advanced knowledge. For Su Ming, there was no rush. With the system in place, he could first master the basic knowledge and then move on to advanced topics. He told the system, "Let me focus on energy-related knowledge for now. Put the other knowledge on hold temporarily." Su Ming had purchased nearly 30,000 items of mechanical knowledge from Walter, all stored in the system. Currently, the system had only allowed him to study 800 items, adding to the 300 he had previously learned, making a total of 1,100 items. There was still a large portion of knowledge yet to be explored. However, Su Ming developed a strong interest in energy-related knowledge. He firmly believed that mastering this type of knowledge would significantly enhance his combat abilities. Driven by a desire to uncover the mysteries of energy, his curiosity about the unknown was matched only by his inner longing for power. To him, knowledge was like a sharp weapon that could help him remain undefeated on the battlefield. With unwavering determination, he embarked on a journey to explore the secrets of energy. Fueled by his thirst for knowledge and pursuit of strength, Su Ming was confident that he would find his own brilliance in this uncharted territory. Just as Su Ming was requesting knowledge about energy from the humanoid civilization, a spaceship was speeding through a distant starfield beyond the Black Domain. This spaceship was the one carrying Walter. At that moment, Walter was seated inside, humming a tune with a cheerful heart. He was secretly delighted. He had finally found a buyer. The minerals he had hijacked earlier had been handed over to a friend on the black market for sale. Today, his friend had sent word that the mineral veins had been successfully sold, earning a substantial amount of star coins. These star coins filled Walter with confidence about the future. Investments and business expansions were now within reach. As Walter stared at the increasing numbers in his account, he was astonished and couldn't help but wonder about the buyer's identity. The other party chuckled softly and said in a low voice, "Mr. Walter, the rules of the black market are strict. You can't casually inquire about customer information." Walter let out an awkward laugh and apologized. "I'm sorry, that was out of line." As a businessman, he knew it was taboo to pry into customers' privacy, but his curiosity had gotten the better of him this time. The other party lowered their voice further and continued, "Mr. Walter, we're not strangers. Let me tell you who the buyer is." Walter perked up and asked curiously, "Who is it?" "It's not an individual. Based on their behavior patterns, it seems to be someone from the Donglin Galactic Empire." Upon hearing this, Walter suddenly understood. The Donglin Galactic Empire was a galaxy-level empire. While its power didn't match that of the colossal universal empires, it was stronger than cluster-level forces. After hanging up the phone, Walter's expression turned serious. The Donglin Galactic Empire had significant ambitions. Secretly acquiring the empire's minerals was clearly a move to rapidly expand its national strength. It seemed that the Donglin Galactic Empire had some grand plans in the near future. Walter shook his head. These minerals had nothing to do with him. He was just a businessman. As long as the money was right, nothing else mattered. However, Walter was unaware that among the minerals he received was a faintly red radioactive crystal, buried deep within the mineral crate. As a businessman, he never opened the crates to inspect the minerals himself. He only needed to know the types and values of the minerals inside. These minerals emitted strong radiation, which Walter preferred to avoid. Therefore, he used a mineral tester to check the types of minerals in the crate, but overlooked the faintly red crystal. He didn't even know it existed in the crate. Similarly, Su Ming was also in the dark. The humanoid creatures had told Su Ming that the faintly red crystal in his possession sealed the last survivor of their civilization. However, Even the humanoid creatures didn't realize that the faintly red crystal cut from Walter's mineral analyzer had ended up in Walter's crate. Upon hearing this, Su Ming mistakenly believed that there was no faintly red crystal in Walter's crate and did not verify it. As a result, the crystal was sold by Walter to the Eastern Galaxy Nation, the Black Domain, and Wanton. At this moment, the key figures of Wanton had gathered, all eyes on Su Ming, their expressions filled with surprise. "Are you leaving the Black Domain?" they asked in astonishment. Su Ming smiled and replied, "I am not abandoning Wanton. I just want to go out and gain some experience. I'll be back after a while. This place will always be my base." Hearing Su Ming's response, everyone exchanged glances, feeling a bit taken aback. It was a critical time for Wanton's rapid development, and Su Ming's departure, even if temporary, left them feeling a bit uneasy. "Do you have any plans?" Su Ming asked with a smile. "Wanton is currently very stable, so there's no need to worry. I will keep an eye on the situation, and all major forces are supporting our development. Everything is fine, rest assured." The people present were all senior members of Wanton, the core figures. If anyone wanted to venture out like Su Ming, he wouldn't stop them. After listening to Su Ming, Locke thought for a moment and then smiled. Wanton cannot be without a manager. "If you leave, I am willing to take on the responsibility of managing and staying behind to help with development." Su Ming nodded. Locke had always played the role of a steward. Besides combat skills, his other abilities were also outstanding. The orderly state of Wanton was closely tied to Locke's capabilities. Knowing that Locke would stay in the Black Domain, Su Ming felt reassured. Wang Ku is a tech-savvy introvert who specializes in research. The Mantang Corporation provided them with ample resources and funding to continue their work, so he decided without hesitation to stay in the Dark Zone. Over time, Mantang's factory operations gradually stabilized, allowing Wang Ku and the other researchers to enjoy a bit of free time. Su Ming generously provided substantial research funding, enabling them to delve deeper into the study of superpower gene serums. Wang Ku and his colleagues felt immensely satisfied, as the funding Su Ming provided far exceeded what they had received in the Lost Alliance, making their decision to remain in the Dark Zone an easy one. Su Ming smiled and nodded, then turned to Warren. Warren met Su Ming's gaze, hesitated for a moment, and finally spoke slowly. "Su Ming, I've decided to go out and gain some experience as well." Upon hearing Warren's decision, Su Ming and the others were somewhat surprised. Warren was usually introverted, preferring to delve into mechanical knowledge on his own, a bit of a recluse. By now, Mantang had accumulated a vast amount of mechanical knowledge, and if Warren wished, he could access it. However, this required Warren to contribute to Mantang's mechanical repair achievements in exchange for that knowledge. Staying at Mantang would undoubtedly elevate Warren's mechanical skills. Su Ming had originally thought Warren would continue to stay at Mantang, relentlessly honing his mechanical expertise. But Warren's proposal to leave Mantang and seek experience elsewhere caught Su Ming off guard. Seeing the surprised expressions on everyone's faces, Warren quickly explained that while Mantang had an abundance of mechanical knowledge, truly exceptional mechanics were rare. With Su Ming's departure, they would lose an outstanding mechanic, making it difficult for Warren to learn from top experts. Therefore, he wanted to leave the Black Domain and head to the Liming Mechanical Association to witness the prowess of top-tier mechanics firsthand. After listening to Warren's explanation, a flash of realization crossed Su Ming's eyes, and he felt a sense of relief. Su Ming and Warren shared a mentor-student relationship, as well as a friendship, learning from each other and assembling mechanical equipment together. Seeing Warren with a clear goal now, Su Ming couldn't help but nod in agreement. A mechanic understands another mechanic best. Su Ming knew that Warren's decision to leave the Black Domain was not without reason. The Black Domain had always been a haven for criminals, and even skilled individuals found it hard to gain societal recognition if they had a criminal record. Consequently, the Black Domain rarely housed truly high-level mechanics, which was not conducive to a mechanic's growth. While knowledge was important, so was vision. Like an art painting, technical skill and aesthetic appreciation go hand in hand. The two complement each other, and vision is the foundation of a mechanic's innovation. Without it, a mechanic becomes rigid. Only by seeing more advanced mechanics and understanding their ideas and creativity can one expand their horizons and assemble exceptional mechs. Additionally, the Liming Mechanical Association, where Warren planned to go, was a cosmopolitan entity, absolutely neutral in human society. The association had vast territories, equivalent to the size of 5-star systems. It was a sanctuary for mechanics from various nations, gathering numerous top experts, including members from the 5 major cosmic nations. Liming was the first researcher in human society to propose the concept of a mechanic, leading humanity into the second cosmic era. Despite the limitations of early medical and genetic technologies, lifespans remain finite, and people inevitably fade into the annals of history. To eternally commemorate Lin Ming, human society established a neutral organization of mechanics known as the Lin Ming Mechanics Association. This association serves as a purely research-focused cosmic sanctuary and a spiritual home for all mechanics. Warren decided to visit the Lin Ming Mechanics Association, eager to meet numerous outstanding mechanics and absorb their wisdom and experience. He paused, his gaze shifting to Su Ming, and directed his next words specifically at him. Su Ming, I've thought it over carefully. I'm not cut out for combat. Although I have enough strength, I get nervous and perform poorly once I get involved in battles. Su Ming was slightly taken aback by Warren's honesty, vaguely guessing what would come next. As expected, Warren continued, therefore, I plan to become a non-combat mechanic, dedicating myself entirely to the research of mechanical technology. Otherwise, in this lifetime, from any perspective, I won't be able to keep up with you. Warren had always seen Su Ming as his benchmark, dreaming of one day catching up to him in some field. However, he was both astonished and disheartened to realize that despite Su Ming spending most of his time in battle or training, his extensive mechanical knowledge was truly impressive. Warren had never imagined that there could be someone growing so rapidly and flawlessly in all aspects, making him feel immensely pressured. The gap between him and Su Ming widened, with Su Ming's mastery of mechanical knowledge already far ahead. Soon, Warren realized he needed a clear plan for his future. Whether focusing on combat or the mechanical field, he had to make a choice. Otherwise, with his talent, he might fail to excel in either and end up mediocre. Su Ming glanced at Warren and slowly nodded. Indeed, Warren was not suited for combat. Becoming a non-combat mechanic focused on the mechanical field might be the most suitable path for him. Moreover, focusing on mechanics didn't mean Warren's cognitive level wouldn't improve. He still had the potential to become an apocalyptic in the future. Su Ming knew of a non-combat apocalyptic in the Empire who, despite not being skilled in combat, assembled the Mechs for nearly 60 of the apocalyptic warriors and established an invincible defense system in the Empire. This defense system had withstood attacks from over a dozen apocalyptic warriors without a scratch, even rendering 2 warriors powerless before it. This battle made the non-combat apocalyptic mechanic famous, earning him the title Shield of the Empire. Su Ming didn't have high expectations for Warren's future. He hoped to achieve breakthroughs in mechanical technology, particularly in the defense systems and other mechanical assemblies for Wantong's future. Su Ming nodded, then stood up with a smile on his face and decisively said, It's decided. Warren will go to the Lin Ming Mechanical Association, while I will head to the Donglin Alliance. Su Ming paused for a moment, gazing at the sky, filled with anticipation for what lay ahead. In the vast emptiness of the universe, a spaceship suddenly appeared, swiftly traversing the space and entering this star region. The ship sped through with impressive velocity, its exterior exuding an air of opulence, clearly indicating its owner's immense wealth. Inside the spaceship, Su Ming lay quietly with his eyes closed, immersed in a rejuvenating liquid. This spaceship was custom-built for him, equipped with all necessary facilities, including a workstation, a gravity training room, a private rejuvenation pool, and various entertainment options. Although Su Ming wasn't particularly interested in these recreational amenities, the designer, Walter, thoughtfully included them. The spaceship's luxurious appearance came at a high price, but despite the cost, Su Ming purchased it without much hesitation. An electronic voice sounded, inquiring whether to stop for rest in the Imperial Star region. Su Ming opened his eyes and asked about the remaining energy reserves of the spaceship to ensure they could reach the next supply station. After receiving the confirmation, he decided to continue flying to the supply planet in the Donglin cosmic state, avoiding the bureaucratic hassle of the Empire. Su Ming's spaceship had left the Black Domain 3 days ago, and still had some distance to cover before reaching the Donglin Alliance, requiring multiple space jumps. Though the spaceship was luxurious, its spatial technology couldn't compare to his father's warship, and the journey to the Donglin Alliance was estimated to take 2 weeks. Determined to make the most of this time, Su Ming decided to study energy-related knowledge and experiment with different mechanical assembly techniques. Despite his father's remarks about the Donglin Alliance being full of geniuses, Su Ming remained steadfast in his pursuit, striving to improve his skills and achieve breakthroughs by the time he reached his destination. The spaceship accelerated, soon entering a space jump, and vanished into the void. However, Su Ming was completely unaware of the major event unfolding in the Donglin Universe Nation, where he was heading. On the capital planet, Telling, 2 gene warriors arrived at a factory carrying 2 large crates. This factory, officially run by the Donglin Universe Nation, specialized in producing military mechanical equipment. After setting down the crates, one of the gene warriors said with a smile, "We bought these minerals on the black market at a great expense. But with these minerals, we can manufacture a lot of mechanical equipment." The other gene warrior looked at the crates and whispered, "There's no way these minerals were obtained through normal channels. They might be." Before he could finish, a vacuum-level powerhouse suddenly appeared before them and shouted, "Silence." The aura of this powerhouse was overwhelmingly strong. The gene warriors were startled and broke out in a cold sweat, realizing the urgency of the situation. They were relieved they hadn't said more. as mentioning the Empire could have cost them their lives. The Donglin Universe Nation absolutely did not want the Empire to know they were purchasing minerals from the black market. Heeding the warning, the Gene Warriors nervously expressed their compliance. After the powerhouse ordered them to leave, he sent the minerals into the factory. A few hours later, when the factory's mechanics were inventorying the minerals, they discovered an unidentified mineral in one of the crates. A mechanic exclaimed, "This pale red crystal's energy far exceeds that of the other minerals. It's unbelievable." Other mechanics gathered around, watching the energy readings of the special crystal on the screen. They were astonished to find that this mineral was so unique it couldn't be scanned or identified. It might be an entirely new mineral, potentially opening up many unknown fields of exploration. One of the mechanics excitedly suggested, "Let's take out this pale red crystal and study it thoroughly." Following the recommendation of the mechanic, other colleagues immediately developed a keen interest in the crystal. After all, discovering a new mineral has become exceedingly rare in the realm of human scientific exploration. Nearly all naturally occurring elements and minerals in the universe have already been identified by humankind. Each time an unprecedented mineral is found, it signifies the dawn of a new revolution in human society. Whether for everyday use, military applications, or medical purposes, such a mineral holds immense potential and benefits. The high-energy index emitted by this crystal made the mechanics realize that it could lead to entirely new fields of application. If fully developed and utilized, the mechanics who discovered it could be immortalized in human history, with their names forever etched in the annals. So-and-so discovered the XX crystal in a certain year, sparking a monumental shift in human society. The thought of such glory and achievement filled the mechanics with excitement. One of the mechanics voiced his concern, "Shouldn't we report this to our superiors? After all, unknown minerals may pose certain risks." There was that incident where uncontrolled energy within a mineral caused an entire planet's destruction. Hearing this, the surrounding mechanics displayed a hint of disdain. One of them mocked, "Wang Dong, if you're scared, you can leave and report to the higher-ups. Our achievements won't disappear because of it. Even if we make it into the history books, it won't just be a few of us. We should handle this discreetly. Let's thoroughly research this crystal first, and then present our findings at the Mechanics Academic Forum. Reporting to the superiors after everything is ready will have a completely different impact." The mechanics were so captivated by the newly discovered crystal that anyone with doubts was swept away by the collective enthusiasm. Wang Dong hesitated for a moment, but then a determined look flashed in his eyes. He bit his lip and firmly declared, "All right, we'll do it your way. We'll start the research first, and then consider reporting to the higher-ups." Upon hearing his words, the other mechanics gave him approving looks. Someone praised, "Wang Dong has really grasped the moment." Once the decision was made, the mechanics began using radiation isolation equipment to extract the pale red crystal from the mineral box. They then donned radiation suits and entered the radiation isolation zone. "This crystal is stunning," one mechanic exclaimed, gazing intently at the crystal as if beholding a rare beauty. To the mechanics, an unknown crystal was far more captivating than any beautiful woman. One of the mechanics reached out, gently touching the crystal through the radiation suit, causing ripples to form on its surface. The energy waves emanating from these ripples thrilled the mechanics. However, they were unaware that, amidst the energy fluctuations, there was a subtle, almost imperceptible ripple. This crystal seemed to possess its own vitality, far more than just an inanimate stone. If Su Ming were here, he would undoubtedly stop the actions of these engineers at all costs. This faintly red crystal wasn't an ordinary biological entity, but was filled with a mysterious crystalline substance, its exterior clear and translucent, yet devoid of any life forms. Despite this, the crystal continued to emit energy waves, indicating the presence of some form of crystalline consciousness. However, Su Ming was completely unaware of what was happening in the factory. He was currently en route to the Donglin Galactic Nation, blissfully ignorant. The engineers were visibly excited, repeatedly touching the crystal to feel the ripples of energy emanating from it, which filled them with exhilaration. The crystal's energy reaction was intense yet stable, making it an ideal material for crafting powerful weapons of war. It held immense military value. One engineer began to analyze it softly. The others exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Each of them sensed that this crystal had unique properties, exhibiting a strong and active energy response while maintaining an exceptionally stable structure. The thought of utilizing it for firearms and propulsion systems thrilled them. It would undoubtedly have a significant impact. The engineers grew increasingly excited. This mineral's suitability for military applications promised enormous wealth. Compared to civilian and medical uses, the profits in the military sector were obvious. "Oh my gosh! Look! I've discovered another characteristic of this crystal," one engineer suddenly exclaimed. The others turned their surprised gazes toward him. They watched as he placed his hand on the crystal, and over time, his hand seemed to slowly merge into it. The crystal behaved like a non-Newtonian fluid, remaining solid under normal conditions, but gradually allowing objects to penetrate it with gentle pressure. Witnessing this, the other engineers, curious, followed suit and placed their hands on the crystal. Sure enough, over time, their hands and radiation suits began to merge into the crystal. They shouted in amazement, like children finding a precious toy. All right, enough playing around. Let's test the energy index and stability of this crystal with our instruments first, and then we can study its other properties, one engineer said with a smile, preparing to withdraw his hand from the crystal. Suddenly, his pupils contracted as he realized his arm, which had merged with the crystal, had gone numb. How is this possible? The man was filled with terror. Everyone had been carefully touching the mysterious crystal while wearing radiation suits, so how could his arm suddenly go numb? A foreboding sense of dread gripped his heart as he desperately tried to pull his hand away from the crystal. No matter how hard he struggled, his hand wouldn't budge. Instead, it uncontrollably moved deeper into the crystal, filling him with unprecedented fear. A mechanic's face was filled with terror, his eyes reflecting sheer despair. His mouth gaped open as he let out a hoarse, panicked scream. The mechanic next to him heard the sound and instinctively turned his head, trying to pull out a crystal he was holding, but to no avail. These mechanics were not skilled fighters. Their physical abilities were only comparable to 4th or 5th level gene warriors, insignificant to the crystal. As the crystal gradually reawakened, it began to consume them. They struggled desperately, their faces etched with fear. One mechanic looked hopelessly at the alarm button nearby, but his hands were trapped within the crystal, making it unreachable. In their panic, they realized the crisis was imminent. A mechanic felt the uncontrollable fear spreading rapidly to his shoulder. They needed to act quickly, or the next moment would be fatal. One mechanic, horrified, saw part of his arm disappear, merging into the pale red crystal, which seemed to gain more power, accelerating its consumption. They convulsed as their bodies twitched, their eyes dimming and consciousness fading. The crystal's erosion spread to their brains, stripping them of their ability to think. As the mechanics were consumed one by one, the crystal appeared to regain some strength, transforming into a liquid form and then shaping into a human-like figure made of pale red crystal. This crystal being looked like a sculptor's masterpiece, entirely translucent. If any survivors were present, they would be astonished to find that this crystal being bore a striking resemblance to one of the mechanics. He opened his eyes, a glint of intelligence shining within, and uttered a few common human words. Donglin, Cosmic Nation, Unknown, Civilization, Humanity, Machinery, 5 Cosmic Nations. He seemed like a newly activated robot, striving to learn about human society. This is simply unbelievable. The thoughts and perceptions of those previous mechanics were gradually absorbed by this crystal being, integrating into its own consciousness. Before long, it seemed to grow familiar with this new understanding. Its gaze no longer confused, and its speech becoming more fluent. Having slept for so long, it discovered a human civilization. It muttered to itself, "This is my civilization. By absorbing human wisdom, it will become even stronger. Now, I need to convey this message to my companions." It paused, a hint of contemplation in its eyes, and then displayed a very human-like expression of regret. "Unfortunately, I can only absorb superficial knowledge and cannot acquire deeper wisdom. I still know nothing about the power of mechanics and mechas." After thorough consideration, the crystal being made a decision, splitting off a part of itself to transform into the mechanic previously known as Wang Dong. After the split, its aura weakened somewhat, but it paid no mind and turned to another crystal being, saying, "You return and lead our civilization here. I will stay and test the strength of human civilization." The split crystal being hesitated for a moment, then nodded and liquefied, swiftly opening the isolation shield ahead and leaving the scene in a flash. Once the split part had left, the main crystal's body suddenly erupted with immense power. It began to expand continuously, absorbing everything it touched into itself. As the expansion continued and more material was absorbed, its aura grew increasingly powerful. This energy fluctuation was quickly detected by the Donglin Cosmic Nation. A powerful individual stared wide-eyed at the monitor, showing a faint red crystal, utterly astonished. "What is this thing?" The crystal had already expanded to a diameter of several kilometers, and as it continued to devour material, its size kept increasing. Another expert from the Donglin Cosmic Nation spoke coldly, "Level 1 danger. Classify it as an unknown cosmic crisis. Level 1 confidentiality. Investigate the crystal's origin, study its properties, and attempt to collect samples. If that's not possible, evacuate the populace and deploy mechs to attack. Use the annihilation cannon to destroy the crystal." The high-ranking officials watched the crystal voraciously devour the surrounding material, their eyes filled with solemnity. Trilon Planet, as one of the capitals of the Donglin Galactic State, holds significant political and economic importance. If Trilon Planet were to suffer severe damage, it would be a catastrophic blow to the entire Donglin Galactic State. Therefore, the Donglin Galactic State has taken decisive and resolute actions to ensure national security without hesitation. In this perilous time, the inhabitants of Trilon Planet have shown remarkable resilience and bravery. They have united as one, resisting the invasion of external enemies with unwavering determination to defend their homeland. Each person has performed their duties with selfless dedication, demonstrating a strong national spirit and the power of unity. Faced with the enemy's provocations, the Donglin Galactic State chose not to retreat but to confront the challenges head-on, firmly defending their dignity and territory. They have displayed formidable combat strength and an unyielding will, making the enemy realize that they will not be easily conquered. The fate of Trilon Planet is crucial to the safety of the entire Donglin Galactic State, so everyone carries a sense of mission and responsibility to protect their homeland. Through their actions, they embody loyalty and courage, contributing to the peace and stability of the nation. In this life-and-death struggle, they have shown fearless courage and steadfast belief, earning precious time and opportunities for the Donglin Galactic State and laying a solid foundation for the nation's future. In the vast expanse of the universe, Su Ming's spaceship continued its rapid journey forward. Unaware of the events unfolding within the Donglin Universe nation, Su Ming couldn't have done much even if he knew. The spaceship's energy reserves were nearly depleted, making further travel impossible. Regardless, he had no choice but to seek the Donglin Universe nation as a stopover. At that moment, Su Ming was tensely monitoring the energy conversion device on his workstation. Suddenly, a strong energy fluctuation surged within the device. Su Ming immediately noticed, his expression growing even more serious. This was a make-or-break moment. If he failed, the conversion device might explode, rendering all his previous efforts futile and forcing him to start over. Su Ming knew he had already failed more than 10 times, and success was still uncertain. However, just as the energy was about to erupt, the fluctuations suddenly halted. It was as if a bullet had stopped midair after being fired from a gun. Why did the imminent energy burst stop at the last moment? Watching the scene unfold, Su Ming's face lit up with joy. The static energy essence had worked. This static energy essence directly influenced the particle changes during an energy burst, causing the particles to revert to their original state at the brink of eruption, forming a unique energy factor. In simple terms, it rendered the opponent's attack motionless, unable to burst forth. This technology was taught to him by humanoid beings. With this skill, Su Ming could lock the attacking energy of any future long-range assaults, preventing them from being released. Su Ming's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. After days of studying, he had come to appreciate the allure of energy knowledge. This field was in no way inferior to mechanical technology, and with in-depth research, it could even rival Apocalypse-class mech warriors. However, the biological attributes of human society dictated that their primary focus was on machinery and technology, with energy research and application lagging far behind humanoid civilizations. Now, Su Ming had access to a wealth of energy knowledge imparted by humanoid beings, some of which transcended human understanding, filled with mystery and wonder. A spark of wisdom shone in Su Ming's eyes. By combining mech and energy technology, perhaps he could pioneer a new genre of mechs. Yet, at that moment, the energy restrained by the static energy essence suddenly broke free and erupted violently. Su Ming's eyes widened as he hurriedly hugged the energy conversion device in front of him, trying to protect himself. In the next instant, the explosive energy sent him flying. Su Ming stood up awkwardly, scratching his head. Su Ming suddenly realized that the static energy element has a time limit. With his current abilities, he could only contain the explosive energy for a few dozen seconds at most. The more powerful the energy, the shorter the containment time. The static energy element couldn't permanently stop the movement and change of particles. Otherwise, it would be a time-stopping device. Just then, an electronic voice echoed inside the spaceship. Beep 3,000 kilometers to Donglin Galactic Nation, estimated arrival in 10 minutes. Please prepare. At that moment, in the capital city of Telling Star within the Donglin Galactic Nation, a strange, pale red, tumor-like object could already be seen from space. This pale red crystal had grown to over 100 kilometers in size, making it visible to the naked eye from space. Initially only a few kilometers in size, the crystal had miraculously absorbed various forms of weapon energy, continuously expanding. As it grew larger, the energy it consumed increased. Telling Star and other planets in the Donglin Galactic Nation were helpless against the crystal's expansion. In this situation, the staff on Telling Star were in a frenzy. Suddenly, a spaceship vanished, and a significant portion of the energy in the storage system was lost. This loss was catastrophic for a spaceship supply station, as the stored energy could support millions of spaceships for several days of travel. What kind of spaceship could endure such a massive energy loss? At this moment, an ordinary spaceship quietly departed from the Donglin Galactic Nation. A man with a blank expression stood on the ship. Beep dear Mechanic Wong Dong, The destination of this voyage is an unexplored region of the universe. The estimated travel time is 3 years. The spaceship's energy cannot sustain this journey. Please consider carefully. The man, emitting a dazzling red glow, had a body composed of dark red crystals. He was actually a split-off entity from the crystal creature, disguised as Mechanic Dong, easily gaining access to the spaceship's controls and quietly leaving the Donglin Galactic Nation. The initially translucent pale red crystals on Wang Dong's body had turned into opaque dark red crystals. The energy waves emanating from him were now hundreds of times stronger than before. It was clear that most of the energy in the spaceship's supply station had been absorbed by the crystal duplicate. When Wang Dong heard the spaceship's alert, his expression remained calm. He extended a finger, which transformed into a power plug, and swiftly inserted it into the spaceship's energy storage system. Whoosh! The spaceship began to power up, and the available energy was sufficient for the journey. Thus, Wang Dong was ready for his departure in the year 7023. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed through the skies of Turlin Star, instantly shattering a pale red crystal. However, the crystal only flickered slightly before absorbing the entire attack into its core. The officials of Turlin Star watched the screen with grave expressions, their eyes filled with helplessness and worry. What kind of mysterious entity was this? Why were their attacks ineffective, only to be absorbed instead? One official's eyes revealed a mix of powerlessness and anxiety. The Donglin Galactic State had exhausted every effort to destroy the pale red crystal, yet the result was that it only grew larger. At this rate of expansion, within a week, the entire Turlin Star might be consumed. The officials' hearts tightened, their concern deepening. Should they request aid from the 5 galactic nations? After all, the 5 galactic nations had developed for a long time and must have ways to handle such an unusual cosmic threat. Another official suggested solemnly. Upon hearing this, everyone shook their heads. Unless absolutely necessary, no nation would willingly bow to the 5 galactic nations. It wasn't just about national image and dignity, it also involved core state secrets. An official turned to the researchers nearby and demanded firmly, "What exactly is going on? What is so special about this crystal? Find out immediately." The researchers responded with a wry smile. "We haven't fully analyzed it yet, but conventional energy has no effect on it. We suspect it might be some kind of exotic cosmic energy entity, only vulnerable to specific types of energy." "Then hurry up and find a solution," the official said impatiently. Why did the researchers seem so lax when time was of the essence? However, at this moment, the researchers could only smile bitterly. Research? How difficult it was. Humanity had been studying energy for a long time, and their knowledge was nearly exhausted. The entire human society seemed to have hit a bottleneck in this field, with few new breakthroughs. To expect a breakthrough in a week was nothing short of a pipe dream, simply impossible. The researcher shook his head and sighed, continuing, "We'll do our best, but the results may not be as expected. I suggest formulating multiple contingency plans." Hearing this, the officials exchanged glances and slowly nodded. Whatever the situation, they couldn't pin all their hopes on the unknown. They had to be fully prepared. A politician frowned and asked, "Does anyone have any good suggestions?" Another one proposed, "Why not hire the Tyanka class? There are plenty of lone Tyanka class beings in the universe who might be able to solve this problem." After hearing this, everyone fell into deep thought and then slowly nodded in agreement. If we can hire the Tyanka class, the problem will surely be resolved, even though it might be costly. Though the expense is high, it's necessary. We cannot stand idly by while Telling Star is devoured. The losses would be immeasurable, possibly costing us several kilometers of land. After careful deliberation, the council members unanimously agreed to this decision. Suddenly, another politician proposed an alternative. The others turned their eyes towards him, curious, and asked, "What do you suggest?" He replied earnestly, "A bounty." "A bounty?" The others were slightly surprised but had an inkling of his idea. While the Tyanka class is expensive, there might be many skilled individuals among the populace with unique abilities. By offering a bounty, we might attract these skilled individuals to solve the problem, and it could be more economical than hiring the Tyanka class. After hearing this, everyone exchanged looks and nodded in agreement. That makes sense. What kind of reward should we offer? If the reward is too small, no one might be willing to help. I suggest we offer the independent knowledge units from our reserves as the reward. Everyone was astonished by this proposal. Independent knowledge units are invaluable, benefiting anyone regardless of their level, far surpassing ordinary knowledge and worth. In the Donglin Universe Nation, there are dozens of such units covering fields like medicine, construction, machinery, and space, forming the core assets of the nation. The proposal to use independent knowledge units as a reward took the other politicians by surprise. I oppose this. Independent knowledge units are crucial to Donglin Nation and should not be leaked. Another politician voiced his opposition. Facing the dissent, the proposer sighed and said slowly, "Ladies and gentlemen, Independent knowledge units are indeed important, but isn't telling star important as well? Skilled individuals are usually not interested in money or material goods. Only knowledge can attract them. If we offer material rewards, we might not attract the truly skilled individuals. However, independent knowledge units hold extraordinary appeal for these skilled individuals. We only need to back up the knowledge, sign confidentiality agreements, and we might not have to pay any fees at all. Hearing this, the council members exchanged glances, a hint of emotion in their eyes. It seems to make some sense. Knowledge does not require money to acquire. At that moment, a leader stood up and said firmly, "Everyone, we can no longer delay this matter. Let's work together. On one hand, actively invite the independent Apocalypse class for assistance, and on the other, issue a bounty to see if any brave superhumans are willing to come to Telling Star to solve this crystal mystery." The urgency in his words resonated with everyone present, and they all nodded in agreement. Su Ming landed the spaceship gently on a supply planet within the Donglin Cosmic Nation, a planet similar to the Nopu planet where he used to work. This planet not only offered mechanical and spaceship repair services, but also provided the necessary energy supplies. However, its status was much higher than that of the Nopu planet. As the spaceship descended slowly, Su Ming chose a peripheral planet, avoiding the core area of the Donglin Cosmic Nation. He was merely here for supplies, and had no intention of interacting with the Donglin Cosmic Nation. Suddenly, the spaceship's intelligence system alerted Su Ming to a universal bounty task from the Donglin Cosmic Nation. Slightly surprised, Su Ming decided to check out the bounty after a moment of thought. The system announced, "Retrieving," and then "Retrieval successful," before displaying a video on the screen. Su Ming, initially indifferent to the bounty task, clicked on it out of curiosity. However, as the video played, he stood up in shock, eyes wide with disbelief. "This is unbelievable," Su Ming exclaimed. The video showed a pale red crystal hovering above the Turlin planet. The sight of the crystal struck Su Ming as absurd. The crystal civilization had never approached human civilization, so why was there a crystal here? Although this crystal was insignificant compared to the entire crystal civilization, like a grain of sand to the ocean, Su Ming knew that even such a small crystal, if uncontrolled, could rapidly grow and potentially cover an entire planet or even a galaxy. Crystals had the ability to assimilate and absorb, easily converting any material into part of their crystal energy. Su Ming didn't believe that this small crystal could destroy all of human civilization. That was impossible. The power of the crystal civilization required the strength of the entire civilization to manifest. When boundless crystals attacked, even the strongest beings would struggle to resist. However, this crystal was just an insignificant part of the crystal civilization. To claim that a tiny crystal could annihilate all of human civilization was an exaggeration. There were certainly entities within human civilization capable of easily destroying this crystal, though it might come at a certain cost. Whether it's the intervention of the apocalypse-level beings, or the cutting-edge technology of the 5 major cosmic nations, a significant amount of resources will be required. While it is certain that the crystal can eventually be obliterated, one must realize that this is just a single crystal entity. If dealing with one entity demands such an all-out effort, imagine humanity facing an entire civilization of these crystals. We might not last longer than the humanoid civilizations. Therefore, we call upon all exceptional talents. If you are confident in dismantling this crystal, please come forward. The Donglin Cosmic Nation promises that upon successful disintegration of the crystal, you will be rewarded with a unique piece of knowledge. We encourage everyone to register enthusiastically. In the video, a government official from the Donglin Cosmic Nation spoke with a serious expression. Su Ming noticed the bloodshot eyes of the official, showing signs of severe exhaustion and anxiety. It was evident that the entire government had been driven to their wits' end by this crystal in recent days. However, hearing about the reward, Su Ming's interest was piqued. Unique knowledge is incredibly valuable, 100 times more so than regular knowledge. To date, Su Ming had not acquired any unique knowledge. Obtaining it would be an excellent opportunity for him. Moreover, Su Ming was curious about the crystal civilization. He had never encountered a life form from this civilization before and was unaware of their capabilities. This presented a perfect opportunity for Su Ming to get a first-hand experience of the crystal civilization. This way, if he encountered them in the future, he wouldn't be caught off guard. "Let's replenish the energy first," Su Ming muttered to himself. He then proceeded to refuel his spaceship on the planet. Once he confirmed the energy was fully replenished, Su Ming activated his spaceship and left the planet. "Send an entry request to Tulin Planet and inform them that I have accepted the bounty," Su Ming said calmly. The spaceship's AI system responded with a series of beeps. "Request successful. Entry permitted. Further arrangements will follow upon arrival," the AI system announced. Hearing the AI's response, Su Ming nodded slowly. The next moment, his spaceship descended onto Tulin Planet. As soon as he disembarked, he saw a soldier in uniform waiting at the spaceport. The soldier's eyes lit up upon seeing Su Ming and immediately approached him. Are you Mr. Su Ming? I need to confirm that you have accepted the bounty, the soldier said with a smile. Su Ming nodded to confirm. Very well, Mr. Su Ming, please follow me, the soldier said. After storing his spaceship in the spatial storage system, Su Ming followed the soldier to a room that looked like a preparation chamber. Upon entering, Su Ming noticed various gene warriors with distinct auras already seated in the room. Seeing these warriors, Su Ming's first thought was indeed exceptional talents, as the genetic auras of these warriors varied greatly. Some of the genetic warriors exude an aura distinctly different from that of ordinary humans. They are clearly a specially modified group. In the universe, such genetic warriors are not uncommon. Every cosmic nation is engaged in related research projects, but not all countries possess equally advanced and safe genetic modification technologies. Su Ming even witnessed a bioengineered creature with only a human head and a lower body made of mechanical and biochemical muscle modifications. There was also a bizarre being completely submerged in a strange liquid, with only its arm visible. By comparison, Su Ming himself appeared extraordinarily normal, showing no abnormalities at all. After everyone entered the preparation room, they sat down in silence, merely gazing at each other with a hint of challenge in their eyes. These were extraordinary gene warriors, each with unique skills and varying levels of strength. As a result, they were confident and proud, each holding the others in disdain, communicating only through their silence. Su Ming found a corner to sit in, relaxed and at ease. Soon, several more powerful gene warriors trickled in. About half an hour later, a government official from Tellering Star finally strode in. He immediately noticed the vibrant array of characters in the room, a flicker of surprise crossing his face, but he quickly suppressed his astonishment, displaying his high level of professionalism. Smiling, he addressed the room. Thank you all for coming to aid Donglin Universe Nation in its time of crisis. Donglin will generously reward you, and upon success, you will receive unique knowledge rewards. The official's words brought smiles to the faces of those present. They all yearned for that unique knowledge. However, after a moment of contemplation, the official added with a smile, this crystal has a special ability to absorb attack energy and expand. Before taking any action, please report your abilities to avoid any adverse effects and prevent the crystal from expanding. He maintained a friendly smile, his gaze calm as he looked at everyone. Upon hearing the official's words, the group exchanged glances. A peculiar man covered in tumors stood up and rasped, "My ability is to nurture poisons. The tumors in my body contain various toxins, over 100 types, capable of corroding this crystal." The others nodded. Perhaps toxins could restrain the crystal, and with over 100 types of toxins in his body, there was bound to be one that could counter the crystal. Su Ming found this person intriguing, unsure if the toxins would be effective. However, he believed that different methods were worth trying, as there wasn't just one way to counter the crystal civilization. Another individual, wrapped entirely in iron armor, stood up. The eyes of the armor were made of transparent material, allowing him to see his surroundings, while the rest of his body was covered by the armor. Su Ming thought to himself, here's another peculiar person. After the armored man stood up, a low electronic voice emanated from his suit, sounding mechanical and cold. He was a modified test subject from a laboratory experiment, who had undergone a genetic mutation that granted him powerful freezing abilities, capable of freezing and even shattering energy. Su Ming sat quietly in the corner, observing this group of peculiar individuals as they introduced themselves, as if he were attending an exhibition of extraordinary abilities. Each demonstration left Su Ming in awe, filled with admiration and a strange sense of excitement. When it was Su Ming's turn to introduce himself, he hesitated slightly before standing up with a smile. Compared to everyone here, my ability is quite ordinary. I specialize in energy-based mechanical knowledge. You could call me a mechanic. With that, Su Ming indicated that he was done and sat down gently. The official looked at Su Ming, slightly surprised, and asked, "Is that all?" Su Ming nodded, candidly revealing his ordinary background without any special abilities. The official's eyes showed a hint of disappointment, but he still smiled and praised. Energy-based mechanical knowledge is a valuable skill too. He remembered that researchers from the Donglin Cosmic Nation had mentioned that energy-based attacks might be a solution to the crystal problem. So, despite Su Ming's lack of special abilities, the official did not show any obvious dissatisfaction. The surrounding individuals, upon hearing the conversation, cast slightly disdainful glances at Su Ming. In human society, energy research wasn't particularly rare. While it might be a pleasant surprise for a divine mechanic, it was less impressive for an energy mechanic, often even less welcome than a regular mechanic. The crowd quickly shifted their attention to the next person. As the individuals with extraordinary abilities finished introducing themselves, a glimmer of hope appeared in the official's eyes. They had tried to hire an apocalypse-level expert, but the cost was too high, beyond their budget. If these extraordinary individuals could solve the crystal problem, it would save the Donglin Cosmic Nation a significant amount of money. The official smiled and said, Your abilities are all outstanding. The upcoming task is in your hands." Upon hearing the official's words, a mysterious person stood up and softly said, "Honorable officer, I prefer to work alone. Could I act independently?" The official frowned slightly and asked curiously, "Sir, why do you wish to act alone? Isn't teamwork more effective?" Other mysterious individuals also voiced their support. "Officer, we too wish to act independently. It's not just a personal preference. It involves the counteraction of abilities. For instance, if a toxic gas user and a freezing ability user work together, the gas could be rendered ineffective by the ice, making it pointless." Hearing this, the person covered in tumors showed a glint of coldness in their eyes and rudely retorted, "Are you saying my toxins are inferior to his freezing abilities?" The one who had spoken before shook their head, their expression revealing skepticism. Sensing the tension rising, the official quickly intervened. "All right, let's proceed one at a time. No need to argue. Let's work together." The strange man, with his unusual appearance and eccentric temperament, immediately stood up and stormed outside when provoked. The crowd watched as a menacing aura emanated from him. Their expressions varied. Some sneered, some showed contempt, while others were filled with curiosity. The people here were all defiant and paid no heed to the man's ominous aura. Su Ming remained impassive. He wasn't here to draw attention, but to study the properties of the crystalline beings and see if he could acquire unique knowledge. The strange man's actions presented an opportunity for him to understand whether there was a way to counteract the crystalline beings. To him, it seemed like they were all part of a grand experiment involving these entities. The strange man left the room and boarded a flying device that took him above the crystal. The crowd watched his confrontation with the crystal through monitors. The room fell silent as everyone eagerly observed the battle, curious to see if the strange man's abilities would be effective. He hovered in midair, with the crystal emitting powerful radiation below. Even the strange man couldn't get too close, or he would be burned by the radiation and possibly assimilated by the crystal. He stared confidently at the crystal below. Suddenly, a tumor on his body began to wriggle and move toward his mouth. The sight was nauseating, but Su Ming kept his eyes fixed on the screen, particularly interested in whether the toxin could counter the crystal. The strange man's mouth swelled up, and he suddenly spat out a thick green liquid. The stench made everyone uncomfortable, but they also couldn't help but admire his tolerance for such repulsiveness. The liquid hit the crystal, immediately causing a reaction. The crystal began to dissolve as if being corroded. This scene shocked everyone present, including Su Ming. They hadn't expected the pale red crystal to be successfully corroded by the strange man's potent toxin. The crowd exchanged glances, feeling a mix of surprise and displeasure. The success came too swiftly, making them feel uneasy. It seemed they didn't need to act at all. The unique knowledge they sought was now out of their grasp, leaving them to watch the strange man take all the glory alone. When faced with challenges, Su Ming didn't feel discouraged. Instead, he was filled with determination. He seemed to relish the tension and excitement of the battle, as if he were anticipating a grand performance. Although the officials of the Donglin Universe Nation hoped the crystal could hold out longer, they were astonished to see the crystal starting to adapt to the toxic corrosion. The poison, which could initially corrode the crystal rapidly, now only managed to produce some white smoke, causing no substantial damage. Su Ming watched this unfold with a hint of caution. He observed that the crystal was gradually adapting to the toxic assault, even beginning to absorb the poison. This adaptive ability shocked him. The crystal appeared to possess an extraordinary capacity to learn and instantly counter external forces. Su Ming realized that this might be a unique trait of the crystal civilization, perhaps a power that humanoid civilizations could not contend with. He began to doubt whether the methods he had prepared to counteract the crystal would be effective, fearing they might even turn into a trap. Su Ming understood he needed to think more deeply and prepare more thoroughly, avoiding reliance on past experiences and methods. At this moment, the poison man noticed the crystal's immunity to the poison. He did not panic. Instead, he remained calm and decisive. Besides the poison he had used earlier, he had prepared an even more lethal toxin, ready to launch a fiercer attack on the crystal. Without hesitation, the hidden tumors within his body started to wriggle and eventually merged into a more potent poison, which he then unleashed towards the crystal. The entire process was filled with tension and suspense, as if a life-and-death struggle was about to unfold. Wow! A more potent and concentrated poison than before fiercely struck the crystal. This time, the effect was even more intense, almost immediately corroding a massive hole on the crystal surface and rapidly spreading outward. Everyone in the preparation room was stunned as they witnessed the scene. The poison was indeed powerful, quickly expanding its corrosive reach to cover several kilometers, nearly eroding 1% of the crystal in an instant. However, Su Ming shook his head inwardly, realizing that even if the poison were 10 times stronger and the crystal 10 times smaller, it might still not be enough to completely destroy it. The crystal had grown rapidly during its previous devouring process. Despite the ferocity of the poison, the the crystal's adaptability made it difficult to annihilate. As expected, over time, the poison's corrosive speed slowed and eventually stopped, being absorbed by the crystal as nutrients, making the crystal even stronger. Seeing this, the toxic man's eyes flashed with panic. His previous poison was already his ultimate move, and if even that couldn't destroy the crystal, he had no better solutions. But having boasted earlier, retreating now would ruin his reputation. Gritting his teeth, he gathered all the tumors on his body to his back, making him look like a deformed hunchback. "1,000 poisons burst," he roared, and the tumors on his back burst open, releasing a massive amount of poison towards the crystal. However, to his despair, the crystal had already shown an extraordinary level of resistance. Even with the more ferocious poison, the effect was less pronounced than the initial corrosion. Realizing that he couldn't pose a substantial threat to the crystal, the toxic man considered fleeing in his aircraft. But the crystal entity wouldn't allow it. It extended dozens of pale red crystal tendrils, binding him tightly. The toxic man struggled, unleashing terrifying amounts of poison, but these only served as nutrients for the tendrils, making them stronger. In an instant, the toxic man was enveloped by the crystal tendrils, and when they unfurled again, he was gone, having been assimilated by the crystal. A gasp of astonishment echoed through the preparation room. "It actually has consciousness?" An official from the Donglin Galactic Nation exclaimed in surprise. Previously, the crystal had not shown any signs of active aggression, only passively devouring and expanding. Given its unique form, the officials of the Donglin Galactic Nation had initially thought it to be a dangerous cosmic anomaly without independent consciousness, merely an inanimate object. At that moment, the crystal unexpectedly extended its tendrils and devoured the toxic beings entirely. This sudden action left everyone stunned, as it seemed the crystal had developed consciousness, becoming a true life form. The officials exchanged heavy looks, realizing that this dangerous entity not only had awareness but also posed an elevated threat level. One official murmured to himself, and the others nodded in agreement, their eyes showing determination. This was no longer an issue that the Donglin Universe Nation could handle alone. It involved unknown cosmic entities and potentially different civilizations. They needed to inform all of humanity to collectively face this external threat. "We must notify the entire human society about this," one official stood up and said without hesitation. His words were met with unanimous approval. The danger level had escalated beyond the control of the Donglin Universe Nation. Faced with a life form that could potentially devour an entire planet, it was imperative to raise the alert to a level where all human societies could be vigilant. If the Donglin Universe Nation continued to conceal this matter and something went wrong, it wouldn't just affect them but could also impact other human societies. "Immediately contact the 5 major cosmic nations and transmit all records and information about the crystal to the United Human Network," another official commanded. A staff member quickly sprang into action, contacting the officials of the 5 major cosmic nations and uploading videos of the crystal and its confrontation with the toxic beings to the United Network. "The Menkali Empire has received the information and is reporting it. Please wait. The Busa Free Federation has received it. When can we hold a joint meeting? Please respond. The Donglin Alliance has received it. The Beast God Civilization has received it. The Daya's Kingdom has received it." The 5 major cosmic nations responded immediately. In the next moment, the officials of the Donglin Universe Nation projected themselves into the virtual conference hall, followed by the officials from the other 5 major cosmic nations. Upon preliminary assessment, the risk level is classified as A, extremely severe. We've dispatched the Tyanka-class team, expected to arrive in 3 hours. Though the crystal entity itself doesn't pose a high threat level, the civilization or biological group it represents poses a significant threat to human society. We must thoroughly investigate the origin of this crystal entity. The officials from the 5 major cosmic nations quickly made decisions and communicated with the officials of the Donglin Universe Nation. "May I ask, the crystal is still expanding, and some civilians and important structures haven't been evacuated. Can we deploy special operatives to halt its expansion?" An official from the Donglin Universe Nation asked gravely. 3 hours until the Tyanka-class team arrives. By then, a tenth of the planet might be consumed. Although special operatives cannot completely resolve the crystal issue, they can still halt its expansion. "We cannot allow more humans to perish at the hands of this crystal," another official stated firmly. However, even while releasing the toxin, he only managed to erode a part of the crystal, causing its overall size to slightly decrease under the toxin's influence. The toxin's effect was not entirely ineffective. After hearing the representative of the Donglin Galactic Federation's speech, the officials from the 5 major galactic nations fell silent, then slowly nodded in agreement. Restricting the crystal's growth is indeed very necessary. The group quickly reached a consensus. The task of containing the crystal's growth would fall to the extraordinary individuals, while they awaited the arrival of the Celestial class. When the Celestial class arrives, even if the crystal has consumed the entire planet, it must still show deference to the Celestial class. After the officials ended their call, they turned their gaze to the extraordinary individuals. Although these individuals hadn't overheard the conversation, otherwise, given their temperament, they might have erupted in anger on the spot. From the crystal's behavior, it was clear that it posed immense danger and could easily assimilate anything in its path. Nonetheless, the officials had decided that the extraordinary individuals should continue their efforts to halt the crystal's growth. On the surface, this seemed reasonable, but in reality, the officials' plan was to curb the crystal's growth, even at the expense of the extraordinary individuals' lives. In times of national crisis, the officials would not hesitate to become ruthless executors, effectively condemning people to death without a second thought. They placed little value on the lives of the extraordinary individuals, focusing instead on the survival of Donglin Nation. In a sense, the officials' decision wasn't entirely wrong, as sacrificing a few lives could save nearly a third of the planet's population. For them, this was a worthwhile trade-off. However, for the extraordinary individuals, it seemed grossly unfair. The officials maintained a facade of warmth, reminiscent of their initial meeting with the extraordinary individuals. Yet, no one knew that their mindset had completely shifted. Now, the officials of Donglin Nation no longer needed the extraordinary individuals' powers to combat the crystal. In 3 hours, the celestial class would take over, rendering the extraordinary individuals' efforts unnecessary. Nevertheless, the officials needed to keep up appearances. For them, this was routine. Their acting skills, a mandatory part of their training, were on full display. They appeared as if nothing had happened, still wearing respectful and friendly smiles as they looked at the extraordinary individuals. They expressed deep regret for Mr. Keaton's fate, but the crystal remained, and they might still need the extraordinary individuals' help to solve the problem and save Donglin Nation. When you take action, please be extremely careful. Mr. Keaton was the name of the fearsome individual in question. After delivering this message, the officials turned to the assembled group, their eyes filled with anticipation. Yet, how much of that was genuine and how much was feigned? Only they knew. At this moment, another official spoke up with a smile. To showcase your incredible abilities, we have decided to broadcast a live event, allowing the entire human society to witness your heroic deeds. This broadcast was, in fact, intended for other interstellar nations to continue observing the crystal's properties. However, the officials of Donglin Nation cleverly framed it as a live event for the entire human society. Superhumans are not just after personal strength, they crave fame and fortune too. Once they learned that this battle would be broadcast globally, many of them grew restless, eager to showcase their talents. They hoped to gain recognition and money from this fight, with future glory and benefits flooding in like a tidal wave. The Iceman was filled with excitement and stood up without hesitation. He boldly addressed the officials from the Donglin Cosmic Nation. Make sure my feat of defeating the crystal creature is broadcast to the global audience. Let them witness my power. With that, he puffed out his chest, pushed open the door, and strode out confidently. Other superhumans, eager to demonstrate their skills, felt a pang of regret as they watched the Iceman take the lead. They wished they had acted sooner. The officials from Donglin Cosmic Nation exchanged knowing glances and smiled. As expected, the lure of fame and fortune was enough to make these so-called superhumans rush to the stage. Nonetheless, their promise to broadcast globally was justified. After discussions among officials from various nations, it was agreed that this event was indeed suitable for global live streaming. This would not only aid in the research of the crystal, but also showcase the solidarity and cooperative spirit of interstellar societies, spreading positive energy. It would have a positive impact on the harmony and stability of human society. Soon, under the arrangement of the staff, the Donglin Cosmic Nation posted the live stream on the Cosmic Forum. Other Cosmic Nations quickly shared the post. Instantly, a large number of users flocked to the live stream to watch the showdown between Donglin Cosmic Nation and the crystal creatures. User A excitedly said, "Hey everyone, what's going on?" Even our Tianheng Cosmic Nation's official media shared this news. I came to check it out. Any experts here? How far has it progressed? User B replied, "The live stream just started. I just joined. Look, that fully armed guy is about to battle the crystal creature. The fight is about to begin." User C curiously asked, "What is this crystal creature? The introduction says it's an unknown cosmic dangerous creature. How can it look like that?" The users started a lively discussion. In interstellar society, genuine combat-ready gene warriors are rare. Most of the people Su Ming encountered were gene warriors, but that was because he was in an environment filled with the atmosphere of war. In reality, gene warriors make up a very small proportion of human society. Perhaps only 1 in 100 can become a gene warrior. Most interstellar residents are ordinary people without combat abilities. To them, powerful gene warriors are as unreachable as celebrities. Watching gene warriors fight is like watching a reality show on TV. The fierce combat between genetic warriors far surpasses that of typical reality shows, as it often involves the loss of life. For the average viewer, this battle is an adrenaline-pumping visual feast. Consequently, in no time, billions of viewers flooded the live stream, eager to witness this extraordinary spectacle. The live stream was buzzing with excitement and cheers, but for the Iceman, it all seemed irrelevant. At this moment, he fearlessly approached the crystal, standing atop a flying machine, launching a fierce attack on the crystalline creature. Shedding his heavy steel armor, he emerged wrapped in nothing but a tattered cloth. This man was grotesque in appearance, emaciated to the point of deformity. As he stepped out of his armor, the surrounding air immediately crystallized with small ice particles, exuding a terrifying chill that could be felt even through the screen. The Iceman did not don the steel armor to enhance his combat abilities. Rather, the armor suppressed the cold within him, allowing him to move freely among people and interact with them. Without it, his chilling aura would freeze anyone who came too close. This Iceman was the product of a research institute from a certain interstellar nation. The institute often paid large sums to find people in extreme poverty, offering substantial rewards to those willing to become test subjects. Many impoverished families had no choice but to send their children to volunteer. Though such practices were officially banned, some labs continued their experiments in secret. Upon successful research and data collection, these labs would release the volunteers. The Iceman before them was one such product, his face expressionless, seemingly frozen by the overwhelming cold. The Iceman could not move freely. Genetic mutations had granted him terrifying freezing abilities at the cost of rendering most of his muscles inactive. He could barely move with the help of the automatic walking function of his steel armor and sustained himself on nutrient solutions. Any food that entered his mouth would be frozen solid before he could consume it. The price of genetic mutation was a lifetime in this state, which explained the peculiar personalities of many individuals with extraordinary abilities. Long-term exposure to such conditions made it difficult to maintain a healthy psyche. With a blank expression, the Iceman looked at the crystal below, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. He had lost the ability to speak, his vocal cords long frozen into inactivity, but this did not affect his powers. An intense chill emanated from him, visible as deep blue crystals forming in the air. These special crystals only appeared in extreme cold, indicating the frigid temperature of the area. Under the Iceman's control, this cold wave surged toward the crystalline creature below, instantly engulfing it. The scene was as spectacular as a blockbuster movie, and the audience knew it was real, making it all the more thrilling. The livestream viewers were stunned. Most current shows featured mech battles or human combat, making the sight of the Iceman using his freezing powers exceptionally rare. This moment caused the livestream's popularity to skyrocket instantly. This move is truly astonishing. The warrior's skill is so refined that it feels like the entire battlefield has plunged into a frozen wasteland. This fighter is incredibly powerful. Could it be that even traditional mech warriors are no match for him? Even those equipped with protective armor might not escape being frozen solid. This supernatural ability is simply amazing. Viewers of the live stream were engaged in heated discussions. Can this move completely destroy that crystal creature? I think it's entirely possible. Look, the crystal's surface has changed from a light red to a silvery white, clearly frozen solid. Impressive indeed. Su Ming stared intently at the screen, focused on every move of the Iceman. The freezing capability displayed by the Iceman was astonishing, effortlessly encasing nearly half of the crystal creature's body in ice. It was evident that the Iceman had learned from previous failures, unleashing a powerful attack without hesitation, giving the crystal creature no chance to retaliate. As the Iceman unleashed his freezing attack, a large portion of the crystal creature was immediately frozen. The officials watching were visibly surprised, exchanging knowing glances with each other. It seemed the Iceman's abilities might actually work. The massive crystal was quickly more than half frozen, which was no small feat considering that the crystal spanned hundreds of kilometers. The Iceman's freezing range was equally terrifying. Seeing his attack succeed, the Iceman's eyes flickered with satisfaction. He then manipulated his ice powers to start breaking apart sections of the crystal. Under his control, the frozen crystal began to crack and shatter along with the ice. These shattered parts lost the crystal creature's vitality, turning into lifeless fragments. Su Ming watched this scene, his expression somewhat excited. The breaking of these ice crystals has caused the crystal creature to lose a part of itself. Even if it reabsorbs them, it won't return to its original state. However, he sighed regretfully. If the Iceman's powers were 10 times stronger, he might have been able to freeze and destroy the crystal with ease. Unfortunately, the Iceman's speed couldn't keep up with the crystal creature's adaptive abilities. Soon, the crystal began to adapt to the freezing power, and the frozen parts started to revert to their original state. No matter how the Iceman unleashed his freezing attacks, the crystal creature gradually became immune to the ice, even starting to absorb the freezing power. Ice is also a form of energy that can be assimilated by the crystal. The Iceman's freezing attacks, once absorbed, only made the crystal creature stronger, causing it to expand once again. The crystalline creature seemed to grow weary of its standoff with the Iceman. With resolute determination, it extended two glistening, transparent tendrils towards him. The Iceman was terrified, but due to a genetic defect, his movements were slow. He could only watch helplessly as the tendrils wrapped around him. In the next moment, the tendrils retracted, and the Iceman's life force vanished completely. The Iceman met his end at the hands of the crystalline entity. This scene caused an uproar in the livestream's comment section, igniting a frenzy of heated discussions. Viewers passionately shared their thoughts, creating waves of intense debate. Meanwhile, Su Ming, who was sitting calmly in the preparation room, remained unusually composed, a glimmer of deep contemplation in his eyes. At this moment, Su Ming fell into deep thought. The abilities of the Iceman and the Poison Man were effective against the crystals. Crystals were not invincible. There were ways to counter individual crystals. The real threat of the crystals lay in their scale. If the crystals covered only a few hundred square meters, either the Iceman or the Poison Man could easily destroy them. But now, the crystals had expanded to cover hundreds of kilometers, increasing their scale 1,000-fold. This massive scale significantly reduced the threat posed by the Iceman and the Poison Man. Once the crystals adapted to their abilities, they could ultimately eliminate them. The strength of the crystal civilization also lay in its scale. Crystals spanning billions of light years would take years, if not longer, to be destroyed even by an apocalyptic-level force. During this time, the crystal civilization could adapt and consume its attackers. The immense scale of the crystal civilization was the key to its formidable power. Su Ming felt helpless. To defeat the crystal civilization, everyone would need to possess unique abilities, and they would have to attack the crystals in different ways. Only a coordinated assault by tens of thousands of people would offer a glimmer of hope. After the Iceman's death, several other strong individuals with different abilities emerged from the room, ready to fight the crystal entities. However, the crystals had already adapted to their abilities and countered them. Whether it was fire or vibration, the crystals adapted and retaliated. These ability users attacked the crystal entities in various ways, but without exception, they were all counterattacked and defeated. These scenes were broadcasted to the war room and live stream, causing viewers to shift from mere spectators to a state of slight panic and fear. Was there any way to defeat these crystals? Why did they seem insurmountable? They were too powerful, capable of adapting to any attack and rendering it ineffective, countering anyone who tried to strike them. This ability was too bizarre, and the crystals kept expanding. If this continued, human society would be devoured. When the issue didn't affect them directly, people might have viewed the crystal problem as mere bystanders. But now, seeing the crystal's relentless expansion, the viewers began to feel a tinge of panic. The atmosphere in the war room grew tense. These ability users, despite their fiery tempers and strong egos, were not foolish. One person being counterattacked might be due to insufficient ability or inadequate training. But repeated defeats indicated that the problem was not individual skills. Everyone could see the extraordinary nature of the crystals before them. The officials frowned and couldn't help but ask. With just an hour and a half left until the arrival of the Tianka-level expert, they didn't want the crystal to continue spreading during this time. A powerful and intimidating figure stood up. He was a genetically modified individual known for his speed. Despite the others' concerns about the crystal tendrils, he had some confidence in his ability to protect himself. As the group hesitated, he decided to take a chance, hoping to resolve the crystal issue. However, at that moment, a voice came from the corner of the preparation room. "Don't go. I'll handle it." A figure stood up and spoke calmly. Everyone was stunned and turned their gaze toward the figure, their eyes showing a mix of emotions. The speaker was Su Ming, a self-proclaimed energy mechanic, and he was the only one in the preparation room who looked normal. The others were skeptical about Su Ming stepping forward, doubting that an ordinary energy mechanic could make any difference. Ignoring the doubtful looks around him, Su Ming resolutely stood up and walked outside. He hadn't planned to act so soon, but seeing the crystal continuously killing off ability users made him realize the severity of the situation. The crystal could easily kill these ability users instantly, yet it chose to wait until they released their abilities and adapted before striking. It seemed to be intentionally giving them a chance to use their powers. Clearly, the crystal wanted to adapt to more human abilities so it could transfer them to the core of the crystal civilization. Su Ming speculated that once the crystal beings fused, the adapted abilities would be passed on to other crystals. If the crystal could collect more diverse ability samples, it would make it much easier and quicker for the crystal civilization to wipe out human civilization. Determined to stop the crystal from evolving further, Su Ming left the preparation room and boarded a flying vehicle, heading towards the crystal. As Su Ming left the preparation room, the live broadcast cameras focused on him. The viewers were surprised to see this ordinary-looking young man, sparking a wave of discussion. Someone joked, "Honestly, normal people are supposed to be normal, right? These recent ones have all been abnormal." The viewers were puzzled because they had been watching bizarre individuals attacking the crystal, giving them the impression of monsters fighting monsters. When an ordinary person appeared in the live stream, the audience was taken aback but soon erupted into heated discussion. The young man looked frail and seemed an unlikely match for the crystal. Given that other strong contenders had already been defeated by the crystal, people were skeptical about his chances. Besides the viewers in the live stream, high-ranking officials from various intergalactic nations were also watching the event with bated breath. At that moment, in a military conference room somewhere in the Empire, several key figures sat together, closely monitoring the fierce battle between Donglin Universe Nation and the Crystal. Colin Clarence was among them. When Su Ming emerged from the preparation room and the camera shifted to him, Colin Clarence suddenly stood up, eyes wide, exclaiming, "My God, Su Ming is here too?" Colin Clarence stood up in surprise, exclaiming loudly. People around him turned their heads, looking at him in confusion. The important figures in the hall, seated nearby, cast puzzled glances his way. With a serious expression, Colin Clarence slowly sat down, furrowing his brow. "That's my second son. What is he doing here?" he said. The news stunned everyone present. Some wanted to speak up but held back, knowing it would be unwise to criticize Colin Clarence's son in front of him. It would only bring trouble. An Imperial official, watching Su Ming rush towards the crystal, voiced his concern. "Colin Clarence, if that is your son, the situation could be dangerous." Everyone knew the crystal's powers were extraordinary, and even the best genetic warriors struggled to withstand it. Seeing Su Ming prepare to challenge the crystal, Colin Clarence was deeply worried. He couldn't understand why Su Ming had come to the Donglin Universe Nation, let alone why he wanted to confront the crystal entity. Didn't Su Ming realize the danger of the crystal? Without hesitation, Colin Clarence called the Donglin Universe Nation government. The officials were shocked to receive a direct call from him. Colin Clarence spoke bluntly, "The one approaching the crystal is my son, Su Ming. Please, you must stop him from getting close to that crystal entity. If anything happens to him, I will lose my mind. Do you understand?" The government officials were stunned and immediately turned their attention to the surveillance screen showing Su Ming. By now, Su Ming had flown quite far, getting closer and closer to the crystal entity. The officials watched with growing anxiety, feeling utterly helpless. As a descendant of Tianqi, why did Su Ming risk venturing into the Eastern Lin Galactic Nation? Perhaps it was out of curiosity about the unknown, or maybe he wanted to challenge his own limits. The officials of the Eastern Lin Galactic Nation were puzzled by his actions. They couldn't understand why someone with such immense power would crave independent knowledge. However, they had little time to dwell on these questions. The urgent task at hand was to stop Su Ming. If he were to fall into danger, the wrath of an awakened Tianka-level being would be unbearable. The officials hurriedly contacted Su Ming, anxiously urging him to return. They informed him that a Tianka-level warrior would arrive in an hour, and his intervention was unnecessary. Su Ming, however, was skeptical and nonchalantly expressed his desire to test himself. He had never faced off against crystalline beings and wanted to verify his theories. After ending the communication, he focused on piloting his aircraft towards the crystalline beings, revealing the courage and determination deep within him. The officials, worried, reached out to the Ministry of Defense, reminding them that the young man in action was the son of Colin Clarence and must be protected from harm. Consequently, the entire Eastern Lin Galactic Nation sprang into emergency action, with the national military going on high alert, ready to rescue Su Ming at any moment. In the Imperial Council, Colin Clarence watched the screen with a furrowed brow, his eyes filled with concern for his son. A council member, who held a hostile attitude towards Colin Clarence, sneered and remarked that Su Ming seemed somewhat arrogant, wanting to challenge the crystalline beings. Others watched the live broadcast with various expressions. At this moment, Su Ming had already flown above the crystalline beings, ready to stop them. Everyone was curious to see what abilities Su Ming possessed that made him think he could handle the crystalline beings. Su Ming gazed at the crystalline beings below and, without hesitation, summoned his mech. This 13-meter-tall mech was a powerful class model, the Yin-Yang Motherchild mech. The crystalline beings seemed unaware of the threat, still attempting to absorb Su Ming's abilities. Su Ming smiled slightly and maneuvered the mech swiftly towards the crystals. With a powerful strike, he left a massive wound on the crystal, then proceeded to cut off a portion of it. The people watching the broadcast, including officials from various nations, were bewildered by this scene. They began to reassess the strength of this young Tianqi descendant and started to view his courage and determination in a new light. Su Ming pondered quietly. Crystal beings were like a wondrous existence. Even if a part of them was cut off, it could quickly regenerate. The severed part wouldn't lose its vitality. Instead, it would become an independent entity, either growing on its own or seeking an opportunity to rejoin the main body. For these creatures, physical damage seemed inconsequential, having no impact or loss. In the Imperial conference room, the council members felt somewhat disappointed with Colin Clarence's son. Perhaps they had expected something extraordinary from him, but he had resorted to such an ordinary method. The severed crystal maintained its vitality, ready to reconnect with the main body. However, at that moment, Su Ming smiled slightly and fired a regular bullet from his mech, hitting the severed crystal. The result was astonishing. The crystal instantly froze and lost all its mobility. This unexpected outcome left everyone in shock. A simple bullet had such a remarkable effect. In this scenario, an ordinary bullet holds a hidden mystery, sparking curiosity about its secrets. Su Ming, without hesitation, uses his mech to retrieve a cut portion of the immobilized crystal, showcasing exceptional decisiveness and skill. What appears to be a normal bullet actually contains static energy elements, which have the magical effect of rendering the crystal inactive. These crystal beings are composed of complex energy particles, and the role of the static energy elements is to freeze these particles, causing the crystal to become paralyzed. Even more astonishing is that the static energy elements have a complete restraining effect on the crystal, preventing it from reacting in any way. However, the effect of the static energy elements is time-limited. Once the time limit is exceeded, the crystal will regain its vitality. Su Ming brings the cut portion of the crystal close, preparing to shatter it. However, the sudden intervention of the Mech Wuzuan system catches him off guard. The system detects the sealed stellar energy particles and asks if he would like to absorb them. This surprises Su Ming, who originally intended just to destroy the cut portion of the crystal, not realizing that the system could absorb this energy. Although the system cannot absorb the crystal's entire body, it can absorb the stellar energy particles in their locked state. Guided by the system, Su Ming decides to let it absorb these stellar energy particles. As the system begins to absorb, the crystal fragment in front of him rapidly shrinks, like a balloon with a hole deflating swiftly in the air. This scene leaves Su Ming in awe and fills him with curiosity and anticipation about the system's capabilities. Su Ming was puzzled. The system's reference to the crystal seemed to contain information about celestial bodies. Could it be that the crystal civilization was a type of sentient star that could devour all matter and give birth to life? Was this crystal similar to a black hole? Su Ming furrowed his brows slightly. A black hole can swallow everything, but the crystal before him was a pale red, clearly different from a black hole. The wonders of the universe are endless and beyond imagination. The system emitted a notification sound, and Su Ming stared in astonishment at the crystal entity hundreds of kilometers away. Just absorbing a small portion of the crystal had earned him 372 starlight points. Su Ming realized that if he absorbed the entire crystal entity, he would gain hundreds of thousands of starlight points. These starlight points could be used for body strengthening, attacks, and cultivation, making his heartbeat quicken with excitement. Su Ming understood that, in addition to the crystal entity before him, the core of the crystal civilization could also be devoured. The vast scale of the crystal civilization could be measured in light years, and consuming them would yield enormous benefits. This transformation was incredible to Su Ming. What once troubled him was now an opportunity. He realized that whenever he needed starlight points, he could seek out crystal entities, seemingly gaining starlight points without limit. However, Su Ming was not naive enough to think that the crystal civilization would be passively absorbed. The system could only absorb crystals that were either sealed or shattered, meaning he had to destroy the crystal civilization first to absorb them. But once successful, the crystal civilization's ability to regenerate would vanish, giving Su Ming a sense of relief. After absorbing the fragmented crystal, Su Ming turned his attention to the main crystal entity below. He piloted his submecha, stealthily approaching and then suddenly launching an attack. He severed a portion of the crystal entity and absorbed it using static energy bullets. In the end, he gained 612 starlight points. Su Ming's series of maneuvers left the viewers in the live stream utterly stunned. A remote-controlled submech suddenly appeared, deftly slicing off a portion of the crystal and then returning it to the main mech, much like an obedient child. Subsequently, the crystal-cutting tool in the main mech's hand began to shrink and eventually disappeared, leaving everyone in awe and speculating whether the crystal had been absorbed or dissolved. The live stream chat buzzed with excitement as viewers eagerly anticipated Su Ming's next move. Even world leaders turned their attention to Su Ming, recognizing the potential breakthrough in crystal civilization. Su Ming had only used physical attacks, which the crystal couldn't absorb, yet the crystal inexplicably solidified and vanished. While the audience was captivated by the thrill of the battle, the leaders were more concerned with the implications and potential benefits. Some leaders watched intently, their eyes reflecting deep contemplation as they closely monitored the unfolding events on the screen. Su Ming continued to use the same tactics, leaving the crystal creature riddled with holes. The extracted crystals transformed into Su Ming's starlight points. In a short period, his starlight points surged to over 40,000, almost reaching 50,000. Su Ming became intrigued by the crystal creature and began to absorb its energy. However, at this moment, the crystal creature's main body started to convulse violently, shrinking and gathering strength. It changed from a pale red to a deep crimson, its power intensifying. Seeing this, Su Ming's expression shifted slightly. He realized that the crystal creature was preparing to launch an attack and would no longer tolerate the erosion of its body. The crystal creature had stopped trying to adapt and was now ready to unleash a fatal assault on him. At this moment, danger loomed closely. The crystalline creatures coalesced into a humanoid form, revealing a figure with crimson skin that resembled Wang Dong, the mechanic. The officials of Donglin Kingdom gasped, recognizing him instantly. Wang Dong looked at Su Ming, still unaccustomed to his new appearance, and appeared somewhat wooden. Confused, he stammered. "How did you sever my split body?" His eyes flickered with bewilderment as he struggled to understand why his split body lost its ability to communicate and was ultimately destroyed after losing its consciousness. This discovery left him incredulous and wary of the new human civilization. Su Ming remained silent, feeling a surge of energy in his mind that flowed into his mech. The mech gradually revived, emitting a dangerous aura. He sensed that the crystalline creature before him had reached level 10 in strength. The rapid increase in power was terrifying. It had gone from powerless to level 10 within a day. Facing a level 10 opponent was a daunting task for Su Ming. Even with his energy enhancement, which could barely reach around 300,000 watts, he still felt the pressure. Despite the crystalline creature's formidable strength, it wasn't an absolute level 10. Part of its power came from the energy within its crystals. Prolonged combat would deplete the energy inside the crystalline creature, causing its strength to gradually decline. As long as it didn't absorb new energy, its power would continue to wane. Su Ming took a deep breath, unafraid. The instability of the creature's strength meant that its rapid rise in power would also lead to a swift decline. Su Ming only needed to withstand the first wave of attacks, and the subsequent battle would become easier. Wang Dong lifted his head and looked at Su Ming's mech, muttering, "You pose a threat to my civilization and must be eliminated." With that, he unleashed a powerful energy reaction and swiftly charged at Su Ming. A terrifying crimson phantom sliced through the sky like a razor, threatening to shatter Su Ming's mech into pieces. Su Ming's eyes were icy and unwavering as he fixed his gaze on the approaching red specter. Filled with determination, he knew that the fierce battle against the crystal creatures was just beginning. On this challenging battlefield, Su Ming displayed unwavering resolve and bravery, ready to face even greater trials without flinching. Viewers in the live stream were astonished to see the crystal creature in a never-before-seen form, causing an immediate stir. As it entered the second phase, they wondered. The scene felt like facing a dungeon boss with multiple stages. This phase's combat power was clearly much stronger than the previous crystal state. Everyone felt a wave of anxiety for Su Ming. The audience was in awe, while government officials from various countries were glued to their screens. Colin Claren's son is truly remarkable to make the crystal creature exhibit such a different form. "Amazing!" exclaimed an Imperial general as he watched the dramatic change on the screen. "The new form of the crystal creature would be immensely beneficial for research," he added excitedly. Colin Clarence furrowed his brow, not fully agreeing with the general's enthusiasm. He knew that once the crystal creature entered this state, its combat power soared, potentially reaching the level of a Tier 10 genetic warrior in terms of speed and explosive force. Although his son had previously demonstrated impressive strength, reaching the level of a Tier 6 intermediate warrior, even with a class mech, it would be hard to contend with a Tier 10 creature. His son was in grave danger. Colin Clarence began to fidget, and if it weren't for the fact that the Donglin Cosmic Nation was so far away that even at his speed it would take over an hour to get there, he would have already set off to rescue Su Ming. He stared intently at the screen and issued a warning. "To everyone in Donglin Nation, make sure to protect Su Ming. He is my son, and nothing must happen to him." However, Colin Clarence was unaware that since the last time he saw Su Ming, his cultivation had advanced from Tier 6 Intermediate to Tier 7 Novice. While a Tier 6 Intermediate would stand no chance against a Tier 10 creature, a Tier 7 Novice, combined with a class mech and Starlight energy, gave Su Ming a fighting chance. At this moment, the officials in Donglin Nation were breaking out in cold sweat. A constantly monitoring Imperial Apocalyptic level expert knew Su Ming had to survive. Meanwhile, Su Ming was already engaged in a fierce battle with the crystal creature. A deep red beam of light instantly shot towards him, its terrifying energy distorting the air around it. Su Ming remained unflustered. Once in combat mode, he was as calm, logical, decisive, and daring as a well-oiled machine. Facing the incoming crystal creature, Su Ming didn't hesitate and chose to confront it head-on. He unleashed a solar flare and set a spatial anchor on his mech. With the spatial anchor activated, the main mech could be pulled to the submech's location within a second. In this terrifying showdown, Su Ming's mech transformed into a vivid crimson blur and collided with the crystalline creature in an instant. Both sides endured a powerful impact, but the submother mech's solar flare impact had a slight advantage in force and speed due to its spatial gravity. The crystalline creature shattered into countless fragments, scattering through the air, while Su Ming's mother mech withstood all damage thanks to the Sun Shield. The Sun Shield absorbed 300,000 energy points worth of damage and, upon nearing its breaking point, released a thermal burst that injured the enemy. Despite the Sun Shield having absorbed 300,000 energy points, Su Ming decided against releasing the thermal burst, knowing that ordinary energy attacks were ineffective against the crystalline creature and could even make it stronger. Seeing the crystalline creature reassemble and fully recover, Su Ming realized that his opponent's combat power still surpassed his own. The crystalline creature unleashed a laser attack, and Su Ming, closely watching its fingers, made a slight move just as the laser fired, successfully dodging the assault. The laser struck the ground, leaving a massive crater and melting the surrounding rocks. Realizing that continued fighting on Turlin could harm the planet's ecosystem, Su Ming decided to take the battle into space. The crystalline creature followed closely behind, and the two engaged in a fierce mid-air duel, appearing as silver-white phantoms. This intense battle was recorded by the surveillance system, with sky-level masters ready to intervene at any moment. The officials of the Donglin Universe State watched the breathtaking combat with bated breath. Upon hearing the officials' words, a group of elite warriors immediately soared into the sky, embarking on a journey through the cosmos. Agile and powerful, each of them was a master of aerial combat. In the Donglin Universe Nation, vacuum-level experts were numerous, and those capable of flight were even more so. Despite their superior strength compared to the crystalline creatures, these aerial masters dared not act recklessly. They knew that any intervention on their part that allowed the crystalline beings to gain more energy could ultimately backfire, potentially overwhelming Su Ming and leading to certain defeat. The two figures dashed into the starry expanse, where gravity lessened and their speed increased. The live broadcast from the Donglin Cosmic Nation switched to the starry sky, capturing everyone's attention. Could he defeat the crystalline creature? It was uncertain, but even if he failed, he would be safe, as the powerful warriors of Donglin Cosmic Nation were present. Their movements became increasingly difficult to discern. Can you see clearly? No, let's wait for the replay to watch it in slow motion. Su Ming and the crystalline creature reached the cosmic void, where there was no gravity or air resistance, making their speed incredibly fast. Ordinary viewers could no longer make out their actions, only seeing a streak of red and a streak of silver-white light darting through space. Numerous satellites were destroyed in their battle, prompting Donglin Cosmic Nation to immediately maneuver the satellites away from the combat zone. While ordinary viewers couldn't see clearly, the officials and generals from various cosmic nations had a clear view of the battle. Truly, heroes emerge in their youth. The performance of your son is beyond expectation, an Empire general exclaimed in amazement as he watched the screen. The other generals nodded in agreement. With their extensive experience, they could see Su Ming's exceptional performance, whether in maneuvering, anticipation, or energy level control. Every move was smooth and natural, with no superfluous actions, making the battle highly captivating. This is why Su Ming could fiercely battle the level 10 crystalline creature without being at a disadvantage, even though he was at the peak of level 9 energy. Your son's original energy level should be low level 7, yet he is showcasing the full potential of a grade mecha. It seems this mecha was assembled by Su Ming himself. Indeed, Su Ming unlocked his genetic lock just 10 months ago, and now his energy level has grown to low level 7, a genetic warrior. An official who had attended the unlocking ceremony exclaimed as he watched the screen. He remembered Su Ming's energy level, and one attribute was even negative. In just 10 months, Su Ming's cultivation had skyrocketed to low level 7, which was astonishing. The surrounding officials were also amazed. Low level 7, in 10 months? This was unbelievable, matching the Empire's fastest record, and perhaps even surpassing it. They all looked at the screen with a sense of wonder. Could it be that we are witnessing the rewriting of the Empire's history once again? Moreover, everyone, Su Ming has not only reached a new level, but his combat abilities, experience, and even mechanical skills are all at the top tier of this level. Another council member swallowed hard and spoke with difficulty. Upon hearing this reminder, everyone else widened their eyes, realizing the truth. Indeed, Su Ming hasn't just blindly advanced his rank, he has also honed his combat skills, experience, strategic judgment, and even mechanical expertise. After all, being able to pilot a class mech with the full extent of its power at 7th level cultivation clearly indicates that he personally assembled the mech to achieve perfect compatibility. The fastest record in the Empire was achieved by someone who didn't engage in combat, learn fighting techniques, or study mechanical knowledge. By that measure, Su Ming's rate of improvement far surpasses that individual's. Everyone couldn't help but turn their gaze towards Colin Clarence, who was sitting in his chair, their eyes showing a mix of different emotions. Colin Clarence, having heard the discussions and amazement around him, noticed everyone looking at him with complex, envious, and astonished expressions. A trace of pride appeared on his face. Ahem, it's just average, he said nonchalantly. This little guy is barely decent, somewhat like how I was back in the day. Oh, by the way, he seems to have established a force in the dark domain. Ahem, who knows when he'll unify it? Colin Clarence felt immense satisfaction in his heart. Su Ming was indeed making him proud. However, he maintained an air of casual indifference, as if Su Ming's excellence was completely normal to him. The other Imperial generals and council members present felt their foreheads twitch slightly and quickly looked away, no longer able to bear looking at Colin Clarence. Damn, this guy is so infuriating. He's definitely being humble while reaping the benefits. But there's nothing we can do. He's managed to pull it off. So frustrating. Everyone was already secretly considering whether they had been too lenient with their own juniors, and resolved to hold them to Su Ming's standards from now on. See, this is what they mean by other people's children. Despite his hidden joy, Colin Clarence's gaze remained fixed on the surveillance footage in front of him, closely watching Su Ming's figure, with a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. At this moment, Su Ming was fiercely battling a crystalline creature. Sweat formed on his forehead, and he didn't dare let his eyes waver for a second, keeping them locked on the crystalline creature. Although it seemed like he was evenly matched with the creature, he had already pushed his mental and physical limits to their peak, with his brain's energy level surging. Only by doing so could he barely keep up with the crystalline creature. However, Su Ming did not let his guard down. He knew that after some time, the crystalline creature's strength would begin to wane. When that moment arrived, it would be his turn to switch from defense to offense. Without hesitation, Su Ming quietly released his secondary mech. As the mech silhouette was released, it instantly blended into the vast expanse of the universe, disappearing without a trace. This mech represents the pinnacle of technological achievement, and its owner is a young, adventurous scientist. He has dedicated many years to technological research and has finally created this era-defining mech. Each activation of the mech fills him with excitement, as it symbolizes not only a leap in technology, but also the culmination of his hard work. When the mech vanishes into the cosmic void, his heart is filled with a longing and anticipation for the unknown, coupled with pride and confidence in his own skills. In the boundless starry sky, the mech becomes one with the universe, resembling a shooting star that shines brilliantly, adding a touch of mystery to the cosmos. Time flew by as both sides continued their fierce battle in the void, with terrifying energy reactions erupting in the starry sky. The crystal creature, expressionless but swift, launched deadly attacks at Su Ming. A giant crimson sword, radiating intense heat, extended from the creature's arm and clashed with the long blade of Su Ming's mech, creating a violent energy wave. Both were forced to retreat, impacted by the force of their confrontation. Su Ming felt a slight joy, noticing that the crystal creature's combat power was beginning to decline, dropping below level 10. Clearly, the recent fierce battle had taken its toll on the creature as well. A glimmer of determination flashed in Su Ming's eyes as he seized the opportunity to fully unleash his brain power. A phantom instantly appeared in the starry sky. It was the submech. As both sides faced off, the submech suddenly materialized behind the crystal creature, its blade aimed directly at the target. The attack was stunning, as if it could cleave the entire galaxy with its brilliance. Su Ming gave a low shout. System, redeem 1,000 starlight points. A surge of starlight energy flooded into his body. The crystal creature was impervious to physical attacks due to its self-regeneration abilities, and it could absorb and convert energy attacks into strength. Starlight energy was a form of energy attack, and if absorbed by the crystal creature, it would only make it stronger. Su Ming's move was risky, but he remained exceptionally calm, holding on to a bold hypothesis. The system referred to the crystal creature as a stellar energy factor, while the starlight points were concentrated forms of starlight energy. Sensing a special connection between them, Su Ming decided to test whether the starlight energy could harm the crystal creature without being absorbed. He vaguely felt that although starlight energy and the crystal creature shared similarities, the former was of a higher grade. The crystal creature might adapt to various types of energy, but it would struggle with higher-tier energy of the same kind. As starlight energy poured into Su Ming, it quickly transferred to the submech. The blade of the submech exploded with dazzling starlight, resembling silver wings slicing through the void, and it thrust fiercely toward the crystal creature. Seeing this, a hint of mockery flashed in the creature's eyes. Energy attack plus physical attack? Despite his own combat strength weakening due to energy consumption, the enemy of this human civilization actually attempted to use a combination of energy and physical attacks against him. He couldn't help but feel a tinge of confusion. These two types of attacks had no effect on him. In fact, they replenished his energy and boosted his combat capabilities. He remained unperturbed, facing the formidable attack with calmness. However, just as the attack was about to make contact with his body, he sensed a peculiar energy, and the crystal creature's eyes widened. He felt something unusual. Why did his body detect a higher-level, unidentifiable energy in this attack? Although powerful, crystal creatures had their limitations. They could adapt to and absorb energy of the same level. However, They were helpless against higher-level energy. Before he could react, the attack struck him precisely. In an instant, the crystal creature was shattered into pieces, with crystal fragments flying everywhere. Su Ming squinted his eyes, intently observing the shattered crystal pieces. Suddenly, his gaze fixed on a fragment that had lost its vitality. This crystal fragment had lost its life force. There were no signs of corrosion or damage on its surface. It appeared perfectly cut, naturally losing its activity. For a crystal creature, this was nearly impossible. Even if cut into billions of pieces, a crystal creature would not lose its vitality and would quickly recover. Yet now, after the attack, some fragments had indeed lost their vitality. This loss of activity was clearly not due to physical damage. The answer was evident. Starlight energy? Under the influence of starlight energy, parts of the shattered crystal creature had directly lost their activity, turning into dead matter. Starlight energy could restrain crystal creatures, even causing them to lose their vitality. Su Ming's gaze shifted to the parts that hadn't lost their activity. Some still retained traces of starlight energy. Carefully observing these active crystal fragments, Su Ming's face gradually broke into a smile. Even while retaining their activity, these crystal fragments couldn't assimilate the starlight energy. In other words, crystal creatures couldn't adapt to or absorb starlight energy. Su Ming took a deep breath. Well, if starlight energy was the nemesis of crystal creatures, then he was practically the bane of the crystal civilization. Once he grew stronger and located the crystal civilization, he would surely bring them to their knees. But those were matters for the future. For now, Su Ming needed to eliminate the crystal creature in front of him. After being shattered, the crystal creature began to slowly recover after a period of time. The revived crystal being no longer had a vacant stare or a haughty demeanor. Instead, it looked at Su Ming with terror in its eyes. "What kind of power is this?" it asked urgently. Although it had regained its life, this reconstruction left its once vibrant red color pale and lifeless. Many inert crystal fragments floated in the void, beyond the crystal being's ability to reabsorb. This single strike had cost it a fifth of its power. Su Ming didn't respond. Instead, he maneuvered his secondary mech to collect the lifeless crystal fragments scattered in the void and deliver them to the primary mech. Su Ming, controlling the mech, extended its hand. Beep, absorbing stellar energy particles, Starlight points 721. Beep, absorbing stellar energy particles, Starlight points 912. After a period of intense combat, Su Ming's system suddenly gained over 6,000 Starlight points, perfectly replenishing his previous consumption. These points were obtained from absorbing the inactive crystals left behind by the destroyed crystal creatures. Su Ming felt a surge of joy. Typically, fighting others would deplete his Starlight points, but battling crystal creatures allowed him to earn energy. Without hesitation, he refocused his efforts on targeting the crystal creatures. At this moment, the crystal creatures were filled with shock and anger. Their civilization had always been the aggressor, growing and gaining knowledge by invading and consuming other civilizations. This was their way of survival. However, now they encountered a form of energy they couldn't comprehend, posing a significant threat to both their species and civilization. It was unidentifiable, unadaptable, and after being attacked, they would lose their vitality. For the crystal creatures, this was nothing short of a catastrophe. The crystal creatures stared deeply at Su Ming, as if trying to etch his image into their minds. They were uncertain whether this energy was unique to Su Ming or a part of human society at large. However, through devouring various mechanics and mutants, they had gleaned from their memories that this energy likely resided only in individuals like Su Ming. Thus, if their civilization were to invade human society, Su Ming would be their primary target. Otherwise, they would suffer significant losses. Almost instantaneously, the crystal creatures accelerated and fled into the starry sky. Their strength had waned. Once able to stand toe-to-toe with Su Ming, they were now no match for him. If they didn't escape, they would surely be defeated by Su Ming. However, Su Ming wasn't about to let them get away. The moment they tried to flee, Su Ming keenly sensed their intent. His nuclear-powered propulsion system activated instantly, and with the augmentation of his mental energy, he unleashed a powerful thrust. His mecha surged forward in relentless pursuit, turning the confrontation into a fierce chase. The audience in the live stream cheered wildly at the sight. "This guy is incredible. I just rewatched the clip, and his moves are out of this world." "I saw it too." If he joined the Mecha World game, even professional players would have to step aside. Mecha World is a popular game released by the Interstellar Gaming Company. In human society, less than 10 of people have the ability to cultivate, and even fewer can become mecha warriors. Therefore, Mecha World provides an immersive holographic experience for ordinary people to enjoy the allure of piloting mechas. It is said that the military of some interstellar nations prefer to use the game Mech World for training their mech warriors due to its nearly 100 simulation accuracy. This has catapulted the game into the spotlight overnight, transforming it from a mere popular game into something with significant military implications. Nowadays, many players of Mech World might also be formidable mech warriors in real life. As a result, even when Su Ming's gameplay is slowed down, some players can still understand it. Currently, numerous content creators are analyzing Su Ming's maneuvers and tactical decisions. With these explanations, Su Ming has rapidly gained significant attention, and his advanced techniques, once revealed, have left netizens in awe. Many are downloading his gameplay recordings for future study. According to these content creators, however, it is challenging for ordinary people to master Su Ming's operations. Only mech warriors with extensive training might have a chance. One commentator, a retired mech warrior named Man Han Quan Shi, who has transitioned into video commentary, couldn't help but remark, Su Ming might not be able to capture that crystal creature before the arrival of the Apocalypse-class mechs. Due to his rich experience, precise judgment, and professional commentary, Man Han Quan Shi has amassed a large following, currently boasting around 2 billion followers on social media. Although 2 billion might be insignificant compared to the entire human society, it is an enormous number for a video commentator. At this moment, watching Su Ming chase the crystal creature, he gently shook his head and said in his live stream, "Man-Han, analyze this for us." His fans immediately chimed in with questions. Man-Han Quan Shi nodded and said, "Although the crystal creature is slightly slower than the mech, this guy can't attack it from such a long distance. Locking onto the target is extremely difficult. To attack the crystal creature, he needs to close the distance to within 10 kilometers. Considering the speed difference, once the mech initiates an attack, the distance will quickly widen, making it hard to catch up." After pausing for a moment, he continued, "In space combat, as long as the speed difference between the two sides is not significant, catching up with the opponent is very difficult. After all, space is not just a straight line. The crystal creature can change directions at will, continuously disrupting the mech and widening the gap." Sure enough, Man Han Quan Shi's judgment was spot on. Su Ming kept chasing the crystal creature, but it constantly changed directions, disrupting Su Ming's path. Even the most powerful human cannot achieve zero reaction time. It can be infinitely reduced but never zero. As long as there is reaction time, the crystal creature can change direction instantly and create distance. Nevertheless, Su Ming did not feel anxious. He slowly took out a sniper rifle from his mech. Su Ming, on a whim, crafted a sniper rifle by himself and proudly named it the Komodo Starry Sky Sniper Rifle No. 1. The name Komodo comes from a giant lizard known for secreting paralyzing toxins, which inspired the mechanical toxin infused in this sniper rifle. Once an enemy is hit by the rifle's toxin, they are immediately paralyzed for a short period. Although crystal beings are not mechanical in nature, this mechanical toxin can accurately target their energy bodies. Even a brief moment of paralysis is enough for Su Ming to seize the opportunity and deliver a fatal blow. When Su Ming pulled out the sniper rifle, both the distinguished guests enjoying the Manchu Han Imperial feast and the dignitaries from various countries couldn't help but shake their heads. The distance seemed almost impossible to lock onto. To the onlookers, Su Ming's action appeared to be a desperate gamble, as if he was recklessly taking a chance. However, the opponent was no fool. Relying on luck in the vastness of space was nearly impossible. After all, the angles in the cosmos are virtually infinite, and hitting someone standing kilometers away without aiming seemed out of the question. It appeared that Su Ming had no better option left. Sure enough, in the surveillance footage, everyone saw that after Su Ming took out the sniper rifle, he seemingly effortlessly fired a shot at the crystalline creature. It was evident that Su Ming did not pre-lock the target, but rather shot casually, as if relying on luck. The accuracy of the shot was beyond imagination. How could it possibly hit the crystalline creature? The crystalline creature also noticed the shot and sneered internally once it realized the direction of the attack. Even without dodging, it seemed impossible for this shot to hit it. Was this human out of options, resorting to such a futile attack? However, just as this thought surfaced, a powerful energy reaction erupted from an inconspicuous corner of the deep void. The crystalline creature immediately felt itself being locked onto. Panic-stricken, it frantically shifted its position, trying to shake off the lock. Yet, the lock was like a persistent shadow, clinging tightly to its body. In the next moment, an energy burst, and a terrifying attack blasted towards the crystalline creature. A small, silver-white mech emerged from the void. It was the submech of the Enyang Motherchild mech. The attack had come from the sniper rifle on the submech's arm. The crystalline creature, now locked on, urgently changed direction, attempting to evade the attack. Fortunately, the distance between them was vast enough that, even when locked on, there was a chance to dodge the sniper shot in such a remote part of space. The crystalline creature's maneuver successfully avoided the shot. However, before it could breathe a sigh of relief, it was hit from behind by another attack, striking it hard. Boom! The crystalline creature shattered into pieces, with parts of its body losing vitality due to the starlight energy attack. Witnessing this, Both the guests enjoying the Manchu Han imperial feast and the international dignitaries stood up in shock. How was this possible? The crystalline creature had successfully evaded the submecha's attack, but its evasion path had intersected perfectly with the trajectory of Su Ming's first shot, as if it had deliberately moved into the path of Su Ming's initial bullet. The crowd present was far from ordinary. They immediately recognized that this was no accident. Su Ming didn't just randomly hit the crystal creature with his first shot. Instead, he skillfully controlled the submech, aiming with precision to force the crystal creature to move towards the direction of his initial shot. Because the first shot hadn't locked onto a target, the crystal creature was hit without realizing it. The onlookers were puzzled, wondering what was happening. Why did the crystal creature voluntarily approach this young man's attack? The live stream audience was equally baffled, completely unable to understand what was going on. They only saw a submech appear suddenly, fire a shot, and then the crystal creature inexplicably jumped to the side and headed straight for the first shot from the main mech. At this point, everyone watching the live stream looked bewildered and confused. Su Ming paused calmly for 2 seconds, then with a serious expression, he said, "This mech warrior is definitely qualified to be an instructor at the Cosmic Nations Mech Academy. Such skill is truly impressive." He then began to analyze the warrior's technique. Did everyone see the submech? This mech warrior cleverly hid the submech during the chase, using it to predict the crystal creature's movement path. Despite the creature's constant changes in direction to escape, it gradually fell into the trap set by the main and submechs, though it hadn't realized it yet. Then the main mech fired, and simultaneously, the submech locked onto the target and fired as well. Due to the distance, the submecha's attack landed first, forcing the crystal creature into the main mech's firing range. This maneuver not only tests shooting accuracy but also requires foresight, calculation, and multitasking. Every step is textbook material for the Cosmic Nations Mech Academy. Su Ming's actions left everyone in awe, with some even questioning whether the person piloting the mechs was human. Could a human really perform such feats? Su Ming's relentless attacks shattered part of the crystal creature's body once more. Without hesitation, he absorbed the lifeless fragments into his system, instantly boosting his account's Starlight points by nearly 9,000. The crystal creature regenerated, but was so terrified that it desperately tried to flee. It was utterly spooked by Su Ming's mysterious tactics, feeling as if it was facing a ghost, making it vulnerable to injury without any defense. It didn't dare underestimate Su Ming and fled with all its might. However, Su Ming wasn't about to let it escape. After being severely damaged twice, the crystal creature's strength was now only 60% of its peak. It could no longer contend with Su Ming and couldn't even escape his attack range. Su Ming's main and submechs moved like shadow hunters through the void, each attack showcasing astonishing precision and ruthlessness. Shot after shot, every strike was nothing short of breathtaking. In the void, a sudden burst of firelight appeared, blinding and intense. Moments later, crystalline creatures were mercilessly shattered, their fragments scattering like meteors. The scene evoked a sense of sorrow, as if one could feel the despair and pain of the crystalline beings as they were destroyed. The firelight danced in the emptiness, illuminating the entire universe, but it also brought destruction and grief. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.